Now that is how we get our World Championships kicked off in style. Thank you, Tokyo Dagakiden, for that performance and for getting us off to a banging start. Good morning, or ohayou gozaimasu, to everyone here with us today and all the Pokemon trainers and fans watching from around the globe. My name is Anna Prosser, and I'll be your host all weekend long here in Yokohama, Japan for the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. The strongest trainers from around the globe have battled to earn their way here, and we'll be witnessing history as over 1,000 trainers compete across Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. Trainers will be going head-to-head to prove who is the very best, like no one ever was. Before we get things kicked off, it's tradition to hear a few words from the President and CEO of the Pokemon Company. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara!
皆さんこんにちは。世界大会にお越しいただきありがとうございます。
Hello everyone, and thanks for joining me at the Pokemon World Championships.
私たちがポケモンの世界を歩み始めてから25年以上が経ちました。皆さんがここ日本の横浜での初めての世界大会に参加されることを大変嬉しく思っています。
It's been over 25 years since we first journeyed in the world of Pokemon, and I couldn't be happier for all of you to join me at the World Championships here in Yokohama, Japan for the first time.
競技を通じて生まれる友情はポケモンにとって最も重要なものであり、世界大会こそがその最高の場所です。
The friendships that are formed through competition are one of the most important parts of Pokemon, and the World Championships are truly the best representation of that.
1年をかけて今日ここにたどり着いたトレーナーの皆さん、本当におめでとうございます。
Congratulations to all of the trainers who have made it here today after their year-long journey.
そして今日ここまでの道のりでトレーナーを支えていただいたご家族やお友達にも感謝申し上げます。
And of course, thanks to all of the family and friends who have supported these trainers along the way.
世界大会のたびにポケモンの最新情報をお届けしていますが、まずはトレーナーの皆さんのバトルに集中していただきたいので、それは日曜の閉会式までお待ちください。
Here at Worlds, we always like to deliver the latest news about Pokemon, but first, we would like you all to focus on our trainers' battles, so please wait for the closing ceremonies on Sunday.
ポケモンは私たちみんなで楽しむものです。その最高の楽しみである世界大会がいよいよ始まります。誰が世界チャンピオンの座につくのか、本当に楽しみです。
Pokemon is something that we all enjoy together, and the World Championships are one of the most exciting moments for us. The event is about to begin, and I can't wait to see who will be crowned our new World Champions.
皆さんの健闘を祈っています。
Wish you all the best of luck in your battles.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ishihara. I am just as excited as you to start the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. I know that Pokemon Go players are with me as an in-game event will be starting later today that features the debut of Passimian, Pikachu appearing in his World Championship jersey, and other activities to celebrate our event this weekend. Our team of casters and analysts are ready to prepare you for what's to come this weekend in our pregame shows coming up next. And we have more to share all weekend long, including a special series of videos that honor past World Championship moments and celebrate the themes of our community. Now, everyone who qualified and everyone who has ever competed in a World Championships is trying to make themselves into something more and achieve the status of becoming a Pokemon legend. That's what we based our upcoming First Worlds theme around, and it's called Legendary. Competitors here in Yokohama, get ready to report to your tournament area right after this. I hope you have a great event. Let's kick off the first day of the 2023 Pokémon World Championships.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path. It's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path. It's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Players, if you're in the venue, report to the tournament area. And to the yellow car parked in the venue, you left your lights on. Welcome everybody to the Pokémon World Championships. The biggest stage in Pokémon is happening right here in the biggest of places, Yokohama, Japan. Welcome in to the TCG side of things. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Kyle Pukasukovic. What else can we say? How else can we hype this up? This is going to be a legendary event.
Absolutely. Ethan, first of all, how did that car get in here? But yeah, do you have what it takes to win? I mean, that's what it's all about. We're here at the World Championships. Players had to compete an entire year. It was a journey to get here. And this is the moment that you build towards for an entire year, your chance to become world champion and become a legend.
Legendary status, and that journey was not an easy one. Of course, events stretching over the year, stretching across a bunch of different locations. Let's take a look at the roadmap of how players got here. Again, this is a celebration of Pokemon, but it's the best of the best as well, competing it out through all these different regions to become a champion and cement themselves in Pokemon TCG history.
Yeah, and this is the World Championships. It's the best from all over the world combining here in Yokohama, Japan to compete one last time for this season and have kind of a cap to the season and say, all right, we're going to have this last big event and find out who's going to end up victorious. Who are we going to remember at the end of this weekend as the winner, as the champion who's going to go down in history? And hey, what are some of the other fun moments we're going to have along the way?
And the road, of course, different for every player. We'll take a look at how the championship point system breaks down for each of these competitors from regions. Of course, it's not just the Masters action, but also we will have 3 world champions in the TCG this year, Masters, Seniors, and Juniors. Players from all over coming together, playing in Pokemon. Of course, Japan will be well represented this year. They've got a great amount of support, a great amount of competitors. I mean, it sort of sounds cliche, but it's anyone's game who can take home this World Championships. We're surprised every year, it feels like, with the decks that show up, the players, and how they get to this position.
Yeah, everybody had to earn their place in this tournament. This is the one invitation-only event for the season, and everybody that's here, they're worthy to be here. They've competed in tournaments, they've had high placings at different events, and hey, all their work is paid off here. You know, people have taken different paths to get here, but all that matters is that you are here. You have a seat at the table, and now anything can happen.
Table will be filled with players competing it out throughout this 3-day weekend. Let's take a look at the format for this event.
The 2023 Pokémon World Championships event will be showcasing the best Pokémon TCG players and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion, over $1 million in prizing, and return invitations for next year's Worlds. Day 1, our trainers face off with Swiss rounds. Trainers who meet the required number of match points will advance to Day 2. Day 2, trainers who advance from Day 1 will meet those who earn direct Day 2 invites in a fresh set of Swiss rounds, playing until top 8 is determined. Trainers will then compete in a single elimination bracket until a champion is crowned. All matches are best of 3. Who will take the title of Pokémon World Champion this weekend? Watch to find out and follow the action at pokemon.com/play.
And of course, action happening all day today, starting with our first Swiss rounds. Players playing those 8 rounds out, looking to make it to 18 match points. Usually, ties are great. We see that happen all the time in Pokemon TCG throughout tournaments, but today things are a little bit differently. They're a lot less risky and a lot less rewarding in this Day 1 bracket.
Yeah, this is a kind of a unique structure to the World Championships on the first day. There are a lot of competitors already waiting in the second day, which is kind of like the next step you need to get to. But for everybody else, the majority of players, you need to compete in the first day. You need to get enough match points to make it into day number 2. So there's 8 rounds. That usually means you got to win 6 out of the 8 rounds to make it onto day 2, and that's really your goal for today. Just get enough points, basically survive till the next day, and then it's a clean slate. You start all over, and then the World Championships really begin.
They begin right now, and of course, players from all different regions. The ones we've been following the most, though, North America. Let's take a look at some of our top players for Day 1 in the North America region.
Yep, there's the Clara. And yeah, Clara brings that back, and there's the cross-switcher play into the Genesect. Piper Lapine is your Baltimore regional champion.
He's moving quickly. Concealed cards, sends that card to the discard pile. Attach for turn. V-Star, power, put the energies on the active, and Hydro Break takes the KO.
Oh my goodness, Isaiah Bradner.
If he can find Reggie Gigas and Reg Ice, and he's done it! Sam Chen has found both Reggie pieces, and he's going to get off the turn 1 Terra Spark, taking out this Lugia V.
I mean, the cards were just in Sam Chen's favor there. So many mulligan, absolute stellar
turn.
hand.
That Galarian Zigzagoon, you want to see so much finally making this appearance. That'll be a damage counter. Just put that onto the Regidrago, but at this point,
that's so unfortunate.
That's Regigigas for you.
And what a absolutely huge win here for Michael Pramawat.
So many talented players on this list. I mean, we could pick out any name, and there's a story for each of these. If you got to pick one, who are you really looking at here as a great chance to make it through to Day 2 and have a shot at that World's title?
I mean, there's so many people to pick from. You know, one name that jumps out to me right away is Cyrus Davis. I mean, she won NAIC. You know, it wasn't very long ago, but I feel like people have already forgotten, you know, the Rapid Strike Urshifu Inteleon VMAX deck. I took the event by storm. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Cyrus is going to bring here. You see the first 2 names there, Piper and Cyrus. Those were the 2 players who were kind of right on the bubble for the top 16 for North America, not making it for the automatic Day 2. So I think those 2 players are going to have kind of a chip on their shoulders and come ready to play and really prove to everybody, hey, I belong in Day 2 here at Worlds.
Seeking out that vengeance, so close, of course, that Day 2 race, so close, so tight for these players. And speaking of which, we've got 3 players to look out for Day 2 in North America.
Oh, here we go. go, Chip. Let's see what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw
Reagan.
for turn, the powerful energy. He
There we
prepped it with
go.
the Oranguru, knew that he would have that option to close out the game. Ultra Ball does get the Pikachu, and Trinity Nova KOs Manaphy. Azul has 2 Pikachus set up on the bench, and I don't know that there's anything Isaiah can send up. He says he can't win. Azul Garcia Griego is the North American International Champion.
Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double checking the
Are you weak
weakness.
to dark?
Yes, he is. Down comes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
If you've been following along at all this season, these are players to look out for. Going across, Alex Szymanski, what a season. It felt like always the second place boy, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And now, getting a win at the UIC, finishing second in championship points throughout the year. Reagan Retzloff, #1 in Masters in championship points, his first season, Rookie of the Year by far.
Yeah, just playing Lugia all the time, basically. We'll see if Reagan will decide to bring Lugia one last time for one last ride this season. And then, of course, Azul Garcia Griego. If you've been watching it all in the last 2 years, you know exactly who this guy is. Multiple-time international champion. These are some of the best players from North America, and we will see them in Day 2 tomorrow waiting for us in that competition. So they've already earned that berth. They don't have to play in the first day because of their excellent performance over the course of the season, so we will see them tomorrow.
It's going to be so exciting to see how these players are going to go through. Of course, all the talent from Day 1 will combine into Day 2, or essentially what is the main bracket. This just because you qualify doesn't mean you're right there at Worlds. You've still got to put a lot of work in Day 1. We've seen time and time again these top players, these names that we've talked about in Day 1, not be able to quite make it through to Day 2. Things happen in Pokemon, but of course, there are more regions than just North America. Europe has had a strong showing, so let's take a look at some of the Day 1 players in the European region.
Stefan is one turn away from winning another
Field blower.
Field blower. Are you kidding me?
Useless. Utterly useless. This is just, I think, the worst consecutive series of draws I've ever seen.
I don't know that he can even prevent it, and that's
there's
it.
nothing that he can do. Stefan Ivanov is your back-to-back North American International Champion.
And of note, Robin plays 2 Guzma, 1 in the discard. This is it, folks. We see the Guzma in his deck.
Is the Lele there?
There
It is. Wonder tag.
Guzma, and that is it. Robin Schultz is the 2018 Masters Division World Champion.
To get a KO on that Azu Decidueye, retreats to the pump, Kaboo, but I don't, this
Let's
doesn't...
see it, Andre. Are we going to see a boss's orders in his hand?
We
there
do
it
see it there,
is!
and Andre will be your 2022 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion for the second time in 3 tournaments. Europe's gone and done it, Joe. Congratulations to Andre.
And so many players to look at here in terms of the Day 1 race. I mean, new players, old players. I mean, Sammy Sakum is a name that pops up to me right away. I mean, you played with him years ago. I'm sure you have countless stories, and it's awesome, at least from my perspective, to see him here at the World Championships year after year. And it's going to be so exciting to see how these new old and new players clash at this year's Worlds.
Yeah, tons of excellent players just on this list as well. You know, Europe has been a very strong region for many, many years now. You see former world champion Robin Schultz on this list, and another one, Andre Skubal, who just won last year. They're both going to be competing in Day 1 of this event this year. So just tons of excellent players from Europe as well.
So much talent, and this isn't even including the players in Day 2, the ones who have had excellent performance this year. Let's take a look at the 3 standout players from the European region.
Goodness, it looks like Reagan is actually going to concede game 1 super quickly here, and Pedro is going to take a very quick 1-game-to-0 lead, and it turns out going aggressive with the Raikou, definitely the right choice.
Lugia gets discarded, Charizard will get fully powered up here, and there's no way this Lugia can survive here.
That
and there's
will
the
be
game.
enough. Toward Reklev coming out on top here in Latin America.
Retreats to the pump, Kaboo, but I don't, this
Let's
doesn't...
see it, Andre. Are we going to see a boss's orders in his hand?
We
there
do
it
see it there,
is!
and Andre will be your 2022 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion for the second time in 3 tournaments. Europe's gone and done it, Joe. Congratulations to Andre.
So much talent throughout Europe, of course. Have to mention Andre again. He is the reigning world champion. We haven't seen a back-to-back champion, so
that's true.
You know, we could go ahead and see that again. And Tord Reklev, what more can we say about Tord? I feel like at this point with his success in the modern era, he is the well-known, most known player. He completed the perfect circuit of the international championships this year, finally winning the Latin American International Championships. That's that one thing that's missing from him. He's got great events, wins at regional championships, wins now at 4 international championships. Can he get that Worlds win? He's got a top 4, but it's going to be up to him to see if he can break through.
Yeah, another player who has a Worlds top 4 is Pedro. He's had an excellent career at this point, honestly. Tons of top 8s at international championships, a former international champion as well. So we have excellent players from all over the world. These are just some of the players we're highlighting. And of course, Andre, we did note, does have to go through day 1 this year. So we'll see how that ends up going for him.
The grinder is not easy, even to former world champions. We've seen them on the list for multiple regions, and I'm interested to see how this all plays out. Latin America and Oceania also coming in strong. Let's look at some of the talent who have made it to day 1 of Worlds.
Take the knockout here on that Archeops, going down another prize card to 2, but this is going to be the last turn here, and we are seeing the handshake. Gustavo Wada is going to be our victor.
Pinging the Greninja, putting 10 damage on it, the scoop up net as well, and there's a lost mine. Pablo Mesa taking game number 3.
Alias Snipe. So as Angus, you know there's already 8 cards in the lost zone, so I feel like you'd want to worry more about, knocking out the attacker.
So much talent. We always talk about these regions. They've had great success at the world stage. Lots of names popping out. Latin America has performed extremely well this season. Wouldn't be surprised to see some of these players from this region making it into top 8.
Yep, we saw Gustavo and Pablo there, both day 2 players. They've been excellent players for a long, long time. Pablo also casted a few events this year and still managed to make day 2. Just a testament to how excellent of a player he is. But yeah, here just another list of excellent players to watch, this time from LATAM and Oceania. Yeah, I mean, it just not that long ago that we did have a world champion from the Oceania region, so we'll see if that can happen again.
Speaking of which, we can highlight our day 2 players from the Latin America and Oceania region. Let's take a look.
And use Macargo GX.
He's going to
That's
remove
it.
all the energy, and that is going to do it. Your 2019 Pokemon Trading Card Game Masters Division World Champion.
See a boss's orders on the other side, and that would have easily cleared things up there. Zacian V going to be knocked out, and that is going to close things out here.
So there's a chance he's a couple turns away from getting a Lugia.
Yeah, or maybe at the very least wanted to see one more card as well. But no, there it is. So John with no answer to that, scoops up his cards, and Pedro wins a very, very quick game 1.
So much incredible talent. Henry went on a tear this last quarter, essentially getting a day 2 invite in the last quarter, came over to a US Regional Championship, took it down, and just carried that momentum to skipping through day 1. And that's a huge advantage for all these players we've been highlighting in day 2.
Yeah, Henry took his almost like month-long trip to America to just farm some NA regionals, and then now he's here at day 2 of Worlds. Yeah, another former world champion in the field. Pablo, maybe at this point, one of our longest tenured players at the World Championships. Back in 2005, has a top 4 finish at the World Championships, has multiple top 8s as well. Looking to have another magical run here. And then Pedro, I believe, is the #1 ranked player in Latin America. So just excellent players all around. I mean, we're going to say it a lot. It's the best of the best here at the World Championships. I'm glad we get to highlight more players, get to tell the stories of everybody, but I mean, everybody here is great.
So much talent. Would be happy with so many different world champions, and all these players, as we keep highlighting, deserving in their own right. Lots more regions to cover as well. We've got some coverage on the Mesa region for day 1, so let's go ahead and take a look at that as well. Looks like we've got a list of our players for day 1. Now, not as familiar with a lot of these players, but listen, we've had some crazy stories of players making it through the day 1 grinder, making it through the day 1 competition at Worlds, and becoming out world champions. And hey, look, everybody loves a good underdog story, right? I'm all for it, and I'm sure you are too.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a learning experience for us as well. This is an opportunity for us to get exposure to players from regions that we're not used to seeing in coverage, and in our North America, Europe, Oceania, Latin America, those regions. We get a chance now to see talent from all over the world, and maybe we'll see some of these names pop up as the event goes on.
And there are a few players in the day 2 of this region looking to stand out and represent their bracket. Raz is a big name that steps out to me. Top 8 at OCIC earlier this year, has had great success throughout, and looking to convert that into a big finish at the world stage.
Yeah, and I mean, what better place to make your name than at the World Championships? This is a big opportunity. Like I said earlier, if you have a seat here, you have a chance to win the event. You have a chance to start your legacy here in the Pokemon TCG, and these players are going to be looking to do just that.
Lots to talk about. I'm super excited to see. We're getting through all this pre-game show, and I know the one thing I want to see more than anything is how the meta has shaped out for this event. Day 1, day 2, but how decks are day 1 really makes a difference. And wow, that is a big surprise. Lugia V-Star Archeops showing up as the most popular deck in the room.
Yeah, I don't think you would have expected that, but you can see it's actually pretty flat, right? It's like 15, 14, 13, 13. There's a lot of different decks being represented here. So it's crazy. There's not one like runaway, overwhelmingly popular deck. We are going to see a wide variety of strategies. Of course, we have 2 Lost Zone decks there. They do play a little bit differently, but yeah. Does the Lugia V-Star surprise you here? It's a deck that had kind of fallen off a little bit.
I think people are a little bit more understanding of what the meta looked like. This deck does have, on paper, a very good matchup into the Arceus decks. And with Arceus decks performing well, you can either use that Stone Journal or the Single Strike Urshifu VMAX. Both are very, very good into that matchup. I think the one thing that surprises me more than anything is that Lost Zone Giratina has now overtaken Lost Zone Box as a percentage. And not by much, right? It's by about 6 copies of decks, but it's still something to note that this deck has sort of, from NAIC, from this Paldea Evolved format, whether it's with the release of Super Rod or Jet Energy, exploded in popularity since Scarlet and Violet Instant Rotation.
Yep, and Gardevoir EX continues to be popular. I think one thing we'll touch on more as we get along is, there is kind of a different incentive in day 1. You're really playing to not tie. So we might see players gravitate towards decks that are very good at finishing out games quickly. Lugia would fall into that category, Arceus typically. So that could be a reason why the Giratina version of a Lost Zone deck is seeing a bit more play. I think it is typically a bit more of a straightforward version of that deck and tends to finish games a little faster.
That risk factor, like you said, want to play a more spicy deck, something a little bit more out there. There are also the players in day 2 watching what you're playing, taking notes, scouting. Maybe better to play, as we see, some of these more straightforward, streamlined decks. Save your play for day 2 and capitalize them. But it is sort of that question. You can't play the spicy deck that you want to play if you don't actually make it to day 2. So it's sort of that conundrum of what do you do in that situation.
Yep, and I'll be curious to see if anybody, any of the testing teams out there came up with anything crazy. Are we going to see any road decks out there? Some counter decks that we weren't thinking of? Who took a risk and decided to play something crazy this weekend?
It has paid off on the world stage. Speaking of which, on the world stage, and for you viewers tuning in at home, we have a giveaway from the newest expansion coming out later this month. That beautiful Charizard terrestrialized to be a dark type, and we've been seeing some results. Of course, I'm following things, at least in Japan, checking out this deck, and hey, look, it's been performing well. It's looking to be a super powerful powerhouse card. Stage 2 Pokemon EX are back and making a splash. Maybe more a burning sensation than a splash with this card, but you can go ahead and redeem it online on PTCG Live. Use that code CELEBRATE-WCS23 and get yourself this beautiful card.
Yeah, get that hyper rare Charizard EX, and the newest expansion, Scarlet and Violet Obsidian Flames, is available on Pokemon TCG Live right now. It will not be legal for play this weekend at the World Championships, but if you want to get a head start on the next format, there you go. Get a nice Charizard EX for your deck.
Absolutely. Excited to play some more games on PTCG Live, get everything going with that. I mean, we are in our home country, essentially, of Japan, and viewers are here, players are here from all over the world. There's so many stories, so much happening, bustling around, and the best place for you, me, and anybody tuning in at home is to check out our social medias. Use those hashtags, check out our content. I know I'll be using that hashtag Play Pokemon throughout this weekend, and you should too. Follow along with our action.
Pokemon Worlds.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, we got our own hashtag for Worlds this year, Ethan.
I saw on Twitter it had the little like Pikachu logo with him eating the ramen, so happy to see that.
That's beautiful, yeah. Yeah, you can feel the excitement in the room here. For those of you who are not able to make it to Yokohama, you can follow all the action along with us all weekend long. We have 3 days of action, but the energy is here in the building. Everybody's excited to finally make it to Japan for the World Championships. There's just, a little extra energy this year. People just excited to be here.
So much excitement, and I know the Japanese crowd has showed up. I've been following these stories, following these players, and speaking of players, let's take a look at some of our notable players for Day 1 from Japan. So looking on this list, going all the way down, first 2 names, we just saw them here last year at our world stage. Finalist and top 4, Daichi Shimada and Ryota Ishiyama, looking to make it back. Speaking of these players, Ryota has made it to top 8 of the World Championships 2 years in a row. Top 8 in 2019, top 8 in 2022. Have we even seen a three-peat in terms of top cuts back to back to back? If we have, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's probably been a while, yeah. Yeah, and of course, right there after Shintaro Ito, former world champion, also got a 2nd place finish at the World Championships, had that legendary run with the Mega Audino EX back in San Francisco, and maybe looking to make history once again.
And for those players tuning in, we'll talk about how these players qualified for Day 1, because there are a few ways. Now, throughout the year, there are 5 Champions Leagues that happen, and for players placing from 4th to 1st place, you get an invite to the Day 1 of World Championships, along with players finishing in the top 40 of championship points, and those are attained similar to going to League Cup events that you would, but they're a lot less volume and they're a lot less forgiving, so you only get to go to 4 during the year. You take your placements, combine them up. Some of these names are our Champions League placing and top 4 players, as well as those. The other way to qualify for Day 2 is through the National Championships, Pokemon Japan Championship Series. Let's take a look at some of those Day 2 players to look out for. The top 16 of those qualifying for this tournament, but I know I've got my eye on a few of these people coming in. One player not noted on this list, Yamaguchi Yoshiyuki. He has had a stellar quarter 3, quarter 4, looking to keep the momentum here in the World Championships, and he knows this format very, very well.
And then Nachi Nezu, you see the name there, winner of Japan Nationals. So some more excellent players. Yeah, you got to think there's also some extra motivation for the players from Japan to win this one. There's always motivation to be world champion, but it would feel even sweeter to win the first World Championships in Japan.
So much love for this region and all the other regions as well. Let's take a look at how South Korea is shaping out to be. Of course, players qualifying through their systems a little bit more back and forth and different depending on how these players are qualifying. I know Nationals was a big thing there for these players, and I'm just excited to see how things shape out for this event, and more importantly, what players and what regions are going to step out and stand out.
Yeah, we'll see some names of players from South Korea coming up next. There we go. Again, this is one of the regions that we don't get to cover very often, so we are less familiar with a lot of these players, but, everybody had to earn their way here. We'll just have to see as the tournament progresses. Will some of these names keep popping up throughout the standings? I know we have at least one very, very recognizable player in Day 2 from South Korea, but some of these players as well will be looking to make a name for themselves.
Let's take a look at that recognizable player. I feel like whether you play the Pokemon TCG, whether you play Pokemon Go, or of course if you play the Pokemon video game, Seijin Park is a name you'd recognize. Now Seijin has completed a very unique feat at the Pokemon World stage. He has qualified for every single game for the Pokemon World Championships, and this time a Day 2 qualification for Worlds, and he did it with a deck that we don't give a lot of love. We sort of treat it like maybe the younger brothers sometimes throw them under the rug. It's Miraidon EX. That was a bit of a shocker, at least for me, when I saw those results.
Yeah, Seijun Park, of course, video game world champion, legendary moment with the Pachirisu, what everybody remembers. And this is now, I think, at least the 2nd time that Seijun has qualified for Day 2 of the World Championships in TCG. Just all around, maybe the best Pokemon player ever. Whatever Pokemon game he decides to play, he becomes an expert at it and makes it to the World Championships. But yeah, we have great list of players here to watch for as we head through the tournament here, and it's easy to say that, look, it's the World Championships. We have players from everywhere, but when you go by region, it's amazing just to see how many players from around the world have qualified. They've dedicated their lives to qualifying for the World Championships, and now their hard work has paid off, and they are here.
So exciting to see. I mean, look, Seijin has made it very clear that he loves Pachirisu. There is a Pachirisu that you can play from Scarlet and Violet base, so I don't know if it's maybe the best right now, but who knows. As we continue to go through our last region, Asia Pacific, let's take a look at our Day 1 players qualifying. There are a few players that maybe we sort of recognize or see a little bit as well. I know Prelam Lee is a player that we featured on the stage a few times as well. He has made it to Day 1. You never know with these regions. A lot of these players, just like the other regions from Asia, they get to play with these sets a little bit earlier than we do in the Play Pokemon circuit, right? So North America, Europe, Latin America, Oceania. So they might have the necessary experience and time commitment to this format to have an edge and have that more information. Every advantage you can get at this stage is key, and it truly is an advantageous position to be in.
Yeah. Jitmin Lim is a player who stands out to me, has been competing at the World Championships for over a decade now. Yeah, there's actually several players out here I recognize who have had lots of success at the World Championships, so we'll see if that can happen once again.
And of course, our Day 2 players qualifying through their respective Asia Pacific regions. A few players to look at as well. You never know what can happen. I mean, the system works so weird. It's sort of unaware to us whether you have a strong finish at something like a national level championship or local championships. I mean, both show something. Performance at a national championship shows when the time is there, when the pressure is on, you can place at these events. But at the same time, they give credit to these local events. If you're going to consistently place at these events, giving championship points, winning local events over and over and over again, that level of consistency, it has to be praised at this point.
Absolutely. And this is a great opportunity for these players to have a great showing and tell their story. And again, it's all about your legacy this weekend. It can all start here, become legendary. All it takes, Ethan, very simple, just win the World Championship.
Listen, neither of us have done it, so we can't talk it up too much.
Yep.
But
oh yeah, I wasn't even close.
You've got your share at some more events than I do, so I can't talk as much as you can. But sometimes players have their demons. Yours was Worlds, mine was not having maybe enough time to play in the competitive circuit, so it's a little bit different for both people.
Yep, but I'm really excited just to get started here. There's just been so much anticipation leading up to this event. It's the whole year, everybody was just excited. It's like, oh, I gotta make it to Yokohama. I gotta make it to the first World Championships in Japan. And it's hard to believe that we're actually here. We're in the middle of it, and any minute now, the action's gonna get started, and we're gonna kick off, an event that's going to be truly legendary.
Legendary indeed, and I don't know about you, but sometimes I've made some great predictions this year, but this is where it counts the most. And whether it's at home or not, I think just between the casters, we all sort of give each other props if we pick the right cards. Let's see what we picked out together as a team and debate if it was a good choice or not. I mean, I can at least talk for myself to start things off. Arceus V-Star, a card that performed well last year at Worlds. It's in a prime spot to do well again. And I guess that sort of segues into your first card as well, Flying Pikachu. Talk to me about that. Are we going to see a World Championship card 2 years in a row?
I'd love to see it. It's such a funny card to come out of that Celebrations, the 25th expansion, and a card that didn't look very serious at the start, and then it became World Champion last year, also International Champion as well. And it's been seeing a little bit more play lately. I don't know if people are going to be brave enough to bring it to the World Championships, but I'd love to see it again. 2 years in a row, can you imagine Flying Pikachu VMAX winning again?
That would be quite the feat. Like you said, some of these celebration cards have just found their way at the right time to jump into meta. Chien-Pao EX is a deck that's been receiving a lot of talk. Some people even considering it a Tier 1 deck. It's got that mix of explosive power with that Hail Blade and Super Cold ability combination, as well as the Canceling Cologne shenanigans you can do to take multiple prizes against these one-prize decks trying to trade things out. And for the other caster predictions, I think maybe the wildest one here, Ross going with Miraidon EX. Listen, You draw the cards right. If you hit your electric generators, whatever
There you go.
I'm supposed to call. I got it right the second time, right? Listen, it's my demon right now. You get that there, it's pretty solid. And Umbreon VMAX as well, a card that, again, it seems like came into the limelight last year, 2020, 2021, and now at the end of the year, found its great typing against things like VMAX and Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing here is that there's a wide variety of strategies that can be successful. It's a wide open field here at the World Championships. There are a ton of different decks that could come out on top of this weekend. I think, we see you and Chip both picking Arceus V-Star. I think that's a safe bet. It's one of those cards that just, it feels like with each new expansion, more important things or more powerful things are going to come out and push it out, but it's just, Starbirth is just too good. You get to search for 2 cards. Trinity Nova does just enough. The high HP, it's just a solid card, and it's hard to go wrong with Arceus.
Hard to go wrong indeed. I took a little bit of a risk. I mean, ever since the first prediction when I picked Colress's Experiment as my card to put in there.
Real bold.
I know, real bold. I got a lot of flack for that one, but picked something more risky with Chien-Pao. Sableye, Mew VMAX, all solid cards. It really could be anything at this event, and so much excitement. And I think we're almost ready to get into our first round. How are you feeling as we're getting into Worlds?
Just want to get started, man. I'm excited. I mean, the World Championships never get old. I've been coming to these since 2004. It's been 20 years of World Championships at this point. We haven't had 20 events, but it's been 20 years since the first one. So it's crazy to see just how much things have grown and evolved over the years. We went from a small hotel ballroom to this grand stage. So it's amazing just to see how much Pokemon has grown and evolved over the years, and I'm just glad to still be a part of it.
Well, you've heard enough talk from us. I know why you fans are really here. It's to view some Pokemon TCG action. Round 1 of the World Championships. Let's throw it down to the stage, get into this match, and check out where our players are. See, we weren't lying about the car. It's out here in the venue. We're seeing it. It's parked on. Get your lights off. We told you nicely. As we get into our round number 1, and it feels like as tradition at the World Championships, like putting our returning world champion on the stream, Andres Skubal, playing up against his opponent, Andres Flores, and this is a matchup of 2 decks that have had their share early on before we rotated in the standard format back in the D block. They've changed a lot since then. Still the same 2 decks, still the same 2 ideas. Giratina V-Star with that Comfey engine, Lost Zone Giratina versus Lugia V-Star.
Yep. I can finally get my redemption and say that it is indeed Andre, not whatever I said last year repeatedly for his name. But yeah, our current reigning world champion, of course, last year won with Arceus V-Star, the ADP deck, Hisuian Decidueye V-Star, and Flying Pikachu VMAX. This time, bring in the Giratina V-Star, but going up against a Lugia deck. And this is a great way to kick things off. For day number 1, of course, love to see how last year's world champion is going to be.
Lots of interesting dynamics in this matchup as well. Now, one card that I want to talk about a little bit is this V-Guard energy. It's just a V-Guard, it's just a special energy card. But Kyle, how does that incorporate in this matchup here for Andre, playing that V-Guard energy against something like that Giratina V-Star?
Yeah, Giratina V-Star does 280 damage, which is exactly enough to knock out Lugia V-Star, but then you factor the V-Guard energy, add that into the mix, reduces it by 30, and then all of a sudden, what would be a one-hit knockout is now not quite enough, which can change the entire complexion of things. So we'll see how that plays out. We were seeing for a while people using Temple of Sinnoh to go next level and even counter the V-Guard energy, but I think at this point most players have moved away from that and just gone with Path to the Peak, like we see in the prize cards there. A card that Andre used very well last year.
Different decks, same idea. Disrupt with Path, shut off those abilities, and I mean the biggest ability here for Andre is that Lugia V-Star, Summoning Star ability. You can't get your Archeops out. It feels like you're playing not even a competitive tier deck. That is the whole engine. Primal Turbo, one of the most powerful abilities we've seen all time in the Pokemon TCG. Energy acceleration, any ability that breaks through the fundamental rules of the game, for example, only attaching 1 energy card per turn, it's going to see play, and Archeops has seen plenty of that throughout this year.
All right, we see our first handshake of the weekend, and we're going to kick things off with round one here at the Pokemon TCG World Championships. It looks like Andres is going first with the Squawk ability.
Similar to that Dedenne GX ability, all the way back from Unbroken Bonds, does have Squawk and Seize, and this is an interesting position. Deciding to put the Jet Energy onto Tyranitar, we'll switch it into the active, and wow, Squawk and Seize having to discard a bunch of resources. Andres does get 6 cards. Wow, 2 Lugia V-Star hitting the discard pile on turn 1. No Archeops down.
Oh, this is
You may have to
huge.
rely on this Capturing Aroma. If this doesn't flip tails, it flips heads. Wow.
We're getting right off to the full Lugia experience right here. I mean, this is a deck that when it works, it's super powerful, but as you've seen lots of times, sometimes it just doesn't work in this format as well as it used to. You have to rely on the Capturing Aroma. And you don't have the quick ball that you used to have, and, well, sometimes this happens.
Yeah, Evolution Incense and Quick Ball rotating. That was my thought when this deck came out, is how can this deck even be consistent enough? And it's one of those decks where you struggle with early game consistency, but getting Archeops out is all you need. Did find the Archeops. I think there's a Mezagoza.
Oh, yeah. You got to go for that.
Yeah, there's no world where you don't go for this. And this is a big flip. If there's not a heads here, oh, there is.
Okay. Well, there you go. You just flip enough coins, eventually one will go your way.
I feel like you always want to flip heads with this deck, so just only flip heads, right? And it's that simple. It just works out that way.
Yeah, I mean, flipping heads is usually a good strategy anyway.
When I call the opening coin flip, I'm always flipping heads, but I want that positive energy in. But importantly, Andre does find that Lugia V, looking to get that Lugia V-Star evolved, and it's in hand. This Giratina deck is not playing disruption cards really for those early turns like Iono, or playing things like Judge to disrupt it. Really wants to use Colress's Experiment, so the hand should be pretty safe for now, and that's all for Andre. Passing the turn over to Andre. Looks like we've got the battle of both. Starting off with the Mezagoza, trying to see if he can at least get some deck information, and what a great hand for here. It looks like maybe 2 Battle VIP Pass and a Colress. This is a Giratina's player dream to start this turn off.
Yeah, that's a champion start if I've ever seen one. Starting off the World Championships with the Battle VIP Pass. You know, you say there's not much hand disruption, and usually that's true for these kinds of decks, but not true for Andre. Actually playing multiple ways to disrupt the opponent's hand, including 1 copy of Iono. So, you know, the hand may not be as safe as you would usually think in this kind of a matchup. The big thing, though, is early on, I mean, you're pretty much always wanting to play Colress's Experiment. You want to get those cards into the Lost Zone. We've seen these decks many, many times throughout the course of the season. It's all about getting cards into your Lost Zone to activate other cards. The magic numbers are 4, 7, and 10. We do see a Spiritomb come down. Okay.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
It's interesting. I mean, I think a lot of players get it down to stop Luminion V, because that's usually a way that the Lugia deck can search out a specific supporter like Professor Burnett and really set up those Archeops. So, yeah, Andre is just valuing it right away, saying, all right, the way I want to win this matchup is by having Unut set up.
Had a beautiful start. That second Battle VIP Pass, creating almost the perfect board. The Giratina already down, double Comfey into play. Flower Selecting will be online, and that Radiant Greninja making it all go. And look at this, 5 basic search outs in this hand. A supporter or Flower Selecting hasn't even been used yet.
Not bad, yeah. I think a Colress's Experiment in hand as well. He's got a Jet Energy to bring up a Comfey and start using the Flower Selecting. So, hey, so far, both players are going to have great starts. You will notice that Andre filled the bench and did not opt to go for Cramorant. So pretty much going to concede that there's not going to be an attack on the first turn. In very rare situations, you can, of course, get the turn 1 Mirage Gate, but it's extremely rare. So Andre just kind of taking this one slow. Just try to pile up cards into the Lost Zone. Hopefully on turn 2 you get 7 cards into the Lost Zone, and then you start playing Mirage Gates and you go from there.
And a very easy choice there off Colress. Already has enough Comfey down to play, and the bench full, can't play that Battle VIP Pass, and it's an unplayable card after turn 1. So easy choice there. Did find the Escape Rope, so we can start to pivot these Pokemon out of the active. use the flower selecting. And Andre understanding, look, you got to make a choice first before I bring anything up. And I think seeing both these Giratina down, it's pretty safe to just promote the Squawk ability and accept that it's my one retreat Pokemon. It gives me a little bit more flexibility if I want to move out, and if I miss, it's not as liable as something like Lugia V-Star getting knocked out the following turn.
Looks like an energy did go into the Lost Zone, and Andre found Path to the Peak. Could be crucial for stopping that turn 2 V-Star power from Lugia V-Star, and there we go. Path to the Peak, a signature card for Andre. Was crucial in his World Championship run last year, and looks like he's going to go straight into the Abyss Seeking.
Smart play. There's really a lot that Andre is going to need on Floris' side to get going this turn, take a knockout on this with Path in play, with no Archeops in discard pile, with Spiritomb shutting off Lumineon from using something like Professor's Vernet. I'm just going to go on the offensive, say I'm going to take my time, build up my Lost Zone, get to that ability to use Star Requiem later on. And what is the top deck for turn?
Lumineon.
That would have been a great card at this point to get there, but
Ooh, yep.
What else is in the hand? It looks like there is a therapeutic energy in the hand. Does have the Professor's Research, but what else do you need at this point? You need to find the counter stadium, you need to find the second Archeops to put in your discard pile.
Yep, and there's no Mesa Goza for you to use to even try to go for an Archeops before you play the Professor's Research here, so very awkward situation.
And Andre is not playing any card like Pumpkaboo in this deck, so there's no easy way to search out a Pokemon to discard the stadium. Now, albeit it's not a great Pokemon to have down in this matchup, but it's more important to have that down if it means being able to attack and put pressure on. So we'll see the Professor's Research, discarding the Lumineon, one of those Archeops, and drawing 7 fresh new cards from the deck. What is the look? And this hand is definitely not going to get him to where he needs to be.
That ain't it. And you can see the Spiritomb actually made a huge difference in this game. It prevented Lumineon V from searching for Professor Burnett, which would have allowed Lugia V-Star to get 2 Archeops into play. Forced Andres to use the Professor's Research and was unable to find a way to get a second Archeops in the discard pile, and it's going to completely disrupt the game plan here. The question now is, if you're Andres, you look at this, do you say, should I just concede this game and move on?
I think you pick your cards up here. I think honestly you could wait one more turn and make sure your opponent has something to play, but I mean, even with this hand, what do you do next turn? You draw a card and you just pass your turn.
Yeah.
The Ultra Ball can't find Pumpkaboo because it's not in the deck. The Nest Ball's not going to do anything for you. The Pal Pad we actually see as a pretty interesting inclusion in that deck, to just have that to put back things, but that's not really going to do anything. I guess it improves your outs of drawing a supporter card next turn to bail yourself out, but I mean, on Andre's side, you can just burn the clock more off, right? Just make more actions, set yourself up, and are we going to see a Motivate here to deal 20 damage?
I think it was a pass. Yeah, could have used Motivate to do that 20 damage, but maybe a bit of nerves here for Andres. It's the first round of the World Championships. You're on the stage. Yeah, I think just forgot that you can do 20 damage there. There are no basic energy in this deck, so you can't accelerate energy with that attack. But yeah, got to be a frustrating situation. You missed your turn 2, you know, summoning star, and just things not going very well.
On Andre Scubal's side right now, there is really not a lot going on in this hand. That Path does shut off his own Radiant Greninja from using the Concealed Cards ability, and I think Sableye some energy cards, and that's it. And it's going to be another Abyss Seeking, and a great selection of cards there. May have to actually pitch away both of these switching outs. I mean, definitely want to keep that Colress, and I definitely see the switch card, and we'll see what the other card was kept in it. Yes, it is that Mirage Gate, so 2 of them hitting the Lost Zone, and Radiant Serena is the top deck. And I think, in my mind, alarm bells are sounding off and saying, you can't tie this early on. A round 1 tie puts you in such a deep spot in this tournament. It's almost the same as a loss. Do you just pick your cards up and go next?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because your opponent didn't do much either, but at least they used Abyss Seeking. You're not going to be able to do really anything this turn. It looks like a Read the Wind is coming, so you're still going to be pretty far behind, and you got to assume that next turn, Andre's going to be able to use Giratina V-Star to get a knockout with Lost Impact and, you know, start to get really far ahead in this game. You know, you did catch a break there. Andre still didn't do anything, but, I mean, when you come back to your turn and still you're unable to get 2 Archeops into play, yeah, you need to start thinking about maybe it's good to go on to the next game. But Andres is going to keep playing this one out. It's time for the old turn 3, read the wind. I'd be interested to see statistics on how often using read the wind on turn 3 leads to you winning the game.
I'd say probably under 5% at that point. It's definitely not great if your opponent's also got it going on. Did smartly decide to use that. Of course, it did also bring that squawk ability out of the active. It would have even also been knocked out by a shred attack. And there's Psychic Energy and the Giratina V-Star. That means Lost Impact is available. And now with the 7 cards in the Lost Zone, can even use this Mirage Gate and power up something like the second Giratina V-Star, or even just get some energy into play to throw away with this Lost Impact. Though, at that point, you've got to wonder if your opponent did find something like a Counter Stadium off of those 3 cards. Are you scared of a Tyranitar using that single strike crush, knocking you out and getting rid of those resources that you pumped into this active Giratina V-Star?
Yeah, everything's going well for Andre here. It's always an interesting decision on kind of where do you put your energy with Mirage Gate. When you use Lost Impact with Giratina V-Star, you can Lost Zone the energy from any of your Pokemon. So it's always a tricky situation trying to figure out how much energy do I leave on my active versus leaving on benched Pokemon. I'm sure Andre will figure that out here, but lots of Mirage Gates flying. No lack of energy here for our reigning world champion, and things are going pretty well.
So putting 4 energy on this Giratina, assuming at least one of those will get put away. And I think what Andre is setting up here is to get rid of this water energy on the bench and maybe this jet energy on the active spot. Setting himself up in a position where if Andres didn't draw into anything, this Giratina can just take a knockout with a manual attachment for turn. And if it does get knocked out, the bench one is ready to go with even something like a Star Requiem. And that will be online if Andre decides to play that Colress's Experiment for turn. And a smart choice there, playing the Mirage Gates before the Colress for thinning purposes.
Yep. Yeah, you get those energy out of your deck so that you don't have to draw into them off of the Colress's Experiment. And then you also don't have to worry about putting more of them into the Lost Zone, which can be awkward as the game goes on.
Does find that second V-Star immediately snapped into the hand, and I think the choice here is what supporter card do you go for? Do you grab the boss's orders, give yourself that gusting effect, or do you want the consistency and draw of Colress in this position?
Yep, looks like Andre's going to go for the Colress. It feels like you're going to be attacking into like multi-prize Pokemon for the entirety of the game. There's not really a regular Pokemon in the Lugia deck that does well against Giratina V-Star, so probably feeling like you don't need boss's orders as much, and really your main priority is just making sure you can attack every turn. So having more supporters that allow you to see more cards in your deck as the game goes on is going to be better.
And there it is, Lost Impact, 280 damage, taking the knockout, and what an incredible board here for Andres Scoval. 2 Giratina V-Star powered up, and Andres did find that Mezagoza, so we will see the turn 4 Summoning Star, but listen, if there's any Pokemon that can bring you back from the depths, it's got to be Archeops.
Yeah, we'll certainly put that to the test here.
V-Star power flipped over. We'll use Summoning Star, bringing back 2 colorless Pokemon without rule boxes, and it seems like the best Pokemon and a card that was designed to be used with this Summoning Star ability. That Archeops, Primal Turbo being used, can search out any 2 special energy, and Tyranitar's coming up. Andres understands it's my turn to take knockouts. I've got to hope you can't keep up with the pressure that I'm going to start dealing out at this point.
Yep, and this is the variation of the Lugia V-Star deck that's been very popular throughout this season. Using the single strike Pokemon, each single strike energy makes your single strike Pokemon do 20 extra damage. So when you have 2 single strike energy on the Tyranitar V, single strike crush gets increased from 240 to 280, which will allow you to get one-hit knockouts. So this is kind of your powerhouse of the deck. You see the tails on the Mesagoza, but use Lugia V-Star to use Summoning Star, put the Archeops into play, and then you start charging up your giant attackers like this Tyranitar V.
Yeah, this Yveltal bench is kind of a little bit questionable here. I think leaving yourself bench spaces is always a good opportunity, and now it opens up a play that you can always target down Archeops or something like Radiant Greninja if you ever want to go that route. Well, At this point, it seems like Andre has prepped a different line of play, powering up the Giratina. But, I mean, the question here always is, what does Yveltal do in this position other than, I guess, knock out Cramorant? But Andre has very clearly gone around playing Cramorant down in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing it does is forces your opponent to take a one prize knockout. So then you can potentially do the Iono to 1 at the end of the game. Can be devastating, can allow you to make your opponent miss a turn of attacking. And, those single prize Pokemon like that are awkward for Giratina to deal with. And, Urn of Vitality hitting the discard off of the single strike crush. But we are tied up in prize cards now.
Yeah, and an interesting choice there before using that. Deciding to play the Pal Pad before using Single Strike Crush can be a little bit of a risk when you put those supporters back just to mill them out of the deck again. But working out here for Andres, didn't discard any of those. That is the second Urn of Vitality hitting the discard pile, I believe. So that is only one more way to bring back these special energies, the Single Strike energies, which is crucial for the Single Strike variant of the Lugia deck.
Yeah, now the tricky thing for Andre is going to be, how do you get your final knockout? This one's pretty easy. You can knock out Tyranitar V. But what do you do if Andres comes back and knocks out this Giratina V-Star? You don't have one prepped quite yet, so there is still an opening for Andres to win if he's able to get a return knockout on this Giratina V-Star, because at this point, a lot of all the eggs are in one basket for Andre, and that's one of the struggles with Giratina V-Star sometimes. You have to commit so much energy to it, and sometimes you can put yourself in situations where if it gets knocked out, you kind of lose all your momentum and you're unable to close out the game. So there is still an opening, I think, for Andres in this game, but clearly Andre is kind of in control of this game. If everything goes right, he should end up winning.
There it is. That just feels like insult to injury. Colress every single turn here for Andre Scubal. 5 cards. What is the choice now? Resource management is a big position, and importantly, found that Mirage Gate. I feel like Roxanne is a card where you don't necessarily need it at this point if your whole game plan is just to go aggressive, aggressive, aggressive. Something like Boss's Orders, it feels like, would be a better choice for that example, like you said, gusting around that one prize Pokemon like the Yveltal.
Yep, and Andre also doing some quick math there, trying to figure out which cards he can throw away. Some tough choices there. The Super Rod is one that's kind of annoying to throw away at this point because you've gone through so many energy cards. You'd love to be able to play Super Rod, shuffle 3 energy back into your deck, then play Mirage Gate to get them back out. But we'll see if Andre has another way to throw energy back in, or potentially there's still some left in his deck for him to grab with Mirage Gate.
So Giratina V-Star on the active, already powered up, and I was going to say,
I wonder what's coming.
You know when your opponent's like taking them out of the discard pile to prep them that, you're going to see some sort of recovery card, and it is that Super Rod. I think the choice here for Andre is, do you bring back one of these Giratina V-Star and 2 energy cards, or do you just bring 3 energy cards back? There is still that one more remaining copy in the deck. There is 3 Giratina V-Star. I saw 2 different arts on the deck list, so I think that's just the choice here. What do you put back? You see, deck is down to about 12 or so cards right now, and will actually be the choice to bring back the Giratina V-Star and the energy cards, powering it up. And I mean, look at this. If you play one more Colress's Experiment, you're seeing the entirety of the rest of your deck.
Yeah, there's a bit of awkwardness right now with Andre's hand. He does have a Jet energy in hand, and you would love to just play energy for the turn and just prepare it. But if you play it down, you have to switch the Pokemon from the bench to the active spot. So
I think there might be a Grass energy there too, but it will actually just be the attachment to the active. And I actually think this play is pretty good, because what you're going to do is set yourself up in a checkmate scenario. You're going to pretty much say, hey, any way that you knock out my Giratina V-Star, that's with a 2 prize Pokemon. And if I have 2 energy on both of them, no matter which one you knock out, all I've got to do is evolve and announce Star Requiem, and I'm all set and good.
Exactly.
That will be the play. 2 energy Lost Zoned. Great choice, of course. One of keeping those 2 different types of energy to be able to power up that Star Requiem attack. Andre Scubal going down to 2 prize cards. Question on my mind, your mind, everybody's mind: how does Andres Flores respond to this situation? Because it seems like it's just inevitable that Giratina V will evolve and take this last knockout with that V-Star power attack.
Yeah, awkward situation and awkward hand for Andres as well, deciding to promote the Yveltal. Does flip heads on the Mesa Goza. I think there is an Urn of Vitality in hand. One of the really awkward things about his hand, though, is that he has 2 single strike energy in hand. So you need them to be in the deck for Primal Turbo. You also need to be able to attach to the active to retreat. So I don't think there's a way to actually power up Tyranitar V and get a knockout, unless you can also play something like the Iono and put the energy on the bottom of your deck. But I don't think that's going to happen this turn. Oh, okay. So the energy going to the active. We are going to see an Yveltal attack. But I don't think this is how you wanted your turn to play out.
No, and there's no hand disruption, and I believe Andre decided to keep that boss's orders off of that previous chorus. So on the tank right now at this point, and it might just be a Dart Cutter to put some damage on the board. Do you even commit this energy card again? It looks like it will just be put onto the active, so single strike wings, doing 170 damage, and I think Andre's got the last piece necessary. Putting damage on. All he needs is boss's orders to bring up one of these 2 prize Pokemon. Utilize the Star Requiem attack. If you have 10 cards in your Lost Zone, you can knock out any Pokemon. We'll see it get flipped, and down goes those 2 prize Pokemon. Andre Scubal going up 1-0, and that was a long game 1. 22 minutes off the clock already.
Yep, and Andre picking up where he left off at the last World Championships, winning the game with the boss's orders. Classic play.
And with it being in the standard format for a few more rotations, we'll be seeing it for a while. I'm getting used to it, you know. The boss has made his state. He said he's here. He's making his entrance into the format, whether or not you like it, and we've seen these powerful gusting cards have their stand. But in this match specifically, Andres, you're in this position. You're down 22 minutes on the clock. A tie essentially is a loss for you. You want to win this match. How do you navigate not just your game plan in this matchup, but also your mental to put yourself into a position to come out of this match with 3 match points, 1 step closer to making day 2?
Yeah, I think at this point you need to kind of readjust, and you know, there's things that you do in the first game that you don't have the luxury of doing in this situation. Things like checking your prize cards, you know, trying to figure out the best way to sequence things. The most important thing for you to do in this situation is actually just take very fast turns. So obviously you need to do the right things to put yourself in a position to win and set up properly, but this is not a time for optimization, for maximizing your odds or things like that. So you gotta play quickly, don't waste a lot of time searching through your deck, and hope for the best.
That would be my face too if I got turn 4 Summoning Star. So with these players expressive in their own ways, you see really in the tank there during that turn. Sometimes with these Lost Zone decks, you're really thinking hard about how you want to navigate these turns. And I mean, if you're a World Champion level class player, you're going to think as hard as you can to put yourself in favorable spots. That single strike energy and Tyranitar in the prizes, not what you want to see here, as well as 3 of your energy cards. Every resource counts, especially when you have those early turns where you have to discard your hand with things like Squawkabilly, Professor's Research. You've got to have those resources to, like you said, go aggressive and take these knockouts.
Yep, now we did see the Capturing Aroma hit tails for Andres. Looks like eyeing up the Squawkabilly EX.
This hand is so awkward. There's an Urshifu, 3 energy cards, Urn of Vitality, and Professor's Research. And I think Andre's thought process here is, look, I want to get Lugia down turn 1, but if I bench this, attach, and then research next turn, what are the odds of me finding double Archeops and an Ultra Ball? It's so unlikely, and if I miss after using that turn to pretty much do nothing, what's the point?
Yep, there we do see the V-Guard energy, and we're going to see the Squawk and Seize. This is a new card that is pretty powerful. You can only use the ability once during your first turn, and a big differentiator is that it's not an ability that works when you play it from your hand. So you can just kind of put it on your bench and then use it whenever you would like.
And this is a big flip here off Mesagoza, and a smart play too. Most players would say, I might get past the peak next turn. Maybe it's good for me to hold this, but if this is how Andres is going to play this, can grab Luminion and get the Professor Burnett into the hand to prevent something like Spiritomb shutting that down next turn, even grabbing Research because Andres drew into 2 of those Archeops off of that Squawk and Seize ability.
Not bad. Yeah, heads up play. Yeah, if you can ever And this is another thing where you don't expect the Lost Zone decks to play hand disruption cards, so it's kind of safe for you to do this. Normally, with these kinds of things, you kind of wait as long as you can until you need to do it, so then you can kind of adjust accordingly after you see what you draw. Tails on the Mesa goes up, but yeah, in this situation, it's way more important to use Luminion V before your opponent is able to do anything disruptive, like use the Spirit Tomb or Path to the Peak.
Hand is not as powerful here for Andre Skubal this time. Does have Battle VIP Pass. That's a great way to start things out, but looks like just a bunch of energy cards, Super Rod, Path to the Peak. When you're in a position where this might be the only way for you to search basics out with his hand, what is your choice to grab?
Yeah, that's not great. These are the tough decisions. You have 3 routes. I mean, you can grab Comfey. I mean, that's pretty much always going to be a card you grab. But then it's a question of, do you do Radiant Greninja? Do you do a Giratina V? You can concealed cards that draw 2 cards, or you can just settle for, if you have a switching card, you can Abyss Seeking and hope that your Giratina V doesn't get knocked out. I think you should go for the high upside play here. Grab Radiant Greninja, use concealed cards. Maybe you draw into another Battle VIP Pass or something like that, or Colress's Experiment, and kind of go from there. It feels like Giratina V just won't be good enough when you're going second here.
Then you need that pop-off potential. Let's see what this concealed cards finds. Boss's orders one other card, and it's just going to be the switch card, and this is going to be big flower selecting. Also flip Tails in that Mezagoza that's already been used. I see a Nest Ball. There's one other card, and I feel like if it was something that you, I mean, of course you want basic Pokemon, so it seems like it's a tough card that Andre really doesn't want to put away to the Lost Zone. And
it's like a Nest Ball did go to the Lost Zone.
So what is the choice? It's that Iono, and what do you feel about that instead of grabbing another Pokemon in this position?
I mean, if your hand is this bad, then yeah, you would just rather have a fresh hand of 6. Why not? Getting 1 basic probably isn't going to be enough here, so may as well try to draw something good off of these 6 cards, and you know your opponent just grabbed the Professor's Research off of Luminion V, so maybe this disrupts your opponent as well.
And a great set of 4 cards plus these 2. Does find the switching card plus Giratina. And this is a position where Abyss Seek, you have to sort of take these risks and assume your opponent's not going to pop off. They have 0 Archeops in the discard pile. Path to the Peak is in play, shutting off Summoning Star. Is it too much to ask for to play a little bit more risky in Abyss Seeking? Andre thinks it's the right play, going for it. Top 4 cards, 2 of which will be Lost Zone, and a great set. That Colress, I'm sure, will be grabbed, and now it's the choice of, do you value keeping these Mirage Gates or the basic energy cards?
Yeah, the Colress is the easy pick, and then you're going to have to figure out what to do from there. It's always difficult, kind of as an observer, to know exactly what resources are left, how many energy cards, what things are prized, all that kind of thing. It's really one of those things where, when you're the player, you have a much better understanding of all of your resources that you've gone through. So it's easy for us to speculate and try to guess what he's going to take, but Andre has a much better understanding of which cards are precious in this scenario.
Believes there's enough resources left. Lost Zoning 2 of those energy cards, the Jet Energy and the Water Energy, both hitting it. There is a heads off of this Capture Neuroma, excuse me. So Archeops or Lugia V-Star. We'll have to see what the other 6 cards in the hand look like. If there is something like a Professor's Research, that could be solid. And look at this hand. Double Nest Ball, Ultra Ball, and Professor's Research. If Andres can find a combination of a counter Stadium card plus Lugia V-Star, this could be a big swing turn and can start taking prize cards even with this active Lugia V-Star without putting Tyranitar into play, without milling resources out of the deck. This could be what Andres needs to win a quick game 2 and have a chance at game 3.
Yep, there is the Ultra Ball plus an Archeops, so yeah, we're going to get the Archeops in the discard pile, but yeah, as you said, still some cards to draw here, and this is the tricky part when you're playing Lugia. You know, when it all works flawlessly, it feels like, what a great deck, what an easy deck to play. You just, you know, you get the Archeops in the discard pile, you get the Lugia V-Star out, the energy starts flowing, easy game, but sometimes you do stop and think, like, okay, so I need to get 2 Archeops in the discard pile, then I also need to get Lugia V-Star, and then in this situation, I also need to counter the Path to the Peak. And each additional step makes it more difficult to pull off this whole combo, and if you miss any single piece, it doesn't happen. So here we go. Big 7 cards.
Those two pieces. Andres is looking for the counter stadium and the Lugia V-Star. Is it there?
Well,
No.
almost.
Oh, well. Listen, if
we
there's
got
any
a coin flip coming.
If there's any time to get lucky, it's on the world stage. I can say that for sure.
All right, we got the Mesa Goza. Stop me if you heard this one before, but we got a big coin flip for this Lugia deck. Heads finds Lugia V-Star.
It is!
Woo!
Heads finds the Lugia V-Star. That can get these Archeops out into play. And Andres with a great shot to give himself the prize lead. Has the knockout lined up as long as there are those special energies that are not double turbo. Of course, you don't want to reduce the damage. You're doing just enough with this Tempest Dive attack. And there it is. Good old Summoning Star. I've said that plenty enough times during casting career and throughout Pokemon. See what the energy choice is. If Andres does have an attachment for turn, can essentially use one of these Primal Turbo to power up the active, and then if there's more energy, where do you even commit these? Oh, look at that. Is there?
Okay, we'll have to see if there's an energy in hand. These are the only two not double turbo energy that Andres can attach to Lugia V-Star. So if there's another one in hand, everything's fine. Okay.
There is. Okay.
Wow, that is the last one, though. It was very close to not being able to actually attack with Tempest Dive for the full damage.
Yeah, two of those non-double turbo energy are in the prize cards, so those are unavailable at the time being, including one of those single strike energy. And an interesting choice for Andres not choosing to use the second Primal Turbo. Could have maybe powered up the Tyranitar with something like the double turbo energy, although it does kind of mess the math up a little bit. So maybe just thinking, these Archeops are going to be here next turn. I can just wait and see what my prize cards look like to go forward.
Yep, and also in this kind of a situation where you're kind of in a race against the clock, it's this is not a thing that's going to lose you the game probably. It's just, you know, use your ability, attack, like get your turn over with, and then next turn, if your Lugia V-Star gets knocked out, then it's like, okay, next turn I can still power up the Tyranitar V. I don't need to waste time right now.
This hand looks super awkward. Already played the Colress. The choice now, Jet Energy and Colress are the two cards. You can play the Jet Energy, and I mean, Flower Selecting has already been used, so there's nothing really to Jet Energy onto. And I mean, you're staring down a fully powered up Lugia V-Star. You don't even have Giratina V-Star to evolve your Giratina, so now you're in threat of a Boss's Orders taking another two-prize knockout. And it seems like the narrative from Game 1 to Game 2 has flipped upside down. Andres Flores now the one in control.
Ooh, and Andre just passes the turn.
And has the Boss's Orders, can target down this Giratina. And a quick scoop there from Andres Scubal. We're going to Game 3 with about 17 minutes left in the clock in the round.
There you go.
Look at this exciting set. It's flipped upside down completely.
That's how you do it.
And look, I mean, this is the narrative for Lugia, right? You get lucky, you flip the coin flips you want, you get those good breaks. You see when Archeops comes into play as early as it does on turn 2, turn 3, this deck can really put on the pressure. It feels unstoppable at times. It feels too powerful compared to the other decks.
Yeah, I was actually going to say I thought Andre was going to concede that game no matter what happened that turn. You're just really far behind with the V-Guard energy on Lugia V-Star as well. Even if you managed to power up Giratina V-Star, you were not going to be able to get a knockout. So it seemed like he was just really far behind in that game. Hey, that's what happens sometimes. Lugia goes first, gets off to a perfect start. You stumble just a little bit, it's all over.
And there was that big coin flip. Make or break in this game. The game goes completely different. If that coin flip is tails, you get an extra turn of Abyss Seeking or Flower Selecting, and now Star Requiem becomes a potential that turn, and that's all it took. Bringing Comfey up, using Flower Selecting, the Boss's Orders, and that's all Andre needs to see.
It's like, hey, I can play Boss's Orders to win the game too.
You see what this format is right now to win games, right? Listen, I will say, though, it's better than reversal and catcher flips for heads to close the game out. That's at least my take on it.
Don't remind me, yeah.
Don't worry, you reminded me enough, so I've got my share, too. All right, big prize cards here. See what the hands look like for both players. Looking pretty solid. Andre Scubal will get the chance to go first this time, so that will be a good advantage to go after. What cards do these players have available in the prizes?
Double Roxanne.
Colress as well in there. That Squawkabilly, one of Squawkabilly, also unavailable in the prize cards, as well as the Boss's Orders. So both players having some of their pieces they want early on or later on unavailable. As we're kicking action off first, Flower Selecting number 1, putting a card in the Lost Zone. Is there any way to search out more Pokemon? There's the Spiritomb, and oh boy, is there nothing else? I see Super Rod, Jet Energy. Oh my, there is nothing going on in this hand at all.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah. What else can you do?
You can't
Just
even
attach and pass.
You don't even want to attach the jet energy to the Spiritomb. I think.
Hope that the Spiritomb stops your opponent from setting up, I guess. Wow, this is a horrible hand from Andres as well. He's maybe going to have to research away a bunch of Urn of Vitalities, and oh, yep, that's not good either. But at least he's got a supporter.
Listen, it doesn't matter if you don't have Urn in your deck, if your opponent has no other Pokemon.
That is true, yep.
Take a look, and a solid set of cards can actually Ultra Ball away this Archeops, grab another Archeops, and then pitch that away with Read the Wind, and it seems to be the choice for Andres Flores. In a great spot here on turn 1. Gonna have 2 Archeops in play, a supporter the following turn. And after a terrible start game 1, has flipped 180 and put himself in a commanding spot in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's already 1 Archeops in the discard pile off of the research,
Oh,
right?
true.
So
Yeah,
that's already 2. I mean, I don't even know what you go for here.
Just Lugia V-Star?
What do you do? You already have everything you need. You need Lugia V-Star for next turn, yeah. And then you just need to make sure you have a Stadium in hand. Otherwise, Path to the Peak could get you. So just try to maximize your odds of getting that Stadium. We do see a second Lugia V coming down, potentially just to go in the hand so that you can discard it with Read the Wind. But yeah, you got to be feeling good at this point if you're Andres. Your opponent did nothing on their first turn, essentially. You're off to a great start. What more can you ask for?
Will be Read the Wind. An interesting choice there to not grab. I mean, nothing's really threatening this Lugia V this turn, so maybe grabbing V-Star would have been some good plays, but another great solid set of cards. Found Research instead of that Iono to play next turn, and what are these 2 cards? Oh no, it just seems like...
I guess not good.
Well, when Mirage Gate's hitting there, it looks like Giratina was the top deck for turn, can play both of those down, and does have the Jet energy, so, I mean, you can Abyss Seek and play this Path to the Peak down. Your opponent had 2 Archeops in play. They just drew a bunch of cards with Read the Wind. Seems like it's just pray your opponent can't knock this out, and that's your best play.
Andre does have a boss's orders as well. You could bring up the benched Lugia V and just hope that that kind of stalls for a little bit of time somehow. Really, you're just trying to do anything in this situation to try to buy even a single turn. So if this could be the thing that disrupts your opponent just a little bit, maybe it's worth doing. And yeah, he is going to play the boss's orders. Bring up that other Lugia V and use the Abyss Seeking and just hope that things get better from here, because it's been ugly so far.
Has not been good indeed. Boss's Orders does bring up this bench Lugia, so it will be a little bit more difficult, but this hand looks excellent. Counter Stadium immediately getting played down, bumping Path to the Peak, has the V-Guard energy. I think, honestly, you can just play the Research. You just want to kind of increase your odds. There's no reason to use Mezagosa this early, and I mean, we keep saying big setting cards, but hey, it's that easy.
There it is.
But let's see if there's the 3 energy cards, Gift, Gift, Therapeutic. So the energy cards are there. And maybe this is actually better to use Mezagosa first, because if you flip heads, you don't risk playing Research and drawing into all of your special energy cards. I mean, that would be a nightmare scenario to turn a great position to a terrible position just in an instant like that.
All right, picture perfect start. Turn 2 Summoning Star with Lugia V-Star. Get those 2 Archeops down. And our reigning world champion is in danger. This Giratina V-Star this Giratina V is going to fall before it can evolve into a V-Star. Andres is going to get a 2-prize lead, and Andres so far has not played a single Chorus's Experiment, has had a terrible hand, terrible start. I don't know how you come back from this.
Will be both Primal Turbos used. Research hasn't even been played yet. That's just insult to injury. You're just going to dig through more of your deck, see more cards. This 2-prize knockout will be taken this turn. And I mean, the turn looks very clear for Andres. Take this knockout, Tempest Dive. I think you even can just get rid of this Mezagosa and not give your opponent any help. But I mean, what set of cards does Andres Skubal need to keep up with this aggression on Andres? It's hard to even imagine what's possible. Can you even start Requiem next turn? Is that theoretically possible? How do you even get 6 cards in the Lost Zone with this version of the deck? There's no Lost Vacuum.
Yeah.
You can only, there's no, without Scoop Up Net, you can only flower selecting 3 to 4 times. What else can you do?
I don't know. And I think that's running through Andre's mind as well. What is any way I could come back in this game? It's not looking good.
It starts with this flower selecting. You can see 2 cards. Does also have another Comfey in hand, and oh boy, what do you get rid of? Sableye is not a terrible card to get rid of in this matchup, but if those cards aren't Colress or more Comfey, they're not going to be what you need to get through this game.
Okay, just digging for any sort of supporter card that's going to help here. Yeesh.
Not good at all. Not what you want to see. Nest Ball hitting the Lost Zone, but if it's not Chorus, it's not getting you to position. But it does look like Chorus was the find off of that last flower selecting. Also has that Iono. I feel like you have to play Chorus because without cards in the Lost Zone, your deck's not doing much.
Yep. Super Rod puts a Giratina V and a Grass Energy back into the deck. Yeah, Chorus's Experiment does get you over that 7 threshold. That allows you to play Mirage Gate. And maybe that lets Andre do something this turn. But again, with that V-Guard energy, it means won't even be able to get a knockout with Lost Impact. There's nothing like Temple of Sinnoh. There's no Choice Belt, anything like that.
What an awkward 5 cards here. Both Giratina V-Star. No way to really dig further with this hand. I mean, you needed a bailout there to keep yourself in this, and I don't know if that was what you needed to get there necessarily. But the V-Guard, there's no way to take this knockout. Do you even try and commit to a Lost Impact? That Giratina V did come down last turn, so it can evolve, but I mean, is your resources even there? Do you just spit innocently and work something out?
I opted to keep the Cramorant off of the Chorus's Experiment. Probably not a good sign. I imagine that's not a thing you want to be doing at this point, attacking with Cramorant. That's usually a turn 1 or a turn 2 thing. And yeah, Andre has already retreated for the turn, but does have a switching card to get that Cramorant in there. This does set up, you know, a 2-hit knockout, but this is not what you want to be doing at this point in the game.
Just pray your opponent doesn't have a boss's orders, doesn't have a way to bring up your Giratina V-Star. And I think Andre understands if this Giratina V-Star goes down this turn, there's practically no way to win this game. So we'll invest this Mirage Gate, put these energies onto it, and say, this is my ride or die here. This is what I've got to put all my trust, all my faith in to get me through the finish line in this game number 1.
Yeah, I don't know how well that's going to work out, if I'm being honest. You know,
I'm with you there. I'm with you there.
Our world champion is going to battle it out to the end and try to squeak out a win any way possible. But what are you doing against this Lugia V-Star deck that got the perfect setup on turn 2? You know, Andres, I think, had to throw away some resources on the first turn, so possibly you can see a situation where they run out of energy or something like that, but it just seems so tough.
I mean, even taking this knockout, you've got Tyranitar on the bench ready to go to take a knockout that way, and you can have energy cards in hand, evolve this Lugia V-Star, but one thing to note, though, you do want to put pep in your step here. You want to take actions, because there's about 7.5 minutes left in this game, and I mean, Andre Screwball doesn't want to tie, but to put it in perspective, he would rather tie than lose this game because there are rare scenarios where you can go 5-0-3 and make it into that day 2 of competition. It still gets you your 18 match points.
Definitely. You see the double turbo coming on to the Tyranitar V. Just prepping that for an attack later, maybe.
Yeah, we'll need 3 single strike energy to take the knockout due to that reduction, so if it does kind of waste an energy slot, you do have to attach an extra energy, more than you would need to normally attack, but that's what you got to do. And the Collapse Stadium down actually going to get rid of this Lugia, so just limiting the total amount of prizes on the board, maybe also trying to go for that 5-prize total play as Primal Turbo finally being used. And I'm not actually sure if I'm a big fan of putting the single strike energy on this Tyranitar. It seems like Andre Scubal's only way to win this game is to deal with this Tyranitar and then hope that this Giratina doesn't get knocked out this turn. So you're just putting more resources on something that you're not attacking with this turn, and if it goes down, you're going to want to have the following turn.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how this plays out. It's going to take, I mean, honestly, not that much for Andre to knock out the Tyranitar, right? You just need an energy and a boss's orders, and yeah, that's the big threat gone. We saw, I think, 2 Urn of Vitality hit the discard pile earlier. So this could be an opening. But if you're Andres, you... What? What happened?
Did Archeops flip over? What's happening?
Yeah, I think it's meant to be a capturing aroma. Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, I don't think you can just play Archeops and flip a coin like that.
Listen, the patch notes came out. Archeops got a buffer, right?
Okay.
When you thought it couldn't get any more powerful, it's flipping cards over now.
Okay, yeah, that's... We'll have to see how this is resolved. You can't just play down an Archeops and then flip a coin. But yeah, okay, I think they're going to say Obviously, you had Capturing Aroma. That's the card you meant to play.
Yeah.
You cannot play down the Archeop, so it's not like you could have done that anyway.
It's like imaginary Pokemon. You just play down any cards that you want, and they do whatever you want. But
yep.
It's not the game we're playing at the World Championships. We're playing to the book, real Pokemon. And
yeah, that's not like a Holin's cast form. You can't just play that down.
Bring me back, please. I want it. I want to go back. And another interesting choice that Andre's made, playing this collapsed stadium down. I mean, it wouldn't really have made a difference in this position. You got rid of that Lugia, but how much do you really value limiting your opponent's bench at this point with, I mean, if you had a Mezagoza here potentially, you could open yourself up to some more slots. And I mean, I guess it would have gotten discarded anyways with research, so might as well play it. And are the two pieces there? It looks like
All
not.
right.
It's just going to be the energy attachment for turn, Iono being played. I mean, listen, it's the comeback staple card from this Paldea evolved format. We'll see if it does what it's supposed to do, slow down the opponent and punish them for getting ahead too fast.
Yeah, now Andre does need to draw another Giratina V to have a shot in this game, and does find it off of those 6 cards, so all hope is not lost. One of the bad parts about this, though, is that there is gift energy on the Lugia V-Star, so once you knock it out, your opponent just gets to draw up to 7 cards anyway. So it's not like this even disrupts them very much.
Lugia V-Star getting knocked out. 4 cards drawn, so let's make
Hold
sure
on.
the cards get drawn first, or I guess you can promote either way. I mean, Tyranitar's coming up regardless, so that makes sense. We'll see what the total counts are. Did find that copy of Urn of Vitality, so there are a few options. Look at how
Make
solid this hand
Sure
is.
to draw for the turn.
How many cards are in hand? Yeah, looks like that was caught.
There we go.
Cool. We're all set now. I think we're good.
I think so, yeah.
So this Tyranitar right now is powered up, but it's only doing 260 damage, so we'll need to commit 1 more of those single strike energies, or playing something like the boss's orders, but I'm not sure if you want to go that route and boss right now, because you give yourself more options to take this last prize, and that's why I really would have liked to see Lugia stay in play, because your route would have been so clear. Take the knockout with Tyranitar, leave the Lugia in play, and then either boss's orders or finding Tyranitar the following turn gives you the option to win. Now with this Yveltal down, you need to find Urn of Vitality plus boss, and it's just another piece you need when you've only got 1 Urn of Vitality left in your deck.
Yeah, so we are going to see the single strike crush. He's going to discard the other Tyranitar B. So, this game is still up in the air. We do see the Mirage Gate. That was the big card that Andre needed this turn. Needs to power up Giratina V, evolve it into the V-Star, and use Star Requiem or Lost Impact, but probably Star Requiem at this point. Pair it with a hand disruption card like a Roxanne, which he probably drew off of the prize cards, and there's still hope.
And there's no gift energy on this active Tyranitar, so there's no way for the hand to get refilled. Was getting rid of that Lugia V potentially
There's
the
the
downfall?
Jetting into the active. Do we see the V-Star?
Might be playing the Roxanne. Andre playing this other Mirage Gate, just thinning the hand out, thinning the deck out, understands that this Giratina V is going to be the thing that gets me across the finish line, putting all of the energy cards on there, saying if this goes down, I lose regardless. Sableye comes down. And it might just be the Roxanne.
There it is.
And there it is. Disrupting the hand, that Urn of Vitality going back into the deck.
Gotta find the Giratina V-Star, though. That is the big card you need to find here.
6 cards. Good amount of the deck thinned at this point out through just playing the game, flower selecting. There are 11 cards in the lost zone, but this is a make or break. 6 cards.
Putting all the energy in the active also gives you an out to retreat into your other company and play a switching card.
Did he find it? I think that's just another Giratina V, not the V-Star.
No.
I mean, you can do what you said. Retreat this Giratina V. There is, but there's an escape rope in hand. You can't play that one out, and that's it. Oh no, he's conceding.
That's it.
The
Andres
game's over.
Flores is going to take down our reigning world champion here in the first round at the World Championships with Lugia V-Star. Oh, wow. What a game.
Back and forth till the end, but
yeah,
that's it.
I don't know what would have happened if Andre had drawn into Giratina V-Star. Obviously, you can take the knockout, go down to 2 prize cards. If your opponent draws boss's orders off the Roxanne, you still probably lose. But that still would have been close. But hey, congratulations to Andres. Pulling off the game plan, 2 out of the 3 games. You get your turn 2 Lugia V-Star. What more do you need?
And a great feeling to win on stage, a great feeling to start off your day one with a win, and that's going to be a great confidence boost too, taking down such a seasoned player. And you love to see the energy, you love to see the excitement.
Yep, probably a disappointing start for Andre in this situation. Who, obviously not out of it at all. You can still win 6 of your matches today in advance to day 2, but you know, you're really hoping to start off your defense of your World Championship title with a win. And the first game went really well, but then after that, it all went downhill.
It's tough. It's tough to start out that way, but if there's anyone who can rally back and if there's anyone who can do it, it's somebody with the World Championship mindset and that World Championship attitude. But hey, look, Lugia V-Star wasn't on any of our prediction lists, and coming out with a win. And
yeah, it's the most popular deck.
It is. What does that really speak to you to say that players decided to bring Lugia to day 1 in, I mean, obviously it's not 20-25%, but still the most played deck at that?
Yeah, I think part of it was, I think there was a shift. You know, at NAIC there was a lot of Arceus Duraludon, and I think after the event people started shying away from Duraludon VMAX, which is really annoying for Lugia to deal with. So it feels like this was maybe the opening for people to kind of pivot away from the metagame and just say, hey, I'm just going to use Lugia. Why not? It's a strong deck. If I set up, I win.
Solid indeed. We saw how great it ran in that game 3, taking the knockout and that single strike crush. It's the card in this deck. You've got the 1 prize attackers. Of course, you got the big 1-hit power of Tyranitar, and that Roxanne could have spelled trouble. There were a few small mistakes I feel like Andres made in that game to give a slight opening to Andres Skubal to win, but ended up not finding that one piece. But like you said, could have been a completely different game had it gone slightly differently. Had we seen the Giratina V-Star come down, Star Requiem take the knockout, could have been crowning a different winner in that round number 1. But hey, look, that's the beauty of Pokemon, right? Those small decisions can make or break or change the story altogether.
Yeah, that's how it goes with this deck in particular. Sometimes you usually don't play any way to actually search for Giratina V-Star. There's no Ultra Ball or things like that. So when it comes to those late game scenarios, sometimes you thin out your deck enough to where you're able to just draw into the cards you need at the end of the game. But that was not a game that went smoothly for Andre. So he had a lot of cards left in his deck. When he played the Roxanne, he just was not able to draw the cards he needed.
And don't forget, I mean, Andre, it felt like was out of that game from turn 1 with how poor of a start, but
it was a valiant comeback.
Exactly. Great comeback. You can really see cards like Roxanne, cards like Iono, when paired at the right time, they can really put in a lot of work, bring you back into situations and comeback mechanics. And look, Giratina's still a really good deck right at that, and we saw what it does really strong, which is when you get those cards in the Lost Zone, you take those 1-hit knockouts and you put on a lot of hand disruption and attacking pressure with Giratina.
Yeah, it's tricky. You know, those cards like Roxanne and Iono, they're very powerful and they allow you to make comebacks, but you know, they're cards in your deck that do not help you achieve your strategy in the early parts of the game. They don't put cards in the Lost Zone, and we're seeing like no Lost Vacuum and things like that, so it's more difficult sometimes to actually put cards into the Lost Zone and start playing your Mirage Gates, start you know, attacking with Cramorant on the first turn and things like that. So you can see sometimes, you know, you just draw into those cards that you chose to play over the, you know, additional pieces that help you achieve your strategy quickly, and sometimes it just doesn't work out.
It's the downside. I'm personally, as a player, I'm not as attracted to playing the Lost Box deck because it feels like, I mean, if you take a deck like Lost Box and Arceus together, right? Arceus, very streamlined, very little room for error, and Lost Box, lots of room for error, lots of micro decisions, and sometimes it feels like the outcomes for both are very similar in terms of margins, and it looks like some of these players have chosen to play this deck at the World Championships that's going to require a little bit more skill, whether that's personal choice, whether they feel like the matchups are better, or if they just want to feel like they're playing a deck that they have more control of what they're doing and feel more responsible for games. That's what makes it so great when you have these different archetypes and decks that accomplish different things and, more importantly, cater to different kinds and styles of players.
Yeah, you can also see, you know, the other Lost Zone decks tend to play Forest Sealstone, which is a big consistency boost. If you're able to draw one of those, it's a way to just grab whatever card you need, and the Giratina deck does not have that. You do have Abyss Seeking as additional ways to draw cards, but that's an attack, and sometimes that just slows you down. And you can't always afford to take a turn to do that. So Giratina V-Star is obviously very powerful, does a lot of damage. The V-Star power can get one-hit knockout on anything. And when it works well, but sometimes it can be a little bit clunky.
It's the trade-off with anything, right? Yeah. Give a little bit of consistency and power. It's that balance back and forth between everything. I mean, we've got so many amazing players out in the field. We did a great intro to showcase all the players that are going through, and of course we'll be providing updates on how these players are doing, how they're performing, and seeing if we have developing stories. And everybody has that story about the World Championships. We sort of shared a little bit about some of the players from Japan. Is there any story that you've been following this season in North America that you've really connected to and felt like this would be a great way for them to round their season out with a World Championship victory?
I mean, I'm sure everybody would love to be world champion. Yeah, for me, I think Piper Lapine stands out as someone who won multiple regional championships this season. It was so close to getting top 16 in North America to advance to Day 2, but just barely missed out. So I think she's a player to watch out for, who I think would be a bit of almost like redemption to be able to make it into Day 2 and have a deep run at the World Championships.
Some nice revenge. I'm all for that story as well. Speaking of revenge, I think Ian Robb is probably one of the players that I'm thinking about as well. I mean, he just had a strong finish at Day 2, and I mean, this set was incredible to get ourselves kicked off. If this is anything to show for what this weekend will have in terms of action, this was an incredible introduction. Back and forth games, top-level players, new rising talent. That's what Pokemon's all about, baby.
I feel like this is a collage of Andre Scubal in pain.
He is one of those
pained looks on his face for the entire match. Which, to be fair, not a lot of things went his way, but yeah, every turn is just agonizing over how do I get myself out of this situation.
Every player expresses themselves differently, and Andre's one of those just cool, composed players, really thinking through everything, really imagining out the math and everything in front of his head. It's cool to watch. It's cool to see the different developments and characteristics of players from around the world and how the great minds of Pokemon think.
Yeah, and you got to hand it to Andres as well. I think there were a lot of nerves in that first game. You know, being on the stage, you know, kicking off the biggest world championship ever. You're going up against the reigning world champion. Like, it doesn't get any more nerve-wracking than that. And I think we saw a little bit of those, you know, jitters in the first game. Maybe made a few errors, but rallied back in game number 2, and then, you know, again in game number 3, got the setup, was able to come back, get that turn 2 Lugia V-Star. I mean, we can look back at this and say that the match may have been decided by one Mesa Goza flip in that second game. That could have been the difference between who won this match.
Sometimes it comes down to a little bit of luck. That's what Pokemon's all about. That's the back and forth of playing the game. And I mean, Archeops, it's the contender. Speaking to players, I remember we were talking to Michael Pramalon at one point, who was, I think he was either preparing to go into NAIC or Worlds or a different tournament, and he told me, he was like, yeah, man, I sat down one night and I was like, dude, Archeops is just so powerful of ability. I'm like, why don't I just play the most powerful card in the format? And 15% of players decided to just maybe play the most powerful ability, the powerful access to attackers that the game has right now, or maybe the game has ever seen. I mean, we've never seen an energy acceleration at that level before on a Pokemon that can be used every single turn.
Yeah. Remember when people thought Lugia would go away after the rotation? It seems like a long time ago, huh?
Well, I know one person who's not upset that Lugia stayed around after rotation. We've got a winner interview for Andre, so let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage and hear from him.
Thank you very much, Ethan. So I'm here with Andres Flores. Congratulations on winning your first round at the World Championships.
Thank you very much.
So, you chose to get Lugia. Lugia's a popular pick this weekend. About 15% of people are playing it. Why did you choose to play Lugia?
El deck que más me ha funcionado durante la temporada y pues decidí jugar en el Mundial con ese deck.
It's the deck that is been working the best for him during the season, so it's the one he chose to.
It seems to work quite nice now. Some of my friends are playing Lugia this weekend. They said the fact that it doesn't tie is a really big thing, given that you have to have 6 wins in 8 games. Were you thinking about it being a faster deck that doesn't tie, or was it just about being more comfortable with the deck?
Sí, así es, es un juego de ganar o perder, entonces he decidido jugar este deck para tratar de pasar a día 2.
Yeah, it's a win or lose, so I chose to use that deck. Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Now, one of those games, I think it was game 1, you had a bit of a slow start, and things were looking a bit rough, but you stuck with it, and you actually went through and the game went quite well. When you're having those slow starts to a game, how do you make that decision to keep going or to concede?
Trato de ver mis opciones en la mano y tratar de atacar lo más pronto posible, se puede armar el Lugia o no.
Check the options I have in the hand and try to use Lugia when I can.
Fantastic. So last question then. There's a lot of Giratina here today. Giratina, very, very popular. You've just beaten one, round 1, on stage against the defending world champion. Does that give you a lot of confidence going in, knowing that that's a deck you're probably going to be facing again?
Sí, claro, tengo suficiente confianza, he practicado lo suficiente para llegar a día 2 y espero seguir teniendo suerte y confianza para las demás rondas.
So I have the confidence to, and I've been training for this moment, so he has the confidence to keep doing it and classify to round 2 and make it to day 2.
Well, I think as far as it goes, winning on stage round 1 of the World Championships, beating the defending champion, that is about as good a start as you can get to the tournament. So thank you and congratulations to Andres and Casters. We'll throw it back to you.
Great to hear from Andres. Excited to get that first win on the world stage. And that's got to be any player's dream, right? To go up, to put in that preparation. And we were sort of talking about it a little yesterday. It's that moment before you go to Worlds where you're unsure about your deck. You're wondering, could I have put more time and prep in? And it's maybe that wave of relief and comfort that comes over you after that first round win that says, I made the right choice. I put in the time. I'm feeling good here for day 1.
Yeah, I mean, especially after the first game of that match, being like, oh no, did I make a mistake? Bringing Lugia to this event, is this not my weekend? And then maybe even right up to that Mesa Goza flip where you flip heads and like, oh wait, no, this deck is great. I'm glad I played this.
It's great when it draws well. It's terrible when your hand is Squawkabilly and 8 energy cards. Then it's not good.
Yeah, but yeah, this is just the first of 8 rounds that we have today. I mean, this is just kicking things off. I'm sure we're going to see lots of different decks, lots of different strategies, some of your favorite players. I mean, it's going to be a great weekend.
So much exciting action. Hoping for a few surprises, a few epic moments, and anything on top of that, that's just gravy on top of the mashed potatoes that we've already got here at the World Championships. Haven't found that food here yet so far, but you know.
Oh, I found some last night.
You did?
Yeah. Best mashed potatoes I've ever had.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll
let you know where it is.
I live here. I need to search harder. All right, you let me know after that broadcast. Well, we've had so much exciting action so far. We're looking forward to more decks. I think one thing to talk about, though, quickly, that Rapid Strike Urshifu deck. We didn't see it on that graphic, so do you think that's maybe a sign of players still continuing to not respect that deck, or do you think it's players choosing to maybe reserve a play for that for something like Day 2?
I think it was never going to be one of the most popular decks. It was kind of, you know, even when it won in Columbus, it was kind of like a rogue deck. I mean, everybody knows about that deck, but it was always like, oh, this is like a tier 2, tier 3 thing that needs to hit the right matchups to win. So it's not surprising that it's not one of the most popular decks, but yeah, we'll see how much people actually respect that deck. One deck that was not on the graphic was actually Qianpao EX, but was actually like right off with like 9% of the field or something like that. So that's another one we'll have to see. You know, it was a brand new card that came out right before the North America International Championships, and maybe players didn't have enough time to figure out the best build for that deck. Clearly, it's a really powerful card. You can do a bunch of damage, incredible ability as well. So there's some potential there. We'll just have to see if players found a way to really optimize how to use Qianpao EX, and if we'll see that throughout the weekend.
So many questions, and the answers will be put in front of us this weekend at the World Championships. We've got so much more awesome action on the TCG side of things. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
certain times.
Texas.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One card remaining. Speed Lightning.
And there is the concession. Aiden, who's with Galarian Wheezing, Eternatus VMAX. I never thought I'd say that. Has won the Charlotte Regional Championship.
I've always wanted to win a regional, win a tournament of like this caliber, and just getting it. I mean, I need some time to process it, but I think it'll be really good. Yeah, I played against a lot of good players like Justin Bakari, Charlie Kerr. They're all very good players, and a lot of these players have won regionals before. If I were to somehow win Worlds, I would be ecstatic. I think honestly, I don't know what I would do with the game because my goal is to win Worlds, and I don't know what I would do anymore if I won Worlds. Maybe I'd go play Pokemon, maybe I'd go do something else in my life, but we'll see if that ever happens.
My name's Henry Brand. I'm from 15,000 kilometers away in Australia.
That's enough energy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's knockout. Henry Brand, ladies and gentlemen, is your Milwaukee regional champion.
It's so cool. Like in Australia, they're really small and you have so many good players. So you play still, fantastic games, but to win a regional like this is something else. I have to play so many games and there's so many people and it's just good. It means, I can win the small ones in Australia and I can win the big ones over here. I've been playing about 10 years since I was young, but now took a break, on and off for a few years. And then 2019, when I won the World Championships, I played a lot more and I've been playing since. One of my 2 losses at the tournament was to Andrew Hedrick, 2-time regional champion. It was a really good game. He's great, a really nice guy. So it'd be good to get some revenge on him next time. Winning Worlds again would be amazing because only one other person has ever done it. So it'd be good to try and become the second 2-time or 3-time world champion. It'd be cool to win again.
My name is Remy Lorenz and I'm from San Francisco.
And Remy just announced his Melodious Echo, and Remy will become the Oceania International Champion for the junior division in the trading card game.
It feels great because I've been working up to this point for a very long time. My strategy is to take 2 prize cards every turn before my opponent can take the 6. I'm worried about facing Kingsley Prince, Edison, Robert, and a couple of other people because they're just all good. I am planning to be at Worlds and I am confident that I'm going to become a world champion. It would mean a lot because it's everything I've worked up for the last 5 years I've been playing for.
Things are just heating up here in Yokohama, Japan. Welcome back to the Pokemon TCG World Championships. The biggest stage is hosted in Yokohama for the weekend. It's been beautiful. It's been awesome weather here. We've had great times going out, getting food.
That's one way to put it.
Okay. Well, listen, the weather has been hot for sure. It has not been something that I think a lot of people are excited about, but I mean, the views here are incredible. Tokyo, that's an hour away. Great to go in. I've been living here for a while. You've been here. What's your favorite part about coming back to Japan every time for the World Championships, or just to Japan in general?
I mean, this one in particular, it feels like there's been just such a big celebration all around, the area. You get off the plane at the airport, there's ads for Worlds everywhere, there's signs everywhere. You walk through the venue, there's like card images all over the floors everywhere. There's giant cards everywhere. Just everything is a big celebration of the World Championships. It's really been really cool to see. Just everywhere you go, you can't look without seeing Pokemon somewhere.
If you didn't know it before, now you know. This country loves Pokemon, and it's for no surprise. I mean, we love the game too, so we're happy that people all over love Pokemon, and people are here in masses to come out to the World Championships.
Definitely.
Even yesterday, while we were doing preparation and before the tournament even started, around the Yokohama Square, everywhere around, flooded with tourists, fans, locals, people in the Pikachu hats that I'm sure you'll see around the crowd. people just sharing their love and support for Pokemon. It's so amazing to see.
Yeah, I mean, anywhere you go, if there's a Pokemon thing, there's a line of people waiting to get into it. It's just, people just wanted to be here. This is the exciting event that people have been waiting basically a year to come attend, and it's lived up to the hype for sure. It's just been an amazing experience. Obviously, we are here for the competition. We are here to see who the world champion will be at the end of the weekend. But, you know, for most people, it really is just about the experience. It's about the journey. It's just about being here with, you know, your friends, your family, whoever, making memories. And I'm sure this is going to be one that people are going to remember for a long time.
Listen, we're on day 1 right now, and it's already one that I can remember, and I think people will remember this World Championship for a while. Whether you're here at the venue, playing, or at home, players have been sharing their experiences here on social media using that hashtag #PlayPokemon, and I'm interested to see what people have been showing. Leonhardt using that hashtag #PlayWorlds, and this was one of the cool things that I saw on social media. The drone show with Pokeballs and Pikachus and everything in between. So exciting to see the new innovations they pull out every year, the new stunts that we see get bigger and bigger at each Worlds.
Yeah, there's been the drone show, there's been the Ferris wheel is lit up to look like a Pokeball as well. Yeah, like I said, everywhere you look, there's Pokemon. Yeah, I gotta say, if you were like here and you've never heard of Pokemon before, it's gotta be a really weird time for you just looking everywhere, seeing all this stuff. But I think most people are very happy just looking around and seeing all the cool stuff.
So much to do. It feels like it's all been catered to Pokemon. And if you've been to any Pokemon event from national level championships to the World Championships, you'll recognize that big flying Pikachu in the hall. It seems to make its way everywhere, greeting trainers as they enter into the event hall. Here to play, here to watch. Everybody's here to enjoy Pokemon. Great to see.
Yeah, here at the World Championships once again. You know, for a lot of people, this is a yearly event. You know, you always try to make it out to the World Championships. For some people, it might be the first time that they're making it out to the World Championships. It's a different experience for everybody, but a special one for everybody.
And look at that. It's not about the journey, or it is about the journey, the destination. I mixed it up a little bit. The destination's great too, but this Worlds has been insane, breathtaking. The designs, the key art, everything in between. That's what's so great about Pokemon is the amount of different things in this game, the Pokemon characters, the trainers, the art, everything in between makes it so that you can connect with everything you see around. The cards on the floor is a great example of that. Seeing the rich and vast history, it feels like it's all culminated to get us to this moment here at the World Championships.
Yep. Yeah, it's usually it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. But yeah, in this case, the destination is pretty okay, if I say so, as Maddox says here.
Great things to see, and remember to keep using those hashtag #PlayPokemon on social media. We want to feature what you guys have been seeing here at home, everywhere in between, and hopefully even some competitors giving some updates on how they're doing as well, because we're trying to follow around with everything, because there really is so much to follow along with. It's hard to keep track of everything that's happening in the event hall, outside, competitive-wise, stream-wise. So much is just going on, and it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing at all.
Yeah. As the day goes on, we'll see lots of stories of, you know, how well things went or epic things that happened to players, but you're going to hear even more salty stories about how their day went wrong. So I look forward to hearing all of them.
Good mix is always good. We've all had our fair share to share, so I'll be scrolling and checking everything out. One round gone so far as we're getting ready to get into our round number 2. I mean, we featured a great 3-game set with a world champion. Kyle, what can top what we had last match, and we're only a match in?
I mean, we got more world champions. Why don't we just keep watching them?
You know what? I'll take you up on that. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, this field, over the years, you know, people keep playing or they stop playing. You know, a lot of the players who won the World Championships, you know, 15 plus years ago, they're maybe not playing as actively anymore. So there was a period of time where, you know, we would show up to Worlds and there would only be like 1 or 2 previous world champions still competing. But this one, I think we have at least like 4 or 5 previous world champions in the field. There is only one player, of course, who has ever won the World Championships in the Pokemon TCG more than once. It's Jason Kaczynski, who's won it 3 times. Feels like that's probably a record that will never be broken. But hey, there's always the opportunity for somebody to win twice. The player who came closest to that is Shintaro Ito. who won the World Championships and then got second place, very close, but ended up losing to Henry Brand in the finals. We'll see if somebody, maybe Shintaro or somebody else, will be able to pull off that feat and be a multi-time world champion.
Well, speaking of Shintaro, that's a great segment into our round 2 match. We've got Shintaro Ito up against Miguel Lopez, two very experienced, well-seasoned players looking to make it into Day 2, advancing to hopefully something along the lines of 5-0, 6-0, getting themselves into that Day 2 slot as we throw things down. This venue is so encapsulating as we see it down. I get excited every time we throw the table. Excited for our round 2 match that we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, as you said, we will be featuring Shintaro Ito, our previous, not our reigning world champion, but one of the top players for many, many years at this point. And we'll be going up against Miguel Lopez, who is a longtime player here in the Pokemon TCG. Has lots of accomplishments over the years and is no stranger to the stage here at the World Championships.
And two very different decks, the new and the old. Mew V Max, one of those decks outstanding for a while now, up against this Chien Pao deck. It's a great deck. It's one that's super, super solid. It's been doing a lot, super aggressive, lots of insane potential and damage, and we'll see how things turn out. Kyle, as we go into this matchup, what are the key Pokemon or things you'll be looking for as we really look into the dynamic of how these two decks clash against each other?
Yeah, this is an interesting one because both decks can hit extremely hard. And Chien Pao EX is one of the Pokemon that's able to knock out a Mew VMAX in one hit and take a big 3 prize card swing. I think usually when you're looking at the Chien Pao EX deck, it comes down to hand disruption at the end of the game. Are you able to draw out of things like your opponent playing Judge or Ino and trying to disrupt your strategy? So I think that's going to be the big thing here. Miguel does play lots of Judge in this deck, even though this is a Fusion Strike energy build of the Mew VMAX deck. So we'll see if that, Path to the Peak plus Judge can be powerful enough disruption to throw Shintaro off his game.
That 3 prize Pokemon threat. It's a great attacker. It's got a lot of solid options with that cross Fusion Strike attack, but it does give up 3 prizes. So if Shintaro can put together those big knockouts with that Hailblade attack, trading favorably, that's the key to the game in any format of the Pokemon TCG. But let's get into it. Round 2, Pokemon World Championships, and a great start here for Shintaro. Battle VIP Pass, searching the deck out. This is exactly what you want to see. Getting these deck opportunities, looking through. Chien Pao can be grabbed out. An interesting choice for Miguel. Maybe there was a mulligan in play. Usually you don't bench any Pokemon down right away unless you've got something specific to start, like that Meloetta. See what Shintaro is going to do. Of course, looking through the deck, it is playing that copy of Arceus V and V-Star. Seems like a little bit of a weird inclusion, but it's just for that Starbirth V-Star power because this is sort of a combo style deck. You're trying to combo together that rare candy piece, sometimes things like the canceling Cologne as well. And wow, look at that. 2 copies of Battle VIP Pass. Shintaro is off to an excellent start here in game number 1.
Yeah, that's not bad. That'll make your game plan a lot easier to pull off. Battle VIP Pass, a card that's been discussed a lot. Obviously, when it's in your opening hand, your games just go way smoother. It's a card you can only play on your first turn, but it's an item card that lets you search for 2 basic Pokemon and put them onto your bench. And normally, first turn of the game, the main thing you're trying to do is get the Pokemon onto your bench that you need. You can see an interesting mix of cards here from Shintaro to start things off. We see 5 different kinds of Pokemon here. We got the 2 Frigibacks. We have Chien Pao EX, Arceus V, Bidoof, and the Radiant Greninja. So almost looks like a cube deck. You got just a ton of different kinds of Pokemon out there.
And Shintaro has an interesting choice here. You would just retreat into Chien Pao here, use that ability and grab some energies, but when you're staring Meloetta down, putting yourself in risk of having 2 prizes taken is, oh boy, what is happening in this hand? What do you even play? You've got 2 Power Tablet,
you can't do anything.
Escape Rope. It's just a pass. That's it.
Yeah, this is supposed to be one of the most consistent decks in the game. Right, Mew VMAX, you have access to Genesect V, Fusion Strike system, but it all starts with being able to put extra Pokemon into play, and Miguel played 0 cards on his first turn.
And not only that, but missing Battle VIP Pass means the main way this deck pops off on turn 1 is no longer playable. So it's going to be that much harder for Miguel, even if he finds a good card to top deck next turn, to get set up to that point. Action back on Shintaro, a great way to start the turn out. Retreating this Frigibax, evolving, or rather getting this energy out of the deck with Shivery Chill. And now this Concealed Card's ability can be used. I think there's already a rare candy in the hand, so that's
Why
one
not?
less piece that needs. So, yeah.
Yeah. This is when Pokemon TCG feels very unfair. Your opponent is just going off, using all these different abilities, searching for all these cards. They're going to get turn 2, like stage 2, dump a bunch of energy down, and you're like, you know what I did on my turn? I passed.
Was Ultra Ball found off of the concealed cards. So this can grab the Baxcalibur or something like the
Arceus,
Barrel, or even better, why not push your aggression here?
Why
Grab
not
Arceus
search for
V-Star.
any 2 cards?
You could save it for later, but when your opponent started off so slow, I think it's always just correct to just put on the gas, right? What can your opponent do to stop this deck from being as aggressive as it is with as slow as a start as they're having?
Yep. Looks like the V-Star marker has been flipped. We are using Starbirth to search for any 2 cards. Like you mentioned earlier, Arceus is kind of an awkward inclusion in this deck. It is the only Pokemon V in the deck. So Trinity Nova, normally a good attack, and you can still use it. You can super cold onto it. But it's mostly used for Starbirth, just to be able to search for any 2 cards, help you set up. Sometimes this can be a bit of a clunky thing. You need to get your stage 2, you need to get your rare candy. Sometimes there's other specific cards you need to be searching for. And Arceus just kind of holds it all together. Turns out it's just good on its own.
We'll see Irida and Bibarel grabbed off of this Arceus, and yeah, this is just absolute textbook start here for Shintaro. Finding rare candy in Baxcalibur, can fill the hand back up with the barrel, can thin the hand out to be filled with this superior energy retrieval in hand, and all you need is 2 energy cards to take this knockout. And there is plenty in the discard pile, 3 I believe there, plus the attachment for turn. That's a knockout if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, this is what every Qian Pao player has in their mind of how the deck is supposed to work.
When I play, it doesn't work this way.
Yeah.
But, hey, listen, these players on the world stage playing, and I'm not. So maybe I'm doing something wrong.
Look at this. We got Arceus V-Star, we got Rare Candy, Baxcalibur, we got V-Barrel, we got a bunch of energy in play. And this is, what more can you ask for? This is when playing the Pokemon TCG is fun. You just get to dump out all your cards.
It looks like just some shuffling things, making sure the deck is fully randomized. Shintaro will be able to draw 3 cards here off this Industrious in Scissors. Incisors and Scissors. One of the 2.
Yeah, I think it's an incisor.
It is an incisor, yeah.
Tooth, yeah.
Listen, it could be whatever I want it to be. It is a tooth, though. It is an incisor. We'll see that ability be used. Looks like we're just getting some clarification on what's so far been used in this point.
Yep.
We have seen the barrel be used. We also have seen the Radiant Greninja, I believe, used as well, because I did find the Ultra Ball. So all abilities except for, of course, that super cold ability can be used. Can find another energy card, and there it is. 2 energy, discarded off with that Hail Blade attack. Shintaro striking first here in game 1. What's the top deck? It's nothing.
All right, let's move on to the next game, huh?
Yeah, I think we're going next. I think it's done. What do you just like boss up the barrel? And it's just kind of giving Shintaro a show of, hey, look, it wasn't me, right? My deck did this to myself. Yep. Shintaro winning a quick game 1 here at round 2 of the World Championships.
Yeah. I mean, obviously Miguel just didn't do anything that game, but you know, if Shintaro is going to set up like that every game, then yeah, this deck was an excellent choice. That is kind of the ceiling of that deck. When it all sets up, I mean, you just have a Pokemon that can knock out anything in one hit. You have Radiant Greninja to hit multiple things at once to knock out smaller Pokemon. You have the options to do just about anything. So when everything flows perfectly, this deck is fantastic. It's just sometimes it can get disrupted. It can be difficult to set up. So we'll see how game 2 goes.
Can go back and forth. Miguel will have the opportunity to go first this game, which I'm sure he will go ahead and choose to do that. Really interesting looking at these lists. There's a few key cards we didn't really talk about necessarily. You mentioned the 3 judge we're talking about. Shintaro playing a card we have seen. I think the last time I saw this card was in Rapid Strike Malamar. It's that Cynthia's Ambition. What do you think about that inclusion?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Shintaro kind of known for playing supporters that not a lot of people would play, like in the Blacephalon deck from Worlds played Hapu. Not a card many people were using. So yeah, Cynthia's Ambition. It's a good way to fill up your hand. You notice there's no Professor's Research, which I think is pretty important to note. It's very painful to discard cards with this deck. Between Ultra Ball and Superior Energy Retrieval, you just don't have a lot of cards that you're happy throwing away. And sometimes throwing away your hand can be devastating. So, yeah, I don't mind it. One thing I did notice, I do not believe Miguel plays Battle VIP Pass.
What?
I've looked over several times, and I don't see him. He's just not playing Battle VIP Pass. This was like the deck that Battle VIP Pass was made for. You just play it on turn 1, you get a bunch of Genesect and Mew down, and you go from there. You're just not playing any. What's going on?
Switching things up at Worlds, I guess. That's the crazy play. And like you said, this deck needs to pop off. It needs to go crazy on those first turns. And yeah, Nest Ball is always going to be there as an option to search things out. But yeah, these prizes also not so great. Alessa Sparkle and the Fusion Energy in the prize cards.
Yep.
We'll see if the luck is the same for Shintaro. It does have a copy of that Backs and the Bidoof in there. Nothing too bad as Miguel will be kicking things off in game 2. Is the start any better? There is a Nest Ball, but I mean, I'm saying, imagine if that was Battle VIP Pass. We would be cooking right now.
Yeah, I mean, Miguel must have gotten to a list and said, you know what? Battle VIP Pass, it clogs up your hand too much on the second and third turns of the game. I'd rather just have all cards that I can get rid of at pretty much any time. So, yeah, you look through that deck, you're not going to see a Battle VIP Pass. It's so crazy to think about.
Yeah, this list is like a combination of Fusion, Mew, and Double Turbo. It's even playing 2 copies of something like Path to the Peak. We usually just see the 1 Inclusion and the 1 Iono sometimes in this Fusion deck, but Miguel's got a pretty interesting spin on things. We'll see if the draws are favored a little bit more. We see the Forest Seal Stone already come down onto the Genesect. Ultra Ball in hand as well. Valuing that Ice Cube. Ooh. What do you think about that in this matchup?
Yeah, I threw away a Fusion Strike Energy. That's pretty wild. I think just looking at the hand might be saying, you know what, I just need to get as many Pokemon down as possible so that I can just draw off a Fusion Strike system. Yeah, it seems a little wild to start with Meloetta, have a Fusion Strike Energy in hand, and then also play down an Ice Cube, but then not play down the Fusion Strike Energy. It's crazy, but Miguel maybe thinking, I just got to set up. I do have the Forest Seal Stone as well to make sure that nothing really bad can go wrong here, but maybe just saying, you know what, I don't care about the Fusion stuff in this matchup, I just need to go with Mew VMAX.
Yeah, a really interesting choice to discard the Fusion over the Double Turbo Energy.
Yep.
Not having information that one is prized, but we'll see what happens. Second Fusion Strike system found off of the draw, and hey, this is a pretty good hand to sit on. You've got the Mew VMAX for next turn, a wide variety of supporter options to choose from, and Miguel finally having a good way to start things out as Shintaro will be able to kick action off. Does start that Backs. It is the 60 HP one, so it does have 1 retreat, can potentially pivot out into the Chien Pao. And what is this hand looking like? Oh, it's excellent. Irida, Battle VIP Pass, just like you draw it up.
Yep. Yeah, pretty interesting. Shintaro actually only playing the 60 HP Backs, none of the 70 HP. Sometimes, well, a lot of the time you see people play the 70 HP one because it's better against Sableye. But just valuing the 1 retreat cost, which can't blame you. When you start with the 70 HP Backs, the 2 retreat is just so ugly to try to get that thing out of the active. It really messes with your starts.
Pivoting is a big part of this deck. Of course, you can only use the Shivery Chill ability when you are in the active spot with Chien Pao, and this position, grabbing the Arceus and Chien Pao off this first Battle VIP Pass. I'm sure we'll see more basic Pokemon come into play with this Irida, but could also just be shuffling the deck up with something like concealed cards first. We'll see how Shintaro wants to navigate this turn so far.
Yeah, now, I will say, you know, when I was first trying out the Chien Pao deck, the first time somebody just went Path to the Peak plus Judge on like turn 1 or turn 2 against me, I was like, oh, yeah, that's pretty bad. That is one of the things this deck struggles a lot with, and I think Miguel might recognize that and just be trying to set up for a turn 2, Path to the Peak, play a Judge, and just try to make It's so that Shintaro just never sets up at all, because that can be devastating. You do need to draw a pretty good hand off of the judge to even be able to do anything, and you need to find a counter stadium. Otherwise, you can't use things like the Shivery Chill to find energy cards. You can't use Radiant Greninja. So that could be Miguel's main plan of attack in this matchup. Just try to spam pass to the peak, judge, and then hope that Shintaro doesn't recover.
An interesting choice there off Battle Pass, putting down the second Chien-Pao. There are now 3 2-prize Pokemon in play for Shintaro. That last spot, probably going for something like the Radiant Greninja or the Bidoof. And we will actually see the pivot happen. So putting this 2-prize Pokemon in danger of a Techno Blast, knockout the following turn with a Power Tablet modifier. I guess just valuing getting those energy cards into hand to try and pull off potentially a 6-energy Hail Blade combo on the following turn.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It takes a lot of energy to knock out Mew VMAX. When you're constantly getting your hand disrupted plus path to the peak, it can be really difficult to just put the cards together to get those one-hit knockouts. So, thankfully, we're going to see a much better game this time around. Miguel actually played cards, so that's a that's a big change. But yeah, this should be an interesting one, and I think we'll learn a lot about this matchup as this game progresses. But yeah, no Radiant Greninja at all, just valuing the Bidoof.
Very interesting. No energy on board either. Did use that to pivot the active out. Top deck is a choice belt for turn. I mean, I think cramming that away early on would be great.
Can't do it
but
anymore.
yeah, it's no longer an option. So Crammatic got a little bit worse with the rotation, but it is still a very, very solid card. And we're actually going to see Boss's Orders target up the Arceus, and I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of this play. I mean, you can attach this choice belt, but you're only drawing 2 cards off Fusion System. Is it really worth using your V-Star power just to grab your pivoting option? And even then, I mean, I guess you have the choice belt to take the knockout, but I mean, your opponent's got a pretty sizable hand. They just grabbed energy cards out of there, and they have Radiant Greninja too.
Yeah. For Seal Stone, another Pokemon tool that you cannot discard to Cram-O-Matic.
And you can just like throw down an Ice Cube, I guess, or Meloetta. There's no reason to just not play that down at this point.
Yep. So yeah, awkward hand for Miguel in this situation. You can play down a card, Fusion Strike System for 1 more card, and hope to draw a way to move this Meloetta out of the active spot, but you may have to end up using that Forest Seal Stone. You may just want to do it.
I feel like you always attach this stone and then go for 1, right? Like, there's no reason to...
I guess it depends on what you're going to go for here, how risky you want to be. If you want to do something like search for an Ultra Ball and discard your hand down, grab another like Mew or a Genesect here, then you can draw more cards and just, you know, assume you're going to draw into a way to retreat. Maybe that's fine, but this is a rough situation.
Fusion Energy being grabbed up? Interesting choice.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan is for Miguel here. So obviously it's a risky situation. If you just go in and knock out the Arceus V, odds are your opponent won't knock you out next turn, but if that Mew VMAX gets knocked out, you have no response. You don't have another Mew V waiting. So it's a really risky play to just go in here, knock out the Arceus. You know, if your opponent just has like an Irida in hand, you already know that there's at least 2 energy in hand from the Shivery Chill. You can see another one. You know, Baxcalibur comes down, and then that would just be it.
Well, grabbed the Fusion Energy and retreated it off this Meloetta. There may not have been a pivoting card available. And, I mean, I think there's no reason to not throw this Forest Seal Stone down. You can at least draw 1 card. But
right.
I feel like at that point, I mean, maybe Miguel thinks that you can't attach the Forest Seal Stone to anything, but I believe you can put it on any Pokemon, correct?
Yeah, you can.
Not going to be able to use it. But
ooh, this is a huge turn.
Look at this hand.
If Shintaro is able to knock out this Mew VMAX, I don't think there's any coming back from that. There's just no backup attacker set up for Miguel. It's a very ugly situation. I don't think Shintaro has it in hand quite yet.
This looks really solid, though.
Yeah.
2 energy cards, B-Barrel, Irida already in hand. What are these 2? Arceus V-Star, that would have been great for last turn. If this had knocked out this Chien-Pao instead of the Arceus, we would 100% would have been seeing the knockout that turn. So
definitely, yeah.
That is interesting to note. Does still have access to Shivery Chill, so there's a guaranteed 2 energy cards, but
yeah, I don't think
works,
I don't think Shintaro can pull this off. There's too many cards in the hand for Bibarrel to really do a lot. You can for sure get up to 3 energy this turn for the Hail Blade, but you need to get to 6. And yeah, you have to grab rare candy off of the Irida, so you can't like grab a superior energy retrieval off of this. But still, turn 2, Baxcalibur, not bad. And we'll see just how much damage this Qianpao EX can do.
Super Cold now online, letting you attach as many water energy as you like for your turn to any of your Pokemon. This ability we've seen time and time throughout the history of the Pokemon TCG, all the way back to base set in Rain Dance.
That's right.
There it is, Rare Candy evolved. Now how much can this hand thin out? I think can only draw 1 card. Can't play the Cynthia, can't play the Arceus V-Star. That Qianpao can't get benched, and I think there's just a Cross Switcher in the hand, so we're actually going to see this attached to the bench. You have the guaranteed 2 energy with the active Hail Blade, so, or rather with the active Shivery Chill ability, so makes sense to just put this on the bench.
Yep, and Hail Blade can discard from any of your Pokemon, not just the Pokemon using the attack, so it makes sense to spread out the energy when you can. Okay, looks like the Shivery Chill is going to be used first here. Just try to thin some cards out of the deck. I don't know how much water is in the discard pile. Shintaro could potentially be trying to dig for a superior energy retrieval off the 1 card from the Industrious Incisors. And if there's 3 energy in the discard, I mean, that would work. But I'm not sure.
I think there's just 2. The one that was retreated last turn from the Frigibax, and then the 1 concealed card of the way this turn. So we'll see. 1 big card, though. It is a water energy, so that can boost the damage of the Hail Blade, but it feels like doing 120 and then taking the knockout is just the same as doing any other attack because, of course, there is always the threat of Psychic Leap, healing the Mew VMAX, putting it back into the deck, but, I mean...
Just hitting for big damage, 240.
I guess this does set up a scenario where Greninja can next turn take a knockout, and maybe that's the idea here for Shintaro, is to try to set up a 4-prize turn, and then just all you need to do is knock out a Genesect, and the game is over.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, Moonlight Shuriken can take out the Meloetta and the Mew VMAX. That is a possible play here, and I'm not sure how Miguel wants to play around it. You can't really use Psychic Leap here because then your opponent just plays, you know, Boss's Orders or Cross Switchers. They chase down your only Mew in play, and then that's it. So I'm not... I assume Miguel has to just take a knockout here and hope for the best.
I think the choice here, do you play this Boss's Orders? I think maybe thinking about targeting down the Baxcalibur that just got evolved since your opponent cleared all their energy, or do you go for a more disruptive play? I feel like Boss in the moment obviously would be a huge payoff if Shintaro is unable to find Rare Candy Baxcalibur, but it feels so easy if they just play another Irida to grab those 2 pieces again. They're not down a huge amount of resources, and they've got a fair amount of cards in hand as well.
Yep, looks like Miguel is going to retreat here and play Switch Cart, since you can only switch a basic Pokemon with Switch Cart. It's going to reset the Genesect's attack effect, so that you can attack again. Technoblast does say during your next turn, this Pokemon can't attack, but when the Pokemon goes to the bench, all effects of attacks are removed. So if you go to the bench and then switch, you can attack again.
Judge will be the supporter of choice for Miguel. Both players shuffling in, drawing 4 cards, and I mean, you sort of said it earlier. Judge is not a card this deck likes for this Baxcalibur deck. You're really looking to build up these big hands as you can, then sort of cash in on those turns, play superior energy retrieval, draw lots of cards with Bibarrel, and just flood your board with energy. If Miguel can find a path to the peak here to combine this could be the stopping force he needs to keep himself in the advantage. He's going to have the prize lead here. As long as he can find a power tablet to take that knockout, that is still the 1 piece that's missing.
Such an awkward hand. Found path to the peak and a Cramomatic, but no item card to discard to the Cramomatic. But, all right, well, now there's one.
It is that Nest Ball. This would be a big head flip. This could find a power tablet, and what is it? It is a heads.
There you go.
I have to assume that will be the card of choice. Does get Miguel to that 220 damage. As Technoblast is reduced by 20 from the double turbo energy, but the way it actually ended up working out with the way the card was designed is being on that 220, 250, 280 multiplier is right where you want to be, because it also puts you at 310 to knock out VMAXs. It's a great number to be hitting, and ends up not really changing a lot for this deck, unless you're dealing with like those EX Pokemon or Psychic Leap numbers.
Yeah, and another thing to point out, there is a choice belt on the Mew VMAX, but that only increases your damage against Pokemon V, and Qianpao EX is not a Pokemon V, so the choice belt is not adding the damage here, and you do need the power tablet to get that additional damage. Looks like there is Path to the Peak in hand. Seems like a card you want to play down here. Is just a question of, do you want to thin out any other cards before you do that?
Can't draw anymore with Genesect, and wow, is Miguel considering not playing that path down?
Okay.
Wow, big opening. It
Yeah,
makes,
I mean, in this situation, you can see for Miguel, there's a clear path to victory. All you have to do is knock out one more Qianpao EX and you win. So maybe deciding it's not worth potentially clogging my own hand or stopping my own draw power. If I just get to do what I want, I'm going to win.
Good way of thinking about it. Sometimes you got to be conservative about what your opponent's doing, but put on enough aggression. Doesn't really matter what Shintaro does. There's no real aggressive hand disruption cards besides the one copy of Iono. That could potentially come into play. But yeah, Qianpao is a very easy Pokemon to knock out. It takes advantage of initiating trades and holding on to them, or initiating favorable trades. But Shintaro has yet to take a prize card. Really needed to hit that big knockout last turn to keep himself in it. A 4-prize turn with something like Moonlight Shuriken will not be enough if Miguel can find something like Boss's Orders and a way to get enough knockouts. And oh boy, what do we have going on here?
I think Shintaro does have this Cynthia's Ambition in hand. So it looks like we're going to see the Super Cold, Attached Energy. I guess maybe deciding, do you use Industrious Incisors first? But no, I'm just going to play the Cynthia's Ambition and draw 6 cards off of it and hope to find Superior Energy Retrieval and go from there.
A lot of pretty clunky cards. Does find the Superior Energy Retrieval, so that will at least get the 4 energy needed to take the knockout with Moonlight Shuriken. And I mean, it seems pretty clear for both these players how they want to navigate it. Shintaro really just hoping to dodge the Boss's Orders. Miguel is down a fair amount of energy cards and can't play something like Alessa Sparkle and Boss in the same turn. So there is a fair chance on Miguel's side that he's unable to find these pieces. He's only going to have 2 Genesect into play. Not a huge hand size. However, there are a favorable amount of cards in the hand. It's going to be close here in this game, too.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to whether Miguel puts together all the pieces next turn, I think. I mean, the bad news for Shintaro is that there's nothing stopping Miguel. He can play down a 3rd Genesect V next turn, really draw through a lot of cards, as long as his hand isn't, completely clogged up. This is a situation you hate to be in against the Mew deck, where it's like, oh, I just need to hope my opponent doesn't draw what they need. It's like, yeah, they're going to draw most of their deck. They're probably going to beat you, but you do still have to sit there and watch them and make them have it.
4 prize cards being taken, and there are plenty of cards in this hand. Cryptomatic, is the Boss's Orders already there? It is. The Boss's Orders is there already. Does have Ultra Ball, Escape Rope, so we could see, I think potentially this entire hand almost thinned out. Path and Judge are not cards you want. Those can get discarded. We'll actually decide to keep the Path instead, not playing down this Forest Seal Stone from the hand. And
yeah,
there's still 3 power tab left in this deck. There is really good chance here that Miguel can find it. Even deciding to grab Mew VMAX before more basic Pokemon.
Yeah, also has Lost Vacuum, so just can keep throwing away cards.
Sure.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of Fusion Strike system here. Interestingly enough, goes for the Mew VMAX now instead of finding maybe like a 4th Genesect to really maximize how many cards you're getting off of each one. But, I mean, there's kind of no bad way to go about this one, I think. I assume we'll see Boss's Orders get played before drawing, because that's really how you're going to win, right? You just kind of go for it. Your odds are really high of hitting it. If you miss, you're probably just going to lose anyway. So yeah, may as well play the Boss's Orders first. Commits you to playing your supporter card for the turn, but if you're going to win, that's the one you're going to play, so might as well just do it now.
Chromatic away Escape Rope. That's the real only option that you have at this point. You can Lost Vacuum away the Path, and oh, what are we? All right. Well, yeah. I mean, there's no other way to really go about this, right?
I assumed, yeah, we would see Lost Vacuum, throw away your Path to the Peak, and get rid of a Forest Seal Stone or whatever. Then you play your Cramomatic, but no, gonna draw some cards first, or just draw 1 card first. What is Miguel's plan here?
Needs to find the double turbo energy as well to get there. So needs to find 2 pieces, but I mean, just essentially burned a fusion system to do nothing. We will see Path come down into play. This will go ahead and remove it in addition to the Cram-O-Matic.
Yeah, maybe didn't remember you can get rid of tools as well. But yeah, played down the Path to the Peak and then vacuumed it away and is going to hold on to the Cram-O-Matic. You do need to find Power Tablet and Double Turbo, so maybe just thinking if I draw into one, I can try to Cram-O-Matic into the other.
Sure. Well, here we go. It seems like today's stream games are all being decided by coin flips. What is this one here? Tails.
It was a Tails, yeah. Okay, now things are getting a little dicey. You can play the Power Tablet, and then you just have a Fusion Strike system for 3 cards. You need to find a Double Turbo or a way to get another Genesect.
Here we go, 3 cards. Is there a double turbo energy? There's an Ultra Ball. Is there a 4th Genesect in the deck? You can thin out 2 of these supporter cards.
And then the other awkward thing is that Miguel has already played a Stadium card now, so can't actually play the Lost City to thin out another card from hand.
So here we go, no Genesect prize, so there is 1 more left. How many double turbo energy are in the deck? There are 2 copies, about 15 cards there, so a little over a 15% or 50% chance to draw into this here.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if this could have been optimized a bit better. Maybe could have drawn through more cards if things were sequenced a bit differently. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to this Fusion Strike system drawing 4 cards. We need 1 double turbo energy to win the game.
Fusion won't do it. Path won't do it.
Ooh, no!
And misses the double turbo energy. Wow. So now in this position, when you're on plan B, what is your play? Do you bring up Ice Cube and pass? Do you
that's all you can do,
You can't leave this Mew in the active.
There's way too much energy in play. You would just lose immediately. Yeah, you have to just send up Ice Cube, pass, and hope your opponent doesn't have a boss's orders.
And in a position that at the start of the turn looked so strong, so promising for Miguel, it's all gone south. No way to take a knockout, no way to attack. May just be giving the opportunity for Shintaro to claw back 6 prizes and win this game in the matter of 2 turns.
Crazy turn of events, and yeah, this is why you play the game out. Sometimes your opponent draws a bunch of cards, but they don't draw the one they need, and that's exactly what happened here. I like attaching to the Ice Cube here. Make sure you have a way to retreat next turn. But yeah, now it's
and that's it.
On Shintaro.
The turn's over. Shintaro just needs to find boss's orders and 2 energy cards. Or not even, just a single energy card.
Yeah,
so,
the energy's easy. You got Jianpao EX. You can just search for 2 of those.
And even Cross Switcher is fine because there is already that energy on the Greninja.
Oh, actually, there's no energy left in the deck.
All right. Well, let's see what there is. Oh, that will do it, I think.
Well.
Jianpao and Cross Switcher grabbed off the Irida. If there's another Cross Switcher in the hand and a single energy card or a way to bring an energy back,
yeah, well, I think you have to retreat as well. So
yeah, so
I'm assuming there's a superior energy retrieval to close this one out. But
Cross Switcher energies, bringing it up.
Oh yeah, Cross, yeah.
And that's it. Cross Switcher will get there. Shintaro pulling out a wild comeback in game 2 when it looked like Miguel was just a turn away from closing things out. Shintaro grabbing the game, taking it, going to 2-0.
Yeah, missed that big knockout early on, but set up the Radiant Greninja play to get the 4 prize knockout, and then was able to just survive. It was all on Miguel to just find a double turbo energy to win the game. Couldn't find it. Shintaro found everything he needed, and that is it. Sometimes it's just that one turn is all the difference in the game. These are fast games, hard hitting. They don't last very many turns, so you can't afford to miss.
Well, 2 champions so far on stream. 1 victorious, 1 not. We're getting a full mix of everything. Shintaro representing his home crowd here, getting a win on stream in front of the Japanese audience, advancing to 2-0 here at Day 1.
Yeah, congratulations to Shintaro Ito. He always shows up to play at the World Championships, always brings something. And this deck, it's not as wild as some of the other ones he's played at the World Championships. It's no Mega Audino, but there's a lot of stuff going on in this deck. Of course, bringing his own little flavor with the Cynthia's Ambition as well. So always exciting to see what he'll come up with at the World Championships. Looks like Qian Pao EX is the choice this time, and we'll see how far I can carry him through this event.
Listen, it's only day one. Day two, a good reminder for everybody at home, you can switch your decks over from what you play on day one. So maybe just putting up a front for now saying, hey, look, I'm playing normal decks. I'm just like you all competitors. And then day two could pull out something fancy. I know a lot of Japanese players have been working hard together. I think Shintaro, Daichi Shimada, and Ryota have all been working together for this WCS. So I think as well as Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi as well. So who knows? They could have been in the tank and cooked up something special for us to watch. And hey, look, I'm all for some spice. I'm all for another crazy deck taking down a World Championships.
Yeah, and I think Shintaro is obviously an excellent player. Always plays very well on our stream matches, but also is extremely good at making metagame calls. You know, that World Championship victory with the Mega Audino deck was a huge metagame call. It was a big risk to bring that deck, and it paid off beautifully. So he's somebody who's always analyzing what other people are using and trying to figure out what is the best deck for me to use this weekend. And looks like this time around it is this new Qian Pao EX deck. There's no Palkia in it at all, which is interesting. Just the Baxcalibur, the Barrel, Radiant Greninja, and then of course that Arceus V-Star. But yeah, it worked beautifully in these two games.
We saw it again. That missed coin flip there off Chromatic. That would have essentially made or break the game at that point. So,
and yeah, you saw Shintaro, a situation I think many of us have been in, just waiting for your Mew VMAX opponent to play through their entire turn, and you just hope that they didn't draw what they needed. And this time, it did work out for Shintaro Ito, and was able to take a win here and move to 2-0 at the World Championships.
No better stage to be undefeated, but of course there's still a lot of work ahead. And we say this time and time again on regional level, international level, and of course World Championship level. We've seen time and time again players get off to 4-0, 5-0 starts in day one, and things can just go south just like that. So you got to keep yourself focused, got to keep your head in the game, play some good Pokemon, and play some focused and strong Pokemon for sure. You got to get lucky as well too, but it's all part of the equation at that.
Yeah, I mean, when you get off to a strong start, it's easy to feel like, you know, you're coasting to victory, but the reality is, until you actually get to the finish line, you haven't gotten there. Yeah, heard many horror stories of, you know, people off to an undefeated start, just, you know, I got to win one of my next 3 or whatever, and then they just lose out from there. Devastating things can happen, yeah. Until you're actually there, it doesn't matter how well you started, you have to actually get to the requisite amount of match points to make it to day 2. So you can't start any better than this, but still a long way to go.
Lots more Pokemon to be played, and of course, we'll be updating you on how everybody else is doing. Round 6, we'll see people start to go through. It's one of those situations where if you win 6 rounds essentially throughout the day, you get dropped from the tournament. So you don't have to play any more Pokemon. Lots of things going on in and outside as well. Scouting, as always, is one of the cool things to watch. I mean, we go out as well and check out some of the decks and matches.
Course, yeah.
So maybe when we're on the desk later, we'll talk about what are more interesting match. And I'm sure other co-casters, when they come on as well to commentate, will tell us what decks they've seen. Is there any deck that is rogue? I know we talked about Rapid Strike Urshifu a little bit that you would, if you saw on stream, you'd be like, yeah, I'm a supporter of this deck. I could get behind. Is there anything that sticks out to you on sort of that level?
One of the decks that came out at NAIC, of course, was the United Wings. I don't know if we're going to see anybody bring it this time. Feels like it's a much bigger risk this time around. Yeah, and then there's always, you know, those weird control decks that are out there. You know, we're not going to see Sander until tomorrow because he's a day 2 player, but I'm sure everybody's going to be looking forward to what thing that he brewed up this time around. I was looking through some of the players in the field, you know, and they all have, you know, decks assigned to their names. Did see a couple people have like unclassified decks, so we'll see what that ends up being. I'm sure some people brought some crazy stuff.
It's the scariest feeling when we're going through to click on it. Like, what am I about to look at? What 60 cards are going to be in front of me? But that's the fun of Pokemon. That's what makes it so unique from a game like chess, where, I mean, I remember an interview with Ross Kaufman that he did, was like, the game is like chess in the same strategics, it's the same rules, but the pieces are always changing. The cards are always changing. Some of these players, their first World Championship, they were playing with one prize Pokemon, two prize Pokemon. Now we're in a completely different era, playing with completely different Pokemon, playing with the same rules that we've been playing with to an extent. Things have changed, but it's the same idea for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the pieces change every year, the cards change. Yeah, I mean, you never know what to expect. Sometimes a deck that normally wouldn't be very strong, but is very good against one or two specific decks can end up being a great play for a tournament, and then ends up being, you know, world champion at the end of the day. I think if you look back to Shintaro's Worlds victory, you can see like his Mega Audino EX was an incredible metagame call for that event, but I don't think even after him winning, you would exit that event and say that that was the best deck of that format, but it was the best deck for that tournament.
Yeah.
So we'll see if we have any sort of that situation this weekend where somebody found the best deck for this tournament.
2016 is a year that I remember very different things from than Audino, mainly certain small spooky Pokemon that were running around everywhere. So if you know, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's United Wings, right?
Listen, they disguise themselves back, right? They find a way to make it up. We've seen this time and time again. We had Lost March at one point, and we had, of course, the Mad Partiers at one point. It's always fun to see these sort of discard pile type decks that fuel off of you discarding these Pokemon, make their way in. Of course, a certain other spooky Pokemon right now is acting as the underworld gatekeeper for allowing these things to do, a certain mischievous little Pokemon. But maybe if he exits, if he steps back from the door, maybe we could see some of these one prize single hitting Pokemon that are meant to just hit once and then sort of get knocked out, come back into play. But Sablei's here right now, so I mean, you saw Alex talk about it at NAIC. He's like, yeah, my deck beats a lot of decks, but if my opponent plays down Sableye,
it's over.
I just lose.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I'm curious to see if we'll see anything like truly crazy out here this weekend. I don't know, like maybe some kind of V-Union deck that nobody was expecting. I'd love to see something like that. Yeah, we'll see. It's always nerve-wracking, right? Like you have to play your entire season to qualify for the World Championships, and this is like your one shot of the year to become world champion. So it's always like, am I really gonna use my one shot at this event on something crazy? I was talking to some people who were thinking about playing like Wo-Chien EX for this tournament. It's like, yeah, just got to catch everybody off guard. But it's always a question after the tournament, like let's say you play like a Wo-Chien EX deck and you completely bomb, are you going to look back and be like, why did I do that? Why did I waste my shot? Or are you going to look back and be like, you know what? I took a chance, it didn't work out. Like it just wasn't my tournament. That's a decision every player needs to make. Are they okay with the decision that they're about to make with the deck that they chose?
Well, things have been working out excellently here for Shintaro Ito. 2-0 at day one of the World Championships. Let's throw it down to the stage for an interview.
The game was very short, so that might be a quite long interview. Oh, hello, welcome everyone to the World Championship. I'm here with Shintaro Ito, who just won an amazing set playing against Mew. First of all, how do you feel having a very strong start in day one at the World Championships?
試合の勝ちおめでとうございます。この WCS2023 年でその勝ちはどのような感じですか？勝ったら嬉しいですか？
はい、とても、2戦目勝ててよかったです。はい。
He's very happy that he won.
Yeah, so we saw game one, of course, didn't go too well for your opponent. Game two was amazing. Against the Mio matchup, do you usually use the strategy with Greninja?
ゲーム1はあなたの相手のカードは全然良くなかったけど、ゲーム2はとても面白かったですね。普通にミュウ対して戦うときにはあなたはいつも下攻で攻撃しますか？
できれば、チェンパオのヘイルブレードで、36ダメージを出したいんですが、どうしてもハードルが高い、要求が高いので プランの一つとして、ムーンライト手裏剣を合わせて倒すということも考えています。
He's always trying to aim to get the one-hit KO with Chin Pao, but when you deal with the cards you're dealt, he knows Mew's a hard match to overcome, so when he saw there was a chance he could use the Moonlight Shuriken, he went for it.
Yeah, this is the difference it makes world champions. They know exactly when to switch their strategy up. We saw at the Japanese championship, we had a very strong showing of Mio VMAX. Did you prepare specifically for Mio VMAX at the World Championship as well?
さすが元の WCS チャンピオンですよね。最近の日本の大会で、ミュー VMAX はとても人気で優勝しましたね。だからこそあなたはミューに対しての対策が考えましたか？
そうですね。ミューに対しては、とにかくデッキが回るように、戦えれば、ワンヒット KO も、可能であると考えています。
He built his deck with the idea that he needed to be able to KO Mew VMAX in one hit.
So Day1 World Championship, that's a special kind of tournament. Ties are not worth as much as wins. So if you tie a lot of times, it will be a problem. So a lot of players try to specifically build their deck so they don't tie. Is this one of the reasons why you're going for Qian Pao?
WCS には引き分けはダメって決まってますね。だからこそチェンパオのデッキを選びましたか？
そうですね。チェンパオバックスカリバーは、ゲーム3までプレイすることがかなりできる、スピーディーなデッキなので、選んだとも言えます。
Yeah, he knew that you can always get 3 games in with Baxcalibur and Chen Pao, and that was one of the reasons why he went for it for this tournament.
Yeah, this is something we saw a lot of players talk about as well. You don't want to tie, so you try to play a fast deck. Just a little bit more about your deck list. We saw a lot of Baxcalibur decks at, for example, the NAIC, North American International Championship, but your deck is very different. I want to talk about that.
あなたのデックは他の人気バックスカリバーとチェンパオデックと全然違いますけど、
ビーダルとアルキオス V と多分みんなが一番興味あるのはsorry you play Bibarel and Arceus V and also Symphia's Ambition. I think the card that most people are interested in is Symphia's Ambition.
そうですね。白の覇気にはいろいろ人が興味があります。そのカードについてちょっと教えてくれませんか？なんでデッキに入れましたか？
チェンパオバックスカリバーの、デックのウィークネスポイントとしては、ビダルをノックアウトされてしまうと細い手札細いので、そのカウンターとして、倒された時に使ってとても強いソーストロングプレイCC as an ambition. Yeah.
Well, he knows that lots of players are going to be trying to knock out his B-Barrel, and then he's got no way to draw cards in a small hand, and that's when Symphy's Ambition comes in handy, because he can bring it right back up again, because they've just knocked out his B-Barrel.
Yeah, the last thing I want to talk about, you're opting for cross-switcher and cancelling Cologne. What's the specific reason that you're going for that kind of build this year?
最後の質問ですけど、あなたのデッキにはクロススイッチャーとカンセリングコロンが入っていますね。どうしてそのカードがデッキに入っていますか？
そうですね。チェンパオバックスカリバーは、僕が、2019に使った、ブレスコンナグナビルデッキにとてもよく似ていて、火の玉バズーカと、とても技の仕組みが似ています。で、カスタムキャッチャーも、クロススイッチャーととても似ていて、非常に使いやすい経験が生きたデッキだと思っているので、また選択することになりました。
The Chin Pao deck really reminds him of a deck he played back in 2019 using Blaziken, and that had cross catcher, which is very similar to cross switcher. So that's kind of why he went for it, because he was very experienced with that kind of idea.
Yeah, so you're trying to get the Blacephalon kanji again, like you're it's very amazing. I hope you're doing very well. Best of luck, and we're going back to the castles.
ありがとうございますね。ブレセフロンは超懐かしい。
Well, that was a great interview. It's nice to hear from Shintaro. That was a cool little homage to his deck that he played in 2019. I'm sure looking to get back in that same position on the final stage again. And Cross Switcher, it's a card that sort of emerged in decks after I remember right after the World Championships last year, we saw the Mew VMAX, now the infamous double turbo Mew VMAX decks start playing Cross Switcher. Remember Kiram VMAX and decks like Palkia putting that card back in. It's found its way here at Worlds again. It seems like the theme so far, cards that we saw last year making their way back in again. Trainers, Pokemon, everything in between.
Yeah, we even saw Cross Switcher plus Canceling Cologne used at last year's World Championships. Yeah, you bring up the Manaphy, Canceling Cologne, then you use Moonlight Shuriken. Yeah, great combo. It's interesting. I mean, there are a lot of similarities between the Qianpao EX and the Blacephalon GX that Shintaro used back in 2019. Both just want to have a bunch of energy in play, and then you get rid of them to do a bunch of damage. But both decks also have tricky other plays they can do as the game progresses. It's not as straightforward as just attack for a bunch of damage. There are some, technical things you can do, like attack with Radiant Greninja, where you can sneak in some impactful attacks. So, yeah, we'll see if this strategy serves Shintaro well once again.
So much more to come, so much more to think about in terms of Pokemon, TCG, and decks as well. It really is interesting to think about what players gravitate towards certain types of decks. It seems like Shintaro has a very unique style of liking to play these more aggressive decks, right? Blacephalon, a very aggressive deck. Mega Autono, it was trying to get turn 2, Magical Symphony, take knockouts. Even throughout this year, I mean, I'm not sure if you know or our viewers know at home, the deck that Shintaro played to get into the World Championships was an expanded event where he used Serena V to use the attack that discards your bench Pokemon with Skyfield, and then combo that with Jirachi Prism Star to take multiple prize cards. Another deck that's trying to be very aggressive very quickly and take knockouts. So that whole mix back and forth of that kind of style compared to some players who just play one deck, or players who I've seen switch it up throughout the year. All things to take into account, especially when we're looking at Day 2, where a lot of Day 2 sometimes is predicting what you think other good players are going to bring. There's all this sort of mind games behind deck selection.
Yeah, there's this metagame that happens from Day 1 to Day 2, which we'll discuss more as the event goes on. But yeah, it's almost like two separate events are happening at this World Championships. There's this first day where a lot of the players who are already kind of waiting in Day 2 are paying very close attention to which decks are being played, which ones are doing well. So then we can kind of predict, okay, what is tomorrow going to look like? Are people going to switch up their decks? Is there something we didn't think about that made a huge splash in Day 1? You think back to Nashville, there was the Buzzwole Garbodor deck that took Day 1 by storm, and then everybody adjusted for Day number 2 and completely switched up their strategies. And hey, it's a completely different tournament. So we'll see if that happens again this year, if there's going to be any real adjustments as we move through days of competition. But for now, we're focused on the first day. We've gotten through 2 rounds. We still have 6 to go, so there's still a lot for us to learn.
Lots to learn and lots of new things this year at the Pokemon World Championships, whether it's the venue here or things happening online. The fantasy draft is happening right now for the Pokemon World Championships. You can choose a party of 6 Pokemon and earn points based on how well they perform in the Pokemon World Championships for the TCG and video game. It's open to everybody who participates in the 2023. They can earn digital prizes, and top performers get Pokemon Center and TCG boxes. It's open to U.S. residents. If you want to join, visit Pokemon.com/worlds for more information. I put in a pretty good team, I'm not going to lie. How is your team looking like, Kyle?
We'll see. It's only 2 rounds in.
You know what? I won't get too cocky yet until we see what's happening on Day 2. Yeah. I will say, the total amount of cards in the discard pile, that was something that I had to think about for a while. I was like,
that's the tiebreaker, right?
Yeah, I'm like, man, I don't know if it will come down. It honestly might come down to that with the selections. It's like,
sure,
whatever you're going to pick. I know I probably would, if I had to go back again, pick something maybe a little bit more risky. It might pick just Arceus, and you know what I am. I'm pretty conservative in terms of my picks. You went a little bit more out there in terms of.
Well, yeah, if you're going to try to win, sometimes you got to fade what the rest of the field is trying to pick. So you got to pick some oddballs out there, right? Maybe pick a Miraidon EX or something like that.
Okay, let's calm down here. We're not going that crazy, right?
Yeah, or a Flying Pikachu VMAX.
Okay, that's a little bit more balanced.
Yeah, I mean, this is true with a lot of these fantasy style competitions when there's tons of people making very similar selections. If you want to stand out above everybody else, sometimes you just got to pick something really weird that ends up having a great weekend, and that's your way to make it to the top.
taking a risk. That's what these players are doing. And at home, of course, if you want to do that fantasy draft, so much more Pokemon, so much more exciting action. I'm excited to get into it, but for now, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back with round number 3 of Pokemon TCG action.
My name is Landon Caitler. I'm from Vancouver, BC in Canada.
If you're expecting to get papped on your next turn, maybe it was better to discard the Brunette and just hold the V-Star and hope you get that. But that's it. Reagan just going to concede he can't win the game. And Landon Kettler is your regional champion here in Portland, Oregon.
Winning a regional feels pretty good. I feel like I've been a good enough player to do it for a long time, so proves that my practice has paid off. I felt like I picked a really good deck. I felt pretty confident and started 8-1 in the day 1, so I was feeling like it was my day for sure. A bit sleep deprived, so kind of tired, but taking a dub's always nice. I've been playing competitively since 2016 was my first World, so I guess 2015 would have been it. It's been awesome. I've met a lot of great friends through Pokemon. Got quite a few of them out here supporting me, so a lot of close friends that I wouldn't have met otherwise. I'll be in school full-time all summer, so I can't make it. I have invite now, but I'm not going. Definitely playing Pokemon. Probably another regional now that I've got the money from this. So just keep playing good decks, playing your best, and eventually it'll happen.
My name is Piper Lapine, and I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
So this Arceus V-Star is stuck, and that's going to be the extension. Game over. Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her second regional of the 2023 season.
Absolute masterclass. I've been playing the game for 10 years now. Kind of got introduced to it in elementary school. Then a friend of mine and we went to a local card shop to learn how to play, and it kind of just started from there. I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner in tournament. The last year, I think I've lost him like 3 times in Swiss, and he's a great player, usually plays good decks, has a great testing group too. Winning Worlds would be like the last mountain to climb. I've won regionals before. I've done well at basically every level event, so winning Worlds would just be awesome.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of Basic Energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: Basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of Basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: Basic Energy and Special Energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides one energy of its type or one colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have one Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
My name is Yuichi Matsui, and I'm from Australia, Perth.
Go for the flip, and it's
It's a double heads! That means Yuichi wakes up! Snorlax can take out the other Snorlax, and Yuichi will win the Latin America International Championships.
Winning LAIC feels awesome. This is my first tournament as a senior, and winning international is just awesome. My favorite Pokemon card to play with is Radiant Charizard. The Radiant Charizard hits 250 damage. It deals a lot and can take out 2 prizes pretty easily. Winning Worlds would mean the world to me, especially winning it in my home country. I feel confident in becoming the world champion because I've just won this international and I feel like I can do anything.
My name is Ian Robb. I am from Warwick, Rhode Island.
Ian Robb, without being held back by the Temple of Sinnoh, just needs to call out his attack and get victory. There's the Ultra Ball. Finds Luminion for the boss.
There it
Brings
is.
up the second Gudra V-Star that doesn't have the damage reduced. And Ian Robb taking regional number 5.
It felt amazing. I was having a really rough streak with regionals where like I was so close, but yet so far from making top 8 or a win, and finally being able to break through the season felt incredible. I played Pokemon competitively since around 2009. My first World Championship was in 2011 in San Diego, and ever since then I've qualified for every World since. I will be at the World Championship in Yokohama, Japan. This could be my year to be World Champion. We'll have to wait a little bit longer, but with the right matchups and the right deck, I have a great chance. I got second place back in 2012 in juniors. I went to Game 3 and lost in a devastating fashion, so being able to finally get the win would mean everything.
My name is Cyrus Davis. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I just won the North American International Championships 2023.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American
When I went on stage, I think I just felt pure joy. I started crying. There were multiple times throughout the weekend I almost cried, and when I went on stage, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what just happened. I just put my head down. I was overwhelmed with feelings. Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something. I will be at the World Championships.
Ohio gozaimasu, Pokemon World Championships here, dozo. My name is Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined for the first time in way too long by the lovely David Hockman. How you doing, David?
Thank you very much. It feels very nice to be back. I'm looking forward to amazing games here day one at the World Championship. Also looking forward to which decks translate into day two and how the players that already got their invite for day two will react to the metagame today.
Yeah, and of course your Japanese is far better than mine, David, but we're in Japan. I had to do a little bit of an intro. I've been learning. I had to show off a little bit. So we've both been walking around the venue today. We've both kind of gotten our eyes on the tables. We've both, seen the first two games. What's taken your eye so far?
Well, I think not just me, but I think most of the players are also no one really knew what we were getting into the tournament. We saw a lot of predictions from all the top players who create videos and post so on. But I think a metagame like the one we actually got, no one predicted that. We had Mew as the most, Lugia as the most played deck.
Yep.
I talked to some players. I was like, yeah, I'm casting. Like, can you give me the source? And some people didn't even mention Lugia at all. Like, I had friends of mine, and like, yeah, can you like teach me everything? And they talk me about Tinglu, they talk me about Miraidon, they talk me about like very obscure decks. And then one of them, like most didn't even mention Mew, and I was like, oh yeah, Mew also exists. Seems like maybe it's a good meta call. I don't know. So I'm very looking forward to see how Lugia will, yeah.
It's going to be interesting. I've also been chatting with my friends. We both know a lot of people in the community. And I chatted to some of my friends this past week, and they were saying Lugia. And one of the main reasons they like Lugia as a day one deck, I talked about this a bit in the interview earlier, it doesn't really tie. It is a deck that tends to win pretty quick or not set up and lose pretty quick, but it's not a deck that tends to hang around and have ties. And obviously, the format day one, 8 games, 6 wins, and unless you weirdly go exactly 5-0-3 with 3 ties, a tie is a loss.
Exactly. I think we are generally in a format that experiences a lot of ties. You have decks that do a lot of actions in a single turn. We have a Gardevoir deck with the refinement ability that you use quite often, and every time you really have to think about what do I discard, and then you draw more cards, and drawing these cards gives you more options. So you have to think about that constantly. And then decks that use Comfey, for example, you have so many choices every time, and it's tiring mentally. And at the World Championship, everyone wants to play optimally. So you're thinking, I can do the right choices, play optimally, and then I get a little bit unlucky and it's a tie, which is basically a loss. So I think most people expected that we will not have as much Gardevoir as at the NAIC, for example.
Yep.
But seeing a drop-off like this and seeing Lugia as the deck replacing Gardevoir is something I didn't expect.
It is kind of out there. We've got some key matchups in round 3 we can take a little bit of a look at. That is, of course, the upcoming round. So we've got Jose Marzan against Shinji Mori. That's going to be our feature matchup. But we've got Cyrus Davis there, sitting at 2-0. That is, of course, one of the players. We just saw won the US International Championship, which is pretty good going. And there's some other names that I think people are going to recognize.
Yeah, Cyrus Davis, unfortunately, which is now with the new tournament structure, next season, winning an international championship will give you the invite immediately. Now we have the day 2 structure. But Cyrus did not manage to get the day 2 spot. Very closely in points. So I think most people are rooting for Cyrus to get through day 1 into day 2. Yeah, but we have a lot of great players. We see some names from Europe that I also recognize. I think these matches are all going to be very interesting. I don't know exactly what decks everyone is using, and even if we knew, I think we don't want to spoil the fun for the viewers and also for the players.
Oh, I'm going to spoil a couple of them, David. There are some people around. My thing, you saw it on the caster prediction, Miraidon.
Exactly.
EUIC, I was on that Miraidon train. The other casters told me I was wrong, and Rob Kimbram, lovely chap, not only is he a lovely chap, he got all the way to top 8 at the UIC to prove me right, and I gave him a big hug for doing so. I've run into Rob already. He's 2-0 with Miraidon today. Rob's having a wonderful time. There are some notable players out there on this Miraidon train, and it is a deck which, we were talking about this backstage. There's different ways to play it. You can play it with Flaffy or without Flaffy. You can go for a bit of a more setup build or a super speed build. You can play it with Regieleki for the extra damage or without the Regieleki, but there are different ways to build this deck, and I think Miraidon is a way better deck than people are giving it credit for. And judging, we saw Sejin Park, I believe, won the Korean National Championships with that deck, and Sejin Park is a phenomenal player. So I'm sorry, we have seen enough good finishes from Miraidon. I've already had friends bump into me in the convention center going, are you having a laugh putting Miraidon as one of your picks? I'm like, no, this is legit. I like Miraidon.
I'm also part of the Miraidon fandom, as you can say. I'm a rider myself. I played a lot of Miraidon in preparation.
I'm going to have to cut you off there, David. We are ready for the match. We can talk more about Miraidon here because I believe one of our players is actually on Miraidon in this particular matchup. We got lucky, David.
We didn't get lucky. I think Jose just made a very nice choice, and we will see more Miraidon players at the top tables later this tournament. But what you already talked about, we saw Chen Pao last round. Very interesting deck list. We had a very strong Barrel and also Arceus.
Yes.
We had the cross switchers. And Chen Pao is one of these decks where there are a lot of ways to play it, and no one really knows what the best way is. Exactly like Miraidon, which is the same. There are so many different ways to play Miraidon, and there's no consensus on which is actually the best way. So I'm really looking forward to this specific list from Jose, who already played Miraidon at a regional championship in Milwaukee.
There we go.
With a Day 2 finish.
Day 2 finish is not bad going at all. Obviously coming up against Shinji Mori here, who is playing a Gardevoir list. Seems like a fairly standard Gardevoir list. Nothing that stands out too much on that one, although maybe we'll see a surprise. In terms of prizes, we've got 1 Routes, 1 Kirlia, 2 Bosses orders actually from Jose being prized there. So does only play 3, so that could be interesting as we get through the game.
Yeah, only 3 is also funny, but for Miraidon that's actually true. There are some players that play 4 Bosses orders, and Miraidon is a very fast deck, especially against Gardevoir. You want to apply pressure quickly, and especially Jose's list, there's no Fluffy inside, so you just try to be quick, attack turn 1, take out whatever your opponent has active. Next turn, play Boss's Order, knock out Kirlia, knock out Ralts, play another Boss's Order, try to pick your opponent's field apart. Yeah, and then when your opponent starts attacking, you're already ahead of the game. But in this game, Shinji is starting the game playing a level ball. And as you can see, what a lot of Japanese players do when they look through their deck and check their prize cards, they put the card that they're checking for, like on the top.
Yep. No, very nice. We're going for that level ball. It's probably going to be, one would imagine, a second Kirlia there. You do not want to end the turn with only 1 Kirlia. Josue does start off with that beautiful special illustration around Miraidon there, and that's actually a great start because, of course, you've got the ability that searches out your basic lightning Pokemon. So essentially, starting with 1 Miraidon means you start with literally everything you want.
Yeah, exactly. And here we see Shinji opening with a very classical Gardevoir opening, going level ball into Mew first. Very beautiful Mew card here. The Mysterious Tail ability allows you to look at your top 6 cards of your deck, and then you can pick an item card. And usually in this turn you want a Battle VIP pass, which he got.
Oh, nice.
So this is an amazing first turn for Shinji. When you play Gardevoir, a lot of times you think like, maybe I don't actually draw into my Battle VIP pass if I go for Mew now. So especially newcomers are kind of like, I don't know if I really want to do this. But here at the World Championship we see players, they know exactly what they have to do. And Shinji knows, well, if I get another Ralts, then the game is basically over the moment my opponent attacks. But if I can get Mew and the Battle VIP pass, I'm still in the game. The worst thing that could happen is having my Mew knocked out, which is still fine, but I have potential for more Kirlias. And we also see the Greninja.
Yeah, Greninja coming out, it's a good chat. Excellent point about the Battle VIP pass. It makes me so nervous relying on that Mew to get that Battle VIP pass. Of course, you could also hit something like a level ball as well, which will still turn into that route. And of course, you get the bonus of ending the turn with Mew active. So if Jose does manage to get a turn 1 KO, it's going to be on a Mew rather than something like a Rouse, which you really want to protect so that you can evolve that up into your Curlier in future turns. So we do see Jose here just kind of going through his deck. He's got the Miraidon, gets to go and get any 2 basic Pokemon, basic lightning Pokemon. But of course, if you make one of them Miraidon, then you can just keep doing it all over again.
Exactly, and most of the time, players go for a fluffy build, so they try to get their Mareep out. This is not the case here. Jose can immediately go for just Raikou and another Miraidon. And if he really wants to thin out his deck, he has the option. And thinning out your deck is very important if you play Miraidon because of that Electric Generator card. Electric Generator allows you to attach lightning energy cards from your deck. You can go immediately attach an energy from your hand, attach the other with Electric Generator, and as long as you are able to move the Miraidon out of the active spot to attack with Raikou, you're good to go. Or if you're lucky, you hit 2 energy cards with Electric Generators, you don't even need to retreat, you can just attack with Miraidon.
It's a really interesting one. I am a big fan of this kind of build of Miraidon. Now we do see Beach Court coming down. That is, it's our old friend Sky Arrow Bridge is back again, lets you retreat your basic Pokemon a little more easily. So just a question there, Shinji, I believe, was asking about, how did you get those Pokemon out? Just going, well, here are the ones I've got. Here's what my board looks like. And it looks like we do have that escape rope.
Oh, this is very painful. He got the beach card, so of course you can just retreat with that.
Yeah, you
can.
But
the escape rope serves 2 purposes. First is, of course, you force your opponent to put a Pokemon active that they do not want. We just talked about how important it is that the Mew was active, so it cannot get knocked out. And now Jose even has the option to use Fleet-Footed and then retreat and use it again. And we can see he attached the energy to the basic Pokemon in anticipation. Yeah, I cannot draw 7 cards, but I have to retreat. I can draw 1 more and then another one.
Yeah, and you're looking for those Electric Generator here. That item card that really is, that's what makes these lightning decks so good right now. And we do see a Nest Ball coming down here, just going to get another basic Pokemon. Yes, it's nice. Squawkabilly. I love Squawkabilly. Firstly, this is one of my favorite arts we've had in a long time. A Melakart knocking it out of the park. More importantly, if it's your first turn and only on your first turn, discard your hand, draw 7.
Exactly.
It's Professor's research, but on an ability again.
Yeah, and it's only 6 cards. So
it was only 6, my apologies.
And here we see the first Electric Generator.
Still pretty strong.
Very important. I do not expect... I do not expect that there is no energy there, but very unlucky for Jose. Did not manage to do it, but this is exactly why you play Squawkabilly. If you miss your Electric Generator, just squawk and seize another one. We'll also see the tool, which gives you more HP, Bravery, Charm. This is especially important in the Gardevoir matchup. Because Gardevoir, it deals more damage the more energy you have.
Oh no, he's actually discarded. He had 3 energy in hand, so not only did he not hit any of the Electric Generator, he's going to have to put 3 in the discard pile. This is not the start he wanted.
And there are still a few left. As long as you can draw into the Electric Generator now, everything is fine, but
I don't think he has,
I did not see one.
Oh no.
Oh, maybe... Let's see, is it all coming down to the second Fleet-Footed ability?
I think it's all coming down to it. It's not, it's a cross switcher. So that's not an Electric Generator, and he passes with no attack.
This is especially painful. Jose has the most lightning energy cards I think I've ever seen in a Miraidon deck recently. And he used Squawkabilly. He did everything in his favor to set it up. It was such an amazing turn 1. 2 Fleet-Footed abilities, Escape Rope, the Stadium. Everything went into his favor except for that one last thing that you need, which is the second energy from Electric Generator. And now Jose is already in a very difficult spot, but one of the reasons people like Miraidon for Day 1 at Worlds, which we already talked about, it's a deck that you don't tie with very often. So I think he would just play out 2 or 3 turns, see maybe Shinji doesn't even have a way to get Curlier, who knows? And Jose can still decide to maybe pack it up, play another game after this one, or his hand is also not looking too bad as well. Just keep playing and keep winning.
We have one Curlier. Oh, and we actually have a rare candy Gardevoir into the single prize Gardevoir, which allows you to draw more cards. Now, an Iono straight away is an interesting one because, of course, this isn't working as disruption at this point. It's just refreshing both players' hands. And, Shinji Mori knows that Jose did not have an Electric Generator. he definitely would have played it. So this could actually help. And of course, remember with Iono, the cards go to the bottom of your deck so you don't redraw them, which actually makes it more likely you will get an electric generator. Because you said yourself, David, in this matchup, as the Miraidon player, you want quick prizes.
Yeah, especially with Jose's list. There are some Miraidon decks that are a little bit like half quick, half conservative. They try to get like one Miraidon, one Raikou, and then only have single prize attackers, only their Fluffies and stuff like Zero or Zapdos, for example.
Yeah.
But Jose just went all in, put all of his double prize part Pokemon in play. And these are easy knockouts for the Shining Arcana, Gardevoir's Brainwave attack.
Yes.
With Refinement, you're able to draw into your boss's orders. So for Shinji, now he knows, well, I just need to knock out any 3 Pokemon, and I should be able to do this as long as I set up. So it's already looking pretty difficult for Jose, and even though there are only 2 turns in the game already.
We've not had many turns, but you're right. The whole point of Jose's deck here, get yourself set up, get some energy on, start taking those early prizes, and really kind of hope that Shinji takes a turn or 2 to get rolling. But Shinji's got a phenomenal turn 2, already turned those 3 routes into 2 Curlier and a Gardevoir, and you don't really need the EX per se here. This is all about setting up. So you've got the single prize Gardevoir, which can draw you cards and get some extra energy. You've got the Curlier to draw cards. And, you know, Jose's still going to get the first prize on that Mew, but do you really just want to KO a Mew turn 2 when you're facing down that bench from Shinji? I'm not sure you do.
Yeah, but we do have the Forest Seal Stone, an amazing card, which allows you to search your deck for Electric Generator, for example. But in this situation here, maybe Jose, he knows, well, I already have an energy that I can just attach for my turn. Maybe I don't necessarily need it. With the retreat seeing now, let's wait, maybe there is another Escape Rope in play, which would... Escape Rope is still a nice option to have here, right?
Yeah, Escape Rope would be awesome here. It would force pretty much a Curlier or the Radiant Greninja into the active, either of which would be a very easy KO for the Raikou there. Now, we do see an Arven going for a cross switcher and another one of those Bravery Charms. So, and I do believe that's double cross switcher because he drew one last time when he was looking for the electric generator. So that is going to allow him to pick whichever bench Pokemon he actually wants to bring up and KO. This is looking nice.
Well, the cross switcher from last turn was put in at the bottom of the deck with Iono, but we just saw Jose using Forest Seal Stone to get the second cross switcher. And this is why Arven is so nice. You get an item card, which is a cross switcher, and then you can get a tool card for a Seal Stone, attach it. It's basically one card of any kind and an item card in this kind of deck. Yeah, and we see double cross switcher for the knockout on Curlier. Jose knows exactly. He just needs to apply pressure, get rid of all cards that give Shinji consistency. Because if Shinji's not able to set up a Gardevoir, this opens another way for Jose to maybe play Boss's Order on the other Curlier, and then it's looking dire for Shinji again, to be honest.
Yeah, this game could swing back to Jose, as you said, David, very quickly here. Pick up those little Pokemon, that's the goal. We do see a Fog Crystal coming down here. Let's go and get a basic Pokemon. Looks like he's eyeing up Cresselia initially. That is the one he popped to the front straight there. Could also go and get another Routes. No, we can't get another Routes because there was one prize and he's already played free.
Exactly.
So he's not going to be a Routes. It is going to go for that Zacian there.
Yeah, but Zacian is very nice in this situation.
Yeah, lets you go and get an energy onto one of your Pokemon. It does end your turn, but if you're not in a position to launch a big attack anyway, then it basically just gets you another energy on the field, and it gives you a pretty decent attacker. We've seen, you know, in recent tournaments, Zacian being pretty good at being able to take out some of these Pokemon. 60 damage plus 30 more for each Psychic Energy. With Gardevoir EX being able to pile that energy on could be an option. Just make sure you don't, you know, give up 2 prizes and fall behind in the prize race.
Yeah, Zacian is very important in this matchup, especially because you want to, at the end of the game, you need to trade your Brainwave Gardevoirs, the Shining Arcana one, with your opponent's double prize card Pokemon. And here we see the Zacian being put down with a Seal Stone. Is it a Forest Seal Stone?
It is a Seal Stone of some description, David. It has to be a Forest Seal Stone. That is the only one in the list.
Okay, I was a little bit confused about that at the first glance.
But that's good. That's a reason to play Zacian V, because that unlocks the Forest Seal Stone. It can't just be put on any Pokemon. It has to be on a Pokemon V. And that, again, you know, will let you go and get that extra card, which is fantastic. And you've got the Gardevoir EX, which is now on the field. We've just searched a card out with Mew. This kind of feels like the last turn before Shinji's deck just kind of goes off.
Oh, and here we see energy attachment from hand on Gardevoir. This might seem like a very small move that you do. Well, you need energy, but it allows you later to take a knockout with less energy. And we see the Bravery Charm. It's actually pretty difficult card to deal with for Gardevoir because you need so many energy, and you try to not put too much damage on your own Gardevoir, because if you do, your opponent can just use their Zero Aura, which for one energy card deals 60 damage. So you're trying. You see, Shinji's deck is not as fast as Jose's deck.
No.
So at the beginning, you don't take knockouts, and then later you try to trade your opponent's double price Pokemon for your own single price Pokemon. But with Zero Aura, Jose can just take a knockout on the Shining Arcana Gardevoir for a single energy with a single price attacker, and then your whole strategy kind of fumbles.
Yeah, of course. Remember, Gardevoir EX does accelerate lots and lots of energy, but every energy accelerated is at the cost of 2 damage counters. You often have very heavily damaged Pokemon attacking in Gardevoir, which is why that Zero Aura single energy 60 becomes such a good attacker. But it does seem like we've got this Gardevoir in the active now. Here comes all that energy from Gardevoir. 4 energy means 8 damage counters, but there is no Bravery Charm on the Raikou here. So what have we got? Is that enough energy?
It is 210 damage.
It is
so
exactly 210.
Enough.
Yeah.
And 80 damage is the danger zone, because Zero Aura deals 60 damage for a single energy card. So if Jose is able to pull this off, that would be very nice. We also see the Artisan in play, which, I mean, doesn't matter because you have Miraidon anyways. But,
he's got Miraidon, he's got Nest Ball in hand as well. He's good.
But it does mean that your Stadium Beach Court got knocked out of play, so Jose still needs a way to retreat. With 4 Beach Court in deck, I think that should not be too difficult. As we see that there are entering the field, they're still fleet-footed for the Raikou that is active right now. Let's see if Jose is able to just pull this, a very simple trick with the Zero off.
Yeah, you need an energy, you need a pivoting option, and then you just, well, actually, they say pivoting option. Something like an escape rope here would actually be a real pain. So really, Beach Court is what you're looking for here. Oh, and it does look like that is in the cards. There is a Beach Court there. But,
there was a Poké Gear, yeah.
Okay, we did not see the Poké Gear go down. You don't take a Beach Court off a Poké Gear, David. That would be very naughty.
I mean, you could, but...
no, it gets
if you know the consequences, you don't want to do that.
No, that's a bit silly round 3 of Worlds when you're sitting at 2-0. And that's the thing, like, we're getting to that point in the day where we've got players who are starting to have really good days. The winner of this match is going to be 3-0. You don't start 3-0 at Worlds. You know, there are no easy matchups here. We have seen the energy. Now we got the Professor's research. And really, we kind of do need a Beach Court here because, of course, we've had the energy attachment already onto the Zero Aura.
Well, the likelihood is very high, and still the Fleet-Footed was not activated yet, so there's an 8th card potentially waiting.
Here we go.
Oh, let's see.
What is it going to be?
The cards?
I don't think I saw it. No, I don't have any better angles, I'm afraid.
Well, okay.
Oh, he's just conceding the game. So Jose concedes game 1, and it looks like Shinji Mori is going to take a 1-0 win in this first game. But this is very important. That was not a terribly long game. It was only a few turns, and Jose's like, if I'm not getting a KO this turn, it's not working. Let's go to game 2. He does not want a tie. Ties in day 1 of Worlds are terrible.
Exactly. Game 1, I said, well, you can still wait for your opponent's next turn and then decide if you want to give up there. I was just about to say, well, Jose still has the option to use Electric Generator to attach and then retreat with that energy, which did not come down. So Jose, very smart Miraidon player, knows exactly when he should still try to get some more turns out of the game and then reconsider scooping the game or not. And here we saw a very smart play by Jose basically to end the game here. There's still enough time for 2 games left. Let's see if he's able to pull through.
Yeah, do remember Electric Generator only attaches to the bench Pokemon.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
So that could have been played, but what he would have to have done, instead of attaching to the Zero Aura on the bench, he would have had to attach to the active, hoping for the Electric Generator. And I think essentially the question was, do you feel better about Electric Generator hitting an energy for the bench or just drawing a Beach Court?
Yeah, no, of course. I was completely wrong about that.
No, I think Beach Court was the play. I think he did the right thing. It just didn't come through. But I like this. 15 minutes. There's 35 minutes left for games 2 and 3. We see there the big KO on the Curlier. That almost was the start of it there, but not being able to get that return KO from the Zero Aura there. just unfortunately ended the game.
And here the big chance didn't get through. It was perfect. It looked very nice for Jose in this turn. There was a card that you really want to use, but a little bit difficult, especially if your opponent knows exactly what to expect. And there was also maybe a little bit of a surprise, because if you notice, Shinji did have the reversal energy in hand, but chose not to attach it. If Shinji would have attached the reversal energy, the play with Zero wouldn't have even been possible. So maybe it was even a little bit of a inexperience to play this matchup specifically. But this surprise factor is now completely out of the question.
It is. Now, Jose had a pretty barren turn one. Zera Aura attach energy pass. And Shinji here started with that Cresselia. Doesn't need to use Mew to get Battle VIP pass today, David. Just straight into the deck. Going to get a couple of basic Pokemon. And like you see there, popping those cards up, seeing which basic Pokemon are going to be available. I love your point about Zera Aura, though. Is that going to be something, Shinji's going to be playing around now and just, basically taking away that option? But I mean, Jose's at one game down. He needs to have a better start in game two. That's not a better start in game two.
Yeah, usually you would try to start thinning out your deck with Miraidon, especially in Jose's list. He has nothing from not putting Miraidon down on the bench. Usually, the Zero is free retreat, which is something you should never forget. So
yes,
if there would be a fear oh, maybe my opponent plays Escape Rope, but who plays Escape Rope in Gardevoir, right? So
no.
It really does look like Jose's opening hand is just not strong at all. Let's see, maybe Shinji can make it a little bit fairer. It does not look like it.
No, of course, there is always that hope. Now that Iono's in the format, you're always like, well, if my opponent plays Iono, I get a new hand of 6.
Exactly.
But unfortunately, it's not terribly likely. Even if you've got Iono at this stage, you hold it. Now, that wasn't a phenomenal turn from Shinji there. Oh, and there's the Miraidon, and there is an electric generator in hand. Nice. So this is at least going to be a better turn, David.
Yes, and with Miraidon, you can chain the Miraidon, so you get more bench space to use for your Raikou attack. Of course, if you think about Raikou, everyone is like, oh yeah, you deal a lot of damage for 2 energy cards, but it depends on your own bench size and your opponent's bench size. So it's an amazing synergy between Miraidon and Raikou. You can already start swinging, and then, I mean, optimally, Jose would have something like an Escape Rope, for example.
Yes.
Which would be incredible now, right?
You can just, really would.
It's basically like Boss's Order on an item card on your opponent's Greninja in this turn. As we see the first electric generator come down, even hitting 2 energy cards, this is perfect.
Oh,
so
this is different.
Even if there are no other good cards drawn now, it's already a strong start from Jose. Let's see if he maybe even has something like a double cross switcher, Boss's Order, or Escape Rope. As we see a second electric generator, just even you're basically thinning out your deck out of energies at this point.
Oh, he does have free prize, remember. That's a very important one. There are free energies prize. It looks like it's a whiff on electric generator, unfortunately. So average of 1 from each of the two. Bearing in mind, like I say, he plays 15 energy. So having free of them prize is not the end of the world, but it does hurt your chances a little bit there. But honestly, after that turn one, as bad as it looked, to then be attacking with no pivot needed, Zero Aura's got free retreat.
Yes.
To end with a KO on the Cresselia, it would be better if it was either of those bench Pokemon.
Oh, it looks like there is Escape Rope on the hand.
I was going to say.
He basically gets a free retreat into footed, draw 1 card, play Escape Rope now. Like I said, incredible. Your opponent will never put the Ralts active.
No chance.
But if he draws a Boss's Order now, there was no supporter card played, right?
No, not yet. There wasn't.
The Boss's Order now would have been perfect. Oh. And we see Arven, so there is possibility for just cross switcher. You get one of the cross switcher, Forest Sealstone, get the second one. Let's see if Jose is going.
You have to. There's no chance you don't do that. You've got a chance on turn 2 to take out your opponent's only rounds. Oh, this is wonderful.
Let's go. This is exactly what you want to see if you're playing Miraidon. Perfect, just a perfect showcase of how strong Arven is in this deck. Usually you use it for, when people talk about Arven, it's usually you can deck 2 electric generators and you will always hit because it's in your deck. You have two tries. But now, of course, with the cross switcher in Jose's deck, that's even stronger. As we see a knockout on the single lonely Ralts.
This is time. This is time for Jose. Shinji will do nothing really of relevance this turn.
Yes.
This turn is try and get multiple routes and cross your fingers. Now, we've got Greninja using concealed cards for a level ball. that is going to get a single route. And is there any chance Jose could have a boss's orders this turn? He plays 3 boss's orders, 4 cross switchers, so there's more gusting options.
Yeah, also we have the Raikou active. We see Iono, which is probably not exactly what Shinji wants to play this turn, knowing that, well, if Jose would have had a boss, he would have played it last turn. So he knows there is no boss in Jose's hand. Playing Iono gives the opponent just 6 more cards, plus 1 for turn, plus at least 1 for Raikou. And also you can thin out your deck with the Miraidon as well a little bit in between.
Yes, you can.
Shinji does play the Curlier split. There are some people that play 4 Refinement Curlier, and some people that play 3 Refinement Curlier and 1 Mirage Step Curlier. And the Mirage Step Curlier is actually very strong in this matchup because it just allows you to put all your like your opponent will try to get your Ralts knocked out, but then, yeah, because your Ralts are in the discard pile, you cannot set up your Curliers. But with the Mirage Step Curlier, you still have the chance to set up all 4 of them in 1 turn.
Yes.
So for Shinji, this game is still not over, but maybe Jose will be able to close it off in a few turns.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good. I mean, boss's orders here would be amazing. And then I'm a fan of aggressive decks. I like playing fast, aggressive decks. Always have done. And one of the things you learn when you play aggressive decks is lots of gusting, pick off the best Pokemon off the bench. You don't really want to just be, you know, the big powerful decks that can one-hit KO anything, attack into the active. The fast decks, they're really going to try and pick apart your opponent's bench. That is the goal here. So we did see a Mew coming down from the nest ball for Jose, and now we see Pokegear. No prizes for guessing what he's digging for, David.
Boss's order. Let's go. Yes. Unfortunately, he did shuffle his deck with the nest ball, and
he's not got it.
There was the argument that because you know there are like 7 non-boss's orders on the bottom of your deck because of Iono, that you might have opted to go because the only reason to bench Mew here is to thin out your deck.
Yes.
But it's very difficult to actually calculate. I also personally don't know the right answer. But there are like 6 non-bosses out on the bottom of your deck, and then pulling the Mew out shuffles all these decks on top, all these cards on top. So yeah, maybe Jose is better at math than I. I genuinely don't know exactly which a better play was. But we still have, Jose still has a lot of options. We see him retreat into the Mew. So of course this only grabs item cards, which means cross switcher or even escape rope would be very nice in this situation. Just like last turn, it's an easy knockout on a Ralts, easy knockout on Shining Greninja. And we see another cross switcher.
He does have the. No, does he have it? He's got an Arven again, David.
Yeah. It's one of the great choices. As long as you make sure that none of them are on your prize card with the first deck search, which I'm 100% sure Jose did.
Oh, he's already got it. He's got double cross switcher. One's in the hand, one's on the board. Double cross switcher is going to come down to get another one of those routes. And he somehow managed to gust twice without using any of his boss's orders, which he's got to hit at some point. Just making a decision which routes to go for. If anyone was wondering about Pokegear 3.0 as a route from Mew to get boss's orders, there's only one in the deck and it's already been played. That wasn't an option.
Oh yes, of course. In theory, that's also one of the ways. There were a lot of ways for Jose. He still needed a way to get the Mew out of the active spot because it was already retreated. But yeah, a lot of pressure here from Jose, and this is exactly what you want to see as a Miraidon player, and this is exactly the reason why so many players, I mean, yeah, so many players, not like 10% or more, but maybe we have like 3% Miraidon.
There's a few out there. This is not a weird fringe. Like Meowscarada, I think there's like 1. That's a weird fringe deck. This is not that fringe deck, and there are good players on Miraidon. Everybody always doubts Miraidon. Nobody thinks it's a good deck. Even after I got top 8 at the UIC, I kept being told, like, well, you know, it's a great deck if you run hot.
Yes.
And I'm like, I have so much more faith in Miraidon than other people I know, and I just want to keep being proven right. And it looks like Shinji is choosing to concede the game. So just like Jose conceded game 1 early, Shinji is conceding game 2 early. We've got enough time for like a proper game 3 here, David.
Yeah, they could even play another best of 3 in this time, I think.
Look at this, right?
But like you said, Miraidon is a great deck if it runs hot, and Jose just tried to make sure that he will always run hot.
Yes.
And if you don't run hot for 1 game, well, you're still 2 games left. And we see these 2 games left where you still have the chance to run hot. One of them went completely fine. It's going down to the wire, game number 3.
Oh, I'm excited about this. Like, you know, let's face it, we're both excited about Worlds. Yes. You know, we're both excited to sit behind the desk, and you know, Ethan and Carl did a great job round 1 and 2. We're both sitting here being like, is it our turn yet? we go talk about some games? And then to sit down and get Miraidon and get this exciting a game, it's just, yeah, this wait has been absolutely worth it. I love seeing Miraidon in action. And Jose showing he really knows what he's doing. And that Arven cannot get over how good this Arven is going.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Game 3. Now Shinji knows basically exactly what kind of version of Miraidon. As I said earlier, there's a lot of different versions, a lot of flavors, as you might call them, of Miraidon. Shinji definitely prepared at least a little bit. Everyone saw that it won the Korean National Championship, so everyone is aware that the deck exists. So he probably did some testing. He is Day 1 at World Championship, so he's definitely a strong player.
Of course.
Which means now he's adapted, he knows exactly what he needs to do Game 3. And the God of War matchup is not that easy to play for Miraidon as well, so it's probably like a very 50-50 matchup. Yeah, Game 1 didn't go well for Jose just because of the cards he drew. Game 2 didn't go well for Shinji because Jose drew too well. So now we have like a more fair distribution of luck to say. There's also a good chance for Shinji to win the game.
So what do we see? Nothing too terrible on there. How many guards? So it's one of the 2 God of War EX that could be a bit of an issue. Other than that, yeah, it's all fairly evenly distributed. You're going to have some decent cards prize, but it looks like we are into Game 3 here, and Shinji is starting us off with a level ball. And if this is anything like Game 1, it's Mew, and cross your fingers for a Battle VIP pass.
Exactly. It depends, of course, a little bit on the other cards in your hand. As we see Shinji with the typical Japanese style of checking for your prize cards, which I always find very interesting to see the difference on just how the players move their cards in general in Japan and outside of Japan. Everyone checks for their prize cards at the beginning, especially now with the rules. Everyone knows, yeah, it's like fine to take a little bit longer at the beginning as long as you play faster afterwards. This is something, if you might read the rules and you think, oh, well, I don't have so much time for my deck search. It all depends. So
Yes,
it depends on the circumstances. First turn, you want to know your prize card. It's fine to take a little bit longer, but we see one surprise, the second rolls.
Oh, it's all good. Oh, wait, sorry.
Yeah, a second roll is coming down here on Shinji's
Okay, yeah, it is all good.
field.
Sorry, I misheard myself
no
for a
problem.
second
No
somehow.
problem. Yes.
But yeah, second round's coming down, always a very good thing. And yeah, you're right. It's an important piece of context. Everybody knows you have to do that deck search to know what your prizes are, so judges will account for that. Not a great end to the turn from Shinji, of course, just finishing with 2 routes out. And now Jose's got that Miraidon. And of course, if you've got 1 Miraidon, you've basically got everything you could want. We go for a Raikou and a second Miraidon, which then activates Tandem Unit again, and we've got ourselves a Raikou coming down. And now this is turn 1, so it depends what Jose's hand is like. If he's got room on if he's got something in his hand to search Squawkabilly, which he does, yeah, we're going to see him leave bench space and nest ball for that Mew.
Well, there is Escape Rope, for example. There are a lot of options for Jose. This is, it hurts a little bit to see Shinji set up here. I was looking forward to a very nice Game 3. Maybe, yeah, there was a very good chance that Shinji can just win this game.
Okay, Squawkabilly's in hand, that's why.
Okay.
I was wondering why. I was like, I love Squawkabilly turn 1. It's so good. But yeah, you're right. The Shinji's start here is just, it does make it look like we could see a bit of a Game 2 rerun where Jose is just here and, you know, doing his thing, so to speak.
Yeah, but like I said, Shinji does have the option to go into Mirage step. So, depending on his hand, we didn't see it exactly. If there is another level ball and an energy, this game might still be very nice for Gardevoir, as we see a Professor's Research coming down. Mew in the active spot, still no retreat use, it was just an escape rope. So Mysterious Tail, you can grab more cards. If we see the beach card, you can just retreat. But it is very important for Jose to draw that electric generator now.
Oh, he's drawn a bunch of energy, which is bad because it's not energy in your deck, which can then be hit off electric generator. So let's hope he hits one off of here. He does hit one, but we need to watch. Essentially, the more energy that are in your prizes or your hand or your discard pile, the harder it's going to be to hit those energy off of electric generator. So here we go. Can we see? We saw 2 and 0 last time. Here,
oh, nice.
Just 1. That'll do. That's all we need.
Exactly. That's all you need. That's perfect. The hand attach was already used, so there is no way to retreat the Mew, for example, with another energy. So now there still needs to be some kind of switching option. And Electric Generator, as Ross corrected me earlier, can only attach to the benched Pokemon.
Ooh, that's nice, David. Double energy off an Electric Generator.
Yeah, and like I said, Electric Generator, now you're basically just thinning out your deck. And if you then use Squawkabilly, you have even better chances of drawing into your Beach Court or...
He's already got it in hand. It's on the field.
Perfect.
Beach Court is... This is about as good a turn as anyone could want. I was just about to say about all you need now is just draw into some Bravery Charm. Well, he's already just attached one. So we could do with a couple more Bravery Charm, but I think other than that, this is about as good as this turn could possibly have gone for Jose here. He's got the Raikou, he's attacking, he's got 2 energy on him, a Rhydon, he's even got the Bravery Charm on the active, and this is, like you say, I think we need a Mirage Step Curlier here. I think that's got to be what it is. Level ball, energy, there's the energy.
So...
Do we have a game?
Yes, there are supporter cards in Shinji's hand, so it's not over yet. I'm on with the Cresselia on the bench now as well. And, well, Beach Court you had for retreat in the first place. And we've seen Iono, so now it's very important for Shinji to get either the Curlier or a level ball. We see Ultra Ball, and the Curlier was not priced, so this is definitely an option here to use.
Okay.
And just like that, you can completely negate the very fast setup Jose had. And I'm very happy. This is exactly the game that I wanted to see. A 50-50 back and forth, where both players can show their exact best, completely independent of their luck. As we see the Mirage Step Curlier going down, searching your deck for 3 Curlier cards that you can put immediately onto your bench. This card is only limited by the amount of Curlier on your prize cards.
Yes.
0 here, so just the best option. And because you use Mirage Step, you still have 1 Ralts in play that you can use Rare Candy on. So
you
just
can.
basically a perfect setup here after a very, let's call it conservative turn number 1. Shinji knows exactly what he is doing. He just played a trick on us.
Yeah, turn 1 did not go terribly well for Shinji, but this is what, this is why we have this 3-1 split. Yes, I know the Curlier that can draw cards is great, but sometimes, like, if it wasn't for Mirage Step, this game would probably be over at this stage. This is why we play a Mirage Step. So, just having that one option there, not being prized, being able to get your other 3 Curlier, and now all of a sudden, next turn, Shinji's deck, you're going to be drawing an extra 6 cards minimum. You can absolutely go off here. Jose has got basically everything he needs at this stage. Like I say, Bravery Charm and Boss's Orders are good, but, Cross Switcher here is brilliant, but there is you can't do what you did in Game 2. In Game 2, you could shut your opponent's deck down by taking out all of the Ralts and Curlier. Here, you're just making it a bit more awkward.
Yeah, but you have the doubles Cross Switcher in your hand, and you can just use it. Of course, knocking out the Mirage Step Curlier doesn't really get you much value. No. You would, of course, rather take the Refinement Curlier. And then later, if your opponent, if it goes down the wire and your opponent plays like Iono and you draw into like a single Cross Switcher, that's also a big problem to deal with.
Yes.
Jose knows, well, okay, I will play this anyway. Let's go for the better Curlier on my opponent's side of the field.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely worth playing. Definitely gets you feeling. Like you say, drawing a single Cross Switcher is bad at the end of the game. And that's one thing about Jose's list. There's nothing really to protect against Iono. That maybe Mew is like the best bet against an Iono. You're not playing these things like Bibarel that some decks play that allow you to draw extra cards. So we've seen lots of early game Ionos from Shinji, but actually a late game Iono against this deck could be absolutely devastating. It's why you see Jose, Miraidon is 1 energy away from attacking. Raikou is 1 energy away from attacking. You set all of your attackers up to give you the most options to try and Iono-proof yourself with your board, because you're not going to be drawing a lot of cards if you get Iono'd late game.
Exactly. This is also one of the reasons there are so many energy cards in there, because like your first few electric generators, if you hit like 2 energies on that, well, you don't even really care about Iono at the end of the game. But yeah, this kind of build always has problems at the later stages of the game. There's for example, a lot of players play a Raichu EX, which can deal a lot of damage if you have a lot of energy cards in play. Not an option here, so if Shinji is able to even attack with the Gardevoir, for example, well, Jose would not be able to take the knockout.
No, that is an excellent point. So we do see the Iono coming down here. And I think we got concealed cards from Greninja drawing extra cards, and then we've got another Curly which can be used to draw extra cards. And there's even a possibility of a Rare Candy into a Gardevoir and drawing a couple of extra cards as well. So this could end up being a very, very nice turn for Shinji. The question is, when does he start attacking? Oh, there is the Gardevoir. You don't even need to rare candy into it. There's your extra cards. And of course, if you use the energy, you don't draw it, you can attach them. It's why the ability's so gosh darn good.
Yeah, the attachment is also very important because Shining Arcana doesn't add damage, and there is a Bravery Charm attached, so 250 HP on Raikou.
It's a lot.
That means 7 energy cards, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct, yes.
Yes. So if you cannot actually attach 7 energy cards with your Gardevoir EX, because that would knock you out. So, and having some... No, I mean now, if you really want to take the one-hit knockout on the active Raikou, it doesn't really matter because you will get with the knockout with Zero Aura anyways. But in the later stages of the game, this might be important again. Let's see what Shinji is trying to do here. I saw there was a boss's order in hand, so in theory, you could try to just like get an easy knockout on Squawkabilly, which is always a big liability. And now it doesn't have a Bravery Charm attached yet, which might be attached later in the game. So
Absolutely. Now, at the moment, we're doing 150, I believe. It would need another energy for Squawkabilly, but no, it's just 150. And then this is what Jose dreams about, like being 2-hit KO'd. You don't expect to be 2-hit KO'd. So now, instead of trading 1 prize for 2, you're trading kind of 2 for 2.
Yeah, no Gardevoir EX in play as well, and there are enough bench Pokemon just for Raikou to take the knockout here. And now, if you look at the prize cards, Jose already drew 2 prize cards, will down to 3. Will go down to 3 this turn, no matter what happens. So
he's got the Forest Seal Stone as well.
Still winnable for Shinji, but definitely difficult.
Yeah, there's that second energy on Raikou, so that's now ready to attack. That Forest Seal Stone will get any other card. Miraidon, oh, Electric Generator. Now, this could actually put Miraidon into attacking range as well here in terms of energy, and it does.
Yes.
So now we've actually got, and they're 2 prize attackers. You only need 3. When they go down, they're done. So Jose kind of doesn't really need many cards now.
Yeah, and also the Forest Steel Stone, you can just leave it there.
Yes.
And then your opponent plays Iono, and you're like, well, I don't care, boss, they win. It is not possible to take a one-hit knockout on a Gardevoir EX on the bench, so taking like 2 prize cards with boss's order, it's not possible, as we see a retreat into Mew, which seems like Jose is trying to go a little bit more aggressive with the double cross switches. There's probably... we see a Nesbor, which you cannot play right now because
he's got a full bench.
Full.
Getting a basic would not do him any good, unfortunately, but he's got an oven.
I mean, I would have done the same, right? You have free retreat anyways, and then you can retreat into Mew, and if you hit with Mew, well, you don't need to play Arven. If you don't hit with Mew, well, just play Arven, and it's fine this way. So we see all the cross switchers now being played. There was one very early. There was one double cross switcher very early in the game. But this still leaves Jose with boss's order as well.
Yeah, he's still got 3 boss's orders to be used. So here comes a double cross switcher onto one of the 2 Curlier. That had to be the choice because that's either that can basically sit there, use refinement, draw cards, and then evolve into an EX as well. They are the most awkward cards for your opponent to have at the moment. So that's coming active. We're going to the fresh Raikou, really make Shinji work to get that KO. And it looks like... Now, chooses to put the Bravery Charm. I was going to say, yeah, surely you want it on the Miraidon here because that's going to be coming active. Consider the Mew, but pops it on the Miraidon. Now we get the KO. Jose's down to 3 prizes remaining, and Shinji needs a KO this turn.
Yeah, this line of play was very interesting because the Forest Seal Stone doesn't give you more HP, so as long as Shinji does have Gardevoir EX, he will be able to take the knockout, but there's only 1 Forest Seal Stone in Jose's deck, so he will not be able to use that once the active Pokemon gets knocked out. So interesting that he didn't use it. He probably thought, I mean, if you don't get the knockout in this turn for Shinji, the game is already over. I think. So,
but it is an interesting one because, like you say, with Iono, Jose's got 1 answer to Iono in terms of card draw here, and it is that Forest Seal Stone. He's got a pretty good setup, but that's his way around it. If this gets KO'd and then we see an Iono, or even an Iono and then it gets KO'd, whichever way round, it's going to leave Jose in a very awkward position. He's still got those attackers, but it means he's going to be really struggling for draw throughout the game.
Yeah, but Shinji's hand does not look that amazing. There is a lot of rare candy, a lot of energy, some supporter cards, but not really what you want to see. Now you generally just need the Gardevoir to start attacking, take the one-hit knockout here. There is no knockout on the Raikou, this game is basically over. So for Shinji, in theory, Reversal Energy would be a nice card to draw, but it is in the prize cards. Oh, there are actually 2 reverse energy cards in Shinji's deck, so even if you do not...
Oh, here's the boss's orders on the damage,
nice.
Raiko. Now this is good, because at first it means Shinji gets prizes, this is a good thing, but it also preserves that Forest Seal Stone in case of an Iono, so this is a very interesting play. I like it, because I've been saying, Shinji needs a KO, has to get a KO, has to take some prize cards. This is a way to do it without having to get the Gardevoir EX, which does not seem to be on the cards right now, but it does leave that Forest Seal Stone open here. So if you're Jose here, I mean, is it time for maybe start attacking with Miraidon here? It's got more HP.
What's also important is that Shinji was able to take a knockout without having any damage on the Gardevoir, so we are still trying to prevent Jose from using the Zeraora.
Yes.
And now Shinji still has the option to use, for example, boss's order on Squawkabilly and take a knockout with Gardevoir EX, and then Gardevoir EX has too much HP for Jose to knock her out. There are 3 prize cards, and there's no Pokemon EX in play for Shinji. So Jose needs to take a knockout on 3 Pokemon from now. And Shinji only needs to take a knockout on 2 Pokemon. So it's still a very, very close game.
It's very close game. Here's what worries me for Jose here. Let's say you get the KO on the Gardevoir here, which it's already on the board. You need like 6 bench Pokemon or something. It's easy. Maybe even 5. Doesn't matter. Point is, it's easy. The KO is there. The difficulty here is, if you get Iono down to 2, and then there's a one-hit KO on the Raikou, for instance, taking out Forest Seal Stone off the board, that's going to be awkward. Now, we do see Raihan building up a second Miraidon here. And honestly, if I'm Jose, I like the idea of just going with Miraidon here. 270 HP, because it's got an extra 20 over the Raikou, plus it's got the Bravery Charm. I like the idea of having that, ending with Miraidon in the active and going, look, I know you're going to be working towards a big KO. This is the most difficult way for you to achieve it.
Exactly. We even saw the Beach Court come down, but Jose opting to just take a knockout with Raikou. I think I agree with Ross that maybe trying to have as much HP as possible to force the opponent to over-attach energy cards and then over-damage yourself. Because now Shinji, with reversal energy, and if you hit like 1 Shining Arcana, you can just attack with Brainwave, and you don't put yourself onto as much damage for the Zeraora to be important. But Shinji's hand is not looking very good at all. This is, we saw a lot of Battle VIP pass, the cards. It's
Great
very
turn
strong.
1.
Yes, it's very strong, but it makes your deck lose a little bit consistency. Usually it's fine because you have so many refinements. You can just put them in the discard pile. But yeah, this doesn't always play out perfectly. As we see a Super Rod being played down, shuffling a Ralts, Curlier, and a Gardevoir back into the deck. Just a level ball to thin out the deck immediately. Shinji really needs the extra draw power from Refine. Yes, we see a Gardevoir coming, another Curlier coming down. He has to look at his deck very well, because if you play either Iono or Professor's Research, you will draw into almost all of it.
Yeah, you've got to be careful you don't deck yourself out. If you start your turn with nothing to draw, that will unfortunately end the game and not in your favor. So it seems like Shinji, there's still nothing really set up on his board. He's got 3 routes, 2 routes and 1 Curlier. He's going up into another Curlier, it looks like that's going to give him another refinement.
I would have done the same.
Yeah, I like that, but where's the attack coming from this turn? That's where I'm going with this, David.
Rare Candy, easy. Rare Candy active. We saw... Now
Does he have it in hand?
There's a difficult decision, because he has 1 more refinement, but 2 Rare Candy in hand.
Oh.
And he goes for it, just trying to draw the last piece of the puzzle with that Curlier, but it looks like that didn't work out.
He unfortunately doesn't have it. Does he have that Stadium in play?
Which one?
Has he got Artisan in hand, maybe? I mean, Beach Court's in play at the moment. No, that's a collapsed Stadium. We do see an Avery coming down here, limiting his opponent to 3 bench Pokemon, allowing him to draw 3 cards. Did those 3 cards do much for him? Oh, he's got the Rare Candies, but looks like he does. Here comes the Gardevoir, and you're right, it is the Shining Arcana Gardevoir. That is one we were looking for here. Do we have enough energy?
Yeah, there's a reversal energy in hand, definitely. So you can use that, but it looks like Shinji is...
We got the Gardevoir EX as well. Oh, now he is running into that potential Zero Aura trap here. That is something we do need to watch out for. 80 damage, the magic number to run into Zero Aura here as a potential KO. That is going to really help Jose here, because if he can, you know, get a prize, go down to 1 remaining, and end the turn, or end the turn with Zero Aura in the active, that is going to force Shinji into some kind of gusting in order to win the game.
Yeah, that Avery was so painful because it just allowed your opponent to get rid of the Squawkabilly.
Yep.
Which was one of the big win options, but Shinji knew, well, Professor's research will probably lose me the game just because of my resources, and Shinji knows, well, there is no way for my Gardevoir to get knocked out, so I'm definitely fine. Just next turn, all Shinji needs is 1 single knockout. And with the reverse energy on the bench, which, yeah, I mean, you could have used it active, but this puts a little bit of risk on your side of the field because it allows your opponent to just go, for example, Boss's Order. But he actually plays a Zapdos, and Battle Claw is able to deal 70 damage, 10 short, unfortunately, to take a knockout on Curlia. But, for example, yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah, you just want to take the knockout on the
Yeah, and that's what Jose is going to do here. He's going to use his Zero Aura. He's going to take the KO on the Gardevoir. Honestly, the game isn't... Jose's going to win this game unless Shinji does, which I know sounds stupid.
Yes.
But essentially, Zero Aura is going to get the KO. Next turn, there is going to be a Miraidon, and, you know, there's a very good chance of having Boss's Orders. And Jose's map is there. It's easy. When I say unless Shinji does, what I mean is Jose's going to pass and go, I have almost certainly got game in hand next turn. What can you do? Can you get an attacker with enough energy and a gusting onto one of my bench Miraidon, and it has to be Miraidon, and they've both got Bravery Charm? Can you do that?
Let's see. Shinji...
That's the game.
Only needs a few cards. Boss's Order, Shining Arcana, Gardevoir. I think that's even it. There are 2 Bravery Charms on the Miraidons.
Yeah, they've both got Bravery Charm.
270 HP.
It's a lot.
This means you need... How many energy are there?
I believe it's 7.
Yeah, 7 sounds correct.
Because 7 times 3 is 21, plus the 60 base is 270, which is exactly what Miraidon has.
Yeah, and we have it. Boss's Order.
Oh, and that looks like it. So it looks like Shinji Mori, with that reversal energy, just goes and gets a KO. We didn't see the energy being attached with Gardevoir, but getting 4 energy with the Gardevoir EX would have been a very simple thing. As soon as that reversal energy went down, we see the concession, and Shinji Mori goes to 3-0 at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. They seem pretty happy about this.
Yeah, Shinji did exactly the right choices at every time. He didn't... It's how they say, right? It's not about the cards you get dealt to, it's about to do the best out of the cards that you draw.
Yes.
And he did everything properly. Even though, Jose, you saw Game 3, drew incredibly well.
Yes.
This draw was crazy. Of course, his deck was designed to do exactly that. But, yeah, maybe his Miraidon deck has a big weakness, which is that even if you draw perfectly, there's still the chance that, well, if your opponent knows exactly what they have to do, they can still outplay you, and then after your first few turns, there is not really a way to outplay your opponent with Miraidon. You just attach energy cards, attack fast, try to play Boss's Order, try to play Boss a cross switcher at the very beginning quickly, and then it's kind of out of your control. But your opponent is in control. Maybe Miraidon is not the best choice. I'm very happy for Shinji to win this game. Sorry that Miraidon did not do it. But
there's plenty more Miraidon out there in the field, David, and let's face it, Jose, you know, he's sitting at 2-1, losing to a phenomenal player, and that could have gone either way.
Yes.
That game really could have gone either way. I really like, one of the things I like about the end of that game, Shinji held on to that reversal energy. And we keep talking about Iono. You know the Miraidon player isn't playing Iono. That is not a card which they're going to be playing. So you know your hand is pretty sound. You know you're going to be able to keep hold of it. And with Gardevoir and reversal energy, we saw, like the second that reversal energy went down, both players were like, oh yeah, the KO's on the board, we're good, the game's over. I like he didn't have to use it. And even though you kind of run into the Zero Aura, it doesn't matter because he knows his hand and he knows he's not getting disrupted. And sometimes, well, a lot of the time, there is a huge advantage in knowing my opponent's not going to disrupt me, so I know what I've got next turn. Whereas Jose playing Miraidon did not have that luxury. He knew he could be Iono'd at any time.
Yeah, also this matchup, there are 2 very important factors. The first is, of course, the very first few turns. Jose being able to just take early knockouts, maybe denying your opponent the setup in general. But once the Gardevoir player sets up, the reverse energy becomes incredibly important. Yeah, and here we see the Mirage step, which just allows you to set up that game immediately.
So good.
Like the players that don't have this option have a very hard time against Miraidon, and because they cannot set up. But the other important factor is exactly the one-hit knockouts that you can take. You really need to attack with Brainwave. You need to deal a lot of damage because of Bravery Charm. And here we see the importance of reverse energy, for example, the handshake versus order, amazingly played by Shinji.
Yeah, that was really, really very good. You know, Gardevoir is one of the top picks coming into this tournament. It's one of the most played decks at this tournament. Gardevoir's the kind of deck that scares me. And Mirage Skip, I love it. Absolutely love it. I am fairly sure Shinji does not win that game without Mirage Skip. Because there's just no way to get your...
Exactly. There was no way. With if Shinji opted for a little bit different list, this game would have gone a completely different way. And here we see the tournament doesn't start round 1. The tournament started already a month ago, where everyone was thinking, how do I build my deck? Which decks do I need to win against? Which choices do I make? So half of the choices are already made. Basically, all the pieces are in play. Now it's up to the players to move these pieces to get into day 2.
Yeah, I mean, we've both played a lot of tournaments over the years, David, and we've both had that wonderful feeling where we're sitting there round 2 being like, I've nailed this.
Exactly.
I picked really well today.
Yes.
And we've both had those tournaments where we're sitting there round 2 and we're like, why did I play this? I know I've made a mistake and it's round 2, and you're like, I know I've made a giant mistake here. I know this tournament isn't going to go well, and it's only round 2. So it's nice to have that feeling of, especially because that 3-1 Curlier, that's a big decision. A lot of players go for the 4 refinement.
Exactly.
But to be on stream in round 3 and go 3-0 at Worlds because of that one card choice you made, you've got to feel so good about that. And I think there is a lot, in a tournament like this, there's a lot of confidence going in, where if you can build that confidence and get on a bit of a roll, you do, and I know it sounds silly, you play better because you're confident, you're kind of in the zone, and it's just these little moments that can make such a big difference.
Exactly, and sometimes the best feeling actually is maybe Shinji didn't even think about Miraidon when he put the Curlier in his deck, and then he realized like, oh wait, like I randomly just have the better matchup compared to other Gardevoir players. I didn't want it to be this way, but it is this way, so let's make the best out of it. He did make the best out of it, used the Mirage Step to his advantage. Yeah, amazing game, 3 games.
Worked pretty well. Wow, with an amazing game, we have an amazing player, a winning player, and of course, a winning interview. So let's go and hear from our winner here and, you know, see what they thought about the game.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the main stage. I'm Kyle Sablehouse, and I'm here with your round 3 winner, Shinji Mori. Congratulations on your opening victory here.
ラウンド3の勝者、毛利さん、おめでとうございます。
It's awesome that you got that opening victory there. We saw you're playing against the Miraidon player. Was that a deck that you were thinking about when coming into this opening tournament to day 1 of Worlds?
ミライドンのデッキとの対戦だったと思うんですけれども、それを期待していましたか？
デッキタイプは全く分からなかったんですが、そのミライドンの方におそらく雪道とかが入ってなかったんで、かなり有利なマッチアップだったとは思います。
I wasn't really expecting that type of matchup, but I did know that there wasn't going to be path to the peak. So I thought that it could be advantageous for me in terms of the matchup.
Very cool. Yeah, we saw playing against a pretty interesting matchup there. It looks like it's a little favored for you. You were able to work in that Mirage step from the Curlia in that matchup. Is that something that you were thinking about going into how you set up your board in the match?
キルリアの、特性を使って、かなり準備されていたと思うんですけれども、それは予想通り期待狙っていましたか？
そうですね。2戦目になんかちょっと下手くそだったって多分ネットでは荒れてると思うんですけど、僕が手札にエネルギーがあって隠し札を打たずにレベルボールもあったのにラルトスを置かずに多分、ラルトスに手張りで番を返して多分アイテムクエスチョンだったと思うんですけど、相手の1ターン目の行動が渋くてこれは裏まで行かれないだろうってちょっと慢心してしまって次のミラージュステップから入ろうと思ってたところを咎められたので、これは2戦目負けたなと思ったんですけど、25分までは戦って相手のデッキに雪道があるのかないのかというのを探ろうと思ってちょっと2戦目は25分ぐらいまで戦いましたね。
It was a very long second match and it was quite difficult. And I did use the Mirage Step to set up my board, as you expected.
Yeah, that was very incredible to watch. We saw your opponent playing a lot of those cross switchers, boss's orders, a lot of cards to worry about. How did you feel when you got down to that last turn? You didn't have to worry about those. You were able to find those Pokemon to close out and win with that reversal energy.
相手の方がボスの指令などクロススイッチャーなどたくさんのカードがあったと思うんですけれども、最後の方で確認してなかったことで、ポケモンの攻撃で倒せたということでしょうか。
そうですね、3戦目で言ったら多分僕のサーナイト X に触れるか触れないか、多分最終ターンのあそこで触れないと多分負けてたんですけど、要求がそのアルカナシャインとサーナイト X に触れないと負けで、相手がジェネレーターを全部切っていたので、例えばライチュウ V とかでもうサーナイト X がワンパンされる心配もうないだろうと思って、キバナからのクロススイッチャーももうリソースがなかった、スイッチャーのリソースがなかったので、もうサーナイトがワンパンされることは多分ないだろうって判断がここでアルカナいければ勝ちだな。でも博士をいけたら確実にサーナイト X になれるんですけど、手札に飴が全部引いてしまってたので、もうセイボリーで引くしかないってところで、運よく引けたなっていう3戦目はですね、相手のプレイヤーもとてもうまかったです。
The other player was very good. I also knew that with the electric generator, my opponent had used up all of them. So I knew that if I could get the Arcana Shine, then I would be able to set up the board and attack, and I didn't have to worry about the opponent's Raichu, the one KOing me.
Yeah, we were worried about that watching backstage. The Raihan wasn't there to get that Pokemon, to get the final prizes. You were able to close out. Congratulations, Shinji Mori, for this round 3 victory. We're going to go ahead and throw it back over to the casters.
では最後におめでとうございます。
Thank you very much, Carl. Always nice to hear from the winner there, of course. You know, it's always nice to hear from these people who are not necessarily expecting to face this Miraidon deck and then seeing how they deal with it.
And we saw confirmed in the winner's interview basically that the reason, like the Mirage step has nothing to do with Miraidon, but he must have felt so happy realizing like, oh yes, I built my deck this way for that reason, but I'm fine. I'm fine now that exactly the way I built my deck is helping me out now with a completely different situation. And having this adaptability is very important as a player. Yeah, very happy for Shinji to win this game, and also hope that Jose can still make it through day 1.
Yeah, very good chance. Sitting at 2-1 after 3 games, having the deck's clearly working quite well. I think he's got a pretty good chance of making it through, and I still think I'm less sure about tomorrow, but I do think today Miraidon is a very good choice. And one other thing that's interesting, we heard Shinji was preparing for the Raichu in that match. There's no Raichu in the deck.
Yeah, but you never know. With Miraidon, you never know.
But that's the thing about top players. Point I want to make, something we've been talking about a lot. You would know what to expect. We don't play open deck lists in the TCG, so the amount of knowledge you have is absolutely key. And sure, there was no Raichu here, but there's usually a Raichu in the deck. So being able to prepare for that and play around it means you don't get surprised by it later on. And okay, in this particular instance, it turned out to be irrelevant. There's other games where Shinji's going to be playing, and that Raichu is going to be just a little bit short of the energy it needs to actually go and get the KO. And I think good players, they don't just know what the decks are, they know what the builds look like and what to expect, and even the counts of cards to expect when they're coming into these matchups.
Yeah, especially if you spend a lot of attention on like which Miraidon decks did well at other tournaments. Like we already mentioned, the Korean National Championship, the winner played Raichu and Fluffy. So this is probably like the Miraidon deck most players saw and most players prepared for. So yeah, hopefully we didn't hinder Jose with his surprise factor by putting him on stream. If that happened, I'm very sorry about that. But I think he played perfectly.
Yeah.
So he will be able to pull through, even with this small hindrance we just put him on.
Nature of the stream, unfortunately. Let's face it, by the time you get a few rounds in, everybody knows what the good players are playing anyway. Players talk, ladies and gentlemen. I assure you, we're at these tournaments. Players, the information is important. Players are always fact-finding. The top players, everyone is going to know what they're playing because people will be sharing that information in between rounds. Speaking of in between rounds, we have an in between round lunch break now. The players are going on a break. We don't need a break. We need more fun. And we've got something very fun coming up after a very short break. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but don't go anywhere. We've got a very nice surprise coming up.
welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, like that setup where it's like you're in Mesa Goza and you're like looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community, and yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
A game of inches, go! Here comes the ballot, and it goes through! One time, taking this fifth game, and is your North America International Champion! Wow, Wadaj! He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
Throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout. And even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another Super Rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just the
Bodhi.
scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the International Champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with rapid strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
This is going to be massive.
The outrage.
Dragonite outrages
It's
into the Flutter Mane again.
Shadow Ball into the Flutter Mane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Flutter Mane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a choice on the item
And that's
there.
gonna do it! Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion! And the Gyarados left at this next turn. He is one step away, one Moonblast away from securing the knockout under the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
The Iron Hand pretty much at 50% HP. Will the Ice Spinner follow up and knock it out? Sort of ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Flare Blitz into the Dragon Bolt, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win, so when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
Feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
Meu nome é Luigi e eu venho do Brasil, e de Brasília.
Oh, there he is.
Luigi has this arena. Let's see if he plays it. Does indeed play it. Brings up the Mew VMAX, and Luigi will be the Latin America International Champion for the Juniors Division.
Sinto muito bem, tá ganhando no meu país de origem, me sinto muito feliz. Meu Pokémon favorito é o Pikachu, pois ele faz parte da jornada do meu treinador favorito, o Ash. Sim, estou muito confiante que eu possa ganhar esse Mundial, pois eu estou treinando muito e estou tentando ao máximo conseguir esse título. Significaria ser muito feliz e por estar ganhando um título tão grande como esse, seria muito feliz para mim e para minha família.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to the 2023 World Championships here in Yokohama, Japan. It's been an exciting start to our day. We've seen former world champions competing. We've seen high-level gameplay. We'd expect nothing less from our competitors here at the World Championships. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here at the desk by Kyle Sablehouse, and excited to take you guys through our lunch break. We've got some time here while our players are out getting lunch, getting situated, getting a chance to kind of take a breath in, catch their breath, maybe evaluate where they're at in the tournament, and come back in here and finish out the day.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, these players are going to be working tirelessly through 8 rounds, trying to reach that 18 match points, and means you really can't afford to take many losses, and if you do tie, certainly you don't want to take a loss then.
No, yeah.
So think about those going into your lunch break that you have here. Maybe you're sitting at 3-0. You still got 3 more games that you need to win, so
yes.
It's going to be daunting.
Being here in Yokohama has been absolutely incredible. First time for me ever traveling here to Japan, which is the case for so many of our competitors here, yourself included. I mean, Kyle, as someone who was at that first World Championships back in 2004, seeing how far we've come to this moment, what does that look like? I mean, can you put that into words for everyone?
I'll try. It's my job. Yeah, it's pretty unreal what I walked into in 2004. I had no idea what I was doing there. I was not a competitor. I wasn't good then or now, but I definitely was a big Pokemon fan, and that was something that had always been stuck by me. And I went, checked out the venue, had no idea what was going on, saw Hulk Hogan had a Pokemon bus, and I'm like, yeah, I got to see what's going on there. I played with my really bad Gorbis deck outside in what felt like a hurricane because the winds just kept rolling, and that was my day. So I like this a lot more, but it definitely stuck by me, and it was the reason that I wanted to continue on as a player and just watch this grow. It's unreal what we've been able to achieve over 2 decades of Pokemon now.
So much has changed, so much has continued to evolve as the years have gone on in this game, but during this lunch break, we thought it would be a good opportunity to take a look back at that first World Championships, and we're going to do that in the form of a caster battle. The 2004 Worlds format. Ethan and Kyle are down on the stage, ready to get into a game, and they're going to be playing a matchup that is iconic in the Pokemon TCG. Magma versus Blaziken. This was the match that was played in the finals of that very first World Championships in 2004.
Yep, we had no words for what happened at that opening World Championships as the American players watching on in horror as all the Japanese players came into Orlando and won each division with this Magma deck. We had no idea what was happening.
Yes, a totally unknown archetype, players from Japan that people had never played against before. People didn't know who they were, and then Yamato was the one who kind of cemented himself as an icon in the Pokemon TCG for years to come after becoming the 2004 World Champion with this Magma deck. Now, these guys are playing a little different list. It's not going to be the exact 60 that was used way back in 2004. People continue to play these formats. They continue to evolve, and people continue to look for ways to improve those older lists, find ways to adjust to what ended up happening at that event.
Yeah, it's been such a fun format to revisit, and you see players continually doing just that. Kyle Puka Sukovic is one of those players that loves to revisit these formats, and he's going to start things off there with the Team Magma Groudon and the Desert Ruins in just a pass. Can't do much on that opening turn.
Nope. In this format, you could not draw a card on your opening turn, and you could not play a supporter, but you could attack. Unfortunately, though, Groudon's linear attack does require 2 energy, so it will just be a pass over to Ethan Hegster. Heggy now on his turn, able to play Rare Candy on the very first turn of the game.
Has he even been alive for formats where you can do that?
Yes. Now, did he play in them? I'm not sure, but here he is. Rare Candy into plays again, and a Copycat. Only going to yield 4 cards here with this Copycat.
Yeah, it's funny because in formats like this, building up your hand was something that we saw time and time again, using cards like Steven's Advice to build your hand size up to at least 10 cards. And you'd use this Copycat to just build up and have all the resources that you'll need. Instead, 4 cards. It's going to be looking for a little help here. I don't think it gets much better than that, though. Look, 2 basic Pokemon along with the Steven's Advice.
Yeah, not too bad at all. It does kind of depend on Kyle getting some basics in play, right? Steven's Advice. Not going to be doing too much when Kyle only has Team Magma's Groudon there.
But what is Kyle doing right now? I mean, Team Magma's Groudon can't do anything unless you have friends.
Right. Well, linear attack, you know, get in there for a little something, of course. Now, I guess using the old burn rules here, things are a little different back then than they are now. Flipping for the burn. Kyle does stay burned, it looks like. 20 damage. Does have a supporter now. Can play it. That Team Magma's Conspirator. Kind of similar to something like Sonya that we saw recently, or Roseanne's Research for people who played in that time frame. This is going to allow Kyle to search his deck for 2 Team Magma Pokemon or 2 basic energy and put them into his hand in any combination, however he wants to do that.
Yeah, need to see those Pokemon, those Team Magma Pokemon, get them into play, as you have that Pokebody Power Saver that you have on the Groudon.
Yes.
You need these Pokemon in play if you want to attack.
Yeah, of course. Now searching through the deck, it looks like Team Magma's Numel is going to be one of the first targets. That's a super important card here. You want to establish Camerupt pretty much as quickly as possible, as Camerupt with its overheat Poke Power, allowing you to search your discard pile for a basic energy and attach it to the Camerupt. So it's a way to get extra energy cards into play, and then Kyle also looking to establish a Team Magma's Baltoy, which will eventually become a Team Magma's Claydol, which has a Poke Power that allows you to move an energy from one of your Team Magma Pokemon to another Pokemon in play. So you can kind of see the synergy here.
Yeah, Chip, that sounds like a combo.
It's a lot to set up, though. I mean, you can see you're establishing 2 different Stage 1 lines. You've got Groudon, which, while it has a lot of HP and can do a lot of damage, it takes a little while to get there. And like you mentioned, with that Power Saver Pokebody, can't be doing too much.
Yep, well, we got the 3 Pokemon now, so at least there's something happening. But now even considering Pokemon Reversal, gonna go for the flip.
Reversal is a huge card for this deck, and that is a Tails. If you're familiar with Pokemon Catcher, that's what we have with Pokemon Reversal here. The same card, flip a coin. If heads, bring up one of your opponent's benched Pokemon to the active spot. Flipping for the burn. Looks like it will be a Tails, so Kyle will be staying burned.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Just going to be building up the damage there. 100 hit points was a lot back in the day.
Yes.
So seeing this Pokemon knocked out early could be pretty frightening for Puka.
Even doesn't have the most going on, however. I mean, we see a multi-energy he can attach for turn. He does have the Oddish, would like to maybe start to establish that Bellsprout. Pretty strong Pokemon to get into play. So yeah, just putting down Oddish right now seems pretty solid. But for Ethan, he really doesn't have too many options. The Groudon's already burned. You don't really need to Singe with Torchic once again. You could go for the Mirror Errand Running with Skitty to get some energy out of your deck, but that doesn't feel very worth it, and you don't really want to be putting that Skitty in harm's way. So it's going to be another slow turn here, I think.
considering the retreat now, as you'll have that energy in the discard pile to potentially fire starter onto the Blaziken. And what Pokemon do you want to put at risk? Can't be that Skitty, so says, yeah, maybe this Oddish will be cool later on.
Yeah. It might feel a little silly to retreat an energy off of a Torchic to just put a different Torchic in the active spot, but like you mentioned, this deck is about getting those energy cards in the discard pile so that you can use Blaziken's Fire Starter ability, similar to Dynamotor that we have currently with Flaffy, allowing you to get an extra energy card into play.
Well, that's going to be the turn there. Doesn't look like much, but I mean, if this burn damage sticks around, who needs much?
Yep, so he stays burned,
oh,
but
what a top deck there.
That is massive. Steven's advice now allowing Kyle to draw cards equal to the number of Pokemon that Ethan has in play. So 5 cards being pulled from the top of his deck. He does have that Team Magma's camera up. So that is an evolution. We do have an energy card in hand, so Pulverize will now be an option. I think Puka is going to be the first one to take a knockout here this game.
Yep, Power Saver not to worry about anymore, as we see an additional Groudon in play there. Even has an extra one in hand and can start to charge up this Pokemon here on the bench.
Yeah,
not much to worry about.
It looks like he's choosing to play it a little slow here, wanting to go for the linear attack this turn, just try to establish another Pokemon on the bench. And this is something you would see very commonly in the game back in 2004. It's not all about loading up an attacker and taking a knockout every single turn. A bit more methodical here, Puka is having to be.
Yeah, and rightfully so. Sometimes you can just set up the perfect amount of damage here with the linear attack and start to chip down on these Pokemon, eventually get those knockouts later on. And we see right there, identifies the threat correctly.
And that synergizes very well with Team Magma Groudon's second attack, Pulverize, dealing 50 damage. And then if the defending Pokemon already has at least 2 damage counters on it, this attack does 50 damage plus 20 more damage. So getting it a lot closer to being KO'd.
But once more, Steven's advice being played there for Ethan, and that hand size starting to build. But are there any additional evolutions in hand here? See a lot of cards, but it looks like it's just a couple Fire Starter Blaziken.
Yeah, I think Ethan had an Oracle in hand, and Oracle is it's kind of a 2-turn combo card in some instances. It synergizes really well with Delcatty when you have that in play, but Oracle would allow Ethan to put 2 cards on top of his deck, and then next turn, if he gets Steven's advice into one of those cards, obviously he would draw 1 for turn. That can be pretty strong. He is going to play the Warp Point, the exact same as our current day Escape Rope. That will bring this Blaziken to the active. If he has an energy card in hand, we can see the Fire Stream. And that does appear like that is going to be happening here. 50 damage, and then 10 damage to each of your opponent's benched Pokemon.
Yep, going to lose that energy there. Get that secondary effect rolling. And it's going to start to weaken some of these Pokemon. And that's something that you're going to see fairly often in decks of old here, as you're going to see Pokemon damaging themselves, seeing additional damage counters stick around here. And that's when we start to see this Pulverize start to do some work. But there is a counterplay there that Ethan has eventually, if you can find that Blossom.
Of course, yeah, Blossom is a massive card. It's Poke Power, allowing you to heal 1 damage from one of your Pokemon each turn, or 2 damage, excuse me, from one of your Pokemon during your turn, once during your turn. So very strong, and whenever you're chipping away, trying to set up those little bits of damage counters here and there, it can be absolutely massive. And that is a huge flip there. Fist pump from Puka. The Team Magma Ball, really similar to Capturing Aroma. We keep saying really similar to.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen these effects be recycled over the years, but Team Magma Ball allowing you to flip a coin. If heads, you get to search your deck for any Team Magma Pokemon and put it into your hand. And if tails, you get to search your deck for a basic. So a little bit better than Capturing Aroma in the Magma deck specifically.
Yeah, I'm so used to using this card on the opening turn, and then I just don't care what the coin flip is, as I'm just getting more basic Pokemon. But actually relevant there, as we see the Claydol come down. And this is going to be nice there to get the additional energies rolling and take that knockout with the help of the Darkness energy.
And you might be saying, yeah, that damage looked like it was a little short. Pulverize only deals 70, but that Darkness energy boosting the damage by 10 when it's attached to a Dark-type Pokemon, and Team Magma's Groudon is a dual type, both fighting and Dark-type. Really strong as well back in this format. Of course, Gardevoir EX was a dominant card in this format, weak to Dark, so you can see why the pieces align for Groudon to take down that first ever Worlds.
And you will not see a basic Dark energy back then either.
No,
that did not exist.
Nope. Ethan just kind of forced to send up this Oddish. I think the draw for turn was the Blossom itself.
Oh, no.
And he doesn't have much going on. It looks like an Oracle and Pass is going to be his line. Ethan had a quite better start than Kyle did, but it's just kind of fizzled out to this point. He had a good opening turn, but after that, just really didn't get enough going.
Yep. You start to consider what can bail you out in situations like this, and it almost has to be a hand reset because you're looking for energy in combination with the Delcatty to continue to draw, or you just, I don't even know if a Steven's Advice is a card you can place on top. I don't know how many cards can be thinned out of this hand.
Yeah, I mean, it could be something like a TV Reporter put on top. I think he has TV Reporter in this list. That was kind of something that people would play at least 1 or 2 of. Could put the Delcatty on top, but doesn't have an energy, so he's kind of just wondering what even is the right play here. Delcatty is the card being brought to the front.
Yeah, we will definitely get a good idea of what the plan is at this stage, because if you have too many cards in hand, maybe you just go copycat or something.
Sure. I don't know that Kyle has that many. It looks like 7 cards in Puka's hand there on the right side. Looks like a Rare Candy was one of those cards.
I'm scared. Of course, Rare Candy could lead to that Blaziken Firestarter coming out and starting to get some of those energies down.
Yep.
But where do they go, Chip?
Nothing seems great to power up just yet. The Blaziken itself is okay. Maybe if Ethan can get down one of the Ditto that he plays 2 copies of that card, put that in play. It has a copy attack where you can literally just copy one of your opponent's active Pokemon attacks.
Seems good.
Dunsparce does come down. One of the key Pokemon of this format, maybe the most iconic Pokemon of the 2004 and 2005 formats. Strike and run, search your deck for 3 basic Pokemon, and then you can choose to run with Dunsparce down to the bench.
Yep, might be probably one of the more common attack names I've ever used throughout my Pokemon career. Just every single deck loved to strike and run. Except this
Magma deck, yeah. I mean, it's got its own, it's got the Zangoose, right?
Yeah.
It's a TV Reporter being played that allows Kyle to draw 3 cards and then has to put 1 into the discard pile. That, of course, can synergize well with the camera up down there. If you get an energy in the discard pile, looks like that Magma Switch. Poke Power on the Team Magma's Claydol will move an energy off this heavily damaged Team Magma's Groudon over to this brand new one that is fresh in play.
Oh, and you see cards like Mr. Briney's Compassion in hand.
And I see
the
a Pokemon
combos.
reversal. This reversal could be massive here. I wonder if Kyle wants to go for it. Looks like he's content taking this knockout for now. He knows that Bellossom can be a problem for his deck, so taking out Oddish seems pretty good.
Yeah, that was definitely a Pokemon that I wanted to knock out in that space there. So makes sense, and I think that Ethan is going to reveal his strategy from this point forward right now. Either he can play Pokemon, or he's going to be a sad lad.
And I think he Steven's advised into 3 Copycat. So
just showing him what he should have gotten instead.
He does at least find the Blaziken here. We know that Rare Candy was put on top as well from that Oracle. Now Firestarter grabs 1 energy card from the discard pile back, able to put it onto Blaziken for the turn, but no energy to attach. Looks like a pass is lined up here.
Does Slow and Steady win the race?
Slow and Steady can win the race, but it depends on how far behind you get. And we're getting into territory where Kyle's going to be up 3 prizes. Ethan is yet to take 1. A lot of damage in play on Puka's side of the field, but Ethan has not been able to capitalize and take any prizes.
Yeah, you're looking at all the resources that Kyle's able to hold on to in this situation. Has 3 of those Magma energies ready to roll.
Yes.
Along with Pokemon Reversal if he's not satiated there with the Dunsparce knockout. So could be a big turn.
And I think we are going to see a pretty strong play here from Kyle. That Mr. Briney's Compassion, allowing you to pick up one of your Pokemon in play and all cards attached to it and put it back into your hand. Using it in this instance as a healing card, able to take 70 damage out of play, making it a little bit harder for Ethan to find that prize card that was getting softened up.
See Kyle considering if an additional Pokemon needs to be played down. There is a world where maybe your opponent does knock this Pokemon out, and then you start to wonder if you need that additional Pokemon in play for the Power Saver Pokebody there.
there's not too much hand disruption in this format. That's something that is definitely worth us talking about. There is some, you know, Desert Shaman is kind of the main piece that people would utilize. It's pretty similar to Judge, basically the same card. Each player shuffles their hand into the deck and draws 4 cards. So that is something we could see from Ethan to disrupt this large hand from Kyle. And it will be a linear attack, able to take out that Fighting Weak Dunsparce. And you can see how key it was for Kyle to be able to save that energy as well. He knows that this Team Magnus Groudon's got a lot of damage on it. It could go down this turn. Let's conserve that energy with the overheat, or excuse me, the Magma switch on that Team Magnus Claydol.
Yeah, there were 2 lines there that I was okay with. Taking the knockout there or damaging this or the pulverize. We saw that so successful on the previous turn, but sees the prize card, wants to go ahead and take advantage of that, and rightfully so, as you're in a situation where your opponent may not be able to get an attack off this turn. You have a Pokemon that needs to be moved into the active space, but sure enough, we see it looks like that Warp energy in hand there for Ethan.
Yeah, Ethan's going to get an attack off this turn. He's got the Warp energy. He's not going to get the effect from it. He looks like he will be attaching it to this Blaziken on the bench, and he has a switch in hand. So attach to Blaziken for turn, switch into the active. You can get off the Fire Stream, take a knockout, and spread some damage onto the bench, and then also play a supporter card and hope to find some more help. Now,
maybe if you play them both fast enough, it looks like Jet energy.
Yeah, right. Similar, 2 cards for the same combo. Now, Ethan is going to need to try to find something like the Town Volunteers. I'm hoping he plays the Town Volunteers, some way to get back a few Pokemon, because he's had a couple Torchic go down now at this point. Really off this Copycat, though, I think the main thing he's going to want to find is a Delcatty, and it's going to be a lot of cards drawn here. Of course, Copycat, you shuffle your hand into the deck and you draw a card equal to the number of cards your opponent has in their hand. Let me see with those dice. Puka all the way up to 11 cards.
Yeah, it definitely would get ridiculous back in the day, and sure enough, we see that here, and that's a lot of cards for Ethan. Of course, those rare candies are live, so you could see additional Blaziken come down. If the Delcatty comes down, you're drawing even more cards with the discard 1, draw 3, so a lot can happen on this turn.
I see an energy, but I don't see a Delcatty just yet.
Oh, come on.
But there's a couple Ditto and a Blaziken. No Delcatty still. Delcatty is kind of the main card of this deck. You know, using that energy draw, Poke Power, discard an energy card from your hand, draw 3 cards. It does so much for you. It adds cards to your hand, and it gets energy cards into the discard pile for Firestarter. Ethan has just been unable to find it.
You start to wonder. We didn't take a look at those prize cards.
We didn't.
Maybe something's going on over there.
Uh-oh. Ethan having to think about what he wants to do here. It will be that Fire Stream. Taking the knockout on Team Magnus Groudon. He does strike, take a KO, add a prize card to the hand, but Kyle's got an attacker lined up. The thing that's nice about this spot, though, is it's not going to be possible here for Puka to take a KO. He doesn't have nearly enough darkness energy in play. There's a world where if you get enough right, but even so, I guess there's no damage on this Blaziken, so it's just not happening here. So going to be a slower turn.
Yep, we see that Pokemon reversal in hand, but go ahead and draw up a little more with the TV reporter, and now you have maybe an opportunity to knock out that Skitty. Maybe you're worried that prize card helped.
Yeah, Skitty would be an easy prize to take here. Could take out the Torchic as well. Pulverize does deal the base 50. That can take out the Torchic, you know, prevent Ethan from getting more Blazikens into play. And that might be the better option here for Puka, because he knows Ethan did not draw into a Delcatty. Because if he did, he's playing that down almost definitely right away. So maybe just leave the Skitty, make the call, hey, my opponent doesn't have it.
This guy doesn't know what it even evolves into.
But this is a huge part of this deck, is going to be these reversal flips. We'll see if Kyle is going for it this turn. Is he going to be content just hitting for a little bit into this Blaziken? What is the move going to be? Looks like reversal being brought to the front of the hand. He's thinking about it. He's having a debate of whether or not it's worth it. What's more important? Because if you do get heads, you take a knockout, but you still haven't helped the problem that this Blaziken is starting to create.
Right. Eventually, you are going to have to deal with the fact that this Pokemon is going to be two-shotting everything that you have in play, potentially one-shotting the Camerupt or the Claydol at some point. So you have to deal with this. So what do? You ignore it. You reversal.
Flip a coin, and it is a Tails.
Well, now you're forced to.
Ethan's pretty excited about that one. able to protect those low HP Pokemon on the bench.
That's the least it can do.
And Pulverize will just hit for a solid 50, setting up for the 2-hit knockout. Let's see what Ethan can do with this kind of break that he's had. I mean, it's been turn after turn of KO for Puka, so now there's an opportunity for Ethan to try to get reestablished.
There are a lot of rare candy, a lot of evolutions that could be had here. So we're going to see the second Firestarter Blaziken ready to roll. Multiple energies, as you can reuse that ability per each Blaziken that you have in play.
Looks like that Ditto is in hand as well. There's also that Rayquaza EX being able to do a ton of damage to close out games, potentially, you know, Dragon Burst for a fire and a lightning, dealing 40 damage for each lightning or fire energy you discard from the Rayquaza. So if you get a multi-energy attachment for turn to the Rayquaza, load a bunch of Firestarter energies up onto it, it can come in and take a one-hit KO where otherwise you would not be able to get one.
Yeah, it was one of those interesting situations where using that special energy was able to save you on the costs there. And having just those 3 energies, but it also counts as the full 120 and you just discard all of them, ends up being a great answer in situations like this. Although you are staring at a Desert Ruins on the other side.
This is true, yes. Once that, with that Desert Ruins, start to put some damage onto these Pokemon EX that Ethan does play. He's got the Rayquaza, he's also got that Blaziken, so he wants to be a little mindful of when these Pokemon come into play. Firestarter now accelerating in energy to this benched Blaziken, can still use the other one as well. I believe he attached return to the active Blaziken. And I think with the Oracle he played, it looked like a Delcatty went to the top of the deck, so.
It does exist.
They too exist. Now with a couple Ditto, you have to wonder if that's ever worth powering up. It's not the best in this matchup. It can be just an attacker that's not Groudon, right? Which is, or excuse me, not Blaziken, which is nice. You don't put your Firestarter Blaziken into harm's way. Keep them in play for as long as possible. So that can be a nice option to just get a little bit of chip damage in there.
I wonder what I grabbed up that.
Yeah, we see, looking through the discard pile, there's no more energy. There's no fire energies there, so.
I guess if you haven't been playing any energies, you haven't been discarding them with energy draw, there's not going to be as many, huh?
Yep, we can just keep recycling the same one over and over again with Blaziken. Discard it, put it right back on, deal 50, move on.
The draw for turn for Puka is a special Dark. Looks like he's got few options in this hand, a few Team Magma's Conspirators, Copycat as well. Desert Shaman, you have to wonder when the right time to play down that Shaman is. Right after Ethan just stacked a couple cards on top of the deck, doesn't feel too bad, does it?
Yeah, I was about to say, I think I know a really good time to work that card into the mix there. And certainly seems like right about now. You get to take a knockout on the Blaziken as well.
I think the thing for Puka here would just be, does he want to lose the resources he has, right? I mean, he's sitting on a couple of Team Magma energy, which is such an important swing card for this deck. Do you really want to lose that card is the question.
Oh, we're going to see the fire energy attachment there. And there is going to be the Desert Shaman. So sure enough, it gets to take the big hand size, bring it down to 4. And with the energy attachment, looks like we are going to see one of those important energies moved off of this Pokemon this turn.
Of course, Puka did play at this 2004 World Championships. He actually finished in the top 16 after getting second place at US Nationals the same year, playing a Walrein deck. Really unique one, and one that he doesn't really like to talk about because looking back on it, he doesn't think it's that good. But, you know, it got him a solid finish, and now he gets to be up here on the stage playing in the 2004 Worlds format many years later.
Well, he does get to say he was one of the few people prepared for Team Magma.
Sure.
Which he definitely likes to remind us of.
That Team Magma ball does flip a heads. That'll allow Kyle to now get any Team Magma Pokemon he wants and put it directly into his hand. Could be another Claydol option. Looks like it will be Claydol not even getting the ball toy. That makes me wonder if he's potentially got the Maxi in his hand, a unique supporter card that allows you to play a Team Magma Pokemon from your discard pile or your hand directly to play.
Yep, if you're stage 2, you take a little bit of additional damage, but we're not. So you just get to cheat a stage 1 Pokemon into play. Pretty good.
Not too bad at all, and with the Pulverize, that is a KO on the Blaziken. Ethan only 4 cards in hand. does have a friend ball, which would normally be a solid card to draw if Kyle had something like a Zangoose in play.
Yeah.
You get to search your deck for a Pokemon of the same type as one of your opponent's Pokemon in play, but I would imagine Kyle has very intentionally left Zangoose out of play to prevent Ethan from being able to use friend ball to get set up.
Well, Ethan just prayed for a good card, and he's not playing very quickly.
Yeah.
So this might not be it.
Friend ball can find a fire Pokemon, which is nice with that Team Magma's Camerupt in play, so could see another Torchic come down after a Town Volunteers puts one back into the deck. It's a card that Ethan probably needed to find at some point, but we're getting into the point of the game where Kyle might just be a little too far ahead.
Is there a world where potentially you can use Singe and put your opponent in an awkward spot with a couple burn flips? I know there's
possible,
not a lot of
yeah.
prize cards left, but at this point you're going to need to get lucky.
You need some help, that is for sure. Ethan going for the Singe might be his best option. Looks like another Blaziken being grabbed with the friend ball, actually.
He said what?
Okay, we're gonna just rare candy, switch. Does he have all the pieces? Warp energy, something like that, to pull off the attack with the benched Blaziken?
I mean, this is a hand that was taken off of the Desert Shaman. There's not a lot in there, but if you do have the pieces, you probably got to go for it.
At this point, you know, 5 prizes to 2. You gotta cross your fingers you can make something happen.
I'm not seeing it.
Rare candy into Blaziken. We'll see a couple fire starters. It's got a lot of HP. It can just wall for a turn or two, but there's just not much going on in this hand for Ethan. It's just a Rayquaza EX and a Combuskin. No supporter at all. Just a pass now. Back to Kyle Puka Sukovic, flipping for the Team Magma Ball. Does get a Tails. This will search for a basic Pokemon now. Probably just thinning a Zangoose or a Baltoy out of the deck. Put it into the hand. Don't know if there's a Maxi or not. Looks like it is a Team Magma's Conspirator, actually. Probably imagine this would find some basic energy cards at this point.
Yeah, we just see continuing to thin down at this stage. Try to rebuild that hand a little more so you get into a situation like we saw before the Desert Shaman, where you have all those big resources to rely on to take knockouts. If you can find enough thinning to eventually get to those magma energies like we see in hand now, probably going to be in an okay spot.
Conspirator does find a Baltoy and a basic energy card, or I believe maybe the Numel put into the hand. Attachment for turn coming down to the Team Magma's Groudon. And a Pulverize just for 50. Ethan says another prayer. What is the draw of Fire Energy?
That's a card in your deck.
Yeah, not going to be a good one, though, in this position. You can just see how great it would be if Delcatty was around. If Delcatty was in play, he'd be able to just ditch that energy, draw a bunch of cards. Now, it does look like that Rayquaza EX is coming down. That will be starting to take some damage from the Desert Ruins in between turns. That Stadium card up there on Puka's side.
Do you think Ethan cares at this point? He just wants to spiral growth. He's like, oh no.
Yeah, look at his face. He's realizing, oh no, I'm going to take some damage now.
He's like, what?
Read the card, yes.
It's broken.
Double check, make sure there's not a misprint version.
Yeah, is it even real?
Yeah. Just a pass. Now over to Puka once again. Lined up for the KO on this Blaziken. And with this field, 5 prizes left for Heggy. It's going to be pretty tough.
Well, let's throw some energies wherever.
Yeah, 2 Claydol in play. Just you can do whatever you want.
Yep, and then you can use this magma energy. It is an energy that when you attack or whenever your turn ends, you're going to lose that energy. It's going to go to the discard pile. So why not put it on a Pokemon that's probably not going to be around next turn?
Yeah, you know that this Groudon is going down. Only 40 HP remaining, so taking the knockout here, most likely with Ethan's Fire Stream. And Kyle's not going to forget that Rayquaza has to take 10 damage.
Well, that 10
turns.
damage is very important. That sets up the Pulverize knockout.
It's true. I mean, Rayquaza is resistant to fighting. So
there you go. Gotta look out for that.
It can be certainly relevant to get that extra
Can we get a
damage in
crystal
play.
shard?
Does it? I don't think it makes it lose its fighting type, though, does it?
But at least you get to
You
target
hit
the
for
weakness. Yeah.
So you do the weakness, then the resistance. I think you're
All right,
okay
I
then.
didn't bring my calculator.
Ethan's going to attack. discard. We're going to load a bunch of dice up on the Puka's side of the field. Tons of damage now in play.
Is there another reversal? This would just be great.
Oh, the
let's
top
go!
deck of the
Come on!
reversal. If Kyle can hit a heads on this Pokemon reversal, that will win him this game. He's flipped tails so far this set. The flip.
He threw it at him.
The flip to close out the game. It's off the table once again. And
get him!
There we go. Yeah. Reversal bringing up the Skitty, weak to fighting, going down to the Team Magma's Groudon and Kyle Pukasukovic, getting the win in our 0-4 caster battle with Team Magma, pointing to the Magma symbol on the deck box, letting us know what team he's representing.
An absolute flex right there. Not going to rewrite history. That's exactly how Chris Fulop remembers it.
Magma winning in 0-4, Magma winning here today once again. Just feels right, you know. The Japanese came over, took over, won all three divisions in 2004 with the Magma deck, and Kyle comes over here to Japan, getting the win with that deck again.
Yeah, and obviously gave the deck exactly the performance it was looking for. He played it perfectly. You wonder what would have happened if Delcatty showed up.
Yes,
it could have been a completely different game.
That is true.
And yeah, we just saw Ethan have to throw away every cool Pokemon that could have done something to win.
Yeah, Ethan didn't get set up quite as well as, you know, obviously you would like to. No Delcatty ever being put into play. There was a turn early where I think he could have gone for the Oracle, played a little slow, Oracle, and then look to Stevens on the next turn, get yourself established. And maybe that's just the one turn that makes the difference. It at least would have kept him in the game. Kyle was getting pretty far ahead at that point, though.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right when you look down and you're gonna give up on a draw supporter and instead play that Oracle, but that's something that you could do back then. You had time. It didn't feel like it when you see a Groudon stare you in the face attacking each turn, but there was definitely a little bit of leeway there, and maybe we could have seen something different.
Well, we hope that was fun for everyone tuning in. Just a little bit of a blast from the past, our very first ever World Championships, and we thought it would just be so fitting now that we are here in Japan for this event. And speaking of this event, we've got round 4 coming up really soon. 3 rounds in so far. We've seen some great action in the event from our first 3 rounds. Kyle, is there anything out in the field that you've walked by, any decks that you've noticed that have really caught your eye, anything spicy that players have chosen to bring to this World Championships that you want to bring up?
I mean, we've done a good job of showing on stream. We've seen 6 different decks already, so that's something that certainly love to see the diversity in the field. There is some diversity, though. We've seen Shadow Rider Calyrex out there.
I
we
noticed
saw
that one.
Wo-Chien Lost Box, which I'm 3-0 with, by the way, and I retired the deck. But someone's trying.
Are you really telling us what your record is with the deck on PTCG Live?
Yeah. It's good. Now, did any of my friends want to play it? No. But, you know, you got to take risks. It's day 1 of the World Championships. You got to try and see if maybe that will be the deck that you can cement your legacy with and move on into day 2 and have a great run. So a lot of players trying to do just that. I think the players who chose Lost Box Giratina are going to have a good try.
I did want to ask you about this. So I know this is a deck that's very near and dear to you. I mean, back at NAIC, it was not really on anyone's radar, but you and your brother-in-law, Justin Young, both played it, had solid finishes. Of course, former world champion Henry Brand also played the deck at that event. You know, he talked about it a lot on Twitter, and a lot more eyes got put on to Lost Tina after NAIC, and it really does feel like the meta is just totally different from what it was like at NAIC. I mean, we saw with our meta share graph, you know, Gardevoir not dominating like it was at that North American Internationals, and Lost Tina making its way up into the rankings, which is not something we had seen previously. Why do you think that is? Why do you think it is that players didn't catch on to it for NAIC? You know, you obviously played it, so you thought it was good.
Yeah.
And what has made it, you know, be such a dominant force now at this point where we're seeing it be the 3rd most played deck in day number 1?
Yeah, I think that players just thought about what it looked like before Jet Energy. It wasn't nearly as strong. It had a lot of awkward setups. You're trying to play too many energy types too. It's just a lot of things that don't always end up working, and you're trying to work in that stage 1 Pokemon. But then you look at what the deck's capable of doing. You have a bunch of variety. You can knock out any Pokemon you like with your V-Star, and dealing 280 damage lines up perfectly in this format against so many different decks.
Yeah.
So when you end up playing against a more diverse field, it ends up working out. And I think that's something that players weren't seeing at regionals. We saw it was really stacked in the top like 4 decks It was like 20%, 15%, and so on and so forth. That's not really what you're seeing right now. It's very diverse out there. So seeing all these different decks that you might run into doesn't mean you're just going to play against Gardevoir 3 times.
Right. Well, it's been a great little time here. During our lunch break, we had a good time showing you guys this retro format match. But we got to get back to the real tournament at hand. Round number 4 is coming up before you know it. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly with round 4 action.
I'm Rune and I'm from Belgium.
This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies, retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from. As you load up for the Brainwave here, you can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
Winning EYC feels really great. This win really means a lot to me. Having a title under your belt, like I worked really hard for it and it paid off. Feels amazing. Yes, I'm definitely going to Japan, the World Championships. I'm really confident. This is my last year, so I'm going to try my best to win it this time. I'm not really worried about facing anyone because I think I can beat everyone. Winning Worlds would be like, that's the biggest achievement you can get. I won a regional, I won an international now, and Worlds is the last one missing, so it would feel really amazing.
I'm Andrew Hedrick and I'm from Iowa. Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year. Definitely feels pretty good for sure.
The back-to-back champion, Luminion V, into boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely feeling pretty good. I mean, again, Worlds has so many good players that you'd have to face, so would be pretty tall task to win Worlds or anything and compete with the best, but feeling like I could definitely do it after some regional wins. That's like the best accomplishment you can get in Pokemon, right? So it would be incredible for sure to be able to win Worlds. Just getting the chance to play against good players, like beating someone who's really good, obviously, like that feels like more of an accomplishment than, you know, beating someone who you haven't heard of before. So obviously, like getting to play against the best players every single round at Worlds, that would be pretty exciting.
Konnichiwa and welcome back to the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships 2023. My name's Ross Gilbert and I'm joined again by the wonderful, lovely David Hockman. How you doing, David?
I'm doing fine. We had an amazing round 3 featured match. Also a lot of fun with our 2004 showcase. Yeah, a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to round number 4.
Yeah, 2004 first Worlds, Japanese players coming in with that Team Magma deck, surprising everyone. Still one of my favorite stories in the Pokemon TCG, but this time we've got, well, we've got round 4, we've got a good game coming up, but I think we've got some games to kind of have a quick look at some of the pairings from round 4. One I want to point out there, Darren Jack, lovely UK player, playing against Ricardo Maganza in round 4. Darren started off something like 5-0, 6-0 at EUIC with Lugia, currently 3-0 at this tournament with Lugia. That dude apparently is really good at starting tournaments with Lugia.
Yeah, let's see if that is able to pull through day 2. You only have to win like 6 rounds.
Yep.
So
all these players are halfway there already.
Yeah, and you can lose one game, you can tie a game,
yep.
just win the rest. Yeah, as long as you don't tie, which Lugia shouldn't.
No.
You should be completely fine.
I was hanging out with Darren the other day and he told me one of the reasons he's picking Lugia, as I've said on the stream already, it doesn't tie. He was absolutely dead set, would not be tying today. He'll play all his games out, hopefully win 6 of them, but he was absolutely adamant that no ties would be occurring in his games today. And so far, he's 3-0 and it's going quite well.
And we also see Angus Johnson doing pretty well here at Day 1. He had a great one at the NAIC as well. Let's hope that the good run continues here at the World Championship. Also Japanese players, Koichi Sato and Shoichi Saito. Very similar names, but yeah, you have to be careful there. And of course, Sanapero also very well-known player playing against Michael Dellenbach, who I personally don't know. Maybe this
Hopefully
will
know him
be
soon.
a great showing at the World Championship.
That's
as
the
well.
plan. We've got a very good matchup coming up here. We've got Mike Fouché against Alex Kreckler, two American players who I think a lot of, especially the North American audience, are going to be familiar with. They are players who are always there or thereabouts. They're always having good finishes. They've got lots and lots of kind of tournament success that we've seen in the past. And we've got a pretty interesting matchup featuring a Lost Zone Giratina, something we're expecting a lot of this weekend, against Inteleon VMAX, which we are not expecting a lot of this weekend.
Yeah, there is a lot of people expected to have a lot of Giratina because it's one of the decks that doesn't tie a lot. It was also very, very popular in Japan. They get their cards a little bit earlier than us, so they already played a lot of that format. And for NAIC especially, a lot of people thought, oh yeah, Giratina, that will be very popular probably. But it didn't really turn out that way. But now here at the World Championship, we see kind of the return of Giratina VMAX.
Oh, it is here. So we can see the players with their decks. We've got Mike with the Giratina and the Comfey against Alex with Inteleon VMAX with that Rapid Strike Urshifu. Of course, it's just one of these Rapid Strike decks that actually won North American Internationals. A deck we weren't really expecting that much. And it's still not seeming to get as much respect as you might imagine because it is not one of the most popular decks here, despite having just won the biggest Pokemon tournament ever, at least in the West, in this format.
Yeah, it's an amazing deck. It has two very problematic matchups, one of it being Mio VMAX, for example, which is difficult to beat, and because Mio VMAX was not as popular at the NAIC, but very popular in Asian national championships. It won the Japanese national championship, had some top 4, some second finishes at other national championships as well. So it's kind of a risk to play it, but if you don't expect too much Mio, or here we see a Spiritomb in the prize cards, so there was some expectation to play against Mio as well. Yeah, but let's talk about this matchup we have here. Giratina V Star, how do you navigate this?
Oh, I mean, this one's an awkward one to navigate. I mean, Giratina is, I think, the more straightforward deck here. It is very much a case of get Giratina and roll, but you do have that Sableye and Cramorant for the early game. One of the things I like about these Rapid Strike decks is they have a lot of options, but it's also lots of, I'm going to put a bit of damage here with Rapid Strike Urshifu, then a bit of damage here with Inteleon, and then of course you've got Metacham V with the Yoga Loop, which can give you 2 turns in a row, but you only drop 2 damage counters, so whereas Mike is going to be going for, you know, there's a bit of that with Cramorant and Sableye, but then big KOs with Giratina. This Rapid Strike deck can be a lot more awkward to play setting up those KOs, but we are off here, and Mike, it seems like we started off double Comfey, and we are selecting flowers early in this game, David.
Perfect, that's exactly what you want to see, and also easy choices with flower selecting. You get the same card twice, don't even have to think about it. And we see the Jet Energy, one of the cards that kind of put Giratina VMAX on top of a lot of players' minds when they saw that this card released. It's a nice addition to the deck. You can use it to put your Comfey's active, which we saw Mike doing now. Use the effect, then Comfey gets the active Pokemon. You can use another flower selecting, and then use Jet Energy to pay your retreat cost, retreat into your third Comfey. This gives you 3 Pokemon in the 3 cards in the Lost Zone. Immediately turn 1, very simple. And then you can get some chorus and maybe even go for a turn to Mirage Gate.
Yeah, which is always a huge advantage when you're playing these Giratina decks. I mean, when Jet Energy was originally released, my first thought, and I was not alone with this, was, oh, Comfey is going to love that card. And here we are, around for all the World Championships. And it turns out Comfey does, in fact, love that card. And it looks like Mike's gone for his first Giratina here.
Yeah, Jet Energy also has a good synergy with Giratina V, because the first attack allows you to put, Abyss Seeking, allows you to put 2 cards in your Lost Zone, so even if Giratina doesn't draw too well, you can use an attack, which gives you more cards, kind of works like a chorus, which then also puts more cards into your hand and into your Lost Zone. And Jet Energy just allows you to put the Giratina V active immediately and then maybe evolve, start attacking turn 2, as we see Alex's first turn, who opens with an Irida.
Yeah, he's got an Irida there, he's got Inteleon in the active, goes and gets a Remoraid straight away. Of course, that Octillery's got that amazing ability, it lets you search for 1 Rapid Strike card per turn, although it does not stack. If you've got multiple Octillery, you still only get the 1 Rapid Strike search. But it can search for anything. It could be a supporter card, it could be a Rapid Strike Special Energy, it could be a Pokemon. So any card that's got that little rapid strike symbol in the top right-hand corner, they are all fair game when Octillery comes into play. So there's a reason why we're going after that straight away. And, you know, this might be a rapid strike deck, but it's largely a water deck with your Inteleon and your Octillery. So going Irida straight away, and I love this. We've got Battle VIP pass, and I actually went to get the Octillery now, clearly feeling pretty good about not being hand disrupted this turn, or next turn.
What's very nice for Alex in this matchup is that you can just bench the Urshifu V. And against Gardevoir Mew, it's super complicated to play with that card. It's a very strong card, especially the VMAX mainly, and can damage 2 Pokemon of your opponent. So if there is no Manaphy in play, it's such a strong attacker, and then just the existence of your Urshifu forces your opponent to use Manaphy, and then you can abuse Manaphy to get a Yoga Loop in. So there's just an amazing synergy here in general. Amazing turn 1 from Alex, showing his opponent, of course, yeah, I have Octillery, but these lost decks usually don't play a lot of Iono.
He is playing 2 copies, so there are a couple in there, but in the early game, you don't want Iono, you want Chorus's Experiment. You need to get cards into your Lost Zone in order to activate, you know, things like Mirage Gate, potentially things like Sableye to drop all those damage counters. So it's one of those things where, yes, your opponent plays Iono, but the chances of them using it this turn, like, it's actually in hand, but I feel pretty confident Mike's only going to play Iono if he doesn't have access to to Chorus's Experiment, because that is... It's all well and good slowing down your opponent, but you also need to try and advance your own board state. And we see he's got Iono in hand, but he's still digging here. He's using those flower selecting. Now, is that 3 or 4 we've got in there now?
4. There were two Comfort used each turn, but the hand doesn't look amazing at all. Yeah, and here we see the anticipated Giratina just active. There is actually... Yeah, funny that we mentioned it earlier. There's Iono in Mike's hand and no Chorus.
I think he is going to play it. Oh, well, if you don't have Chorus and you know your opponent's got Octillery in hand, then I like playing Iono. I want Chorus, but if I can't have Chorus and I know that my opponent has got has got that Octillery and that is going to really help to fire his deck, then yeah, I'll play it in those circumstances because, well, it's the best I've got.
Yeah, Mike did not go for it.
No, he's gone for Abyss Seeking.
Yeah, Abyss Seeking, of course, yeah, amazing. Now there are 9 cards in the Lost Zone. Next turn, you just need, for example, a Jet Energy, put Comfey active, 1 more Flower Selecting. That gets you to 7, which is exactly what you need for Mirage Gate. Yeah. And then, yeah, you can already start attacking. But, like we saw last turn, Alex prepared very well with the Octillery in hand, and I'm predicting an explosive turn here.
This should be a very good turn. Here comes the Ultra Ball down straight away, presumably for an Inteleon V Max. Could be the Urshifu. Might be slightly early for that at this stage. Want a bit more energy down. So yeah, there comes the Inteleon V Max. Of course, really good with that double gunner ability. Lets you discard a water energy from your hand to drop 2 damage counters onto 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So you can start going after those Comfey very easily. And of course, if you can get them with 10 or 20 HP remaining, that is when Medicham V's Yoga Loop is going to come in. And, you know, 2 turns in a row, that's pretty good. And speaking of Iono a second ago, here comes the Iono from Alex. He is not afraid to be playing this one. And now, Mike has he's let Alex have the Octillery, but he's still in that same situation of not having the hand he had before.
But I think for Mike, like, his last hand wasn't that amazing. There was the Giratina V-Star in it, but not too much else, and also, yeah, not an easy way to get the Mirage Gate going. So the Iono, yeah, maybe even helping Mike out here, but...
Quite possibly. He's still got a Giratina V-Star in hand, actually. He's drawn one off of his cards from Iono there, so... I mean, it really is Mirage Gate at this stage. That, of course, lets you accelerate a couple of different basic energy from your deck. So, you know, Giratina having a free energy attack, that is pretty big. And that's what you want here. You want to get Mirage Gate, 1 more card in the Lost Zone, use Mirage Gate, and then you get free energy on Giratina, get the V-Star out, and then you can start getting off these big attacks.
Yeah, and here we see the double gunner ability already setting up a little bit of damage, and you saw Mike, he had the option earlier to go for a 3rd Comfey, which is very nice to get like super aggressive. But in this matchup specifically, you don't really want to bench too much Pokemon. You don't really want to, because you're always super afraid of having your opponent just using Yoga Loop and completely outplaying you. And we see Flower selecting now finally for the Chorus.
Yeah, that's not the first energy I think he's put in the Lost Zone, though. I think there's at least 2 energy in there now.
Yes.
He's got Mirage Gate in hand, but we need to be careful here. If too many energy end up in the Lost Zone or the discard pile or even your hand, then Mirage Gate becomes a lot less effective. And we see that. I think there's only 2 basic energy in the deck.
Oh,
Is
really?
that right?
I don't...
Oh, well, he's clicking again. I think he heard us. He's showing us.
Oh, wow, really?
I think they are the last 2 basic energy in the deck there, David.
There are definitely 2 in the Lost Zone, 1 in play. And then now here 2 with the Mirage Gate. Mike is...
I'll have a look at the prizes in a second, see if we can see if there's any stuck in the prizes. But I'm fairly sure any other Mirage Gate are not active right now because I don't believe there's any more basic energy in his deck.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, there are 2 psychic energy
There
cards.
we go. Shout out to the people backstage for throwing that up for us, making our jobs a little bit easier. So yeah, and that's what I was talking about a second ago. If too much energy ends up in places that aren't the deck, that's really awkward with Mirage Gate, and it's not a big problem now, but it could become a big problem later on in the game as you're running out of energy.
Yeah, at least you know if you play Chorus now, you don't have to put energy cards in the Lost Zone. And also, yeah, he also had some in his hand card, so it's not like there are no energy left per se, but yeah, it will be a pretty uphill battle, I think.
Well, he's got 1 to attach to the Giratina this turn. He's got 1 to attach to the Giratina next turn, and there are some special energy in his deck that could provide that 3rd energy for the 2nd Giratina. So yeah, he's all right for a minute, but this is something to watch as we go through. Also, there was a very important point Mike did there. He used the Mirage Gate before playing Chorus's Experiment. Had he played Chorus's Experiment first and hit basic energy, that could have gone terribly, terribly wrong. But it looks like we're actually going to spit innocently to end this turn, David.
Yes, it's a very funny name, but yeah, Cramorant, I don't even know if they are able to spit sinfully. But let's hope that this is going well for Alex. So yeah, the Cramorant here putting a little bit of damage. Inteleon VMAX, 320 HP, that's quite a lot. One of the reasons Giratina V-Star is so popular is because it can deal 280 damage, which is enough to knock out almost every Pokemon that is not a VMAX Pokemon. But here Alex's deck is mainly only using V-Star Pokemon, so you have to get some damage out, either with Cramorant or with Sableye.
Yes.
Yeah, for Sableye it was a little bit too early and also needs an energy card. Mike was forced to retreat with the energy attachment, so yeah, that was not possible. But now this opens the possibility for Alex, for example, to play a Cheryl, which allows you to heal all of your evolved Pokemon's damage. They have to discard all the energy cards, but
there's no energy on there. So
exactly.
You're good.
This is a great, like Cheryl has such an amazing synergy together with Inteleon. As we see, no Cheryl, but attachment to the bench, so there will be retreat, as we see an escape rope in Alex's hand as well.
Yeah, this is going to work very nicely indeed. Something to watch here, of course. Sableye needs basic psychic energy in order to work. There are 2 psychic energy in the discard, in the prizes. The last one was in his hand, I believe. I don't think he's got access to psychic energy at this point. Now, it's not too bad for the Giratina with 2 energy on, because you can use a special for the 3rd colorless energy. But that bench Giratina and Sableye need psychic energy, and I think Mike, if I missed something, please correct me here. I think Mike has got to get the psychic energy out of his prizes in order to use either of those Pokemon.
There should be another one in his hand. I'm fairly sure about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Alex using the Tower of Water to retreat and Radiant Alakazam, which is an amazing card. You can move damage counters from one Pokemon to another. Oh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're moving the damage counters here. Now both of these Comphase only have 40 HP left. This means 2 double gunners would be enough to take a knockout, or 1 double gunner. Then you can use Yoga Loop to outplay your opponent even more. Also, the Giratina got up to 160 damage, which means there is exactly 120 HP left. Exactly the amount of damage Urshifu VMAX deals.
This is what I meant at the beginning of the game. When I was talking about the fact that Alex's deck is a little more complex, this is what I meant. And there's a lot of decision making in the Lost Zone deck, don't get me wrong, but with Alex's deck, there is constantly, he's setting up KOs several turns in a row. He is setting up, that Giratina and the Comfey. These Pokemon have the right amount of damage on now for a KO next turn, or maybe even the turn after. And you've got to do that if you're playing this Rapid Strike deck.
Oh wow, and here we see another Psychic Energy card hitting the discard pile.
Oh no.
With now 2 in the discard pile, 1 attached,
2 in the prizes.
Yeah, 2 in the prize cards. And Giratina,
that's all of it.
Yeah, but you can use a Star Requiem strong attack. Yeah, basically the best, one of the best attacks in the game.
Oh yeah.
If you have 10 cards in your lost zone, you can just take a knockout with the with that attack without dealing any damage. Mike was also able to both get Path to the Peak and Manafi in play, trying to keep this turn going. Alex now needs a way to get rid of the Path to the Peak, which of course is easy with Octillery in play. You can just search your deck for a Tower of Waters, or you just draw into it like Alex just did, and search for something better.
Yeah, I love this. Of course, you need to bump that stadium. It's currently turning off the abilities of your Inteleon, so it's nice to be able to then, you know, have access to that again. Yeah, the Giratina V-Star power is actually incredibly important, unless you get a KO on a fresh V-Max. And we've said, you know, generally that's not something you do. So you don't use it on the damaged Inteleon. That needs to be on a fresh V-Max. You get, because V-Star power, 1 per game, needs to be very, very clear. Of course, we've used it already here. So, unfortunately now, we've got to go through the damaged Inteleon or 2-hit KO the Urshifu. Either way, that's going to be a little bit awkward.
Yeah, and now we see the Energy Retrieval, Tower of Waters, Double Gunner, and Medicham is in play. Yeah, Alex putting now enough damage on the Comfey. Unfortunately, in this situation, you're not able to take the knockout on something like Manafi, for example. And yeah, here we see the Radiant Alakazam putting more damage on Manafi. So Radiant Alakazam can, in theory, take a knockout next turn together with the Double Gunner on Manafi, which then opens Alex to deal a lot of damage with G-Max Rapid Throw, as we just see one Gale first. And if Mike is now able to find himself a boss's order, this might be it, but we see a Chorus Experiment, so the game is still continuing.
We could see Alex taking 5 prizes next turn. If we can use Double Gunner and Radiant Alakazam to KO the Manaphy, get the other Giratina in the act. We would need to get the Giratina in the active would need to go to the bench because it's not yet in range. It would be, I think it would be 10. Is it 270 or 280 Giratina? It's 280, right?
For
Giratina's got 280 HP.
The one on the bench, yes.
Yeah. So you would need to do 10 more damage to one of the Giratina. The other one's already in range. And then you could Double Gunner onto one Giratina and the Manaphy, Radiant Alakazam to KO the Manaphy, and then G-Max Rapid Flow to KO both Giratina and take 5 prizes in one turn.
Exactly.
But you would need to have the slightly less damaged Giratina needs to be on the bench in order to pull that off.
But there is no problem, because you can just take one knockout with Yogaloo, then get another turn, more Double Gunners, more Radiant Alakazam. So Alex is definitely able to take the 5. Maybe not all in one turn, but Yogaloo was still one turn in our hearts.
I want it all in one turn,
so.
David.
Yeah.
But we're right. Basically, to put it simply, when Mike passes his turn, before he gets the turn back, there is a very, very good chance that Alex has won the game. It looks at the moment like Mike's ahead by 2 prizes, and that's technically true. But right now, Mike's only real route to victory is KOing that Inteleon on the bench. Now, if he can KO that Inteleon on the bench, he will win the game. But that's going to need some gusting. We're going to need another energy on the Giratina. So this is far. But he's got to do it this turn, because I don't think he's going to get another turn here.
I don't think so either. But there is not enough damage to use Lost Mine. It was already a chorus being played, so there's no boss's orders coming down. We see Switch card, which is very important. You're able to heal 30 damage from a basic Pokemon that you switch. And well, there's still the possibility for the whole Yogaloo play. Also, the Tower of Waters is still there, so very difficult to navigate. But now we see Alex. It looks like he has all the pieces in hand. As we see Double Gunner. Manafi goes to 60, retreat, and Yogaloo, knockout on Manafi, draw prize card, and now you just have to attack with Urshifu VMAX.
There's the energy retrieval, there's the energy. And I think we're going to see a retreat with Tower of Waters. Urshifu comes active, KOs both the Giratina, and okay, it wasn't quite in one turn, but Alex takes 5 prizes on the trot and goes 1-0 up in this match. Oh, I love this. These games are awkward, David, but when I see that ending to a game, weird endings like that make me so happy.
G-Max Rapid Flow. Yeah, I think most of the players like these kind of more like chess pieces. You move everything, you have everything in play. planning multiple turns ahead, and then you have these yoga loop turns. You can take a knockout on Manafi, on Comfey, get another turn, and just explode into your opponent's board.
And I think Alex is liking this matchup. I mean, what we saw there, it didn't go that bad for Mike in that matchup. He did all right, he drew, he got rolling. It didn't go perfect, he was a bit low on energy, but Alex seemed very in control of that game. He spent a few turns setting it up, you know, turned in advance, and then got down to that one big turn, or double turn if you really want, takes those 5 prizes, wins a game, on to game 2. It didn't seem particularly difficult. It seems like this Rapid Strike deck can deal with Giratina, and of course we know Giratina is 23% of the meta game here, 13 with the Lost Zone build, 10% with the Arceus build. That is going to serve Alex very nicely. Of course, this is only game 1, there's more to go, but hey, we got some highlights.
Yeah, here we see the big turn at the beginning, double gunner, just putting damage out, and you should never underestimate how much this small damage that you just put around does. As we see the big yoga loop play, one more turn, just need the energy card to attack with Urshifu VMAX, works out perfectly. This is such a powerful deck.
I like it, I really like it. I've been messing around with Rapid Strike failings way more than anybody should be messing around with Rapid Strike failings. But really, when it comes down to it, this is the Rapid Strike deck.
Exactly.
We've been here for a while now. We know this is the optimal Rapid Strike deck. This single strike nowadays is Lugia. Your Fusion Strike, Mew has just been good since it came out. When it comes to Rapid Strike, it is Inteleon along with your Urshifu. It is such a powerful deck. And I think you're right. There are these 2 bad matchups. You don't want to come against, you know, things like Mew that are awkward for you. But if you can avoid just those couple of matchups, it is such a strong deck. And I don't know, I'm not seeing enough people hard countering this deck. And I'm not seeing enough people playing it. And it won North American Internationals.
It seems like a great choice, especially now we have a lot of Arceus decks, which you can just hit for weakness.
Oh yeah.
And Giratina V-Star, of course, with the V-Star power, you can Star Requiem. You can take 1 big knockout, draw 3 prize cards, but then you only do 280 damage. You have so many problems dealing with stuff like Cheryl, so you have to kind of be very quick to draw like 2 easy prize cards. Then you can use Sableye, for example, take a knockout on Octillery, and then use your Star Requiem to take a big knockout here. Let's hope the strategy works out for Mike this time as he goes first and opens with Flower Selecting.
Yeah, Flower Selecting is what you want to be doing when you start. There were 2 Psychic Energy in the discard for Mike again, just like there were in the previous game. So that is something we need to be keeping a little bit of an eye on. But it looks like we've now got another Flower Selecting. There's a Switch card, but there's also a Colress, but he does have one in hand. But no, you don't want to get rid of Colress. That's basically Colress's experiment for the next 2 turns now.
Yes.
A quick turn, but actually you got a couple cards in the Lost Zone, a couple Comfey and a Giratina. You're good.
Yeah, if Mike draws well, he might even be able to use Mirage Gate next turn. There are 2 in the Lost Zone already, so... Oh wait, is there the Lost Vacuum? No, there's no Lost Vacuum.
There's no Lost Vacuum in this list, unfortunately.
Yeah,
the Giratina list tends to be a little bit tighter. We see it quite a lot in the Lost Zone boxes.
Exactly. Like Lost Giratina, you're very tight on space, and because you can take big one-hit knockouts later on, it's usually not that important to be super quick. Yeah, Mike can still just use Giratina V to set up a little bit. As we see Alex's first turn, Battle VIP Pass, amazing to amazing to have, the card is designed to be played on the first turn, also gives your Pokemon a little bit of confidence boost, putting them play as VIPs. Alex then just checking for prize cards, developing a great board state, and planning. I know Alex is already planning 3 turns ahead.
Oh yeah, and I mean you have to. We saw last game, as soon as that first Inteleon came up, we're seeing the damage going down. And you know, go back and watch that game if you get a chance later. You will see that the damage he put down was always in the right place, and sometimes it was literally 4 turns before we needed it.
Yes.
But it was perfect when it actually came down, even to the point of having the Alakazam, so when the Manaphy came down, you could kind of get a head start a little bit by being able to actually get that damage on there. It was, it was just absolutely masterfully played. And if you look at Alex's board here, 2 Inteleon, Urshifu, Radiant Alakazam, Remoraid, perfect.
Yes, and even drew the level ball to get into another Inteleon V. Yeah, you only really need a single Urshifu. That's why these decks only play 2 of the V and then 2 of the VMAX. But with Inteleon, of course, if 2 of your Inteleon are knocked out, the game is over. But just having access to all 3 of them allows you to use double gunner more times. If one gets knocked out, you can still have the double gunner. As we see, a Forest Steel Stone hit the field, not being used right now. Very good choice. So Alex can reconsider next turn, depending on what cards are drawn, what you actually want to search for.
And if you've got the Octillery as well, being able to go for any card with Forest Seal Stone and then any Rapid Strike card with Octillery really does give you access to a huge portion of your deck, which often leads you where you need to go. So it looks like now there is a V-Star in hand. Oh, well, that was a V-Star off the Flower. So it takes the V-Star off the Flower selecting. I think that's got to be the choice there. If you run out of V-Star, you run out of the game.
Yeah, and now we're in a very similar situation as we were in game 1. Basically, the board state was the same, and Mike chose to attack with the not regular Giratina V, which was one of the reasons the game became such a big trouble, because Alex was just able to use, to get one strong attack into a Giratina V, but Mike thinks, well, there is no other choice. I really need my energy cards to use my Mirage Gates, and then later the Star Requiem to win the game, so I have to attack with Ever Seeking, now opening the possibility for Alex to just go wild with the Inteleon VMAX.
Yeah, we saw an Inteleon VMAX attack into Giratina V in game 1, and I feel like we could be seeing exactly the same thing going on here. And Mike wants those cards in the Lost Zone, and Lost Abyss gets them in the Lost Zone. But G-Max Spiral, it's not doing a huge amount of damage, but it's so good in so many ways. The fact that it's 2 energy means you can use Rapid Strike energy straight away. The fact that the energy goes back into your hand means that if the Pokemon's KO'd, you don't lose the energy. And of course, it means you then have no energy on, so you can use Cheryl to completely heal without losing any energy anyway. So even though it's not doing that much damage, it's doing enough to get you started, while also giving you so many other advantages. And now we've got the Urshifu, which could come in and start doing some damage soon as well. This is just going so well for Alex, and all we really need to see now this turn is to start double gunning, but we're actually, oh, I love this. He is going to, there's no Manaphy on the field, so he's just going to do 120 to 2 bench Pokemon. I think he might go after both the Comfey here and just completely shut off his draw engine. Oh, the 2 Giratina. That's also pretty good.
Yeah, taking a knockout on the Comfey takes away the possibility to use Yoga Loop later. Alex's hand, if you were very attentive, you see it's only 1 Medicham, but this is the reason you play Karina's Focus in this deck. And I think Cyrus only played a single one at the NAIC winning deck list, but Alex actually went for 2 Karina's Focus to always, even if one is in the prize card, even if you already had to use one earlier, you can always use Auxiliary to get some draw power on. And with this play, I think it's very nice because you put a lot of damage on Giratina V-Star, 120, which means if you get another 120 off, that's 40 HP left, which means 2 double gunners. Alex planning some turns ahead. Also did nice stuff like a retreat now. So we just see Mike going for another attack with Giratina V, putting more cards in the Lost Zone. Star Requiem should come down next turn to take a knockout on either Urshifu or the Inteleon. Let's see if what Alex goes for, because there is now the possibility to just take a knockout on the active Giratina, which is pretty nice to take. It just makes you a little bit more vulnerable to Iono.
He has used Forest Seal Stone, so he's had access to whatever card he wants. Oh, he's doing it again. Nice. He's used Melanie to attach energy from the discard pile. Pop the Rapid Strike energy on there, and that's a combination of Octillery and your Forest Seal Stone. And I think he's going to run it back. And now, like you said yourself, David, 2 double gunner, and both those Giratina are going to be KO'd.
Only the one on the bench is a V-Star.
Oh, so yes, of course. So, okay, now double gunner will get the KO.
Exactly.
But my point is, I said, well, taking out the draw engine is pretty good. You know what's better than taking out the draw engine? Taking out all the good attackers.
Yeah, what's even better than that is just winning before you even care about any attacks going down. Because now you can use double gunner, Yoga Loop, take a knockout on Giratina V. You have 2 prize cards left, and there are 2 Comfey in play. you can just then take a knockout with Urshifu VMAX. The only thing, yeah, it's looking very well for Alex. There is not no bench space. So there needs to be a knockout happening before you can put down the Medicham, but it's very difficult for Mike now.
I mean, if your biggest problem in the game is, I'm up by 2 prizes, my opponent's only other good attacker has got like 40 HP remaining, but I haven't got a bench space to Yoga Loop, I would take that, personally. Yes. I would be fine with that.
I actually agree with you on that. And now, well, Mike's option is to use Direct Ream, take a knockout, draw 3 prize cards. But then, yeah, a big damage. Giratina's active, you can still then use even just a G-Max Spiral. Yeah. Take a knockout on Giratina, and then you're just 1 attack with Urshifu VMAX away to seal the game. As Mike is trying to run hot to get the Manaphy play, I think.
You need Manaphy, and you really need another Giratina V here, because at some point, like, you can do some little attacks with Sableye and Cramorant, but at some point you're going to need some big attacks later on in the game. So, we get Sableye down. If there's not even a Manaphy hitting the field here, there's no extra Giratina V, there's no extra Manaphy. So, yes, we take 3 prizes. Mike using that V-Star power, that's wonderful. However, if he's stuck doing like 110 with Cramorant, or, you know, dropping 12 damage counters with Sableye, while Urshifu is ready to go, I'm not sure this is going to end well for him.
And how we see Alex, he realized exactly he has all the pieces he needs to just use the Yoga Loop energies in hand, the Water energies in hand, the Rapid Strike energies in hand, Medicham is in hand. Just need to use Octillery for Tower of Water to retreat and to get rid of the parts of the peak. Medicham hits the field, double gunner, retreat, Yoga Loop, take a knockout on... Oh, wait.
What was he, David?
Yeah, sorry, I miscalculated, I think. So you cannot use Yoga Loop to take the knockout on the active Giratina?
No, unfortunately not. It's got 40 HP remaining. You could if you got it to the bench and then double gunned and then got it back into the active. That is, unfortunately, just a little bit too awkward. It's got 40 HP remaining. 6, 12, 8, 24. Yeah, so there's 40 HP remaining. But we've got Radiant Alakazam, David, and that's exactly what's just happened. We've moved damage from the Comfey to the active Giratina with Radiant Alakazam, and now we can use Yoga Loop to go and get the KO.
Yeah, of course.
So we were there, David, we were there.
Yeah, so I got a little bit confused for a second there, but yeah, exactly like I said, you can use Yoga Loop. Now it's your turn again, and with a Melanie, oh no, there's no Urshifu in play, but...
No Urshifu in play. I don't think we're going to worry too much. I mean, here we can... Oh, there is Clara.
Double Gunner. You can just use Double Gunner twice. Use Radiant Alakazam to move the 20 damage on the Comfey. Then you can take a knockout on Sableye on the bench. Knock out the active Comfey, 2 prize cards, and the game's over.
And you are there, and Alex Kreckler wins this 2 games to 0, and I enjoyed that. That was an absolute masterclass. That was somebody saying, this is a really complicated deck, but don't worry, I've got this, and showing us exactly how that deck works. And there's so much damage manipulation in the deck, between the Urshifu doing 120, the Double Gunner doing 20 or dropping 2 damage counters to 2 Pokemon, the Radiant Alakazam moving the damage, and then potentially the Yoga Loop to give yourself an extra turn to do it all over again. That is not a beginner's deck.
Yeah,
that is a deck where you get really comfortable with the game. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, play it, but bringing it to a World Championship, you have got to be very, very well seasoned in this game to pull off games like that. And I know it might not look it from home, but I assure you, piloting the deck like we just saw Alex pilot it is an extremely difficult thing to do. That is one of the more difficult decks to pilot in the entire game.
Yeah, we already saw how difficult it was at the NAIC. It was the first deck, and we saw amazing games. Of course, the final match was a little bit of a letdown there, but here we had another showcase of just how strong all these rapid strike abilities, attacks are. You can do so much, and like you said, if you just practice enough and you can pilot the deck perfectly, it's one of the strongest decks in the game right now, as long as you can avoid all the Mews.
I mean, Mew is not that big, Giratina's huge, and here's the thing, right? You are going to have bad matchups in the field, because even if there's, you know, there is one Meowscarada out there, you might have a great matchup against every deck but Meowscarada, and you could be super unlucky and hit that single Meowscarada on the field. What a lot of the time the deal is, you've got to try and basically, you know, you've got to play the percentages. You've got to try and figure out what matchups am I willing to concede, to give myself the best option. Now here we see some highlights. So we saw that double, the double damage going onto both of those Giratina there. We see the Yoga Loop. That's always fun to see a good Yoga Loop.
I think everyone loves Yoga Loop. It's just, even if you lose against it, you just have respect for your opponent. Like, yeah, you deserve that second turn, to be honest.
It's a thing, like getting an extra turn is great. It's a single energy for a single energy, a single Pokemon single energy, assuming you play the Rapid Strike. And sure, it takes some setup to do, but oh, the payoff is absolutely worth it when you get there.
Yeah, and in the current format, there are so many decks that are really reliant on 70 HP Pokemon. Gardevoir often has 60 HP, the Mew, or for example, the Rolls. Yeah, all the Lost Zone decks. You have Comfey, you have Manafi. There is so many like targets just to use for Medicham. It seems like the whole format is kind of made for Rapid Strike decks to just pick up those wins. Maybe we will see. I haven't actually seen a lot of Duraludon, for example.
There are some out there. Weirdly, the first two Duraludon I saw when I was walking around the convention center were playing against each other. It was an Arceus, Duraludon, Umbreon mirror going on. There's not huge numbers out there, but it is out there. It's on the floor somewhere. I think I walked every table in round one, which it took a few minutes, I'll be honest with you. There are a few out there. It's not being played in huge numbers. One of the things I love about this Rapid Strike deck is that if you don't play Manaphy, Urshifu will wreck your deck. If you do play Manaphy, you're giving your opponent a great option to use Yoga Loop, and there's no third option. Either you don't play Manaphy and Urshifu just runs through, or you do play Manaphy and your opponent uses it to set up a Yoga Loop. And like you say, unless it is a hard counter like Mew, it is very, very difficult to take down this deck. If you're playing a single prize deck, the combination of Double Gunner and G-Max Rapid Flow will take out those little Pokemon super easily. If you're playing a bigger deck, well, okay, you're kind of two-hit KOing, but it's really hard to KO those VMAXs. Incredibly difficult. I mean, what else in the format other than Giratina can comfortably one-hit KO a VMAX right now?
Well, like we said, Mew VMAX as well.
If you have a weakness.
But yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's kind of might be a little bit of a cheating situation we have going on there. If you're just hitting your opponent for weakness. Of course, you have a Gardevoir Shining Arcana, for example, Brainwave. Also able to take the big one-hit knockout. But of course, Gardevoir is struggling a lot with all of this bench damage, with all of those Yoga Loops. It's very easy for the Rapid Strike deck to just go in early, take a lot of knockouts, get one great Yoga Loop turn, and then seal the game before your opponent's really able to react.
Yeah, what is not easy, however, is piloting this deck as well as Alex did. But we do have a winner. We have a winner's interview. So let's go and hear from Alex about why they would choose to play a deck that takes so much fort power.
Thanks a bunch, Ross. I am here on the stage with our winner, Alex Kreckler, moving to 4-0 at the World Championships, just now 2 wins away from making it into day 2. How's that feel?
So good. I have not made a day 2 yet in Masters, so in Worlds at least. So I'm so glad to be just a couple away.
Yes.
2-2 gets me there. Yeah?
Yes, two more wins, 4 rounds to do it. Hopefully you can make that happen. Let's talk in the meantime about this match. So you're playing Inteleon Urshifu. I guess first off, talk us through your decision to play this deck for this event. Obviously, it won NAIC, so it was kind of on everyone's radar. Everyone knew that this was a thing, but it wasn't really expected to be super popular. Why did you choose to play it?
So I played it a bit before NAIC, and then I kind of dropped it off because I couldn't get a list that was working as well as I wanted, and then Cyrus won, obviously, and I'm like, oh, that list is pretty good. So then I started testing it, and it felt so good into what I was expecting the meta to be. And it was between this and Lost Box, and last minute picked this, and it's looking good.
Yeah, and one of the big selling points of this deck is that it has a good Lost Box matchup on paper, and a good Gardevoir matchup as well. Lost Tina is a little more interesting, though. Do you want to talk us through kind of the nuances of this Lost Zone deck matchup compared to the regular, more traditional, like Turbo Lost Box?
Yeah, so against traditional, you kind of just Yoga Loop, do things, and you get there eventually. They can one-shot Inteleon once, but it's not too bad. This matchup's a lot harder because you don't one-shot everything they use. So the plan was kind of what I did, where I would just hit both Katinas with Urshifu, then he'd get one-shot with his thing, and then I'd win the prize trade through that.
Yeah, of course, and we saw that play out. I mean, in game 2, that's exactly what you did. targeting down the 2 Tinas, as opposed to going after Comphase, which is what I think most people would have done in that situation, right? They see no Manaphy in play, let me take out this draw engine. And it paid off great for you there, as obviously Mike, didn't have much, had to be seeking twice in a row, which is always tough.
That did help.
Back to game number 1, though. It actually got pretty close down there at the end. What was kind of going through your mind in those last couple of turns?
So my mind in the last couple of turns, I knew I had the line where I was going to win the game unless he could get all of his path back to back to back, stopping me, because I was 1 stadium short. So basically, came down to if he plays all of them and finds them, he probably gets me. And I couldn't figure out a way around that, so I just hoped he couldn't find it, and he didn't.
Yeah, so stadium management being a super important piece, and then obviously him missing the
path to the peak's so good against you, because so many abilities.
Of course. Now, a deck like this, I think everyone recognizes that it's very powerful, but also at the same time, extremely difficult to play, because you have so many different lines, so many different options that you can take in any given turn with your damage placement, with your Alakazam moving damage that's already existing, Yoga Loop being something that you can make happen, of course, as well. How do you kind of find those correct plays whenever so many paths are available to you?
So before events, I don't actually usually test that much. This one I tested quite a bit.
Of course, sure.
You have to think like 2-3 turns ahead, make sure all your damage is exactly where you need it. And honestly, it's just all that testing lets me know exactly, kind of instinctually, where do I need damage? What do I need in 2 turns?
Sure. 2 more wins needed, 4 rounds to do it. If you could pick what you played here in round 5 and round 6, what would be your ideal decks to play against in 2 rounds back to back?
Give me more Arceus.
Okay.
I don't care what they play with, just Arceus something.
Arceus something is good enough. Well, congratulations, Alex.
Thank you.
2 wins away. Hopefully you can make it into day number 2, and we'll be seeing more from you tomorrow.
Hopefully, yeah.
In the meantime, we're going to get back over to the casters who are going to get us ready for our next Swiss round.
Thank you very much, Chip. Always nice to hear from a winner. And I did actually, while I was talking about, we got numbers on the Arceus Duraludon. 23 out of 687, which according to my calculator is about 3% of the metagame. Yeah. So, like I say, it's out there. There are a few of them. There are not necessarily a huge amount of them. But I'm pretty sure Alex wants to play like all 23 of them at this stage. Just run through all of those Arceus and just have a fun old time with it. 'Cause it really does seem to be, I mean, he said, Arceus anything, but I'm pretty sure Lost Zone Tina is a matchup he's going to be very, very happy to see. So just, avoid the Mew, which is not out there in huge numbers, not like it has been at some tournaments in the past. And the thing I love about this tournament, because it's win 6 out of 8, ties are bad.
Yes.
Bad matchups that aren't that common are actually not that bad. Like, if you've got great matchups against the field, but there's 1 or 2 you really don't want to play, as long as they're not going to be like the most played deck, you can just say, you know what, just for a couple of games, I'm out. I'm probably not going to win these, but if I have 2 bad matchups, I can win the other 6.
Yeah, Day 1 at Worlds is very special because every other tournament you're just playing to win, and I go in with my deck and then have to win through. Day 1 at Worlds is different because you can even change your deck. So you can go through Day 1, lose 2 games, doesn't really matter. And then you're through Day 1, and then you can like reconsider, okay, is my deck choice fine? And if you didn't like it, you can still swap. If you liked it, you can just continue playing. I think most players just play the same deck because that's what they got the most practice with, and they got through Day 1, so they're feeling really good about their own deck choice. What I thought was really interesting is Duraludon Arceus, 2nd place NAIC, the Rapid Strike deck, 1st place NAIC. Last year, the NAIC winner deck and the World's winner deck was the same deck. But yeah, maybe this year will be the same, to everyone's surprise, because we do not see as much Inteleon Urshifu as I might have thought.
We really don't. Like, we've all got our list for the week, and, coming into this tournament, it was, Lugia, and Mew, although to be fair, like you said, not everyone's taking that terribly seriously, and your Mew, and your 2 Giratina builds, and your Arc Duraludon, and these were all decks that were being seen, Gardevoir obviously, was being seen as a little bit bigger. I mean, Chen Pao is a deck we've not seen very much. I know there's some out there. Yes. I've seen a bunch of them out there. Not as much as I was expecting. I thought people were going to be liking Chen Pao a little bit more than they are.
I think Chen Pao is exactly where I thought it would be. I'm not the biggest believer, but yeah, Shintaro Ito already proved me wrong.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy, in general, I'm very happy to be proven wrong because I like surprises on stream. I love having these weird decks, these amazing plays where I myself go, whoa, what just happened? What is this? And then I can think about it and explain my thoughts to everyone else.
The surprises make, genuinely for us, surprises make the stream more fun.
Yes.
Decks we're not expecting, weird text, weird lines of play, all of this, because we commentate a lot of games, so having things we're not expecting makes things better. What we are expecting, however, is some tweets from you lovely ladies and gentlemen at home. So, you know, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Here we've got Steph at Pokémon Worlds. This might be the coolest opening ceremony and stage I have ever had the pleasure of shooting. I mean, I agree. I was a little bit, I did not have that good a view for the opening ceremony, David.
Me neither, I'm sorry.
I enjoyed it though, it was fun, it was great.
It was the first time we had something like this, right?
I don't remember having like a stage show like this at previous Worlds.
Yes, that's amazing. Hopefully, of course, I don't know yet, and we will see next year. We will continue with this tradition to have such an amazing opening. Until now, every year was better than the last one, and I really hope this trend continues forever.
I mean, I'd love it. How about, come on, we're in Japan for Worlds. The entire city of Yokohama, you cannot walk 10 yards without seeing a Pikachu somewhere. There are signs and posters. I've seen multiple giant inflatable Pikachu. The entire, I'm not exaggerating when I say this. There's buses, there's an aquatic vehicle, which I'm still not entirely sure what it is. There is a Ferris wheel, a giant Ferris wheel I can see from my window, and every 15 minutes Pikachu appears on the Ferris wheel. This entire event is just amazing. Hey look, it's competitor swag.
Oh yeah, it's very nice. It's something, most competitors look forward to every year, and also, the staff also looks forward to every year. We usually get, special merchandise that you can buy at the Pokemon Center, but then the competitors get something you cannot buy, so it's exclusive to them. And here you see the playmat is very nice. You have these. You might have noticed that on the icons and all the artwork, there's these backgrounds that have like like for example waves or little stars or these little rectangulars.
The checkerboard.
Exactly. And this is a traditional Japanese kind to make cloth, for example. It's called wagara, if you want to look that up yourself. I'm really a big fan of this design in general. When I designed, I used to design graphics as well, and it's always something that like, I could do something cool like wagara style, and I love to see it here for the World Championship for the first time.
I will say, the staff kit has Fuecoco on, and I'm a big Fuecoco fan, so yeah, there's lots of stuff at the Pokemon Center which is available to everybody. The competitors get this kind of blue Pikachu stuff, which, you know, is similar to a lot of the stuff you see in the Pokemon Center. But for instance, you've got the dice box with Pikachu eating ramen, you've got the deck box. I think they're the only two things there that are actually in the Pokemon Center, could be wrong.
And the Pikachu plush.
Oh, and of course the Pikachu plush, good shout. And then the staff have got the red Fuecoco stuff, which I saw for the first time this morning, and I am extremely jealous.
Maybe they did this only for you.
I hope so. So, Sarah Natacheni, finding all the starters in Yokohama, Pokemon in Japan is a whole new world. Yeah, now, I said they've taken over the city. Various places, as you walk around, you will see trios of first partner Pokemon. And I believe all the generations are out there. I found most of them. I don't think I found all of them. But there's photo opportunities. You could literally spend, and I'm not exaggerating, an entire day walking around Yokohama taking cool Pokemon pictures.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, it must be very emotional for her as well to have the first generation of Pokemon, meeting them in Japan this time. And it was also very nice for the Pokemon card players. We had the Pokemon card gallery where they, for every Pokemon in the Pokédex, they choose one card, put them all in order. It's amazing. Like, I took so many pictures, like, Yan Mega Prime, for example, Zorak GX. There were so many cool cards, and they're just there on the floor. And even I saw people like just going through, they probably were here for work, were here for something completely unrelated to Pokemon, and they saw, there are so many Pokemon cards here, it's so cool. They looked for their favorite one, took a picture with that. It made me so happy.
I've lain down on the floor in the mall next door and taken pictures of some of the cards, and I'm not embarrassed to say that. As someone whose entire life revolves around the Pokemon TCG, that card walk is just amazing. And you kind of alluded to it a minute ago, but let's say it nice and clearly. That is, of course, the voice actor for Ash, hence the Gen 1 connection you mentioned. Yes. So coming out and seeing that must be extra special for somebody who's got that level of connection to, to Pokemon, and especially to that first generation of it. So Yeah, that's kind of awesome. What we got here, Lexi in Japan, spectating the Pokemon World Championship Day 1 in Yokohama. This is a tiny, tiny, tiny fragment of how cool the hall is when you're out here.
Yeah, you might have seen that all the Pokemon characters, all kind of, they have food that they eat. So you have the Pikachu, which is eating ramen, very nice. Originally a Chinese food in Japan. Often when you say like Japanese food and Chinese food, it's kind of like difficult to know exactly where ramen comes in. But Yokohama is very famous for the Chinatown, for example. So yeah, having Pikachu associated with ramen is like perfect. Then you have the Fuecoco with the rice balls.
I think you mean jelly donuts.
I do not what you're talking about. I have no idea what you just meant with that. It's rice and it's very tasty. And I hope everyone in Japan tried it at least once, of course, right, with the sushi. And then you have the dango, which is also made out of rice, but it's like very sweet, very tasty. And of course the soup, which we do not see on this picture. Yeah, very nice picture. I have not seen the ramen stand yet.
No, it's amazing. So in the English anime, they call them jelly donuts, even though they're very clearly not jelly donuts.
Oh!
Which is...
I didn't know.
That's the reference I was going
crazy.
for there. Hopefully some of the people at home got that one, but there's a Pikachu car here somewhere as well. We're already well-known player, a lot of people will be familiar with him. Walking into the venue, down a red carpet, welcome with judges cheering us on, seeing the stage, it's hard not to tear up and get emotional. I've worked all year for this moment, a dream come true to play here in Japan. I think that is a sentiment we all share. Like, I never thought this was possible. Like, my dream since 2012 when I started kind of making content for Pokemon TCG. In fact, it was in 2012 I went to Worlds in Hawaii.
Yes.
And they casted the finals. Only the finals had a stream. And I looked at that and I went, I could do that. I want to do that. And that was genuinely the start of my journey. And my dream was always casting Worlds. Casting Worlds in Japan just seemed so far beyond what was possible. It wasn't even really something I dreamed of. And, you know, we've all got that connection to Japan through our love of Pokemon. And, you know, I'm feeling it with the casting, as are you. All the players are feeling it, you know, playing this very, you know, card game with a very Japanese property. And then for all of us to congregate, and like Yokohama is Pokemon Central right now. I don't think there has ever been anywhere that is as concentrated Pokemon as Yokohama this week is. And it's wonderful.
You're definitely right. And yeah, we saw the talk about the judges cheering. That's like a staple from World Championship.
Yeah.
Or at the very beginning, all the judges standing there cheering. And it's not just for the players. It's not just the accumulation of all the championship points you got in 1 year. It's the friendships and it's the experience you gained, not just in that year, but in the year before and the year before that. Because getting here by yourself is really difficult. Everyone who is here has some friends, they have their testing group, they have other people that they talk to, just brainstorming ideas. And these are the skills that you build over years and years of experience. And then you have that one season where you break through, you get enough championship points for the World Championship. And now you're here and everyone's trying to win.
Yeah, the World Championships really, really is special. For those that haven't been able to experience it in person, it really is hard to put into words. But like I say, I went to my first one 11 years ago and I kind of walked in and I'm like, oh, this is special. And kind of compared to nowadays, 2012 was a little tiny baby Worlds. It was so much smaller and less grand than it is nowadays, you know, when we're literally taking over cities. Yeah. But I think the point you make is an excellent one. I've got probably about a dozen Pokemon people I speak to pretty much daily about various things. I've constantly got my phone blowing up with messages about this thing's going on and that thing's going on. And, you know, this card's been revealed. What do you think about this? Have you seen this? What's it's wonderful. And I love it. Like, my phone's going off all day with just Pokemon stuff, and I love it.
That's amazing. Yeah, for all the players, they talk with each other, and everyone is walking through the hall, and you see so many people that if everyone would greet every person that they haven't met for a long time, I think we would just be greeting each other all day. So you're walking here, you see so many people that you know, yeah, all the players, all the stuff. And then also World Championship, you get players interacting with each other that never usually interact at tournaments. There are not a lot of Japanese players, of course. For example, at the European tournament, some of them play some of the ICs. But then, yeah, Korean players, players from Malaysia, Indonesia, for example. We have so many different people from all around the world here. Great way to make new friendships as well.
And I will say, one of the biggest challenges at the World Championships is leaving the venue.
Yes.
Getting out of the venue back to your hotel is a real challenge. I think my record was something like 22 times I got stopped by people kind of saying hello and old friends and all of that. And it can take sometimes, if your hotel is 5 minutes away, it can take an hour or more to leave the venue, and I'm not exaggerating, because there's just so many people that we know and so many friendships. It really is wonderful. Well, we got more wonderful action to come down. We've got lots of more things to, lots of things to celebrate. We are only just getting started at the World Championships. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but don't go very far. We're going to be back very soon with more wonderful Pokemon TCG action.
I'm your host, Anna Prosser, on the floor in Yokohama for the Pokemon World Championships 2023, and I've just made a new friend. What's your name and where have you come from?
Hello to the Pokemon fans. My name is Inhwa Chung. In Japanese, Tei Hitokazu, and I'm from Korea. Actually, I'm a CEO of one of the Pokemon colleges in Korea.
Very cool. What are you up to here today? What are you doing here at the championship?
Actually, my co-founder is one of the TCG player. So
who?
Yeah, it's Ho Sung-jang, HS Ho Sung. So I'm here to support him.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you think that he will play very well, maybe win?
Yes, I think he is one of the greatest player in Korea. So I hope he go to the final.
Great.
Yeah.
What else will you do? Will you be shopping or watching other trading card game players or even the video game?
Yeah, but actually the TCG playing is one of the greatest interest. So I will watch the another games and the top players games. Yeah.
I noticed that you're traveling with a lot of friends. How has it been being with your community here?
Actually, there are so many friends over there.
Yeah.
I hope they can get another experience than from the Korea. So at the World, I hope them get a rather special experience.
Cool.
Yeah.
If someone has never come to a Pokemon event before and they're watching at home, what would you tell them it's like to be here?
So actually, I'm so nervous, so vibrating my body here. But the stadium is so big and all the staff is so kind that when you come to the WCS, you will get a special experience.
I think that's true too. It is so big here and we're all full of so much excitement. So let's go enjoy it some more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Thanks a bunch, Anna. I'm Chip here with Kyle Sablehouse, and we are ready to get into our Pokemon TCG tournament here in Yokohama, Japan. The 2023 World Championships well underway. Halfway through the event now at this point, Kyle. Some of our players have been eliminated from Day 2 contention. Some can taste it. So close. 2 wins away for anyone who's sitting at 4-0. What do you think is going through these players' minds? As we're going into these last 4 rounds, we're halfway through the event. You've had a moment to reset through the lunch break and everything like that. What's going on in their heads?
I really hope I see those matchups I like. That's really how it goes at this point in time. You really just want to focus one match at a time.
Sure.
If you start to think about the end goal and need 2 wins and you start to wonder how many times do I have this opportunity to get it done, just, close
one
out,
game at a time.
focus, and get the job done. I've been here before. I was one of the players in 2015 who was able to get that done, was able to do it at 6-1. Taking that 1 loss didn't exactly feel like the most ideal, but of course you just don't let those situations get to you. And sure enough, your deck's probably pretty good if you're X and O already.
Yeah,
might as well trust it.
Yeah, just take it one single game at a time. Don't get ahead of yourself. I think that is absolutely great advice for our players out there. We've loved interacting with everyone who's watching along at home, those who are playing out here in the event hall as well. We've got some tweets, those of you who've been interacting with us over on social media that we'd love to take a look at. Ali A posing it up with the Gengar. One of my favorite things about this event has not just been how decorated and how amazing it looks in this hall, but when you leave these doors, when you go into the mall, when you go out into the city, when you ride the train, ride the bus, wherever you are, Pokemon stuff is all about.
I too took a picture with this Gengar. That was one of the first things I saw that was just incredible to me, along with so many other things. Seeing all of the individual Pokemon art throughout the mall as you're walking through and everything like that. There's such an amazing job was done here throughout the city of Yokohama. It's been a great experience for these players, and it's very, very cool to see all these players using that hashtag Pokemon Worlds, checking out everything that we have going on here this weekend.
Yes, so much in store in these halls, outside the doors. There's parades happening, festivals, opportunities in the park. Of course, the Pokemon Center pop-up shop. This has been one of my favorite shots. We see this when we walk out through the mall from our hotel to this event hall. We see these amazing steps with the Pokemon card back. Absolutely beautiful. And so many cards featured throughout this mall as well.
It's the only thing that gets me excited about going upstairs, Chip.
standing on top of a card.
Yeah, I mean, I needed to see every piece of the artwork, so
of course.
It got my my steps up for the day for sure.
Kujak saying that the art walk is a must-do, and I concur. Absolutely a must-do. Check it out. You know, you get to see these cards in their smaller forms in your hands, in your binders, in your deck sleeves, wherever it may be. But seeing them blown up in picture, you really have an opportunity to kind of appreciate the hard work and drawing that goes into those cards.
Yep, looks like Reversal was able to capture the moment that I was about to speak on. Right there where the picture was taken earlier, you could see a little bit of that fence wall there, and it was for the enormous Pikachu card there, using the flowers in the artwork to get the job done.
Yep.
Unreal.
Yeah, that's right. That card in that picture is made out of flowers. Absolutely incredible. With the massive Pikachu up above, looking down, looking out to all the people passing below, passing on the various floors. And you can see, you know, on the various levels of this place as well, there are just tons of cards featured, opportunities to really appreciate that artwork.
We might have to steal this idea here of just imagine the Pikachu being popped like a piñata. If we did that for the world champion, right as you win, it just bursts.
I don't think that one's going to make the cut, unfortunately.
Yeah. Shucks.
No Pikachu piñatas here at this event, unfortunately. Ursa Day having a great time, enjoying a meal with Quaxley, it looks like. Having a nice little bit of tea time.
You know, we love the tea time here over in Japan, and Quaxley sees it's a little too hot. You gotta cool it down.
Yeah, taking care of that. Being a water type, you know, make it, you know, chilling it down just a little bit. Ursa Day here wishing best of luck to everyone competing at hashtag Pokemon Worlds. Don't forget to stop in and sip the tea with Quaxley.
It's one of the great things that we've seen throughout this entire venue. So many opportunities. And look at another great picture opportunity there with all the lanterns that we've seen throughout the entire venue there. Nicole in Japan checking it out, saying, the day has arrived and I'm beyond excited to be attending my 9th World Championship. That's almost as many as me, Chip.
That's a lot of World Championships.
Way to go.
Best of luck as well. Wishing best of luck to everyone competing in this event. The lanterns has been one of my favorite things, honestly, walking through the hall. They're all up in the ceiling, in the rafters. I've loved walking through and kind of trying to identify, okay, where's this Pokemon? You know, where's Charizard at? Where I'm looking up here in the rafters now. We see an Ekans, Golem, Oddish, Slowbro. So many Pokemon featured on these lanterns.
Yeah, very cool to see. Looks like a lot of the original 151 that we see in the mix there, and it brings you back to the original times of seeing all these Pokemon and getting acquainted with them and seeing them here. It's just a surreal feeling in Japan.
Yeah, looking out for the favorites has been fun. I found a Charizard one earlier. It's actually right up above our heads over there to the left. Have to keep my eye out, see if we can find the Charmander, Charmeleon, figure out where the rest of the crew is.
Well, maybe we'll find some time after our rounds here, Chip. But we got a pretty great tournament going on.
Yeah, I got to be careful. I might start spinning around during our game or something like that. Trying to keep track of where everyone is.
It's a Venomoth.
Oh, Zapdos? Literally right above us is Zapdos.
There he goes. Yeah, we lost Chip, everyone. Sorry.
Alakazam, too. And Moltres, they're all powerful, just right there.
Yep, those are all Pokemon, Chip. Great job.
Well, I mean, if there was anything newer, you'd have a hard time naming them.
That's, you know, that's true.
you can handle these, though, I think.
Yeah, no, these ones are in my wheelhouse. My mom knows these ones. These are all in Pokemon Pinball, so
yeah, there you go.
That means the Sable House clan knows what's up.
Well, just a few more moments, we'll be getting into our next Swiss round. It's going to be Swiss Round 5, like we mentioned, halfway through the event. For some of our players, just a couple wins away, but some of our players, like we mentioned, I mean, their event has kind of come to an end. You know, if you get more than 3 losses, you can't make it into day 2 of the event anymore. But I found myself as one of those players back in 2017 Worlds. I took a 4th loss or 3rd loss. I don't remember what the exact record was back then that would prevent me from getting into day 2, but I stuck around. I played it out. I continued to finish the event just because you only get 1 World Championships, right? You might only get 1 World Championships. You have to appreciate every opportunity that comes in front of you. You know, you get 1 First Worlds, I guess I should say.
Sure.
And that was that for me. And just sticking around, playing it out, getting to meet all of the different people. You see so many competitors out here. 4 different games competing at this event as well. You know, it's about more than just winning, more than getting into day 2. It's about just appreciating the work that you put in to get to this point.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I did the same thing with the 2015 Worlds. I ended up playing that one out, even though I ended up taking my 3rd loss or whatever it was. And I got to play against like a lot of old friends. But just running into players that from South America, perhaps, or whatever it ended up being, and just seeing these players and getting like one last chance to play against them before I eventually stepped into the caster role was just a really great experience. Now, before then, I definitely was the guy who dropped. I did not care. I was so mad. I'm like, I spent so much time trying to make the perfect deck, and then I got rolled because my Poke Gears don't work or whatever it was.
I feel like it depends on the circumstances of your exit, right? if it's a bad matchup or something like that, you can't really do anything about that. So it's like maybe you'd be okay sticking around. I mean, maybe if it was a close game and you just missed out by 1 card, whatever it was, you know, it is what it is. But if you just look at an opening hand that has nothing playable, your deck just doesn't work the way it was working when you were testing it out, those are the rage-inducing ones that make you question what got you to this point.
What if you played your first 3 rounds and you went 0 for 7 on Poke Gear?
I feel like there's a story here, Kyle.
Well, that's what happened, and I quit. I quit very quickly.
And then you immediately try to figure out, okay, how can I cast
this can I stay in this game in another way?
Oh, man. Yeah, 7 Poke Gear whiffs. That's pretty tough. But, I mean, were you playing a lot of supporters?
I thought so. This was like 2011 or something.
Okay.
It was big, the stage 1's Don Fan Mega stuff.
Got it.
It should have worked. It did
some
not.
Judges and some researches, or Juniper, excuse me.
There were cards.
It didn't come through.
I did not see them.
Sure. Well, yeah, we're getting into our next round very, very shortly. Is there anyone out there right now at this point that you've been keeping your eye on? Any of these 4-0 players that you're looking to see, are they going to be able to make it to the 6-0 mark to not even have to worry about taking any losses and just go straight into day number 2?
As far as 4-0s, I haven't seen too many that I'm keeping my eye on. I have some 3-1s that I was looking at. So I was looking at Jesper Eriksson. That's a former world champion in one of the younger divisions. And has an opportunity now. Ended up missing out on that top 22 race over in EU. So would really like to seal up the day 2 and earn it the hard way. He's going to be playing that lost Tina too. So it would be cool to see him be able to pull that out when he was one of the ones who didn't believe, and now he does.
Of course, you're keeping tabs on all the lost Tina players.
There's so many of them.
There are quite a few, for sure. Well, I do think we have some key matches we can take a look at, players that we're going to be keeping our eye on in this coming round, trying to figure out how they're going to be doing, who is going to be getting these wins. Of course, getting to 5 wins here is going to mean that you just need 1 more win to make it in. We see what our feature match is going to be. Hermione up against Bastion. We see Lucas Zing going up against Last. That's a great match right there. Lucas, of course, losing that win-in match at NAIC and Last winning a regional championships over in Europe this season. Xander Perot is a player who's 4-0, someone I'm really keeping my eye on. You know, someone who's made top cut at the World Championships in the past, looking to make it through day number 1 here. Justin Bukhari, his brother is a former world champion.
Yep.
You know, Justin, I'm sure, would love to have his name put on a Worlds deck, just as his brother has had a couple times before him.
Up against Lance Bradshaw, who is a national champion in the younger division. So, and also has been on a pretty strong tear here, making a lot of those day 2s throughout the regionals this year.
Yeah, Lance had a pretty solid season at the regional level. Christian Labella versus Alex Kreckler. Of course, we just saw Alex on the stream, but Christian is coming off a top 8 finish at the North American International Championships. We'll see if he can continue to carry that momentum forward in the World Championships. And that last game there, Claudio going up against Corey. Corey, another player from America there that we've seen a few times at the international and regional level. Sitting at 4-0, you know, any of these players just 2 wins away from getting it into day number 2, where the real competition heats up.
Yeah, Corey's going to be one to look out for. Loves to spice things up. I believe the last time we saw Corey, it was with the Lost Box Dialga V-Star.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. And before that, we saw him with Lugia V-Star, which you might say, that's not spicy. But he played Greedent VMAX.
Yeah, I got to say nom 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 incisors or whatever it was. That's a hero for the people.
Well, from these key matches, we can look at what the standings appear at this moment. You can see who these 4-0 players are, who is sitting in a good spot moving into these last few rounds. We've mentioned several of these players already. I see Jeremy Evans' name there. You know, Alex Hamilton, Lucas Zing we mentioned, Xander Perot, tons of great players who are really just looking to do what they can to get these last 2 wins. Atar Rico is another player whose name, you know, has popped up over the years. I definitely recognize there. So plenty of players, when we get to these points, you know, the cream rises to the top, right? You know, you get to see who the top level players are, because there's, of course, tons of players who are skipping day one completely, going straight to day two, but there are tons of great competitors in day one as well.
Yeah, I'm getting a look at a couple of the deck lists that we see throughout for some of these players. Interesting amount of Lost Zone box that we have not seen featured yet, so that would be something pretty cool to see, as that was a deck that scared a lot of people for day one. It's a deck that often ends up running into those ties, especially playing against decks like Gardevoir, and it takes a long time to get all those knockouts.
Yeah, and it feels like a lot of the Lost Box meta share got eaten up kind of by people switching to the Giratina V-Star version of Lost Zone Box, right? But that more traditional turbo build with cards like that Dragonite V, that Raikou V, maybe even like a Drapion V sneaking in there potentially. All of these things, you know, are still really powerful and borderline like a bit more streamlined, consistent compared to the Giratina V-Star. Obviously, maybe you have a bit more power behind that V-Star, thanks to its two very powerful attacks, obviously, but you got to work a little harder to get there, obviously.
Yeah, well, we will see if the Lost Zone deck has what it takes to make it into day two. See if these players also decide to bring that deck into day two, as of course you have the option to switch decks later on. Maybe you've got to read that that was the day one choice, but
what did you do back in that 2015 whenever you made it from day one to day two? Did you change decks, or did you decide to keep it the same?
No, I kept it the same. I danced with the girl that I brought, and she betrayed me.
Oh no!
You know, I don't think she woke up in time. It was just a bad time for me.
That's
in
where
general.
the Pokegears got left behind.
Yeah, well, not that was a different deck. This was Trubbish.
I have a hard time keeping track of all your bad beats over the years.
It happens a lot at the World Championships, Chip. That's why I'm here at the booth.
Well, I mean, that is a question all these players have to ask themselves. And also, not only our competitors in day one, but our competitors that are already in day two, who are absolutely paying attention to what's happening in this event. They have the luxury of kind of getting to relax today, but pay attention and recognize what does well and make adjustments to their deck, or maybe change their deck entirely based on what does well at this event.
Yeah,
so far in day
I
one.
hesitate to even say the word they're relaxing, because they're scouting. It is a full-time job that you see a lot of these players running around with a notepad or their phone and getting as much
I've seen
information
binoculars before, man. Like,
come on. That's a little ridiculous, but honestly, do what you got to do to get the information. You can only get so close to the players out there, so they're trying to get all the information. Maybe watch the stream, get a couple lists as well. We see players do that all the time too, but in general, you've probably done a lot of testing to get to this point. You should know what deck you're playing.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing as well, is that players may see results from today and like have a knee-jerk reaction and try to figure out, okay, what do I do to adjust to this? Trust your testing, right? You know, what you've gotten to before today was solid for a reason, and it got you through day one for a reason, or you were banking on it for day two for a reason already. You know, kind of stick to the plan. Don't panic just based off what happens. You know, maybe you can make one or two card adjustments based on what the meta ended up being. I mean, I don't know that anyone predicted Lugia would be the most played deck, but you predicted this?
All right, listen.
Raising your hand.
It makes sense because it's day one. Because day one, you don't want to take any ties. Ties are awful. It's a fast deck, and it's a run-hot deck. So it actually makes sense. Now, make sure that you don't use that when you're going into day two, because I don't think that we're going to see nearly as much Lugia going into day two. Even if it has a high conversion rate, it probably shouldn't be the #1 deck going into the next day, because it doesn't line up as strongly with the way that that tournament ends up unfolding, getting to top cut and so on.
Yeah, one of the more interesting things for me, I think, at this event, we'll be seeing the day one meta share, what we have already seen, but what that translates to into day number two. I don't think Lugia is going to be the most popular deck in day number two. I think we'll probably see Gardevoir take that spot once again, but only time will tell the answer to that question, of course.
That's right. Well, we will see what happens there, but we are finally ready for some World Championship action. Let's go ahead and take it to the stage, see what's going on in round number 5.
Our two players down at the stage, ready to go. Let's get into this next game, and I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top, and this is going to be a really exciting one as well. A deck that we've already featured, and then one that we were kind of talking about that we hadn't seen just yet.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about Lost Zone, but there's some surprises in here that I haven't seen in a minute.
Yes, an old friend calling back the Kyogre build of Lost Zone box. Really going to be interested to see how this list is built from Hermione and how things are going to play out in this game. Kyogre is pretty strong against Chien-Pao, I would have to imagine, right?
I think
if
so.
If they just get a few 2-prize Pokemon on the bench, you know, you can take that 4-prize turn at the end of the game to close things out. So, yeah, I would say Kyogre is definitely the big surprise here. We talked about the Lost Zone Tina version of the deck. We've talked about the Turbo Lost Box build. Kyogre is kind of become an afterthought almost, it feels like, for this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, players are going to be considering that. They play Manaphy, so they want to have an answer to a giant double knockout, quadruple prize card knockout, whatever it ends up being. So you're going to see that Manaphy in there, but this is a deck that isn't able to recycle the Manaphy as well as some of the Lost Zone decks that we've seen. So if Bastion is able to get that Manaphy out, you can see it knocked out early on with a Sableye, get some of that chip damage onto Pokemon like Chien-Pao EX, and then you may only need 4 energies, and whoa!
Yeah, what if your Manaphy's in the prize cards,
That's
though,
really
Kyle?
hard to recycle then.
Yeah, that is
the
not
top prize
ideal.
card too.
And there's an Arceus V in the prizes as well, which is only a 1/1 line. We see most of the Chien-Pao players are opting for this Arceus to support their strategy, using that Starbirth V-Star power to get out any 2 pieces. It can get you Rare Candy and Baxcalibur. So for the players who are opting to choose to play things like Canceling Cologne and Cross Switchers, it can get you that combo piece as well. Bastion not playing the Cross Switchers in this list, does have that Canceling Cologne. That's another key card we'll have to keep our eye on. Radiant Greninja, such a strong attacker in this matchup.
Absolutely. If you're able to get that Pokemon attacking as early as the second turn, maybe you clear off some Comfeys and avoid cards getting into the Lost Zone. Maybe you're able to set up some damage onto these V Pokemon, make your life a little easier. Whatever it ends up being, that Pokemon can help you take some additional prize cards and maybe start to even out that prize race.
Really looking forward to this one. Can't wait to see what's going to happen. I am excited to see some Kyogre action, and hopefully, Kyle, you get to see an Aqua Storm happen at the World Championships as well. After a full year of watching Kyogre kind of evolve and change throughout the season, we had a pre-rotation with Scoop Up Nets, the Zeraora, you know, all these things were super strong, and then the way the deck looked at the end of this season was so different before Paldea Evolved came out. We just have not seen much from this archetype ever since Iono was released in Paldea Evolved. Iono is such a tough card for this Lost Box deck to deal with.
Yeah, it's certainly been an issue. We've seen players try to mess around with the deck list, play cards like Palpad, and use the Pokestops to really start to burn the deck so that you have no choice but to draw all the right cards off of that Iono. But it's not going to be everyone's favorites. So we'll see if that's a card ever in the mix here from Bastion.
Our game is underway. It looks like Bastion is going first. An unfortunate start on Hermione's side. Sableye is not ideal. You'd love for that to be a different purple Pokemon. They might look similar, but Comfey and Sableye are not exactly the same. Bastion having an excellent start, though, with that Frigibax. Definitely something you want to get down early. And Battle VIP Pass in the opening hand to get out Radiant Greninja and a Chien-Pao EX.
Yep. Run Hot Chien-Pao is the best deck in the format. I will continue to say that until the end of time. And right now, this looks like a pretty solid start. You see the energy to retreat, immediately get that Chien-Pao into the active spot, so you can use Shivery Chill, and you start to draw some cards eventually, right, Chip?
That is the plan, using that Radiant Greninja's concealed cards. Ditch one of these water energies. And what this is doing for Bastion is a few things. You know, by retreating the energy off the Frigibax, you're now putting an energy card in the discard pile to use superior energy retrieval later on in the game, or even on the next turn if you need it. Just getting access to these energy cards is what you really want to do, and you have access to them in your deck through Chien-Pao, you have access to them in your discard pile through superior energy retrieval. So many different options. As we do see, we're spinning the wheel with the Pokestop, and that is 3 non-item cards hitting the discard pile.
I didn't even get to say I don't like this before it ended up being bad, because you don't want to give your opponent, who may have a dead hand starting a Sableye, 3 opportunities to find good item cards.
Yeah, I wonder if Bastion's maybe worried about this being like a turbo Lost Box build and was worried that a turn 1 Greninja would just take out Frigibax and totally cut him off of being able to do anything this game. So that might be what the mentality was, but you got to make your opponent see it. And 7 in the Lost Zone is pretty tough to do, even if you are a turbo Lost Box deck. It's not a guarantee, that is for sure.
Yeah, no, I certainly understand the risk there. If you're able to find the Battle VIP Pass, it doesn't really matter what you lost there. You'll be able to find, who knows, potentially the Manaphy, but we know it's in the prize cards. So.
Or another well, yeah, I guess Frigibax doesn't really help you if Radiant Greninja's taking out 2 Pokemon.
You lose 2 of them, you're in trouble.
Hermione's now kicking things off with a Battle VIP pass of their own, searching the deck. Going to take a moment to check the prize cards. Very important for all Lost Box decks, but especially for this Kyogre build, checking which energy cards are available, which ones are prized, how many do you have access to?
Yep, every single energy matters here. Now, of course, this matchup is one where probably a 4 energy Kyogre would be enough to get the job done, so you can be a little more flexible with losing those cards to the Lost Zone, but still want to make sure you have enough avoiding the prize cards.
We do see Dragonite is grabbed immediately. Hermione must be sitting on a pretty solid hand. I think, is there a Forest Sealstone there?
That's where my head usually goes when you see a V Pokemon come down this early. And this is going to be a pretty strong turn there. Nest Ball as well for the Radiant Greninja.
Very
can
good.
Start to accelerate, draw a few more cards. There's always that Pokestop too. So this turn is nowhere close to done.
Yeah, I think Hermione is probably fist pumping that Pokestop came into play. That is going to be an excellent piece to just dig a little bit deeper, and it could still be a turn 1 attack. Now the question would have to be, what do you go for here? Is it that Radiant Greninja, or are you ever tempted by that turn 1 Dragon Gale of Dragonite to just take 2 prizes on Chien-Pao?
Sometimes you just go for it. Prize cards are good, but
Pokestop is treating both of these players dirty here.
Not good. No. Yep, we see there losing the Colress Experiment. Forest Sealstone's going to come down now. Chip, what would you grab?
Can I get the Colress back from the discard pile?
Right? Can I Pal Pad it and play it in the same turn?
It looks like we'll be grabbing one from the deck, though, which will work out just fine. So Hermione's got a solid setup. I think a Nest Ball already in the hand. Gonna grab Colress, though. I think the one thing that is missing currently is switching cards, and that is kind of what you need to keep a chain of events going here, to keep finding more pieces. I think even getting off a Cramorant hit here would be fine in this spot. Just get some damage in play. That's really what you want to do with this build of Lost Box. Just put some damage in play. It makes it easier for Kyogre later, and it also can make it easier for Sableye to clean things up.
Yep, we can certainly see that with the Cramorant at some point in time. Looks like Hisuian Heavy Ball is going to be added to the mix here to potentially help out, and we should see some cards in the Lost Zone pretty soon, so the hand will be building up here. And there's a few cards I'm looking for, certainly some switching effects. You'd love to see that Comfey in the active spot.
Yeah.
Maybe get a few more in the Lost Zone to get to 4.
Hermione taking a moment to just take some notes, write down what is prized, make sure you know what is available. 1 lightning energy in the prize is always something you want to keep track of, just how many of those energy cards are down, but really nothing too bad on Hermione's side. That 1 Mirage Gate is a little annoying, but hey, he's just moved it to the bottom of the prizes after Heavy Ball.
There you go, and you'll be able to find that at the right time. That's a lot of basic energies, along with the Raikou, I think, and an escape rope?
Yeah, 1 switching card, of course.
Well, probably going to need that.
Losing Raikou and a Psychic Energy. You can afford to lose a few energy, of course. It's just part of the game. It's going to happen. It just becomes a problem when you lose too many.
Yep, losing that Raikou is probably just a nod to the fact that you did not see a Palkia. If you saw that, then of course it's going to be a good Pokemon to work into the mix. Instead, going to be just fine there with the Dragonite V trying to knock out pretty reasonable hit points on the other side.
Turn is definitely not over at this point, as Concealed Cards was able to draw into another Comfey and also a Colress's Experiment for the next turn. Escape Rope now will force this Chien-Pao EX from the active spot, and Bastion has a bit of a decision here. What do you send up? Frigibax seems like a tough call, so it will be that Radiant Greninja. Don't want to just give that Frigibax up as a free prize to that Cramorant.
Yeah, sometimes there's a mind game to it because this is the 3rd card in the Lost Zone, so maybe your opponent has 2 ropes, and then you could work that in or something. But yeah, I'm not playing any games. You can have any Pokemon not named Frigibax at this point.
Hermione, I think, only needing a switching card. Doesn't look like he was able to find it. There is a Nest Ball in hand, which could have grabbed the Cramorant. So unable to pull that attack off. I don't even know if it's necessarily as worth it in this spot. Dealing 110 to a Greninja doesn't get you super far, but this Nest Ball can get down the Manaphy. Manaphy being an important piece for both of these players, as they are both able to attack with their own Radiant Greninjas.
Yep, of course, bench locked here. Doesn't look very good there. You only have those 4 cards in the Lost Zone, I believe, for now. So it's not the strongest opening turn, but you've done what you needed to do. You're not going to be surprised there from the Radiant Greninja because of the Manaphy. Maybe you can work this Dragonite V in next turn if you're able to have another Colress Experiment and a strong turn. And you don't see Manaphy on the other side, so Radiant Greninja is still a threat.
Bastion now kicking off the turn, just retreating Greninja straight to the bench, using that Chien-Pao's Shivery Chill ability, searching out 2 more water energies. It's getting a little difficult to see what's happening here in Bastion's deck. Everything is just blinding me, honestly, at this point.
It's the World Championships, baby.
Yeah, showing out.
Drip or drown. Is that, I think I've seen that once or twice on Twitter.
Fitting for the water deck. Radiant Greninja now concealed cards will ditch one of those energies. I think that is now 4 into the discard pile, so Superior Energy Retrieval can just get all of those pieces back. 2 cards now being drawn from the top. Looks like a Super Rod and a Pokemon. Needs a Rare Candy and a Baxcalibur, and looks like that was able to be found.
Yep, that's going to open up a lot of different avenues. Being able to accelerate these energies. We just see the 1 right now, but the Superior Energy brought to the top now. 5 energy is going to be around.
Hasn't even played a supporter as well. Irida sitting in the hand. Looks like Bastion will take the opportunity to play it. At some point, it's kind of tough in this matchup about when you want to put another Frigibax down. You might have to establish another Baxcalibur. You probably will at some point because Hermione will have the option to, Sableye over the course of a couple of turns. But you don't want to put too many low HP Pokemon in play. It's really a tough game to navigate in these spots.
Yeah, I mean, well, you can imagine a world where Hermione just uses a Comfey, gets an additional card in there, then uses the Lost Vacuum, gets the 7, has Boss's Orders.
Yep.
That is a card we see 1 copy of in this list, and if you're able to remove the only Baxcalibur from play without a Frigibax, you're in trouble. So love seeing the second one played down here, even though it feels a little weak with the hit points.
And a huge draw off the Irida as well, was searching out that Hisuian Heavy Ball, but is actually choosing to leave the Manaphy in the prize cards. Not as valuable whenever you're worried about something. You don't need to worry as much about Radiant Greninja at this point since you've got Baxcalibur in play, but that is definitely a nod to the fact that Bastion does not know at this point Hermione is playing Kyogre.
Yeah, right now you've got other things to worry about, and you see that, well, I'd lose a Frigibax, but at least I'd still be playing Pokemon next turn. So let's get the Arceus instead, and maybe I'll have a little more playability in the next coming turns.
I think if you know that your opponent is playing Kyogre, you need to get the Manaphy out in that spot, but Bastion is sitting on that Arceus V-Star in the hand currently. So a great opportunity to get this Arceus V out. You've got the V-Star ready to line up just about anything you could want to pull off next turn.
Well, it is important to note that when you play the Manaphy is also important because you could, of course, play into the Radiant Greninja, let that happen 1 time, but then if you have it on the right turn, right at the very end against the Kyogre, you know you're going to have a hard time recycling that Pokemon, if ever, so play it at that perfect turn.
Bastion having to think about what this other discard should be from the Superior. Lost Vacuum doesn't seem super strong. Ditching another energy seems fine. It's definitely the resource you have the most access to in your deck, so losing another one, not too bad at all. 4 energies now to the hand. Comfey's a kind of annoying Pokemon to KO with Chien-Pao EX. It's a 2-prizer, and you're only taking 1 prize when you KO that Comfey, and you have to discard 2 energy with Hailblade to pick this knockout up.
We're going to see plenty of energies thrown around there. And yeah, just going to commit that to the knockout there. Get that 1 prize card and removing the energies from the active Pokemon and likely considerations of that Dragonite V coming up soon.
Draw for turn now here for Hermione. What does he want to do this turn? Is it a good time to try to get a knockout with Dragonite, or do you want to go after that Frigibax on the bench before it has an opportunity to evolve into the kind of annoying high HP that Baxcalibur has?
Yeah, I've got a map in my head of how I'd like to play this out. If you can work in the Radiant Greninja, knock out that Frigibax, deal damage to the Baxcalibur, next turn bring up that Sableye, remove the Baxcalibur from play, and deal some chip damage to the Chien-Pao and the Arceus. Then you have your map for the Kyogre to win the match, or the game at least.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. It is a best
of 3.
It would
be so demoralizing that he concedes the match.
Flower selecting a classic tough Kyogre choice, Mirage Gate and Energy Recycler. And that Recycler going down, that might make Bastion think for a moment. Oh, Recycler's down. Is my opponent playing the Kyogre?
Yep, that is the 1 card you see in this list as opposed to a typical Lost Box deck. Maybe that Echoing Horn every once in a while would surprise a player too, but yeah, that one definitely says Kyogre could happen, and you still have a Manaphy prized.
Kyogre is definitely the strongest when your opponent is not expecting it, right? And that's probably played to Hermione's benefit throughout this tournament. I mean, Kyogre is not that popular in Lost Box right now, so players are likely not playing around it as effectively, and I'm sure he's been able to capitalize in at least one of his 4 wins thus far in the event.
Going to see a little bit of acceleration there. Mirage Gate is going to be active with 7 cards in the Lost Zone finally for Hermione. That means we're going to see that energy played onto the Radiant Greninja along with the Comfey, likely for the pivot. And we'll see if we can see another Mirage Gate to maybe get some relevant attacks rolling.
Yeah, needs another Mirage Gate. Also got to keep track of how many energy cards are down in the discard pile at this point. Flower selecting, though. Yeah, Bastion making sure I can, yeah, always has a right to get a shuffle or a cut in of the opponent's deck after they've shuffled their deck. And now Hermione will use this Flower selecting, seeing another Comfey and another energy card. Got to make sure you keep enough energy cards around.
Yep, still have not seen the concealed cards, I believe, so that is an additional way to dig a little bit deeper if the options are missed. We still have that Pokestop too, so 5 potential resources that could lead to the Mirage Gate.
And I think Hermione's got everything in hand needed. I see a switch card. A Mirage Gate was just drawn, but I think there already is one. And even if the energy cards are not in the deck anymore, there's a Super Rod waiting in this hand, as well as Recycler. I think you want to save the Recycler to the end of the game, put those full 5 energy cards back so you can Aqua Storm to full effect. Being really smart with the sequencing, though, playing this Escape Rope first, forcing Bastion to send something up.
Yeah, and what a great Pokemon to force your opponent to bring active there in that Radiant Greninja. It's not going to be dealing a relevant damage there with the Manaphy down, unless, of course, we saw something like that Canceling Cologne, which could be a cool surprise. But right now, you've got this opportunity to start dealing damage at the bench. Remove that Frigivax if you'd like to. Start to attack onto that Excalibur and really put your opponent on a clock on how many times they're going to be able to put energies in play.
Super Rod being played can put up to 3 Pokemon or energy, basic energy, back into the deck. It looks like a couple of Psychics and a Lightning being placed back in. And now with this Mirage Gate in hand, just needs 1 Water and then 1 other energy card to be played out. And we will be seeing that Moonlight Shuriken. And we'll see if Hermione goes for the play that you lined up, targeting down these different Pokemon, setting it up for future plays with Sableye, and eventually leading to a Kyogre.
Yep, it is nice to see shuffling in all those different energy types that weren't the water energies. Those aren't the relevant ones that you're going to be looking for after this turn. You're not expecting to get double Radiant Greninja in a situation like this. So really focused on the psychic energies to eventually lean into that Sableye play.
Moonlight Shuriken discarding 2 energy cards. It will be Frigivax and Excalibur, exactly as you lined it up. Hermione having a debate about it. It looks like that will be the call, making it a Sableye target in future turns. Bastion now drawing for turn. What's the dream scenario here, you think, for Bastion? How does Bastion get back ahead in this game?
Yeah, certainly if you can line up that Canceling Cologne this turn, then you have an opportunity against that Manaphy. You're asking for a lot of cards, but you got a cool Pokemon right there that uses Starbirth.
Yeah, that amazing gold Arceus V-Star. Something else you need to be mindful of here as well is, like, how do you navigate putting down another Frigivax? You know, could you get...
I don't think you do.
Moonlight Shuriken again if you do it, or do you have to just play off of, I'm going to be attacking with Arceus to close this game out?
Yeah, it's tricky. You might just prioritize Bidoof in this spot or something like that. If you can get enough energies in play, know that you can always lean on the energies sticking around on that Arceus V-Star, and then maybe have some energies hanging around with that Radiant Greninja. Then maybe like a mid-game Frigi, but it's tough when you see that Sableye. As soon as that Pokemon has the Psychic energy, you're donezo.
Bastion retreating this Radiant Greninja, sending up this Arceus V-Star, 1 energy on it. It's able to attack with its Trinity Nova, unable to accelerate energy to the Chimpao EX, as it does specify you need to attach energies to a Pokemon V in play. And Bastion just doesn't have the most going on here. We can see a concealed cards to get a couple more pieces here into the hand. We, of course, could see that Starbirth to line up any of those key plays. Pokestop's going to be spun first, though. Not too bad, I don't think. Losing a Chimpao at this point is too detrimental.
Right. I think we're going to be just fine with the 1 Chimpao there already on the bench. Not too much to look forward to with the rest of those cards, however. I mean, they were items, so you got those out of your deck, I guess.
Concealed cards, ditching a water, drawing 2 more. There's a Superior and another water energy added to the hand. I think there is a Nest Ball, so we could see that Bidoof come down. could be an okay option. Of course, its carefree countenance ability means that it cannot be targeted down by something like the Radiant Greninja. It would still be, however, susceptible to a Sableye potentially.
Yeah, and then you start to worry about hit points and how the math works out. Would be 10 short, I believe, of the double knockout there with the Bidoof and the Baxcalibur, so could be safe there in that instance. But this is maybe one of those turns where you can work in one more non-EX or V Pokemon. We'll see if it's where the priority is going to lead to. Is it going to be that Friggy, or do we see Bidoof?
Interesting as well is Bastion is playing a split of the Frigibax, plays 2 60 HP Frigibax and 1 70 HP one. We did see the 70 HP already hit the discard pile. And the reason, I mean, there's a reason that you would play a split of these Pokemon, right? The 60 HP one is a little stronger in the early game, is if you start it, you can attach an energy to retreat it into Chien-Pao. It's only got 1 retreat. But the 70 HP one, with 2 retreat, it's a little harder to move, but it can withstand Sableye a little bit easier.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's one that you got to look out for. I like seeing the split as you give yourself the potential to be able to retreat early on and get that Shivery Troll rolling. It looks like it is going to be the Friggy. I'm worried about rare candies at this point, though, Chip.
Yeah.
I think we saw 2.
Yeah, one's been played, and I believe 1 was discarded to a superior.
Yeah, so finding the resources at a stage like this could be tricky now. But you still have that V-Star ability. This Pokemon should be sticking around for at least a turn, because I don't think we're going to see any Choice Belt shenanigans on the other side.
Sebastian could have pulled off some combo play with the Arceus this turn, had Starbirth to go get something like maybe a Boss and a Canceling Cologne, and we could have seen Radiant Greninja potentially take out the Manaphy. But I think Bastion's recognized, hey, Arceus V-Star has got a lot of HP. I don't think my opponent can deal with this Pokemon this turn, so why don't I attack with it now and then react to what they do on the next turn. I think that's really smart. Absolutely.
Yeah, when you see that you get to keep these energies in play, have an attack easily lined up for at least one more prize card, you start to see the map unfold there, and you can get your additional attacks lined up there with that Radiant Greninja, and then of course Chien-Pao with that final knockout would be lined up ready to go.
Now Hermione searching the deck with Mirage Gate, putting a couple energy cards into play. We do still need to see a couple more cards in the Lost Zone in order for Sableye to activate its Lost Mine, but with just 2 cards to put in the Lost Zone, I think that should be a pretty easy feat to put together. Flower selecting in the active, I think there's a few switching cards available as well.
We'll see if the cards come together to get to the magic 10 in the Lost Zone there. And we will see if the strategy is there for Hermione, if they believe that this is going to be a match where you can get that Kyogre out on the very next turn. If you do, then you can use that Sableye, take the knockout on the Baxcalibur, and then line up some damage on the Arceus V-Star, try to take the 4 prize knockout next turn.
That is the 10th card now in the Lost Zone, keeping a Colress as well, going to be pretty strong. You do have to worry a little bit about Iono coming into play, so you might want to try to set up your board a little bit, maybe get an energy card to keep in play on a Comfey so you have a pivot available. I like maybe playing something like this Echoing Horn now, get value from it while you can so it doesn't get put back into your deck.
Yeah, this is perfect. This means that you can place the additional damage counters onto the Chien-Pao and the other Chien-Pao. Yeah. And now you get to work in the 4 energy Kyogre instead. But I'd still like to see a few more attachments there. The 4 Sealstone, there we go. It's going to go on the MVP there, Sableye. And this is perfect understanding of how to play this match right now. The Iono is going to be coming if your opponent's going to win this game.
Something that can be a potential problem here, though, for Hermione is, based on where this damage goes, you can only set up 2 of these multi-prize Pokemon, right, to be a 4 energy Kyogre. You couldn't have set up multiple. So if Bastion just puts up one of those Chien-Pao, and then even if Hermione plays Escape Rope, one of those goes back to the active. Kyogre can only target the bench.
Yes, it would
so I think it makes sense to put the 3 on the Arceus, so now 5 is guaranteed no matter what to take 4 prizes this coming turn.
Yes, that would be, if you have the boss and you know you can make that happen, great. then you can make the 4 energy happen, but probably a little easier to make the 5 energy happen here. Just guarantee at least this Arceus V-Star would be knocked out.
We are seeing Pokestop does hit that Canceling Cologne. Is now the time to maybe go for this play. Iono seems like a pretty good strategy. I mean, I think Bastion is probably keyed in a little bit more to the fact that Kyogre is incoming more than likely.
Yep.
So you have to think through, what do I need to do to keep my opponent from pulling that off?
Well, I'm a little concerned about how many energy are going to be available for Bastion at this stage. I'm not sure if Rare Candy and Baxcalibur are both within reach. Of course, you have the Starbirth to do that, but do you also have the superior energy retrieval to get the job done there? Do you have to go for the Irida and another card, so you get all 3 cards this turn? Well, looky there, it's already in hand, it looks like, so that's pretty good.
Thinking through the plays, we are going to see the manual retreat of the Arceus, sending up Chien Pao. 2 energies now down to that discard pile. Sitting on a few options, has Iono, also has Irida. We will see Shivery Chill to kick things off. 2 water energies from the deck, now added to the hand.
Chip, everything's too shiny. I don't see Rare Candy. It might be there.
Yeah, there's not one in the prizes.
Okay,
so
good.
I'm pretty sure only 2 have been played, so there should be 1 hanging around somewhere. Luckily, though, I mean, Sableye does only have 80 HP, so you don't necessarily have to get Baxcalibur this turn. I think you would like to, but you don't have to.
Right. Well,
Ultra Ball.
Still the escape rope there, so this could have been a strategy where you're trying to just get more cards and open the discard pile.
Boss's orders now bringing up the Dragonite with just even 1 energy attached from hand. There is enough energy in play to get the knockout. 240 damage being dealt by the Hailblade. You don't need Baxcalibur this turn to do that.
Yeah, this would be a nice knockout. The problem is, what do you do afterwards?
Right.
You have 1 Frigibax. If you don't have this Rare Candy to Baxcalibur this turn, then it looks like you probably will not have energies for the rest of the game.
Of course, Starbirth is still available. Can't forget that. So that could guarantee you setting up the Baxcalibur this turn. 4 energies now being added from the discard pile to the hand, thanks to that beautiful golden superior energy retrieval. I love the fact that Bastion even has the League promo versions of Battle VIP Pass.
Yeah, we're not playing around.
All out for the World Championships.
Yep. This looks like it's going to be a checkmate kind of turn if you're able to set it up perfectly. We'll see if Bastion goes all out in this circumstance to get the Baxcalibur, play down nearly every energy in hand here, and of course take the knockout, but leave enough so that you can use this Radiant Greninja with a Canceling Cologne to close out.
Yeah, I think for Hermione, is going to be feeling the pressure, right? It feels like he needs to pull off Kyogre this coming turn, otherwise Bastion can do the Canceling Cologne play to close things out.
Ooh, this is pretty sweet. With the Ultra Ball there, means you'll be able to search out the Baxcalibur, and then Starbirth could be the Rare Candy plus Iono.
Sure. Well played boss this turn.
Just kidding.
And also is discarding an Iono.
You know, a lot's happened this third chip.
So I think what Bastion may do, I mean, you know your opponent doesn't play any disruption. More than likely, you know, you wouldn't expect to see a Roxanne or an Iono from a Kyogre build of Lost Box. So what you might want to do is just set yourself up to be able to boss's orders plus Canceling Cologne next turn. Try to make sure you have everything you need to close out the game next turn if your opponent misses. And that's kind of what Bastion has to hope for. Take this knockout, take these 2 prizes, go down to just 2 remaining, and hope that Hermione does not have the pieces in order to pull off the Kyogre play.
Yep, so we see that there with the Rare Candy found along with the Lumineon, which would be able to search out that boss, and with no disruption, that would lead to the Canceling Cologne. Radiant Ninja double knockout there. That means pressure is on Hermione to get the full Kyogre this turn.
Yeah, it's got to be this turn, otherwise Bastion should likely have the pieces necessary. And I like that Bastion's actually adding the Lumineon V to the hand as opposed to the boss's orders, making sure that you can have the flexibility to do whatever. It probably doesn't matter. You're probably getting boss regardless, but you never know. It's definitely just good practice to get the Lumineon. Now we see Rare Candy, Baxcalibur, Super Cold online once again. Can set up multiple Pokemon. Can also try to figure out where you want to discard the energy cards from as well. Keeping an energy around maybe 2 concealed cards. Also could just put it in play. I think that's kind of what Bastion's debating here. Do I want to make sure I can conceal next turn?
Yeah, seeing the energies not reaching onto the Radiant Greninja probably means that 1 damage counter is a little bit scary. Maybe your opponent just ignores that and use the Sableye to knock that out, but it doesn't work with
you
the
do
prize
take away
map
their
too
like
well.
their onboard win condition theoretically. Sebastian now, Hailblade takes the knockout, 2 prizes, card drawn for Hermione. Let's see, can he pull it off? Getting to 0 cards in the deck this turn and getting enough energies back to pull off the Kyogre, the Aqua Storm. There's only like 6 cards in that deck, Kyle.
Yep.
And a Colress Experiment is waiting in the hand.
And a Pokestop.
I think Hermione just has to make sure that he sequences everything correctly at this point. Don't want to have any missteps.
Oh, finding the switch card is going to be a great card to work into the mix now, along with the Colress to take the remaining cards here.
You got to make sure that there's enough energy cards in the discard pile. You might have to do something weird like switch cart into the Sableye and then manually retreat the energy off of it. What's pretty nice about Colress, when you only have 3 cards on deck, you just get to put the 3 cards in your hand. You don't have to lost zone anything.
We've seen a lot of draw 3 throughout TCG that wasn't good, but this one's going to work. Now the question is, do you have enough energies to recycle?
Now Hermione doesn't have a basic water in the hand, and I'm not sure, was there only 1 Mirage Gate in the hand? If there's no basic water energy to attach to the Kyogre, I think he might be just short of actually pulling this off. He needed a water energy in hand. He might have needed to play the Super Rod before playing Colress to try to draw a water energy.
Yeah, and you can see just the head shake trying
I don't know
to
how many
out.
recovery cards he has, though. That might be the problem here. He might need to play Super Rod and the Recycler to get the full amount of energies back.
Right, and then you're in a situation where you were looking to draw every energy except for that psychic energy that you found.
Right.
And it doesn't feel good to leave cards in the deck while you're going for the combo, but I think that might have been the way, Chip.
It's going to be the Recycler. Hermione could theoretically still win if he goes 2 prizes, but the only way to really do that is with Dragonite twice, and then you're putting Dragonite in play, which can be pretty easily KO'd for Bastion to win the game.
Yeah, we could see if there are enough energies in this circumstance, you just don't draw anymore. You use this as your deck, you retreat to the Sableye, and then you could knock out the Radiant Greninja, and then you just try to have 1 additional turn. But we'll see if the energies are there. As we see one of the Mirage Gates played, not sure if there was another.
Yeah, I don't think there's another, and there's no water energy in the hand. So that is the piece that is missing here. Retreat into the Sableye. Bastion probably breathing a sigh of relief at this time.
You could soften up both Chimpao and then try to go for the early one, but no, gonna just deny the prize there. Hopefully finding something in the prize cards for Hermione to get additional energies back.
Yeah, I think there's a Super Rod still in the prizes potentially, so that could be the thing that he's hoping to draw here. Now, Bastion, drawing for turn, does have a way to win this game if he has Boss's Orders, plus Super Rod, plus a way to get back the Greninja, and the Canceling Cologne.
No big deal.
A heck of a combo to pull off, but I actually think he's kind of close. And also, you have Pokestop in play. I think there's a Nest Ball in the deck still. So you could Pokestop into a Nest Ball, and you have Super Rod in hand. Super Rod puts back that Greninja.
Yeah.
I think he's pretty close.
Looked like there were a few ways to get that worked out there. Maybe Luminion even searching out a supporter and getting that out of the way so that you have an easier way to getting towards that Nest Ball.
Yeah, Bastion probably wants to pull the boss out now, so it's just you won't mill it, right?
Yeah.
You would hate to see that happen. Pokestop, discard your win condition right away. Just having a think about the sequencing here. You also don't want to Super Rod the Greninja back and then Pokestop, so you have to be very mindful of the order that these cards are played.
We'll get one more look through. See how many cards are hanging out there. Boss's Orders will be found. Looked like 7 cards. At least 2 of them were Nest Ball, maybe 3.
I think that Bastion needs to hit the search card here. And Hermione, I think, recognizing Bastion's got the pieces to close this out. I could make my opponent show it to me, but I just don't think I can win this game. I'm going to concede. Let's go to game number 2.
Yep, 18 minutes left. That was a very long game right there.
Yes.
Tying would be awful, but you're at a situation where maybe you could be one of those 503 players. So you have to play to your outs. You have to try to win one of these games. In game 2, you'll have, what, 17, 16 minutes, whatever ends up being.
Sure.
To try to win with Lost Fox Kyogre that quickly.
Yeah, we've talked about how it feels bad to take a tie at the World Championships in day number 1. You need to get to 18 match points to get it into day 2, which means you want to give yourself as best an opportunity to just get to 6 wins. So you really don't want to take a tie. But honestly, when you've started 4-0, a tie is not the worst thing in the world. If you get a tie in this round and then win your next round, there's a world where you could just intentionally draw 2 times in a row. ID twice. It could be a little risky. You do risk an up pair or a down pair, or I guess not an up pair, but you do risk a down pair potentially. It could happen to someone. You hit someone that has to play. You might want to give yourself every opportunity that you can to just get into day 2 on your own merit and not worry about any ties.
It would be nice to shake your hands into day number 2, but we'll see if that is in the cards for Hermione. As we had a pretty great game here in game number 1.
Really smart setting up this damage here on the back Excalibur.
Yep, good strategy there, trying to remove all the ways to get these energies in play, and then pretty brilliant from Bastion, working in that Arceus V-Star, taking a big knockout on the Dragonite as well. The prize cards were all lined up, and eventually seeing that boss was enough to close out game number 1.
Yeah, Hermione saw the cards moving around, saw that Greninja get set to the side. That has to be setting off flares. My opponent has a super rod. They're getting this thing back. I'm going to save as much time as possible. Let's get into the next one. Kind of important prizes for both of these players, honestly. Greninja, Recycler, Mirage Gate, and Dragonite on Hermione's side, and Bastion prizing a back Excalibur and that canceling Cologne as well.
Yeah, we will see how that ends up. Messing with game number 2 now, as Hermione has exactly what they're looking for with that Battle VIP pass to start things off, and the correct purple Pokemon in the active.
The Comfey, exactly what you want to be starting this game with, and the exact card you want to open up with. Battle VIP pass, allowing Hermione to search the deck for 2 basic Pokemon, putting them directly onto the bench. Flower selecting can now, after that, add a card to the Lost Zone, add a card to the hand, start to build up that hand size, and get yourself closer to a turn 2 Mirage Gate play.
Yep, pretty devastating to see that the Radiant Greninja is not there on the opening deck search. Going to have to go for multiple Comfeys, and that sets off a lot of sirens on the other side. Bastion's going, you don't like Radiant Greninja gets me? Okay, that's cool.
A second VIP pass in this opening hand. That is really strong. Going to get the full setup. Unfortunately, though, I think there's 2 Pokemon prize that Hermione would love to grab with this.
I don't even know, if you want to take all the Pokemon here. Of course, you have that Hisuian Heavy Ball that could help out in finding some additional Pokemon, but it looks like it is going to be one of those approaches where you have to work the Cramorant into the mix early on. Get that damage that you were talking about in game 1. There are lines where just attacking into a Chien-Pao can be pretty good.
Yeah, you can 2-hit KO a Chien-Pao, right? With just 2 Cramorant attacks, spit innocently twice, and that is lining up for an easy 2 prizes, and then you can close the game out with the 4 prize turn on a Kyogre, which we saw Hermione be so close to in the last game.
Well, I think we want Cole's Experiment.
Yeah, that seems pretty smart.
It's not going to be a card you can use this turn, but obviously you're thinking about later on. And that is another card that you probably want to hold on to. It's the namesake of the deck.
Yeah, you need to keep that Kyogre around. Losing energy never feels great, but the reason you need the energy is for the Kyogre. So let's keep the Kyogre and hopefully not Lost Zone too many more of those energy cards. Bastion opening up now with a Shivery Chill, searching the deck for 2 basic water energy, adding it to the hand. You get a look at the hand here for Bastion. What are we working with? Any good supporters to play or Battle VIP pass of his own?
Well, I played Min Rarity, so I had a hard time looking through this hand, but I don't believe I saw the Irida in the hand. So it might just be a different supporter that we'll be looking at for the turn. That's when this deck starts to not look nearly as strong. When you don't have that opening Irida, using that to find what could be the Radiant Greninja in combination with the Battle VIP pass, then you start to draw all sorts of cards. We'll see. It looks like there is at least a Nest Ball, so maybe we could see a bailout button in that Radiant Greninja.
I think I got to tell you something, Kyle.
Oh, please, don't tell me it's there.
There are 2 Irida in this hand.
I can't tell. There's so much shiny stuff going on there.
Literally 2 Irida in Bastion's hand.
What art is it? I don't.
It is an alternate full art.
Oh, okay,
so
there we go.
Yeah, we'll give you a break there, I guess.
I've been outmatched. My wallet could not keep up.
Going with that nest ball and now shuffling as well. That signals to me that Bastion wants to use concealed cards before going for Irida. What do you think of this sequence?
Yeah, this is pretty strong. The cards that you could find with the Irida, you could just draw off the top, and then you can use that Irida to eventually find a different set of cards.
Okay, we were both wrong. It's just one Irida.
Good.
We'll split the difference there, okay?
I'm always okay with being wrong here. It's part of the game when you can't see.
And now eyeing up 3 water Pokemon because one of them will be grabbed from the Irida and the other 2 will be grabbed from Battle VIP Pass. Manaphy coming into play right away. You mentioned that in game number 1, how you want to be mindful of when Manaphy comes down. Bastion may be overcorrecting here a little bit, recognizing, ooh, I didn't have Manaphy in game number 1. Let me make sure that I get it down now for game 2.
All right, you're going to have to target this Pokemon if you want to win the game because now we're going to see Frigibax come down, and it is going to be protected. So it's going to have to be a lot of energies or a lot of cards into the Lost Zone for that Sableye to remove this Manaphy and eventually target down these bad boys.
Now, Bastion could be also getting the Manaphy just to protect against a Radiant Greninja potentially, but Hermione doesn't have one on the bench. And with only 2 cards in the Lost Zone and no access to, I mean, with Hermione having 4 Pokemon on the bench, you can't bench a V Pokemon used for a Sealstone and also bench the Radiant Greninja. So there's not really a super likely path for Hermione to have pulled off a concealed cards this, or excuse me, Moonlight Shuriken this coming turn, I should say.
Yeah, I think that certainly is something to consider when you don't see the Radiant Greninja pulled there from double Battle VIP Pass,
right?
And your opponent didn't have it in hand. Of course, they probably would have played it to draw more cards. Maybe you hold on to that Manaphy. Of course, you found it with the Irida. You could hold it in hand, play down 2 Frigibacks, and then you have a card like that Luminion V that you can work into the mix if you need a supporter next turn.
Hermione seeing 5 cards off the Colress. There are 2 Nest Ball and 3 Energy cards. So let's send a Nest Ball and a Lightning to the Lost Zone. Up to 4 now with the Flower selecting. Puts it to 5. Adding a Mirage Gate to the hand. We're just 2 cards in the Lost Zone away from being able to pull off the turn 2 Mirage Gate. But is there nothing else in this hand for Hermione?
Well, there's a lot, but it's not good. It's just going to be spit innocently there with what was 5 cards in the Lost Zone. And reveals the top decked Irida.
Okay.
Is that a flex?
Maybe a bit, honestly. Shivery Chill is going to be the start for Bastion. Now adding 2 Water G to the hand once again. Maybe going to flex his own concealed cards. Oh, you wish you could do this, Hermione. But here we go. Concealed cards adding more to the hand. Looking, of course, for Rare Candy and Baxcalibur. And if there's an Irida in the hand, it's already lined up.
I mean, there was a world where you could find Irida that finds Ultra Ball, that finds Starbirth, and then you find all sorts of different combinations too. So it looks like this is going to be the slower approach there, and rightfully so. Your opponent just attacked with a Cramorant instead of getting anywhere close to using that Sableye.
2 Water Energies added to the hand. Concealed cards is used. 2 cards now drawn. Ultra Ball is one of them, and I think Iono. Now that is something to consider as well. Your opponent didn't do too much except play a Colress. They didn't play a bunch of switching cards. Is it reasonable to assume that their hand is clogged up and you don't want to Iono them? Or is it reasonable to assume that some of the cards that are clogging their hand would be supporters, like Colress Experiment?
No, I immediately would assume that it is at least second Colress hanging out in the hand there. And I'm not going to do my opponent any favors until they go no supporter and attack me. I'll be like, all right, that's the guarantee that I needed to see.
Doesn't quite look like Bastion had the cards maybe to pull off the Baxcalibur play. I guess there is Rare Candy and Ultra Ball, it looks like, so could have gone for the Iono this turn, but choosing to value his own setup a little bit more, keep the Ultra Ball around maybe for that Arceus V-Star, keep the Rare Candy that you have in hand, maybe try to set up another Baxcalibur this turn, potentially. Could we see a double Baxcalibur turn? Is that something that's possible here?
You could. I don't know if you need to. At this stage, I like seeing the Baxcalibur down and then Ultra Ball. Go ahead and place that Arceus V-Star into play and then hold on to that for a following turn where maybe you can set up, who knows, canceling Cologne things if you're able to find the right prize card here.
Yeah, got to pull that off the prizes first, but if you can pull it off, and it is in the bottom of the prize cards, let's remember as well, you can try to line up some sort of boss's orders plays to use that Radiant Greninja to take multiple prizes. Super Cold accelerating, almost accelerating an energy to the active.
Right, yeah, we'll see the Ultra Ball played first, and before making that decision, just want to have those resources in hand so that you potentially could use those instead as the fodder, and we will see that.
Discarding another energy card. Probably the Arceus V-Star. Just set it up now. Oh, it is another Baxcalibur.
Hey.
Is there another rare candy in the hand?
We're in Chips Club now.
Turn 2 double Baxcalibur. Not something you see too often. Getting one in play is usually strong enough, but hey, double rare candy, double Bax.
Oh, there's
Here
another
we go.
Ultra Ball. Okay.
So get the Arceus.
Wow. That is definitely the hand you're looking for right there. Unreal to see a setup like this that can just guarantee that you're going to have some really strong play on the following turn.
Would have to get rid of 2 Iono, though, and you have to wonder how worth it that is. There actually is only 2 Iono in this list, so does Bastion want to lose his only hand disruption option? Probably not.
Right, and you can see the consideration there. It's, well, I like the hit points on my Arceus. If I got the Arceus V-Star, it's guaranteed to stick around, but my opponent's not going to be doing anything to my hand. I'm not concerned about that at this stage in the game, and I'm probably going to be just fine. So I'll just wait a turn, and then I'll be able to evolve, get that Starburst rolling on the following turn.
Now let's see, is the Canceling Cologne going to be the prize card drawn here from Bastion? It looks like we're having a bit of a discussion at the table with the judges, potentially. Not 100% sure what is going on. We'll get word as soon as we can. Could just be something minor, but yeah, judges and players communicating back and forth here at this point, it looks like, about something that's happened in this game.
I mean, to be fair, I'd probably question it. We see that turn was cracked, man. You got double Baxcalibur without Starbirth. How'd you do it? Tell me the truth.
Yeah, making sure everything's all kosher here, but yeah, I think that might just be some clarification, maybe with a shuffle or something like that. Could be the situation, I'm not sure.
No, you definitely start to worry about the time at this point.
Yeah,
of course,
sure.
When the judge is involved, you could see that time extension. We'll see if that ever comes into play here before we get our eventual resolution, but not a lot of time left, and prizes need to start flying, especially when Hermione is probably going to be displaying a bunch of single prize Pokemon from this stage if you don't feel like you're going to be able to complete this game. But, I mean, pressure's on Hermione. You got to get the job done here if you want to at least work in the tie.
Yeah, and you can see Hermione's just ready to go. He wants to draw cards, get his turn started, and get things rolling. We'll get an update on exactly what happened here in this and what the ruling was, and we also need to make sure that Bastion remembers, yeah, did draw the prize card. Looks like it was the Irida, not the Canceling Cologne, so won't have those plays lined up next turn, but possibly in the future. Colossus Experiment now for Hermione. Great way to get things started on this turn. Top 5 cards, get the keep 3, Lost Zone 2. Sableye being considered to drop to the Lost Zone. And what is that other card? A Mirage Gate.
I mean, I saw the Hisuian Heavy Ball there in the mix.
I think he wants Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, I mean, well, the other 2 cards must have been pretty good, too, if you're losing Mirage Gate.
So we've gotten an update. Looks like it was a pace of play warning issued to Bastion, and then a 4-minute time extension to both of these players. Yeah, Bastion did take a pretty long turn there, but there was a lot to map out, for sure. We could see kind of the wheels turning, what you're trying to plan moving forward in this game, but our judges being on top of things, wanting to make sure that the game is moving along and that both players are having a pretty close to equal amount of time to finish this game.
Love to see that here. Means that Hermione's going to have an opportunity ahead of themselves to get the job done if the cards fall into play. We see 7 in the Lost Zone now.
Yep.
That is before any come phase, any lost vacuums that we could see as well. So could be a turn where you see that Sableye worked into the mix.
Radiant Greninja has now joined the party. Concealed cards being utilized immediately. Hermione playing as fast as he can, spinning these Comfeys all the way around, trying to do everything in his power to make something happen here and try to get a win in game number 2. You have to wonder in this spot, is Hermione okay taking a tie? Do you want to take a tie in this game, or do you want to kind of have that early tournament mentality of ties are not okay at the World Championships Day 1?
Yeah, I think no player was thinking about tying until they got to X and O at this stage, and then it's like, oh, yeah, I could just shake my opponent's hand a few times and get enough wins to, or a win with 3 ties to close it out. And this is a pretty strong turn. We see tons of switching effects. That means all 3 Comfeys will be used, and that is going to be card number 10 of the Lost Zone. with the Mirage Gate. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'll add that to the hand. Switch card into Sableye. Looks like a Psychic Energy already in hand. Lost Mine. Able to spread these damage counters. You have to wonder, does Hermione want to take out this Chien-Pao? Do you want to try to set up some stuff on the bench? Do you want to get rid of Manaphy now? Force Bastion to find it back. And it looks like Manaphy is public enemy #1 in this spot.
Yeah, we've got a problem with Manaphy. That's a pretty good Pokemon there, so got to remove that from play. And then, of course, the consideration there with the 30 damage onto the Arceus. Could be a hint towards that Dragonite. Usually it's about that Kyogre.
Shivery Trill grabs 2 Water Energies once again. You can just see why this deck is so powerful. You know, a brand new archetype coming out of Paldea Evolved, both Chien-Pao EX and Baxcalibur being from this new set. Adding these energies to the hand, and it just synergizes so well with other cards that already exist in the format, like the Radiant Greninja especially. Superior Energy Retrieval getting a reprint as well is super strong. And now this Ultra Ball does find the Arceus V-Star. Starbirth is online. Bastion has his whole deck available to him. What plays could he want to set up? Or is this more a wait for later, get the Arceus now?
Yeah, it really just depends on what you have available at this spot. 2 energies means that you can at least take the knockout on the Sableye, which is public enemy #1. But afterwards, is it just going to be Iona Prey? And looks like that's going to be the case. Just try to attack the hand of Hermione, which is something I don't think we saw in Game 1.
No, yeah, we didn't see a single Iono. This is a pretty good turn to do it. I mean, you get to a point as the Kyogre player where you've gotten through the deck so efficiently that Iono doesn't hurt you as bad, especially if you're going to get 4 cards from it, right? And that's something that Hermione is definitely going to be mindful of. You don't want to take too many prize cards, because Iono hurts you a lot worse the more prize cards you take. Because you know you can close out the game by taking 4 prizes, you just wait a little bit longer.
Well, we've seen a lot of Colress experiments. I
Yes.
think we saw 4 switching effects used last turn in order to get to this Sableye, so
it was a lot.
There's no guarantee that off of these Comphase you're going to find what you're looking for to even take a knockout on this turn.
Is 5 cards now added to the hand for Hermione.
Ooh, this
Draw
is
for turn
not
as well.
good unless we see a V Pokemon or the Colress experiment.
What a rip off that Flower Selecting. Colress experiment, the perfect grab. Now 5 cards from the top. There's another couple of switch cards.
Why does this keep happening? 3 energies, 2 switching effects.
I think Hermione has used Colress experiment to see 3 energy at least 3 times this set.
Well, losing too many of these energies means that you cannot use Kyogre at all.
You do have to keep count now. And there are 3 in the Lost Zone already. It looks like 2 Water and a Lightning.
If you need 8 to win.
You need 8 to win, because you need 3 on the Kyogre and you need 5 in the discard, or in the deck, right? In the discard pile, put them
now
back.
it's going to be 4 because there goes Lightning.
Yeah. There's a total of 11 energy cards in this list, so looks like Kyogre is going to be off the table this game. At least a 5 energy Kyogre.
Right.
You could pull off the 4 energy Kyogre still.
There would have to be some softening there on the Arceus V-Star or maybe the Echoing Horn to get a different Pokemon out there.
Escape Rope forcing up this Radiant Greninja. Hermione has an easy choice getting rid of this Battle VIP Pass. Adds 1 more Escape Rope, it looks like, to the hand. And in this spot, you got to just try to find a way to chain some attacks together. What would be the ideal attacker here in this spot?
Well, if you have the resources, you could use the Radiant Greninja, but I don't see it. It's going to be Pass.
Wow. Yeah, the deck is just kind of failing Hermione at this point. Things were flowing in game #1, was just 1 piece short of pulling off the Ogre. The Bastion's deck has been honestly firing on all cylinders both of these games. Really impressed with the consistency and just the straightforwardness, but also power level that he's constructed his deck with in this one.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, well, we see Radiant Greninja in the active.
Okay.
And Starbirth being used.
Is it time?
I mean, Canceling Cologne was a prize card taken, correct?
That is right. Cologne was added to the hand now. Is there a boss in the deck is actually a question, and I don't know that I see one. Is there one in hand?
No,
there is one in hand. Okay.
Every time that I ask, it's in hand. That seems to be the case.
Has it in hand, has the boss, has the Canceling Cologne, could bring up this Manaphy, then use the Canceling Cologne, add these energies to this Radiant Greninja, and we could see Moonlight Shuriken taking 2 prizes, sending Bastion to just 2 prize cards remaining.
expected that. Just going to get all those energies right back into play there. Doesn't matter which Baxcalibur you're using, they are going to be coming down there. And this is a dangerous turn now.
Yep.
With just a minute and a half remaining, basically.
And I
you
think,
need to take these prize cards.
Yeah, and I think Hermione knows exactly what's happening here. You even see him tapping the Manaphy. Yep, sure enough, canceling Cologne. Deactivating that powerful wave veil ability. Its protection no longer in play. And now Bastion can take out 2 Pokemon, probably 2 Comfeys. You could maybe knock out the Manaphy, actually, I guess, and
that's what
force your opponent to get it back. Otherwise, you could Greninja again, but for now, it will just be targeting the draw power of the Comfeys.
Yeah, I don't mind knocking out the Manaphy because you have basically went on board if this Radiant Greninja is not going to be knocked out at this stage. And how do you knock out this Pokemon? 130 hit points is pretty tough to work through.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, thinking that Hermione's down a bunch of switching cards, right? So it might be a little annoying to get this Manaphy out of the active spot. That could be one of the things being thought through here. But regardless, Hermione does have a way to get this Manaphy out. Looks like it was an escape rope, and now Super Rod will put some energy cards back into the deck. If there's a Mirage Gate, we could see the Moonlight Shuriken get Hermione kind of back in this game a little bit, but Bastion's board position is just so much farther ahead.
Right. You're trying to figure out how the prize cards even are taken at a stage like this. 20 seconds left, 5 prize cards remaining. Of course, the Chimpao is probably going to be an easy knockout, but where do you get the rest of your prizes?
Yeah, it's not going to be Kyogre most likely. Could be a double Greninja angle. Now, Hermione wants to close this game out, or this turn out, and be turn 1 of time, not be turn 0. If he's turn 0, he only gets 1 turn after this, and his time has now expired from the clock. We should be getting word very shortly that Hermione is indeed turn 0, and he will have entered +3 turns, and I don't think with this turn plus 1 more, Hermione has the pieces to take 5 prize cards.
Yeah, we'll see the boss's orders to try to slow down things on the other side from Bastion. And you can take the knockout there and put the damage onto the Arceus V-Star. This does line up maybe a world where Kyogre happens, but the cards have to fall perfectly.
And I think we are getting confirmation now. Hermione is turn 0, only going to have 1 more turn this game. Draw for turn from Bastion. Being turn 1, has turn 1 and turn 3, and with 2 prizes left, your path to win is pretty straightforward. Take 1 knockout, take 1 more knockout. And this is where Baxcalibur actually becomes a pretty solid attacker. It's got 160 hit points. It's kind of annoying for Lost Box to KO. And Buster Kale deals 130 damage. That's all you need to knock out something like Radiant Greninja.
Let's also keep in mind, you don't have to win.
Sure. You just have to not lose.
You can, if playing defensively is the best strategy, you could always do that too. But it looks like it kind of works out both ways here. Taking the prize card, removing this Radiant Greninja from play could be helpful. It might be able to slow down some draws that may happen off of the eventual likely Iono here. But we'll see, because what exactly does Hermione have in hand, and is it worth even disrupting at this stage?
I mean, Bastion might just want to see more cards of his own at this point, to be honest. Even though you're only getting 2, they're a different 2 than what you currently have.
Got to be better than playing a Pokestop for my opponent who's trying to Kyogre me next turn.
Yeah, I just don't think the Kyogre play is on the table at this point. I mean, you only have 1 Pokemon you can target down.
Chip, literally nothing else will win the game from this state, so it would have to be that.
I know, but like... It just seems so unlikely. I don't think our...
we have to update the graphic there.
Yeah, I think Hermione does only have 3 prize cards remaining, not the 5 that it says.
That would be very impressive.
Yes. So, Colress's Experiment. You need to get to 0 cards, or pretty low at least, to give yourself a pretty high odds. There's a couple good pieces here. Looks like an Echoing Horn. Going to get rid of that, though, and keep the Mirage Gate and the Kyogre and the Nest Ball. I don't think Forest Sealstone has been used this game, so we could see a Pokemon V grabbed out just to utilize the Forest Sealstone, potentially to get whatever other combo pieces necessary.
I can't remember if this is the game with the Dragonite in the prizes.
It is prized.
And
but
there's no...
there's the Raikou.
He's in the Lost Zone. So.
Oh, just kidding.
And there's no Drapion there.
Did Hermione maybe take the... the Hisuian Heavy Ball, though. So Hisuian Heavy Ball's hanging around somewhere. But doesn't look like he has access to it. And we did see that Forest Sealstone hit the Lost Zone. He's kind of close to doing something, but I think there's just too many cards left in the deck.
We'll see if maybe Radiant Greninja is a Pokemon that could be found there with the Nest Ball, and then draw into the Miracle cards to get the job done.
And I believe Radiant Greninja was just put back from that Super Out along with a couple energy cards. Mirage Gate can now add a couple of those energies that were put back into play. Yeah, there are so many cards in this deck.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
You need to Pokestop and then Greninja. It's actually kind of close, to be honest. Hermione, it's pretty close here, actually, Kyle. Hermione might have the pieces to do it. Is there a Pokestop is the question I think we need to figure out.
I see a lot of vacuums. I see the Hisuian Heavy Ball. I see a Forest Seal Stone, so maybe when you draw 2 cards with the Radiant Greninja, you draw into the
Heavy Ball
and the Seal Stone,
and then you can get
another card out. But I don't think there's a Pokestop.
Yeah, I think
we see 2 in the Lost Zone,
and there's only 2 in the list.
That's math.
It does check out. Concealed cards will draw 2. There's a Seal Stone.
Oh,
I don't think it was the Heavy Ball. We do still have one more look with the Comfey. Can get one more Flower Selecting, one more chance to find the Heavy Ball. There's the heavy ball, but the Mirage Gate is maybe the only other card he couldn't have drawn here. I actually think he was so close to pulling this off.
Yeah,
It depends on how many switch cards are. If there is a switching card available, I think he could have done it as long as that switch card was not Escape Rope. Because if it's Escape Rope, Bastion can just push the Arceus V-Star.
Right. And you can see counting out now what switching effects are even left at this stage.
Thinking through, can you lose the Mirage Gate? I think you, as long as there's a switching card, it should be okay. But it needs to be switch card specifically. Cannot be Escape Rope. There's only 2 cards left in the deck right now for Hermione.
I don't know how this works without the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Yeah, you need the Heavy Ball for sure.
So it shouldn't be a thought. I get that it's tricky, but it looks like it's gonna be thrown away. Okay, yeah,
no,
you have to keep it. Then you will use this Dragonite V. You have the opportunity to look at these last 2 cards, and you're really hoping that one of them is a switch card.
Got to be switch
cards. I mean, you should know now. You've just seen your prize cards, and it is there.
Switch card in the prizes.
In the prizes.
Yep, so it's going to be just short here. Let's see what these 2 cards are in the deck. Is there anything that gets Hermione the win here? Tying up this set. So agonizingly close. 2 games in a row to pulling off the Kyogre. Hermione cannot do it, extends the hand, and Bastion Silva moves to 5-0 in day 1 of the World Championships.
Wow. Yeah, that was an incredible set there between these 2 amazing players. Bastion gonna be getting the job done there with Chin Pao.
Yeah, very cool. Love to see it. Chin Pao is such a fun deck to watch in action, and it's really popular here in day 1 of the World Championships. It didn't make the graph, right? It wasn't in the top 5, but it was number 6. You know, it's hanging out. It's right there. 8% meta share here in day number 1. Plenty of players choosing to bring it, and Bastion showing exactly why this deck is so good and worthy of respect.
Yep, and on the other side, Hermione was playing a pretty fantastic game. Things did not go their way, as we saw. It was pretty difficult to just get the pieces together, and I mean, understandably so. You're playing in a format that has Iono, you're going to run into situations like that. Could not get all the pieces in there to at least make this a tie. But, you know, you've got a few more opportunities now. 2 more match victories, and we will see Hermione playing in day 2.
Yeah, still very close. Definitely not eliminated, that is for sure. You know, you started 4-0. It's a great start. Taking a loss, it's a bit of a setback, but it does not eliminate you. You got to try to find, you know, a zen place, a level head, get into this next couple of games and try to just get 2 more wins. I gotta wonder, in game number 1 for Hermione, was there an opportunity to have gotten the water energy back a little earlier, potentially? It was a little awkward with a super odd prized. So I think it was going to be. Okay, what you got?
It was there was a super odd play that I mentioned earlier on there, where I appreciated the fact that we saw the psychic energies in there, but there was a lightning energy thrown in there that wasn't necessary.
Yes, yeah, could have been the water energy needed to close things out. Now Bastion here in this game, we see that turn to double back Excalibur, setting up perfectly, and it was just an onslaught of Chien Pao after Chien Pao taking knockout, turn after turn after turn. Even Iono getting in here and doing some work. Hermione was able to fight back a bit here, get a Sableye play, take some prize cards, get rid of that mana fee after getting to 10 cards in the Lost Zone, but it just ultimately still was not going to be enough. Bastion was able to superior energy retrieval, get these energy cards back, and this for sure was the key turn.
Yeah, calm, level head, eventually was able to find that canceling Cologne out of the prize cards, working a perfect turn there with the Starbirth to get the job done, take the 2 prize cards necessary, and basically lock in a checkmate. We saw a last-ditch effort there from Hermione trying to get the prize cards, but that switch card was nowhere to be found, sitting there in the prizes, and that means the Bastion is going to go into 5-0.
5-0, 1 win away from getting into day number 2. Now there is, I think, a question, right? You're 5-0.
Okay.
Do you ever go for the triple ID? I've seen this question come up on Twitter before.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Win.
Win.
I
Give
mean,
yourself 3 chances to get the win, right?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. If you see that the numbers line up perfectly, if it's exactly going to be the same amount of people,
sure.
I don't know what the numbers ends up being. Is it, what, 16 players,
then
and then they can go win, win, win?
But then you have people who
tie?
have natural ties in the tournament, right? Who are going into this round 401.
Sure.
Throws a little bit of a wrench in it, right?
I'm going to go back to my original plan. Win.
Could be the strat. Maybe if you know your opponent's playing something that you don't feel great about the matchup, you ask for the ID and navigate from there moving forward. You know, in theory, if you just tie 3 times, you get the same amount of points as you would if you won 6 times in this spot. So it would work out, but it can be risky. If you get to round number 8 and then you get down paired, you hit someone who's an X11 record and they have to play, right? I think you got to put the power in your own hands.
Yeah.
Leave it up to yourself. Trust in your deck, trust in your gameplay, and try to just win 1 of 3 games.
I got a question for you then. What beats Run Hot Chen Pao?
It's pretty tough, huh?
Nothing. Nothing beats Run Hot Chen Pao. It is 5-0 right now.
Mew, I guess, right?
Okay, something can maybe. It shouldn't, though. It's a really good deck. It would probably just get 6 energies and knock out all the Mews.
Pretty crazy, by the way, that Mew VMAX did not make the graph. And Chen Pao was number 6 as well. Mew on the deep decline at this event at this point. And, you know, maybe the only thing that could stop Chen Pao, but I think Chen Pao's happy to see Mew not be super well represented here in this
Exactly,
tournament.
yeah. Chen Pao loves seeing that. I believe it was only 4% of the meta share in the online tournaments leading up to this event. So you start to wonder, is this going to be something I even have to worry about at that stage? Doesn't look like it. There's a couple out there. I believe we saw, Xander Perro playing that. And that's at least one great player
Sam
on
Chen
the Mew.
on it as
Sam
well.
Chen. So there's a few of them.
Eu acho que eu jogo Pokémon TCG pelos meus amigos, principalmente. Ultimamente eles têm me animado muito a jogar. É sempre uma experiência incrível jogar Pokémon.
Eu jogo Pokémon porque desde criança eu sempre assisti Pokémon e sempre gostei de cartinha.
Eu acho um jogo muito divertido e é um jogo muito bom para desenvolver o raciocínio.
Hoje em dia eu jogo pelas amizades que eu construí, pelo gosto de jogar uma competição, de competir em alto nível.
It's my passion, it allows me to know a lot of persons from all over the world and it's an experience that I really enjoy.
Minha carta favorita é o Mew, porque eu acho ele um Pokémon muito bonitinho e ele é muito forte em relação aos outros Pokémon.
My favorite Pokémon card is Ultra Prism Oranguru.
TCG do Inteleon, porque é uma mecânica de consistência incrível. A gente nunca viu nada igual no jogo.
I would say that it's Arceus V-Star because I made a lot of achievements with this card.
Você não precisa ter algo incrível ou inusitado para ganhar um torneio. Você precisa de algo consistente e confiar na sua habilidade.
We're back here in Yokohama, Japan. The World Championships well under the way. Definitely in the thick of things here in day 1. We've got day 2 coming up. And then we'll be closing the show out with our Championship Sunday. You are not going to want to miss it. Our final matches across all of our games featured here, and then that excellent closing ceremony. They teased a little bit of something, telling us we'd hear some news in the closing ceremony this morning.
Yeah, I think you got to stick around to Sunday and find out what that's going to be like. Yeah. Of course, I mean, you're going to be looking at some amazing play from all of our divisions throughout all of the different games that we have going on here. So much competition. Trying to find the very best out there, Chip. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, whittling down to just the #1 world champion, the best player at this event, the person who it was just meant to be. We'll see who it is. So many great, excellent names out there in the field that we're seeing today, but let's not forget, so many players have auto-qualified for Day 2. I mean, we have yet to see the best of the best that are competing in this event. You know, those players who earned enough points throughout the season in the championship point zones, those players from Asia, Japan, Korea, and all over that are automatically qualified for Day 2. So many great names that we're going to have to see.
Yeah, and I mean, we see a couple of them floating around right now, trying to get that information, see what's going on in Day 1. Maybe it can help you for the big tournament coming up tomorrow, of course, Day 2, where everything gets underway. It's going to be very exciting, but we still got some great players here that are trying to close out. A couple undefeateds out there. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing who's going to be joining them tomorrow.
And speaking of, let's take a look at those undefeateds as we get into our Swiss round standings, see where everyone is at, who is needing just one more win. Of course, 6 wins guarantees you a spot in Day 2. They actually just remove you from the tournament. You don't even have to play the rest of the event.
It's the weirdest and best feeling in a tournament that you just get dropped for being too good.
You did so good, you don't have to play anymore.
Wow, look at this. Some great names here as we see the 5-0s and the 4-0-1s. Of course, you don't want those ties, but they are going to happen. Corey Godfrey with the 5-0 start, Xander Perot as well, and Justin Bakari at that 4-0-1. A couple Americans we see having success. Alex Kreckler, I believe we had on stream earlier as well, and of course, Bastion, who just won with the Chen Pao.
Yeah, and tons of players from other regions in the world as well, doing really well here. Peng Kai Hing sitting at 5-0. Rafael Atar Rico, that's someone whose name we've seen at the World Championships in the past, sitting at 5-0. Just so much to expect and so much that we're yet to see from these players. I can't wait to see who's going to make it into Day 2, who's going to be competing with the best of the best, and who's going to have a shot to become our 2023 World Champion. Let's look at our key matches for this Swiss round and see who we're keeping our eye on. Can't wait to see this stream match.
Oh,
Xander Perot going up against Ji-hun Choi from Korea. Looking forward to this excellent game.
Yeah, we accidentally teased it, and sure enough, we are going to see Xander, a player who's done so well on this stage previously. We've seen multiple levels, of course, in the Masters and in younger divisions.
Yep.
And another great setup there. We were talking about Rafli earlier, and playing against Corey Godfrey with that 5-0 record. We saw, what, 11 players at 5-0 right now?
That's right, yeah.
And Lucas is going to be playing against Juan, Alex Kreckler playing against Ryoto, Isaiah Bradner in the mix against Trevor Reed, who's another great name. We saw finding success with
top 8.
Lugia, I believe, and Isaiah Bradner is going to be on the Lost Box Tina, which he yelled at me about and then eventually switched over to. And we see Lucas up against Piper Lapine there. That's going to be another great matchup as Piper, I believe, just missed out on the top 16 race.
She was like 18th or 19th, just a few points away, so close, did not quite get into the top 16. I mean, there's all those players that were that close are competing out there in the field. Rowan Stavino, of course, our NAIC champion, Cyrus Davis. These players who are just outside could not quite make it in. Having to play through Day 1, it feels really tough to be that close and just come up just a little short.
Well, just win 6 games. Duh.
Yeah.
What are you worried about? You're a good player. Just go out there and beat people.
If only it were that simple, right? If only it were that simple. Looking forward to this one. I mean, this is going to be a fun game to watch for Xander specifically. I know this event means a lot to him. He's someone who's done really well at the World Championships in the past. He had a top 4 finish back in 2017. He lost to the eventual champion Diego Casiraga in top 4. Really close game. It was Espion Garbodor versus that Gardevoir deck that Diego ended up winning with. Having to play in Day 1 here, Xander's never someone who really goes for that Day 2 grind, the top 16 grind, but shows up to a decent amount of tournaments throughout the season. Always gets that invite. I think everyone recognizes him as one of the top North American players. He's just not as always quite in the limelight as some of the other players we see constantly at all these internationals.
Yeah, he's certainly an innovator as well.
Yes.
He likes to, march to the beat of his drum. He plays a lot of interesting things, and some of them revolve around this Mew deck. So once again, we're going to see that, and maybe there's some spice in there. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, he's been an innovator of Mew pretty much all season long. He was the first person to put Aerodactyl V-Star in Mew VMAX.
That's one.
That became a staple. He put Manaphy in his Mew VMAX deck. That became something people played in those Kyogre heavy metas. And he was also the first person to introduce that little Dreepy tech. That infestation lock that you could pull off. Super cool combo. And that's just the type of player Xander is. You know, he's always someone who's looking deep into the card pool. He definitely spends plenty of time researching, you know, okay, let's look at all the Fusion Strike Pokemon in the format. What can I put in my Mew deck that would be unique and could maybe find me an interesting win condition? Always been someone who's willing to push the edge there.
Yep, he loves the homebrew, and we love seeing him play. Let's go ahead and take it to the stage, see if he has what it takes to be 6-0.
6-0 potentially for one of these players. As long as no ties happen, we will be sending our first player in today, number 2 of this event, Kyle. Our first win-in match. We'll be featuring multiple of these throughout the event. Every match we see from here on out, a player is going to have a shot at getting into day 2 of the World Championships.
Yeah, we live for this. This is exactly what we're looking for. It's going to be a great match against 2 amazing players, and you know, the deck that we see on the other side too. We just got a little bit of a look there earlier on, as we saw a similar deck in the previous round there, which it did not work out this time around, but we're not going to see the Kyogre featured this time, it looks like.
Yeah, no Kyogre, but also no Giratina. So it is just a more traditional turbo Lost Box deck. We do see those 4 Seal Stones, the heavy Lost Vacuums, just trying to get through the deck, and the myriad of Pokemon V attackers. We see Dragonite, Raikou V, and something that will be very important in this match, there is a Drapion V included.
That is something you need to look out for. Of course, we've seen a lot of different ways that it looks like Pokemon has just targeted the Mew VMAX deck over and over again with the releases of these great ways to shut down this deck. And sometimes they just add it into their own deck, like Path to the Peak. Sometimes they just beat it, like the Drapion and Spiritombs and everything else.
Oh, and this is something really cool as well. Xander has gone out and gotten a complete Japanese deck. So that's really, really cool. Something that players are able to do even if they're coming from America. You know, you can always play cards that are legal to play in the region that you are competing in. So since we're in Japan, tons of American players went out and bought Japanese decks. A nice little keepsake, worst case scenario, right, to bring back home with you. So I'd love to see that, an American player playing the Japanese cards.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of players that are doing that. For this event alone, it's going to be a great way to remember this tournament, this year that you've had, and all the success that has led you to now a 5-0 position up against Ji-Hung Choi, who is trying to get that 6-0 as well. It would be great to see either of these players advancing into day 2. There's the fist bump. We're getting underway.
Yeah, Ji-Hung, not a player I'm quite as familiar with. Of course, coming from Korea, we see a little bit about, you know, that region compared to some of the other regions. It's just a little bit less in our sphere. But I'm sure, you know, you've qualified for the World Championships. Ji-Hung definitely knows what's going on. Xander going to kick things off with that Cram-O-Matic, ditching a Lost Vacuum, and does hit a heads here. That probably is the hardest part of getting the Mew VMAX deck in Japanese, is finding these Cram-O-Matics.
I was going to say that. I believe they had a reprint, so so that's the reason why it's not nearly as hard. But it was something that a lot of Japanese players just could not play this deck because they couldn't afford the Cram-O-Matics or find them.
Yeah, it's like a stadium event promo, something like that.
Yeah.
Really difficult to get. For us, it was just in the set.
Yeah,
it's
I
an
have
uncommon
57
card.
of them at home.
Well, Xander Perot taking a moment to check the prize cards, moving all those Pokemon to the front of the deck. Wants to know exactly how many Pokemon he has available. He does play Hisuian Heavy Ball, so pretty important to know if that's a card that's safe to Cram-O-Matic away at some point, or is that something you're going to need to play to go get one of your basic Pokemon out of the prize cards.
Well, we got a peek at the hand, and it is a triple power tablet to start things off.
And I think the other one is in the prize cards.
Yeah, well, you don't exactly need them in a matchup like this. They can be nice to work into the mix, so we've seen players that like to use single power tablets in combination with Psychic Leap to knock out Comphase and Stabilize, avoid some of that damage building up. And of course, if you want to knock out some of these V Pokemon, you're going to have answers like that. So going to value that holding on to 2 of those tablets right now, but we'll see if any
maybe one
have
gets
to be
played
here.
Yeah, that might be the case. We'll have to see if Xander chooses to play 1, maybe 2. I think I'd like maybe playing 1, draw 2, or maybe you use the first Genesect, see what you get, only hitting 2 cards, and then go from there. It's not as important in this matchup as it is in many others to have power tablets around, but like you said, there are definitely reasons to keep it around. Xander does play Cleansing Gloves, so that's another card that can kind of make up for the fact that you don't have it, so you can Psychic Leap in that regard.
Ooh. Well, uses just the 1 Genesect there and finds energy along with the 4 Seal Stone. So now going to draw up a little more.
I don't know that I'm going to be able to trust you with what cards are in players' hands anymore, because that is a switch card.
What am I saying?
It was 2 power tablets, or 3 power tablets.
It's not, oh, well, yeah, no, whatever.
Just a pass.
Do I have any excuses left? I just can't read, man.
Well, I mean, they are in Japanese.
Okay, fair. It was pink?
It was pink, I'll give you that. Jihan now starting to turn off draws and has the Comfey in the active, the best starter in the deck without a doubt, and immediately playing the Nest Ball to fetch out a basic Pokemon, adding that into play. Looks like another Comfey is being brought to the front of the deck.
Of course, you want to use those flower selectings often and early, so we're going to see that Pokemon added. If you have some additional ways to switch this Pokemon around, you can see some more resources and eventually get to that great supporter in this deck. You're looking for that Colress Experiment on the first turn. Try to get the ball rolling here. Get those cards in the Lost Zone. Put some pressure on this Mew VMAX deck.
Taking a moment to check the prizes, and now with another Comfey in play, we'll see a chain of flower selectings potentially, depending on how many switch cards are in the hand. Is there a Colress already there?
I see it, and I know it's there.
I need to stop
Chip.
asking you.
I recognize that one.
So we do see the Colress finding 5. There's another Colress to add to the hand for next turn. This can be a problem with the deck. Sometimes you use Colress for 5, and it's just 5 cards that feel so bad to lose 2 of them.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one there as we see another Comfey and a Forest Sealstone, but the cards added to the hand were so strong.
Yes, it looked like a Colress, a Mirage Gate, and some other piece as well. A second, or we see our first flower selecting for the turn does ditch an Escape Rope. A few switch cards in hand. We could see a Cramorant play this turn. We also could see the turn 1 Drapion. That is a play that is on the table. It's a pretty aggressive play. I don't know that it's ever really worth going for, but you know, I've seen it happen before.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you see...
And especially when your opponent pushes the Mew with a fusion energy on it.
Yeah, we've seen players as the Mew just use Psychic Leap and not shuffle back in and just take knockouts, trying to make you use the Drapion V before giving 3 prize cards up.
Right. Well, Xander did Ultra Ball away Lost City as well, so maybe Jihan wants to go for the Drapion knowing Lost City is down. I actually think the Drapion is in the hand.
Okay. Yep, that would be something to consider there, even throwing away that Nest Ball there.
He's got it. He's brought it to the front. Are we going to see it? Turn 1 Drapion V for 2 prizes. It is so tempting. That is for sure.
Yep, it looks like you're being baited.
I think we're doing
it with Xander throwing away a Lost City and giving you the fusion energy.
Here we go.
He says, do your worst.
Now, I don't know if Jihan goes for this play if Xander pushes a Genesect. It would still have gotten the knockout, but you don't take a fusion energy out of play. Maybe it is still worth it, though, because you take a Genesect out of play, but Xander's going to be forced to find a response.
He has Lost City in hand.
Okay, second Lost City.
I think.
Well, top deck is an Ultra Ball and has the power tablet, so all he needs is a double turbo energy, and hey, that V-Star power has not been used.
Yeah, we're going to see the Mew VMAX maybe, or just consider just drawing some additional cards there with the Genesect. I do like this too. You don't have enough Pokemon in play right now, so being able to continually refill here should help out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so likely that you draw either a Mew VMAX or a double turbo energy or an Ultra Ball, and then you only need one of those pieces because you have the Forest Sealstone to get the other option. So try to draw as many cards as possible. It's the small plays like this that really make the difference.
Dangerous draw there. Multiple supporters, Pat to the Peak, and a Lost Vacuum.
Ooh, yeah, that is a little tough. You almost feel forced to go for the Forest Sealstone right away. I think it would be okay because you have Alessa's Sparkle in hand, so you actually could just Sparkle, get the energies in play, and then you attach the Fusion Strike energy. I think he drew one of those as well, right?
I think you just go for Ultra Ball in this situation.
Okay.
You throw away those supporters, and then you can Lost Vacuum your own Force Seal Stone.
Sure.
And just try again. The question now becomes, is this a turn? Is this the draw where you go for the Mew VMAX, or do you want another Pokemon to continue drawing? Because now you're starting to run out of options.
Right. And then does Xander as well try to find the Iono as the supporter for the turn? That's another big question. I mean, Jihan does have a lot of cards in hand, played a Colress, and felt comfortable enough going for this play with the Drapion. So you have to imagine Jihan is sitting on some kind of good cards.
No, we are going to see the Pat to the Peak and the boss's orders thrown away there. That means that we'll hold on to the Alyssa Sparkle. Now there's that consideration of, do you play this card, or do you hold out to find maybe that Iono there?
Well, here comes that Lost Vacuum, ditching
you
all
just
the
throw it
cards
away.
in the hand. Now 4 cards being added. You see a Judge for turn and that Fusion Strike Energy. It's an energy card, but not the double turbo that Xander would love to find. Judge now being played, shuffling both players' hand into the deck. Iono would have probably been a little stronger there after your opponents used Colress, put some key resources on the bottom of the deck, make it more difficult for them to have access. Now that Jihan is shuffling those into the deck, he's going to have a chance to draw into these cards and be able to use them this coming turn.
Imagine Xander finds the knockout in this situation. Look how the board position
Yeah,
has changed.
That's the risk.
It's unbelievable how risky this was. And sure enough, we do see at least the Chromatic added.
Going to be able to flip. There's another Mew VMAX being drawn. Oh, did
Oh
Xander
no, he
draw?
saw 5 cards with the
He drew a
Judge.
5th card. Yep. And Xander kind of knows the situation. You can see his annoyance right away.
Yep.
Accidentally drawing an extra card is going to likely result in a 2 prize card penalty here.
Yep.
Our judges are going to have to make the ruling. They're going to talk through it. They're going to have to communicate with both players to make sure they're aware of what's happening. And it's just 1 extra card drawn. And it's just going to send Xander to being in a way tougher spot. 2 prizes less needing to be taken for Jihan. Xander going to be at a 6-2 prize deficit on turn 2 of the game.
Right. And we're talking about a deck that would love to do some hand disruption and whatnot. You're not going to see any of the benefits that maybe Iono would have helped out with. It's not like you take these prize cards. These are just 2 less prize cards you need to take.
I mean, Xander can definitely still win this game, even though this is not ideal. If you take a knockout on the Drapion, and your opponent only has the 2 Comfey in play, and they don't get much going this turn, you can definitely get back in this.
Well, preemptively grabbed for the deck and did not have the heads to go with the Chromatic, so going to
5
draw
cards.
once more. Finds another Chromatic. There's the double turbo.
That 1 card necessary needed to get this KO, and it will send Drapion V to the Lost Zone. It does fuel Jihan's strategy a little bit, adding another card to the Lost Zone, but the payoff is getting rid of Drapion V. Yes, very worth.
You understand that this is going to be a trade-off that you do here. And hopefully your opponent just doesn't have the right cards, as you did put them down to a 4-card hand.
And draw for turn. Draw for turn is the Colress's Experiment. There's also a Nest Ball in this hand. 5 cards looked at off the top. There's a ton of switch cards in this hand as well. Jihan should be able to pull something off here. And now with only 2 prize cards left, you actually just have time to kind of wait and chill. You could go for like a Cramorant, hit this turn into the active, and then all you need to do is at some point maybe Boss's Orders with a Raikou V. Take a knockout on a Genesect V. You don't even have to KO a Mew VMAX to ever beat the Mew VMAX deck.
Exactly. And that's the situation that Xander is also going to be looking out for. And he realizes that every second that he loses here is another way that he potentially does not make it into day 2. So you got to think about all of those situations. There's a few more plays to come here from Jihan.
Gonna Lost Zone another Comfey. I think that is 2 Comfey in the Lost Zone now, and a switch card goes down. When you see those 2 cards hit the Lost Zone, you know that the other options were pretty strong.
Looks like we need a few extra cards into that Lost Zone now, potentially 7.
Flower selecting now being utilized. Gonna ditch the boss. Okay, that could be something pretty important, but the other card was Radiant Greninja.
Yep.
It feels pretty worth it to keep Radiant Greninja around.
Yeah, Radiant Greninja can definitely set up game-winning strategies. We've seen players often going for the double Genesect attack there, and then you line up for the clean knockout on either one of those with the Sableye.
Yep, that is definitely an option. That is Jihan's one boss's orders, so no longer going to be a play that is available. But like you mentioned, there's plenty of things you can still set up with Radiant Greninja as an attacker.
Looks like we'll see that escape rope come down there. You can switch this Pokemon into the active spot. I believe the water energy is in hand as well, so you could certainly get some relevant damage down this turn and really put the pressure on Xander.
Not before playing a Nest Ball, getting Sableye into play. I like this decision. Use Nest Ball now so you don't get disrupted, right? Put it back in the deck. Maybe you have a hard time finding Sableye on the next turn.
Also get to see those energies are in deck. You got plenty to work with. You haven't played any resources to get to the stage. It was just the Drapion there. And sure enough, it's going to be pretty clean to get a lot of damage down right now.
Just burning the Hisuian Heavy Ball, I think, at this point. I do believe there's a Sableye in the prizes that could be grabbed off here. Yeah, sure enough. Put that into play. Why not? Throw it down.
Yep, there are no more Comfey, as you mentioned, so bench spaces don't really matter at this stage. You can just play more Pokemon, and it's just less ways that you can be disrupted later on with the judges or Iona.
With the 3 energy cards now ready to satisfy the Moonlight Shuriken, is it just going to be the 2 Genesect? Are you ever tempted to take out the Meloetta and then you can't, Xander's not allowed to put down another 1 prizer if he plays like the Ice Cube or something like that?
Well, there's Oricorio and stuff. I just don't like giving my opponent an option. I mean, of course, it doesn't matter there with the Sableye doing damage counters, but if you don't open up the spaces, then you can't be surprised.
Yeah, definitely seems smarter to just spread the damage on the 2 Genesect. We do see Cremomatic hits the heads. Xander Perot has to deny the prize cards from Jihan. What is the best way to do that?
Hand disruption. You have to hope that this is the worst hand that Jihan has ever seen. Maybe you will be able to find a counter stadium as well off of a card like the Iono, and maybe from that stage you'll be able to work together some counter strike, as you still have to take 4 prize cards in this match, and at any point in time, if your opponent gets a Colress Experiment, they're probably going to get 10 cards in the Lost Zone and have that energy for the Sableye.
I think the issue here for Xander is that he needs to take 4 prize cards, and all Jihan needs is to get 3 cards in the Lost Zone and find a Psychic Energy.
Yes.
Like, I would much rather be sitting in Jihan's chair right now.
Well, then have your opponent draw an additional card. That's exactly how you get here.
We'll see the Iono being played. Both players will shuffle their hands, put them on the bottom of the deck. Xander will draw only 4 cards. Ooh. Yes, just 4. And Jihan also getting 4, even though has to take 2 less prize cards. Those are not prizes added to the hand, so does still draw 4 off Iono.
These are the best cards to see. At least the Cremomatic was found, but we're looking at multiple Mew VMAX where you kind of want to leave Psychic Leap open as an answer. So these are not the good cards to find, but sure enough, the heads on the Cremomatic is going to help out there.
Yeah, getting any 1 piece from the deck, adding it to the hand. Looks like the grab was the Lost Vacuum. Hey, if you can't find your own replacement stadium, you might as well Lost Zone your opponent's stadium. That does, however, get Jihan a bit closer to finding Sableye.
Yeah, I mean, the counter here says 9 on board, so this could be, what, 1 more Comfey to get the job done.
Yeah, it's very close. Just 1 Comfey, maybe 1 Colress. Regardless, we will see the Technoblast knockout, and Jihan immediately promoting the Sableye, has the Colress, and we know there is a Psychic Energy in the hand as well. Even some Lost Vacuum to make it even easier, and takes the knockout on Genesect. Xander, you can tell, is annoyed by the way that one went.
Yep, that is not what you want to see there, but the good news is that was 14 minutes, and you've already shown that you have a great strategy in this matchup. Just don't draw an extra card, dude.
Well, here's the question. You know, Jihan went for that turn 1 Drapion play. It worked out.
Would he do it again?
Should it have worked out, I think is the question, right? You got kind of gifted a little bit of a layup from your opponent, right? Xander makes a mistake. You have to take 2 less prize cards. Going into this next game, do you have the mentality of, oh, it worked last game, I'm going to go for it? Or do you take a second and recognize, I could have gotten punished for this play?
I think he realizes that if he didn't already know that Xander was a great player, he found out right there. That was a beautiful position where he was able to bait his opponent into what was a very awkward situation. Like you walked right into the Lost City, perfect knockout on your Drapion. You're going to be left with just 2 Comfeys trying to get the job done against a Mew VMAX ready to continue attacking over and over again. I don't want to be in that situation ever again if I'm Jihan.
We see Xander was shuffling very quickly for this one. He knows the situation. He's got to win 2 games, so his deck does not really have a problem with getting through things pretty quickly. You know, he can get through games in a reasonable amount of time, but Lost Zone Box, what his opponent is playing, is something that is known to be a bit slower.
Yeah, it takes time to set up. Of course, it takes time to knock out a deck like this too. A lot of the time, they're just going to play these 6 single prize Pokemon in play, taking all those prize cards over and over again as they're using Flower Selecting, Culver's Experiment, shuffling cards back in, who knows what. It takes a lot of actions to get to the closure of a game, and we need to see 2 of those happen if Xander's going to take the victory.
Moving into this next one, I mean, Xander kind of knows the situation. He's been in these spots before. He knows what he needs to do. And Jihan finds himself just 1 single game away from getting day 2 at the World Championships.
I'm having deja vu. I remember watching Xander play at one of the regionals, played a 38-minute game, and then he just continued to mulligan over and over and over again.
Yeah.
When all he wanted to do was play Pokemon.
I just want to get in there, man.
Yeah. This is how it goes. Time and time again for him, just running into these unusual situations, and maybe if he finds a basic Pokemon, he can get the job done here.
Yeah, the lucky thing is the game 1 did not take that much time off the clock. I think we'll definitely have time to finish, you know, a full 3-game set if it comes down to it. We're looking at the prizes now for both these players. Jihan did prize that 1 copy of Boss. Anything else standing out to you here, Kyle?
Yeah, we see that Mirage Gate, but it is at the bottom there. Force Sealstone is maybe going to be a card you're looking for. But for Xander, was one of those paths to the peak. Sometimes you just need that counter stadium so that your opponent doesn't continue to draw.
We are going to see that Hisuian Heavy Ball kicking things off. Xander will not have to take any time to check his prize cards now, but maybe a little sad to realize that there's no basic Pokemon here. This is a spot where you would love for there to have been a Genesect prized.
Yeah, there's not much that you're finding right there with the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Just missing out on all the basic Pokemon. Maybe, well, I mean, they're in your deck. Maybe you find them now.
Yeah. 1 Nest Ball being in the prizes and a Battle VIP pass as well for Xander. I mean, that could lead to a little bit of a weaker turn 1. He does only play a couple copies of Nest Ball. No, actually, it is just 1 single copy of Nest Ball.
Yeah, there was a big debate about that card. We can get into that after we see the flip.
Oh, that is really not good.
Yep, in testing for NAIC, they decided that that was one of the worst cards in the deck.
Gonna draw 1 card. Just 1 card drawn off that Fusion Strike system, and it is a Mew V. Put it on the bench and pass. Xander's 1 single card in hand, a Mew V Max.
Yeah, you can't do much with that, and this is the awkward stage of playing Mew V Max. When you don't have the Battle VIP passes, you're just going to run into them at all the worst times. And of course, you play Crammatic to try to help out, but that flip was pretty backbreaking.
By the way, Jihan has literally drawn all the cards needed to attack with Drapion this turn. With only 3 Fusion Strike Pokemon in play, it would require you to attach 1 energy, Wild Style, of course, reducing the energy cost of that attack for each Fusion Strike, Rapid Strike, or Single Strike Pokemon in play. So Jihan does need 1 energy card. Is that the strategy he wants to go for 2 games in a row? That is the question.
Yeah, it looks like we're eyeing that up, as Cramorant would be a Pokemon that you could work in if you're trying to get the early damage in,
Sure.
but if you want to go aggressive, you're probably working in the Drapion. Held onto the Sableye instead too, which means that you'll be thinking about that later strategy with the Radiant Greninja and the Sableye like we saw in Game 1.
I mean, it kind of lines up nicely, and then also the fact that your opponent has literally 1 card in hand. They didn't play VIP Pass. Maybe this is the time to be aggressive, right? Push the advantage. You're up a game. You can almost kind of afford to do this.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. Last game, it was a bait. This time, it is not. This is a bad hand. Your opponent lost every potential out they had to an opening setup when that Cramormatic flipped on that Tails.
Nest Ball now being played can find another basic Pokemon, putting it directly onto the bench. Another Comfey seems like a reasonable grab here. You want to establish plenty of those throughout the game. especially here in the early game, as flower selecting is how you fuel your Lost Zone strategy. And sure enough, Comfey has come into play.
Yeah, we saw only 2 in the early strategy of game 1, but it's kind of because there was a strategy already lined up. Just wanted to go for that very aggressive Drapion V. Didn't want to go for any other Pokemon, and I don't think we've seen Battle VIP Pass yet, so that would be something great to add into the mix here as well.
Now, there's no switch cart in Jihan's hand. The only switching option is an escape rope. So if you play the escape rope, your opponent probably just sends up the Mew V, right? You don't want to give up your one Genesect. That's your one hope. Jihan has the option here to use Forest Sealstone to get that switch card.
Yeah, and sure enough, we see using that V-Star ability, and we will find out the exact importance, and sure enough, sees that energy is probably one of the ways that I can lose from this situation. I need to make sure that Pokemon is gone.
And now all Jihan needs to attack is one single energy, sequencing things out pretty perfectly here, setting up the board very nicely. Did not get as many cards in the Lost Zone, I think, as he would have probably liked, but Xander is left to just send up this Mew V and hope for a top deck. Ooh. It is a Genesect. Okay, 3 cards drawn. That's a few Pokemon. Okay, all playable cards. That you love to see it, honestly. That's about as good as Xander could have hoped for.
Well, here we go.
5 cards being drawn now. Alessa Sparkle, Cramomatic.
Energy would be nice. And there's that Battle VIP
It's
pass,
going to come down to this Cramomatic.
Cramomatic.
Yeah, this is it. This is what it comes down to. Xander flips the coin. It is a tails. That is brutal. If Xander flips a heads here, he can just get the double turbo energy or get the fusion strike energy, play the Alessa Sparkle, and yeah, you wouldn't even need a modifier at that point, even though that choice belt is in play. Putting 3 fusion strike energy in play would be really strong here. Instead, Xander might just have to Alessa's and just put 2 energy in play and send up the Meloetta and pass.
Yeah, I mean, you could have even gone for Ultra Ball for the Genesect and gone all in to maybe find the Lost City to take this knockout and remove this Pokemon from ever threatening you ever again. Instead, it's going to have to just be get some energies in play. Hopefully, you've got some good draws coming up next turn. Probably have to just send up one of these single prize Pokemon and hope for the best.
Switch cart, Cleansing Gloves left in the hand. Meloetta pass is going to be the play. And there's a huge opening here for Jihan. 1 boss's order is in the deck. Now,
you said it was prized, right?
It is prized, yeah. So if Jihan took a moment to check that, we'll know that's not available, and also has, of course, used the V-Star power. So if that 1 Mew VMAX in play went down, Xander would almost certainly just lose the game. Whoa. And this escape rope is definitely something that is very annoying for Xander. I think you really only have one choice, though.
I mean, I originally was thinking Oricorio, but we see thinking about the Genesect now. And yeah, it doesn't feel good either way. Obviously, going down to 3 prize cards when a Drapion V is still available is not good when you have the Mew VMAX, but just avoid giving up too many prize cards.
This is a spot where I bet Jihan is wishing Cramorant would be pretty strong right here. Use that 1 prizer to take this knockout, but you know, had to ditch it in that opening Colress. Obviously, the other cards in that hand those options were really, really strong. Concealed cards now finding 2 more. Quite a few Mirage Gate in this hand. We're not quite close to 7 yet. I think we're at 3 in the Lost Zone currently.
Yeah, for what looked to be a pretty strong opener, there's not a lot of cards to go along with this. We've seen the V-Star already used, so if we don't see a Colress experiment off of this draw, then what are we doing?
Yeah, we see 4 in the Lost Zone now. I don't see the Colress. And Jihan went aggressive, got that switch cart, used that 1 V-Star power for game, and now is finding themselves in a spot where they don't really have any great plays lined up right now.
Yeah, you can see the hesitation there, even considering using Pal Pad right now
to
put another Colress experiment back into the deck and try to find it with the Comfey. Here comes the escape rope to promote once more.
I think it's maybe worth it.
I'm there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a game-breaking turn if you're able to find that card.
There is a Colress in the prize cards, so there's only 2 Colress in the deck currently. What was the draw off of that? It was Colress.
No way.
He drew Colress off of the flower selecting. There were only 2 available in the deck.
Sure enough, finds the perfect
and that's
card there.
7 cards in the Lost Zone now.
All All right, there is something that beats Run Hot Chen Pao.
Run Hot lost box,
Let's
baby.
go.
And this is what you need to have happen sometimes to get you into day 2 of the World Championships. I mean, the cards are just flowing. Jihan's playing pretty well, and the cards are just hitting in the right spot. He's hitting what he needs. Now, what does he want to attack with here?
Yeah, this is an issue. I don't think we've seen the manual retreat yet, so if you are trying to work in something like that Radiant Greninja to get some chip damage down somewhere, the issue is that Oricorio is going to be blocking some of the damage, so it doesn't line up nearly as clear as in other situations.
I think we'll be seeing that Greninja coming to the active now with the Super Rod being played, so it looks like we will see the Moonlight Shuriken this turn. I think he's going to have to play 2 Mirage Gate to do it, but wait! Is there not a Water Energy in the deck?
There's one.
But there's not a second.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a second.
One's in the prize cards, one's on the Drapion, and there's one in hand.
I'm not seeing a way to get that energy back.
I don't think he's going to be able to attack this turn.
Oh, no.
And he's already committed the retreat as well, so this Greninja is just going to be stuck active. And we see he's even having to pivot with what he's doing. He's putting an energy on Sableye now. Committed to a double Mirage Gate play and didn't have both water energies available.
This might be the opening that Xander needed. He's going to be able to withstand this turn. No prize card can be taken as there's no attacks lined up.
There is a Lost Vacuum in the hand. I don't think that Jihan has the cards to get to 10 in the Lost Zone. Yeah, we'll just take the moment to get rid of this Choice Belt, make it harder to KO the Drapion.
Is there even a switching effect, though? I don't think so.
No, I think Greninja is active this turn. I think that's what's happening.
That's going to be a wasted turn there now. And
so many resources utilized here for not being able to attack.
Right. Xander just 2 cards in hand. Given new life now.
Yes, and
that's,
a pass.
That's just pass.
Xander probably breathing a sigh of relief. Has Switch Cart in the hand, also with that Cleansing Gloves. Can put that in play. These are all cards that are playable, burnable, so that you can draw more with Fusion Strike system. Even has Lost Vacuum as well if he wants to do that instead.
Yeah, we'll see how you want to play this. Is actually going to hold on to both cards here. Draw into the boss's orders.
Hits the boss. Doesn't have the modifiers necessary. Double Turbo, of course, reduces your damage output, so you could not knock out the Drapion just yet. But
going for it, though.
There are so many cards he can draw that get him here.
Right, and you have the Switch card right now. You could use that card. You could also use the Lost Vacuum to thin down and get this to just a 1-card hand, it looks like.
Yeah, he could find a Fusion Strike Energy, Cremomatic potentially.
And if you do it in
Power
combination
Tablet,
with the Lost City.
Right, the Lost City is definitely a piece that he's looking for here. The problem is, Xander only has one single Genesect lined up.
Then draw another one.
that's the hope. But with Nest Ball being prized, I mean, the only way to draw a Genesect is to actually draw a Genesect or an Ultra Ball.
Right, looks like we will see that Switch card. It's going to remove the Cleansing Glove. This opens up maybe the...
There's the tablet.
Oh, wow.
And the Fusion Strike Energy. Plenty of ways.
The Ultra Ball, too.
Plenty of ways to make this happen. The attach to the Fusion Strike Energy now means Melodious Echo deals 210 damage. But there is no Lost City, the one missing piece here. So Drapion could just rear its ugly head once again.
Right, and if you're using this Ultra Ball, do you go for the Genesect to find the Lost City, or do you go for the Mew so that you have a backup attacker?
I mean, if you go for the Genesect and this Mew gets KO'd, you probably just lose the game, right?
Dunzo,
you
yeah.
almost have to get a Mew here. So that was a huge hit. At minimum, getting the Mew. Would have loved to have gotten Lost City too, but I think that Xander will take this position. It's still not ideal. Jihan still feels pretty ahead here, but you know, Xander is still very much in it.
Right, and this opens up the world where you're going to have an opportunity to use that Iono. If this Pokemon ever is knocked out once again by this Drapion V, you can just play for that one big turn and maybe close out in a situation like that.
One misstep from Jihan makes things totally different and puts Xander right back in this game. If Jihan had been able to knock out the Oricorio and put 70 damage onto a Genesect, you're setting yourself up for a pretty clear path to try to close the game out.
Yeah, Sableye would line up perfectly there, and you'd have that Pokemon ready to go. I mean, we're still not in a bad spot here as Jihan.
Definitely
as we
not.
see the Pal Pad going to shuffle in both of those Colress Experiment, 4 prize cards remaining. If there is a way to find that Drapion V once more, then you can take this knockout, and you're just trying to get a few more cards in the Lost Zone so that Sableye can clean up one of these single prize Pokemon.
We're up to 9 now. Just one more card in the Lost Zone will
found
do
it
it.
immediately.
Yep, right away. Hits the Colress. Does have a pretty easy choice here, getting rid of a Battle VIP pass. Lost Vacuum can go down as well.
Looks like also finding the energy there for the Radiant Greninja. Has an additional one too, so can continue to draw up.
Does have Nest Ball in hand as well if Jihan's able to find the Super Rod. Could put the Drapion back immediately, but I don't see one. And Jihan actually does play 4 Super Rod, maxing out on copies of that card.
Yeah, I feel like that was a list that players immediately experimented with. In the face of Iono, you just wanted to have a way to recycle as many of these Pokemon as you could, and sure enough, we see that here once more.
Taking a moment to think, we'll choose to dig a little bit deeper with this Comfey. Does get rid of a Forest Seal Stone. Pretty easy to lose that right now. You don't need any more. You've already used your 1 V-Star power for the game. So let's throw that into the Lost Zone. And Manual Retreat will ditch that energy, and we'll be seeing the Lost Mine. The question is, where do these damage counters go?
Yeah, if you're playing for the Drapion V, then just take away one of these Pokemon right here. You could remove the Meloetta, or maybe target down that fusion energy that you see, and maybe get something else done.
Yeah, taking out the Oricorio, I think, makes sense. Take that out of play. Now you have 3 left over. Put it onto a Genesect. I think this 3 doesn't really matter too much.
that's where I was at too.
Jihan does get a switch cart, I believe, off of the prizes, which is not bad. A pretty good card to see. And this does play around getting Iono down to just 1 card, right? If you go for Drapion immediately, you go to 1 prize card. You get Iono to 1, you have a hard time. Now if Xander goes for Iono, you still get 3 cards on Jihan's side of the field.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of seeing the Sky Seal Stone strategies, where you just try to take those 2 prize cards whenever and avoid Roxanne for the rest of your life. If you don't have to worry about the Iono if you don't play too much into it.
Xander does find the 4 Seal Stones, so now we'll be able to use that Star Alchemy V-Star power. It is now the best time to go for the Iono. It feels pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to hope that eventually your opponent is going to miss off of one of these draws, and your opponent did exactly what they needed to do. We saw Jihan was shuffling back in the Colress Experiments, but maybe they're in hand right now, and you can keep them on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think your opponent saw a decent amount of cards that turn. It's reasonable enough to assume that after some Colress got put back into the deck with Palpad, they have a decent shot to have 1 or 2 in the hand. If you can put them both at the bottom, your opponent only gets maybe 1 flower selecting if they're down too many switch cards. It's definitely still a game that Xander can find a way to win.
Yeah, we don't see this too often. It's going to be the preemptive path to the peak before using the Iono, and that just goes to show that you cannot afford to give your opponent any additional draws here. You're going to miss out on having the Genesect next turn potentially because you don't have a guarantee, but at least your opponent's not drawing 2 cards with that Radiant Greninja.
And I almost wonder if Jihan was not expecting to see Path to the Peak. Fusion Mew lists don't always have it in their deck, and Jihan did lose both a Lost Vacuum and a Pokestop last turn, and there's already another Pokestop face up in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, if you do play it, it is a 1-of typically.
Right.
Finding a great spot for it here, where this could be a way to slow down your opponent, just that 1 additional turn you're looking for. This is not a great hand, but there is a Super Rod in there.
Yeah, that can get back the Drapion. So Jihan can win the game if he gets Drapion, a switching card, and a Stadium Bump. Get that Path to the Peak out of play so that Wild Style's ability is online. But I don't know that those cards are lined up right now, and neither of these off flower selecting really help.
Yeah, is there even a way to move this Pokemon at this stage?
I don't think so. I don't think Jihan has really any plays left unless he wants to just bench basic Pokemon here. There's no supporter. There's no energy cards. There's no way to retreat. You can't pull off an attack here.
Wow, this is what Xander's been waiting for. Finally, just a pass, turn, and look at all the resources in Xander's hand. He's got plenty of ways to, but he can play a ton of cards. But the problem is, what Pokemon do you even want to attack at this stage? You're just probably knocking out more Comfeys to hopefully avoid some flower selectings.
Do you go for the Psychic Leap ever? It looks like the answer is no. Xander will just take the knockout with Melodious Echo. We see Jihan drawing for turn. Xander down to just 2 prize cards now. Knowing his opponent didn't do too much, you don't want to just reset their hand for them.
Yeah, we saw Mirage Gate was drawn for the turn.
Xander, of course, also really can't do much when that path is in play. Choosing to just hold on to the stadium in hand, it looks like, and also holding on to those Cramomatics, waiting to see what happens.
Yeah, and it's a good time to do that as well. Your opponent did find the energy, so could have opened up a window where they do draw into the right cards. And now you see your opponent counting out. Looks like it's likely going to be for that
Super
Rod now.
Sure enough, Super Rod coming through, allowing Jihan to shuffle back in 3 in any combination of Pokemon and basic energy cards, up to 3, however many he would like to do. It looks like it will be Drapion. That seems like the obvious choice.
Yeah, when it wasn't the first one, I'm like, hang on.
A Water Energy and a Psychic Energy being added as well. And Mirage Gate was hit here. Now let's look through this deck. What ways to remove the stadium are remaining? And it looks like there is a Lost Vacuum in here.
Yeah,
Is there a Lost Vacuum? It actually might. I can't tell. It was hiding behind the Raikou. It might have been a Mirage Gate. These Lost Zone cards on the side are all very similar, right? The same pattern.
I think you're allowed a little bit of slack after my eyes.
Well, for now, Jihan is able to find a way to attack, retreats into the Sableye, Lost Mine, spreading 12 damage counters with 3 prize cards remaining. What's the best way to map this out?
Yeah, you could, of course, attack into the active and just get the damage down to maybe play into the V, or you remove the Meloetta, and then that makes an escape rope a really strong play for you, too.
Sure.
So we'll see how Jihan wants to work around this. Maybe the prize card is just the way to get back in the game.
Yeah,
You
and
need
I like
help.
what you mentioned as well about the escape rope play. You kind of force Xander to now find a VMAX, potentially, right?
Right, and we've already seen one was hit the Lost Zone. It was thrown away there with the Lost Vacuum, so there's no guarantees.
So Xander has plays. We know he's sitting on a couple Cramomatics. Didn't do much on the last turn just because he didn't need much, but now he's got options. Now, what is he going to go for is the question. Cramomatic seems like step 1 potentially.
Yeah, you can start to understand exactly what you have left at this stage. Could be considering the hand disruption once more, and that is going to be heads there to help out.
All right.
Boss's orders to the top.
Now, what is the thing to take out here? Just that Comfey with the energy on it. Your opponent is down a lot of switching resources.
There are no more hand disruption cards in the deck.
I think the Judge is in the prizes for Xander. And then the Iono has already been played.
There is Palpad, but I don't believe that Xander wants to play out the entire hand, use the Palpad, and then start to draw into what could be the Iono again. Looks like another strategy is instead lined up.
Yeah, I mean, you know your opponent has not played a Colress, right? Now, the deck has officially been shuffled, so maybe there's a thought process of I don't want to Iono because I know my opponent has, like, I don't want to do anything to disrupt their hand because I know they don't have anything, and I know there's Colrus's on the bottom of their deck. But now that Super Rod has been played, the deck's been shuffled, Colrus's are definitely live draws once again.
Yeah, I love this here. You're not worried about that Sableye at all. It's not going to win the game next turn because the math just doesn't line up. Instead, target that Comfey that already is ready to pivot. You can remove that energy from play. The path is still sticking around, and we're going to see Colress right here and right now.
That is the draw. 5 cards off the top, needing a way to get the Drapion and a Lost Vacuum. I don't see it just yet. He also could manually power up the Drapion if there's enough Mirage Gates available and enough energy cards. Hey, we've seen it happen before.
That is definitely a play you can make, but we'll see if the cards are available now. I don't think you're going to have any additional turns. You can't hold on to that Colress experiment. You just...
It's this turn or bust. Xander just needing one more prize card to win, and I don't think Jihan has the pieces necessary.
Really considering holding on to that Nest Ball. What Pokemon are you going to find at this stage to help?
Yeah, I'm not even sure. Another Comfey to dig even more, but you've got another one in play you haven't used, so that doesn't make sense.
Going to lose the Mirage Gate. Just banking on finding a way to counter that stadium.
Maybe wanting to thin as much as possible.
There
That's
we
what
go.
it is.
That's
Thinning
nice.
as much as possible.
There just must be a Pokemon instead of an energy.
Yes.
And there we go. very smart play there to identify that. Let's look to see if we see that
Lost
vacuum. It is
yep,
there. It's one
sure
of the
enough.
6 or 7 cards.
I think that's what it's going to come down to here. Does Jihan, off of this flower selecting, find the Lost Vacuum? If he gets it, he wins this game. He makes it into day 2, and he does not hit.
Did he not even find the switching effect?
No switching effect. There's Mirage Gate and Super Rod, and energy in the hand.
So, of course, you could retreat still to another Comfey and find a switching effect, but then you're not going to find a way to switch again.
Switching effect, if there's an
to counter
energy,
the stadium.
I don't think there was an energy in the deck, was there? If there was an energy in the deck, you could Mirage Gate and then retreat and then try to dig and then try to find Lost Vacuum to try to concealed cards potentially. There's the Lost Vacuum.
The Lost Vacuum. Is there a way to move this Pokemon? I don't think so.
There's no switch card. It's so close, just one piece away from pulling it off, and Jihan doesn't see a line, cannot make it happen, concedes game number 2. We're going to game 3 of our first winning in here on the stream.
Unreal. What a comeback there. It did not look like there was going to be an opportunity for Xander, and sure enough, it just took that one hiccup there.
Yes. Where
we saw the Radiant Greninja wasn't able to perform, and Jihan is going to lose that game. We're going to have about 10 minutes to see fireworks here. Both players hopefully give us a great showing. Play fast.
Yep.
And, play well.
Yeah, the game does not have to finish in 10 minutes. We just have to get to a point where after 3 turns it could finish, right?
Yes.
Because we get the amount of time allotted plus 3 turns. And those 3 turns are super crucial super often. In this spot, you know, what we've seen from both of these players, is there anything you'd like to see either of them adjust going into this 3rd and final game? Of course, Jihan, having lost, will have the option to choose to go 1st or 2nd.
Right, I think if we're going to see a winner, it's going to have to be that aggressive Drapion V strategy once more. So Jihan, whether they like it or not, should just go aggressive and see if they can get the win here. If you do get the tie, of course, that walks into that route you were talking about earlier, where maybe you can find 2 other people that will ID with you. Get you to 503.
Yeah.
But you have an opportunity right here to win right here, right now, if your opponent doesn't have a way to find that Lost City and take a knockout.
So these opening hands now being drawn for our players. Possibly one of the more important matches they have played. Definitely the most important match they have played so far this event. Let's get into this game 3. Taking a look at these prize cards. That's a lot of VIP pass.
Yep, Lost City at the top there for Xander. Double Battle VIP, double Nest Ball for Jihan. What is that hand? Is there anything left?
Oh, Cramorant pass. Xander can win the game this turn. He even has the Fusion Strike energy already in the hand.
He's got a free retreat pivot in the active spot if Meloetta is an option. That would be fantastic.
And he finds a Mew off this Hisuian Heavy Ball. That's going to allow him to draw even more cards.
Well, we were thinking about Jihan potentially winning the game early here. Instead, it looks like Xander has the option.
There's a few ways that this can happen. Xander can find a couple power tablets, plus use Psychic Leap on the Mew V. He can also find, of course, Meloetta and make that happen. He also has a Lost Vacuum in the hand. With a power tablet in hand, I actually think you should go for the attachment to the Mew V. Yeah, absolutely. Play this power tablet, draw 3 cards. Let's see what he hits. There's a Nest Ball.
Nest Ball and an Escape Rope, so you can do a little additional thinning if you'd like. Of course,
absolutely have to
tying
do
up
it.
that Genesect V. You're going to be drawing a few more cards.
So at this point, he needs a Alessa Sparkle and a power tablet. And he also needs to not draw into too many Fusion Strike energies. Also something that can happen. Alessa Sparkle only works when you're pulling those energy cards out of your deck.
Let's see this Mew promoted there now. 3 cards to get the job done. Find switch card energy. Oh, no.
Yeah, and that is going to be a miss here, I think, for Xander this turn. Should still feel okay. His opponent didn't do too much. And we are going to see the energy mix on this Mew V. Search the deck for an energy card and put it into play on one of your Pokemon.
Yep. Usually that's like rule the region.
Right,
it feels so bad, but it's pretty good right here. You weren't going to get anything done anyways and get that additional energy in play. And maybe it's just one more card that isn't a bad top deck.
Draw for turn on Jihan's side.
If there's not a Colress, then I don't know what we're doing here.
We know there was no out to basic Pokemon. There's no Colress. It's a pass.
It's pass.
Xander Perot can so easily win the game this turn. He needs so little. Just a Mew.
How many
VMAX
cards can he even draw here?
Enough.
He's just going to draw 2, it looks like.
His hand is super clogged up with unplayable cards. He's got a pal pad, but no supporters in the discard pile. 2 cards drawn.
Cremomatic, this could be it right here. If we see the heads, you can find
the game
the
is over. If he hits heads, it is a heads. All Xander needs is the Mew VMAX, and sure enough, not all 3 are prized. He puts it into play, and Xander Perot has punched his ticket into day 2 of the World Championships, and that smile says it all.
Yeah, 4 minutes ago, did you think we were going to find a result like that? Unreal to see just a crumble there. Jihan not able to find anything. That's the worst hand to be dealt in that situation.
Yeah.
Xander played it perfectly, able to thin down exactly in that situation. Didn't even get to play a supporter, but sure enough, it's exactly what you need there to find the Cremomatic and take this one home.
Wasn't able to play a supporter, but didn't even need it. After flipping so many tails in game number 1, finds the 1 heads that he needed in order to get the win, to get into day 2 6-0 with Mew VMAX, a deck that he has played pretty much all season long to this point as well.
Yeah, it worked out for him here. He's trusted in this deck so often. I feel like this is one of the decks that when players have one good result with it, they really love to stick with it, as it's a deck where you're in control of a lot of how things work. You play those Paths of the Peaks, you play Lost Cities, you can disrupt a lot of things that your opponents do. We've seen players move off of it, and this is one player that just continues to stick by it.
And I think Xander's experience shines through in that game as well. He makes a mistake in game number 1. It happens to everyone. I mean, Xander's one of the best players in North America, draws an extra card, maybe the sleeve's a little sticky, maybe he thought he was playing an Iono, not a Judge, right? It's easy to get these things mixed up. It happens. He draws an extra card, his opponent gets a 2 prize penalty awarded, they have to take 2 less to win, and he just inevitably loses that game. But he's able to refocus himself, shake it off, find a way to win that game number 2 that was really close as well, and then just took advantage of the opportunity there in game 3.
Right, I mean, he's just level-headed throughout the entire process, immediately identified, hey, I've made an error and we need to correct this. I'm going to try to make this one work, and his opponent just continued to draw every single time. Jihan was able to find the course experiment any time that we saw the hand disruption. Game 2, it looks very bad, and sure enough, was able to find a window there that was opened up there from the Radiant Greninja, and it's what a wild game that we had right there.
Yeah, I think our replay section is going to be pretty quick for game number 3, as not too much went down, but just enough for Xander Perot to find a way. He was so close to winning on turn 1, missed out just a little bit, but this key flip on Cremomatic hits the heads and is able to get any card. And the moment he realizes,
yes, sir.
So much is going through his mind in that moment. I've won this game, I've hit the heads I need, and I'm in day 2 of the Pokemon TCG World Championships.
Is there any more beautiful moment than when you're looking at the last card that you can get from your Genesect draw, potentially for the turn? Maybe your opponent will draw out, and it's flip a coin to win the game. Like, you could have gotten any other card to help out there. It's flip a coin to win the game.
Ultra Ball, Mew VMAX,
yeah.
Alessa Sparkle,
come on,
Power
anything.
Tablet, so much, right?
Yep, and it just ends up being that. And how fitting that after all those tails, all that awkwardness, all these things that go wrong, finally cashes in right there. Karma's good sometimes.
One thing interesting to note as well, Xander doesn't have anything like crazy in this deck, like we've seen from him so much over the course of the season with Mew VMAX. There's no need for Aerodactyl right now in the meta. There's no need for Dreepy right now in the meta. He's just focused on pure, straightforward power and consistency, which at the World Championships is a pretty strong strategy.
Yeah, it's something that you can afford to do when you're playing the Fusion Strike list. You have the opportunity to deal so much damage. You're not worried about any Pokemon when you have Meloetta behind you, along with all the damage amplifiers. So you can work in the mix that way. You can do some hand disruption. You can do ability lock. You can do so much with this deck. It feels like it actually is a pretty strong choice.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, and it's one of those decks that if people aren't respecting it as well, it kind of feels like it's in a good spot. You know, we're not seeing as much Spiritomb. It's still out there. A lot of the Tinas, I think, have Spiritomb in their deck. Yeah. Drapion is definitely down in play, but it is starting to feel like a lot of the Lost Boxes do have it. Mew is still just that card that's been able to rise in the face of all the adversity that's been thrown at it. It feels like ever since the card has been printed, it's just had counter after counter after counter printed again and again. You know, the Path to the Peak was bad for the deck to deal with at first, and then we saw the Mightyena get printed. Mightyena wasn't enough. We saw Trapeon V get printed, and when that wasn't enough, Spiritomb comes through, and That's why we're seeing this Fusion Strike build kind of be the prevalent build. DTE Mew is almost entirely out of the format at this point because Spiritomb is something you have to keep in mind and have to respect. You have to give yourself at least that little bit of an out through the Fusion Strike energies.
Well, we can hear from our winner ourselves, see what they think about the deck and moving into day 2. Let's go ahead and throw it to the stage.
All right, thank you, Kyle. And yes, I'm here with our winner of the last round, Xander. Roller coaster of a match, but at the end of it, you are the victor. You're heading on to day 2 without losing a match. How you feeling?
I mean, it feels great, not only to move on to day 2, but also going in at 6-0, so couldn't have done any better today, and I'm just excited to see how it goes tomorrow.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the match a little bit. Obviously, the first game didn't go exactly how you wanted. Very frustrating. And then the second game, almost a disaster at the start. What was going through your head as you were starting to kind of battle back in the second game?
I mean, going into the match in the first place, I knew it was going to be a hard matchup. Not really supposed to beat Lost Box, but game 1, you're right, really unfortunate. Messed up with the draw as well. And then going into game 2, with that super slow start, I kind of was just playing on autopilot. Didn't really think I had a chance in that game until I saw that he had 2 vacuums gone and 2 Pokestops. So really good chance that that one path sticks, buys me a couple turns, and then able to get the game from there.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to take a chance and it works out. So yeah, I mean, excellent play, not, you know, completely losing your cool and just sticking with it. Sometimes it works out. So I know you've been on this stage before. You've been a top 8 competitor at the World Championships before. You know, tons of accomplishments to your name. For people watching at home who may not be familiar with you or some of your accomplishments in the past, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and I don't know, maybe your journey here?
So I started playing the card game around 2010 in the junior division, and then actually won my first major tournament at 2011 Nationals playing a rogue deck on my own called Bear Hug. Eventually worked my way up through seniors, did pretty well there, but then now in Masters is where I really had a lot of breakout performances. I got 3rd at Worlds in 2017 with my favorite deck, Espeon Garbodor, and then just kind of continued success from there. Since COVID, I mean, I've been focusing a lot on college, so that's why I'm not trying as hard for going for the day 2 invite, but still keeping at it, still trying to get my invite and keep playing as well.
Yeah, that's great, thank you. You know, you have played Mew VMAX a lot this season. I was trying to remember every single weird card you've put into Mew VMAX over the course of the season. Can you list them all up? I could remember Manaphy, you know, the Aerodactyl, Dreepy.
Manaphy, Aerodactyl, Dreepy are the few. Back when the Aquastorm Kyogre was really good, put in that Manaphy, you can stop them for a turn. Same thing with the Aerodactyl when Lugia V-Star before rotation was just the best deck. What better chance to win than just go first and use that Ancient Star on turn 2? And then most recently was Dreepy, where all these Lugia decks were sort of thinking, oh, maybe they'll play Canceling Cologne to beat the Aerodactyl, but they don't really have any way to move their Pokemon. So if I can bring up a Pumpkaboo after they got rid of Path to the Peak, I can trap it active, or Choreo blocks Pumpkaboo's 20 damage, and then I can loop with Pidgeot V so I don't deck out. So.
Yep.
That's what
Pidgeot V, that was the last one, yeah.
I love Mew just because you've got the Mew and Genesect engine. You can really throw anything you want in it. But today, I mean, opting for more of just a typical fusion. Spiritomb's pretty annoying, so can't really do that double turbo-oriented strategy anymore.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I was almost disappointed when I saw your deck list. I was like, there's nothing crazy here. What's going on?
Maybe tomorrow.
Okay,
maybe tomorrow.
Yeah. And that's another thing I want to ask. Obviously, you start 6-0. You can't do any better in day 1. How are you feeling now heading into day 2?
I mean, I'm pretty confident knowing that my deck choice was validated. List turned out pretty well, expected the meta correctly, so going into tomorrow, going to just go home, get a good night's rest, and come at it tomorrow with good head.
Yeah. All right, one last question. Is there anyone you would like to thank, say hi to, anything like that?
I'd first of all like to thank my parents. They're here. Also like to thank my closest friends. So all you guys in our extended testing group who have all been practicing together these past couple days, thank you so much for being supportive and helping me work through the list, and everyone else who I forgot to name. Anyone else?
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me, Xander. Congratulations once again. Best of luck tomorrow. We'll see you again. We'll see if you're playing Mew VMAX again. And casters, back to you.
Thanks, Puka, and shout-outs to Xander. Getting into day 2, our first competitor to make that happen here on the big stage. It's got to be an excellent feeling You can hear he's got so many people to thank for his hard work. It's all about the friends that you work with, the people that you test with to figure out what the fine-tuned final 60 cards are like and what you need to do to make it into day 2. Now, a little bit of a teaser there, I feel like, from Xander. He said he might have something spicy for us tomorrow in the Mew VMAX. What the heck could that be?
I don't want to know. I've seen this guy brew, and he's come up with some crazy things. So maybe I do actually want to know. Xander, tell me after the show.
Please tell us your secrets.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of working with them and seeing just how the group likes to work on all the different decks. Xander does love to approach things from a different angle, and that means that sometimes when you're playtesting against him, you're not getting the best playtesting because these are not decks that you're going to see from other players. So shout out to the team for putting up with it, I guess. It doesn't feel like you're getting much from it, but Xander really appreciates the fact that you're going to put in the time and effort. And I mean, you're always going to learn something playing against a player as great as him.
Yeah, I remember before the 2019 World Championships, Xander had this really unique Naganadel checkmate deck brewed up, and it was just a big question of who's even going to play games versus this, right? Like, I'm trying to test for the tournament, man. I mean, it's really cool you've got this wacky deck brewed up, but I'm not going to play against this in the event. I need to practice versus the popular decks of the tournament. So
you should basically just call it solitaire, because that's all it was. It just continued to do its own thing. What's up, Patchy?
Yeah, it looks like we're doing a little bit of mispronounced Pokemon, commonly mispronounced Pokemon.
Oh no!
So.
I do this all the time.
Yeah, unintentionally. That's the point here. Pachirisu. I feel like I've always said that one correct. I mean, this is a very famous Pokemon in the Pokemon VGC, of course, a infamous moment back in the 2014 World Championships. One of the most iconic just Pokemon moments, I feel like, in general. We've all heard the story. I mean, I've always said Pachirisu. What do you say?
I say Pachirisu as well.
Pachirisu. I really hope this is not going to
disappoint. Don't ruin my childhood, man.
Pachirisu. What is the correct pronunciation?
I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to find out. Looks like production's trying to figure it out, too.
they're trying to figure it out,
What is the right
now.
pronunciation?
It's just Puka back
Maybe
there
that's
yelling
the correct pronunciation.
over and over again?
That's phonetic pronunciation.
All right, we win. Next round, please.
Pachirisu. Do you remember that 2014 World Championships where it came through and it was the winner? The Pachirisu and VGC?
I don't know VGC.
Bro, that's like one of the most iconic Pokemon moments,
and
you don't know it?
I didn't watch it, but I'm aware of the lore, so that if that helps you at all.
Sure.
Yes,
well,
I know that much. Well.
Yeah, no one will ever know the correct pronunciation of
Pokemon.
Pachirisu. We'll just keep saying Pachirisu and hope that was correct.
Yeah.
I don't even know how else you could say that one, to be honest.
And I don't want to find out.
Pachirisu? Pachirisu?
Maybe.
Like tiramisu?
Yeah. Oh no, if that's it, I'm done, man. That's horrible.
It might be an emphasis on the I. I could see that. Pachirisu, something like that. We'll have to find out at some point in the future. Patchy?
Yeah.
Just a cute little nickname.
Yeah, of course. That's what we called it back in the Zekrom Shaman Pachirisu days, ZPST and all that. It was just Patchy.
Well, one Pokemon I think we definitely know how to pronounce is Charizard. And speaking of Charizard, we've got a giveaway. Woo! If you are watching, tuning in to our various live streams, be sure to redeem this card over on PTCG Live using that code CELEBRATEWCS23. That brand new Charizard EX from the newest set. Really excited to get my hands on this and get some games tested with this deck. It feels very, very strong. I think it's going to be a really solid card in our Pokemon TCG metagame.
Yeah, I do this a lot where when getting prepared for the World Championships, you don't look at new cards. And then this one I just kept seeing. I couldn't avoid how cool this is. And sure enough, it could definitely be a great Pokemon to come in future events. So go ahead and get your eyes on that and get it into your deck for all the online play that we're going to see. What a great art, too.
It uses fire energy, but it's a dark type Pokemon. Really cool. We're seeing the Terra types kind of give us something a little unique to play with, you know, some alternate typings to popular Pokemon. It reminds me a lot of that Charizard Gold Star, you know, a darkness type Delta species Pokemon from way back when.
Oh, yeah.
It's really cool to see kind of things come full circle almost.
Yeah, we've definitely spiced it up throughout all the years of Pokemon to see some of those iterations. come back. It warms my heart. I have a lot of Delta Species decks back at home when my daughter's not throwing them on the floor.
Charizard Gold Star in them? Or?
I sold that one way too early, and I regret it very often.
Unfortunate. I think the good Delta Species Gold Star is that Mew Gold Star.
I do have 2 of those.
That's pretty good one. Pretty good one. Well, thanks so much for sticking with us through our coverage thus far. We do have a few more Swiss rounds to go through tonight, round 7 and round 8. Plenty of more players going to be making it through from day 1 into day 2. Anyone we see on our stream from here on out has a chance still to become the world champion. You're not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned. In the meantime, we will take a short break, but we will be right back.
My name is Bodie Robinson. I'm from California. I just won the North American International Championships.
Draw for turn. What is it? Another Super Rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodie.
the scratch pass. Bodie has to announce his attack, and he becomes the international champion.
It feels amazing as I've been in finals of international championships before, twice in juniors, and I lost both times, so it feels good to finally win. And it means a lot as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity. I don't think I ever doubted myself. I feel like I played extremely well this weekend. There were some plays that I made that made me feel good as a player, so that felt amazing. Winning Worlds, of course, is the biggest title, so it would feel amazing to get that trophy, the champion mat, the bag, everything. I'll have to probably get lucky, as that's how the game works, but hopefully I'll get lucky.
My favorite Pokemon card to play with right now is Mew from Celebrations. It has a mysterious tail ability. It's very similar to my favorite card from a few years ago called Jirachi, which had an ability called Stellar Wish. It basically is giving me the same results it gave me last time.
I think the most interesting card is probably Colress's Experiment, but I'm a bit too scared to play that one, so I'm playing Lugia.
My favorite Pokemon card that I played was Snorlax from the Voltage.
Probably Lugia V-Star, because it's really fun to play.
Basically, I looked at the data from all the previous tournaments and kind of made an assumption that when Lugia does well, then the deck I currently play, which is the Big Vault deck, always does well in the tournament after Lugia does well. And from that, it was an easy choice from there.
I just played games with Lugia. I played games with every deck, but I ended up settling on Lugia.
I'm most looking forward to in OCIC for basically meeting all my international friends who I only see a couple of times a year. It's a great chance for me to catch up with them and see how they're going.
I'm most looking forward to seeing all my friends that are coming from overseas, and I really can't wait to spend some more time with them after this event.
I think it's really awesome being in another country and visiting a new place and then being able to see the different community within Pokemon.
I'm most looking forward to just seeing how the Australian players do. We've never won our own international, which is pretty bad, so I'm hoping that we can change that this time.
I've gone to these tournaments maybe 3 times already in the past, and I'm looking for this big success, and I'm hoping to achieve that this OCIC.
This is the biggest Pokemon tournament Australia's ever had, so that's really exciting.
My name's Andrew Hedrick, and I'm from Iowa. I mean, after today, I definitely feel a lot more confident in myself.
His hands are shaking, he's salivating, he sees the win, so does Isaiah Bradner, and that's gonna be Andrew Hedrick taking down the biggest regional championship so far.
It's definitely an incredible feeling to have. It still doesn't really exactly feel entirely real, but yeah, feels good. All of my opponents in Top Cut were definitely very good. Isaiah Bradner in finals, he's definitely an amazing player, and Nick Moffitt in top 4. Definitely made it pretty hard for me to win, and those games were all really close. You have to face incredible players at Worlds every single round, so it's gonna be pretty difficult, but I mean, I think I'd have a chance. Being the best in the world in any single thing is obviously incredible, and Pokemon is something I love playing, so being the best in the world at that would be amazing.
Here we go, World Championships, and we're back. More action to take place as
as we wind out through our first day of competition. Welcome in to the TCG side of the stream. If you haven't already been following all the action, I know if I was at home watching it, I wouldn't want to miss a second of it. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Kyle Pukasukovic. What a tournament it's been so far. Surprises, some things we expected, but most importantly, lots of exciting Pokemon TCG action.
Yeah, we're at the point in the first day of competition where we start seeing players advance to Day 2. We've already seen lots of players not make it to Day 2. Their tournament is over, but for those who have been fortunate enough to win their first 6 rounds, they are advancing to Day 2. Looks like we have Jeremy Evans, Juan Andre, Rafli Adorico, and Xander Perot, who we just saw win that exciting match on stream. Those are the 4 players so far who have made it to 18 match points. So they're the ones who can sit back and relax first and get ready for tomorrow. Everybody else who's still in it, they're still fighting to make it to tomorrow.
Lots more Pokemon to play. This next round, and more importantly, that last final 8th round will be where the majority of our players make it in. So many talented names already, unfortunately, limited. Walking out around the venue, always trying to check the action. That's one of my favorite parts of going casting events and even playing, is seeing the other matches happening, seeing the exciting Pokemon TCG action taking place, and lots of solid names already eliminated from the field. One of our fellow casters, Joe Bernard, unfortunately fell out. Started out 0-2, climbed back a little bit, but wasn't able to quite get there. And again, we could go on and on about the countless players who enter the field with a plethora of accomplishments at events big and small, who fall to the gauntlet every year. That is Day 1 at the World Championships.
I mean, yeah, there's hundreds of people in Day 1 of Worlds. Not everybody can make it. That's just the unfortunate reality. But for those of you who are maybe watching at home or just hitting up social media, we do have a few posts to look at. So we can go ahead and look. Oh, look at that.
That's beautiful. Snorlax is definitely one of my favorites.
Pokemon sleep representation here.
How does he sleep standing up like that? That's incredible.
It's a talent, yeah.
One that you can only be born with that talent, for sure.
Yeah, you can't learn that one. Yeah, of course, there's Pokemon all over the place, and get a chance to hug a Snorlax. What's better than that?
I have to say, though, since Pokemon Sleep, I have been getting lots and lots of rest. I actually haven't gotten to see these yet, but these are the 2023 Pokemon World Championship trophies, and one of my favorite things, one thing that maybe one day I'll dream to get, one of those championship #1 trainer cards. I feel like that's the best card you could show to any friend of yours. I mean, at least as somebody who's involved with Pokemon, I always get asked, what's the most expensive card you have, or what's the rarest card? And this has got to be one of them by far if you ever accomplish and achieve something like this.
Yeah, and yeah, there's actually an updated illustration for the #1 trainer card this year as well, so it's different compared to years past. So even more exciting, an opportunity to get your hands on, one of those extremely elusive trophy cards. But we see another group here hanging out with Snorlax. Seems to be a pretty popular Pokemon this weekend.
Yeah, I think they interrupted him during his nap. He looks a little bit tired to me, but yeah, popular fans, and listen, he's one of the most loved Pokemon for all time for a reason. And I actually saw this earlier here.
That's cool.
They're giving out special edition newspapers at some of the surrounding train stations close to the Yokohama venue. So, hey, if you're here or maybe at home, or if you're even watching this from Japan and local regions, you'll get one of these. I'm going to maybe try to snag one of these later on when we're done with the broadcast tonight.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get the true, anime battle of Miraidon versus Lugia at some point this weekend. Get that on the stream. That'd be perfect.
And what an incredible promo that was. And what an incredible event and venue. Hey, listen, this is the car we've been talking about. It's here.
Did they turn the lights off yet?
I got to tell them again. I got to tell them more nicely. Lots of people far and wide from everywhere around the world. Hyped to be here in Yokohama. And listen, I'm hyped to be here myself as well. I don't think there's a single person I've come by here who hasn't had a smile on their face, excited to be here. This is the weekend of dreams, as I like to call it. Everybody in one place sharing one love. The love that is Pokemon.
Yep, still trying to figure out how they got that car in here, but it is in the middle of the venue, so there's lots of fun photo opportunities all over the hall. There's actually like a mock caster desk, and ooh, look at that cosplay there. One of our favorite supporter cards, INO.
It's already made its way into my heart. This hasn't been here for too long, but it's great, and I know they were talking about it, Chip and Kyle, earlier on, but I love these lanterns with the different Pokemon around. As I'm looking up as well now, they're talking about that. Wow. See a lot of great ones up there. I'll have to pick out my favorite, and it's a sad thing we can't bring any of them home because that would be an excellent decoration in my house.
Yep. And if you see Eliza around, it says, love to take a photo with you. So there you go. Look for the INO cosplay. I'm sure that's going to be one of the most popular characters to cosplay as for years to come. Lots of people do love the kind of like streamer character. So look out for Iono here in the hall. It's not just on your TCG cards, also out here in the wild.
Cosplay and the second sort of outside of the game aspect of these big tournaments, right? It also feels like a tournament / a convention, right? Because there's so many things to do here. We're only seeing the TCG side of things here, but I mean, I feel like we say this with every event, for regional events, international events, especially World Championships. If you love Pokemon, you don't even have to be the most competitive player. Come out to one of these events. They are incredible. We cannot hype it up enough. It is one of the best experiences, that or some things at national levels. These are the things that really at least got me into playing Pokemon and allowed me to fall in love with this game and this entire community for that matter.
Yeah, Worlds is for everybody. Pokemon is for everyone. What more can you ask for just being in this environment? Like you said, everybody is happy. They have smiles on their faces. I have to imagine even the competitors who didn't have a very good day one are not going to be back with us tomorrow to compete in day two. They're still going to find ways to have fun, hang out with friends, make some memories here this weekend. That's what it's all about.
All about indeed, but our main focus is on that TCG action. We've been through 6 Swiss rounds already, as you mentioned. A few players already making their way in, but these next 2 rounds are where it's super important. And I mean, if we're looking on the field, if we're looking at some of these pairings, one thing that I've noticed a lot, lots of players at X1 and 1, but with the way that this tournament system works, as soon as you tie a game, if you lose a game, those ties become irrelevant. They are treated all as losses. So there's been players at this point eliminated at 3, 1, and 2, a record that at regionals and internationals, still a great chance to get into day 2. You've even got a shot to make top 8 if rounds go on further, but with nature of this tournament, with how unforgiving and little room there is for error, that's all. You can't continue at a record like 3, 1, and 2. You're out of the tournament.
Yeah, let's take a look at the metagame breakdown once again to see what decks are out here in the field. I think as we've gone along, even though Lugia V-Star was technically the most played deck, I think we have started to see a lot of these fall by the wayside. There was a lot of Gardevoir doing well, but the Lost Zone decks have been doing very well. And this was kind of a contentious point. People saying, I don't know if you can finish 3 games, like finish a whole match with these Lost Zone decks. But so far that has not really proven to be true. Turns out you should still just play the good decks if they're good.
It feels like we always run to this discussion. It was Mewtwo V Union last year. It's Giratina and Lost Box this year. And speaking of another Giratina, it's a deck I haven't seen a lot. Arceus V-Star, Giratina V-Star. Not really seeing that anywhere around the top tables. Arceus for that matter right now too.
There's not a ton, but
a Christian Labella actually piloting that. That's a name that pops out. Did get a top 8 at NAIC earlier on this year to end out the season, and made a run through day 1. Is at 5-1 right now. So 1 game away, has to win 1 of the next 2. Lots of really great names. One name we talked about before, Masataka Hirano right now, playing Mew VMAX, the deck that is not on this top 5 meta chart, but I would confidently say it is having an insanely powerful conversion rate thus far in this event.
Yeah, well, we can take a look at the standings that we have so far. You can see those 4 players at the top there. They are done. They get dropped from the tournament, go on to day number 2. They can relax for the rest of the night, and we can see a lot of these players here who are right on the doorstep. You mentioned it a bit, if you're at this 5-0-1 awkward record, if you are able to get a tie in the next round, then you can potentially ID and get to 18 match points. So for those players, ties are still kind of on the table as helpful. Everyone below number 12, a tie is not good anymore. It's basically a loss. But these are the players who are now kind of knocking on the door. They're very close to making it to day 2. We see Alex Kreckler there at the bottom, who we featured earlier in the day with that Rapid Strike deck. Yeah, lots of opportunities for these players. They get 2 more shots. They just have to win 1 round and make it to day 2.
Lots of opportunities, lots of solid players, and I have to ask you, I've got my answer here, but Kyle, if you're at 5-0-1 at Worlds, are you IDing round number 7, or are you going to just try and play out those next 2 to get that win? which, I mean, both have their positives and both have their negatives too.
I mean, yeah, it's a huge risk to ID and then potentially get like paired down to somebody. I'm just playing. I mean, if you win, you're in. I like leaving it in my hands, trying to get the win, you know. But I don't know. I'm sure there's a correct answer, but personally, I would be playing and just trying to win and just get it over with.
I mean, if you win, you deserve the spot in day 2 anyways, right? You don't have to play around with IDs. I know there's definitely some people at that record with their friends maybe doing the math and calculating because, I mean, it's a great plan if you can just ID your next 2 rounds. Why take the risk of, like you said, losing those matches? I mean, of course, you can still win in advance, but there is always that risk, and stories we hear every year of players going to 5-0-1, taking the intentional draw, saying, yep, I'm going to ID my last round. We're in day 2. It's so exciting. Get down paired and end up losing those matches. It's part of how Pokemon works, and it's the risk you take when you decide to make a decision like that, to ID, and things like that just happen in Pokemon. It's just the nature of the game.
Yeah, and I think part of what should factor into your decision is, you know, are you okay with accepting that risk of being paired down and then losing? Are you going to always regret that you did that when you could have said, I could have just played and went for it, but instead I made this decision, it backfired. Like, are you going to feel bad about that if that's what ends up happening? If you are, I think you should just play. If you're, you know, able to just accept the outcome, then hey, you go for it, you live with it. It just wasn't your day. But yeah, I think that factors into the decision as well. How is it going to affect you mentally for years to come?
Well, round 7 is happening right now. Lots of great matches out in the field. Our key matches for this round, let's go ahead and take a look. Shoshi Saito is a name that pops out to me right away. Top 16 at NAIC from Japan, playing that Lost Zone box deck. Isaiah Bradner out here playing in the field, playing Lost Zone Giratina. And our feature match, wow, what a great match it's going to be. Europe's best, some of Europe's best talent. World champion in the senior division in 2016, Jesper Eriksson, up against star in the Masters division, Brennan Caberman. I know Owen, I believe, is qualified for day 2, but Brennan has to battle things out here and try to join his brother in the day 2 race.
These are the high-stakes matches where we see who gets to go to tomorrow and who extends their vacation by a day. Let's head over to the stage for our players. We're going to have Jesper going up against Brennan.
Great match between 2 incredible players. So much on the line between these. Of course, if you win this match, you are locked in. You go to day 2. If you lose, you've got that last pressure. Nobody likes to be there in that position. Win and in, win, go to day 2, lose, go home. And even then from then, you've got the pressure of day 2 coming up, things happening, things changing. Let's talk about the dynamic of this matchup. Jesper out here playing this Lost Zone Giratina deck, a thing that we've seen on the stream. We saw Andre Skubal round 1 utilize and play that deck, and Brennan playing a more traditional version. However, there are a few cute cards in this deck. The one that I've got my eye on right away is that Kyogre from Celebrations. And more importantly, I mean, I got beat by this card, so I have a little bit of revenge of it, but it's that Squawkabilly EX, a card that wouldn't necessarily jump out to you when you're looking at this deck as an archetype.
Yeah, I've always wondered if more players were going to bring Squawkabilly EX to this tournament. It is a liability, it's a low HP Pokemon EX, but it just offers you such a huge consistency boost. Because if you have a bad hand, but you have like a Nest Ball or a Battle VIP Pass, you can just grab it, throw away your hand, get 6 new cards, and it just increases the number of games where you can actually play. The question is it worth the downside of, you know, potentially giving up a game-losing 2-prize knockout later on?
So both decks using this Lost Zone engine, of course, just paired with this Giratina V-Star. The ideas are the same. Sableye, Cramorant, what is going to be the navigation edge for both players when it comes to this matchup of Lost Zone decks going head-to-head?
Yeah, this is always an interesting one. I feel like a lot of the time it's a race to who attacks with Sableye first. You have this kind of dance with, you know, Manaphy stopping the Radiant Greninja from getting a double knockout with Moonlight Shuriken. And, I don't know, we've seen a lot of Lost Zone kind of mirror matches. The question is, does Giratina ever actually come into the fray here? Can you just get away with attacking with only Cramorant, Sableye, Radiant Greninja, or do you have to use Giratina at any point? It can be awkward sometimes. Giratina V-Star isn't great against 1-prize Pokemon since you have to keep throwing away your energy. You can shred with the Giratina V, that's fine, but we'll see how Jesper wants to approach this one. It looks like he will be going first with that Radiant Greninja.
And this hand is not very good at all. Concealed cards, this might be a very big bailout indeed. Do we see something like a basic Pokemon off this? There is a Comfey, and that was needed there. Not a lot else going on in this hand.
Yep. So we'll see if this goes into a Battle VIP pass. That's got to be the card you're looking for.
Wow, tough choice. Both of those really not doing much. Is that Grass Energy and the Path to the Peak. I feel like in this matchup specifically, Path is just not a card that you need, and I think Jesper making the correct decision throwing that away, but especially in this mirror match, when you are being threatened by turn 1 Spit Innocently, what do you deal with if your only Comfey in your entire board gets knocked out by that Cramorant on turn 1? How can you even respond to that? And it looks like Jesper really prioritizing keeping this up, benching the Cramorant, and retreating into Radiant Greninja, meaning that something like an Escape Rope will make sure, even with that, this Comfey is there. And look at that, Brennan with the Colress's Experiment right away. 5 cards off the top of the deck. A little bit of a tough choice here. What do you prioritize now? Usually, switching cards are just there to use the Comfey's flower selecting ability, but how does Switch Card become a card that's essentially a level up than a switching card in this matchup, Kyle?
Yeah, sometimes the healing 30 damage can make a big deal in these kind of matchups where you're kind of spreading damage counters around. With Sableye, you know, in an ideal world, you would save a lot of them for the perfect moment to be able to heal. It's kind of like playing a potion, right? But a lot of the time, you just don't have the luxury of doing that. You just have to use your switch cards early on to use flower selecting. It's nice when it comes up, but it's really hard to actually conserve those for the right moments.
First flower selecting used. Looks like deciding to keep the Mirage Gate. Lost Vacuum will hit the Lost Zone. As their second flower selecting, what are the 2 cards? Dragonite and the Water Energy. Now, it is always important to keep those Water Energy available. You want to have access to them. There is 5 in this deck, though, since it is the Kyogre build, so getting rid of 1 doesn't seem too bad. And now with this Dragonite, it means that the Forest Seal Stone can be used. And with how slow of a start your opponent had, do you think you just use this now and maybe grab Cramorant to attack? Is there really a better option that you could see yourself using?
Oh, well, Brennan's going to throw down the Dragonite V right away. Does get the Forest Seal Stone. I have to imagine, well, I mean, now that I'm looking at it, there's 4 in the Lost Zone already. I don't think it's worth trying to go for like a turbo turn 1 Mirage Gate attack, because I don't even think you have a great attack to go with. It's much better than just using Cramorant. Like if you can go Escape Rope into Cramorant, you'll get a knockout. But I mean, this is a great start from Brennan. You already got 4 in the Lost Zone. This is, you know, kind of the turbo variant where you can use Lost Vacuums and things like that to get up to 7 sometimes on the first turn and start using Mirage Gate. But yeah, looks like, yeah.
Let's make sure we're not skipping steps. It will be the Battle VIP pass, and Brennan did find 2 of those switch card off the Colress's Experiment, so second one can be used, bringing this Cramorant into the active, and that Lost Provisions ability, allowing it to attack for free. Spit Innocently can at least put some pressure on Greninja, and even though it's not taking the knockout, leaving the damage there is still solid, and you don't give your opponent that opportunity to bring Comfey into the active for free to use flower selecting.
Yep, so just going to see the Spit Innocently for 110 on the Radiant Greninja this turn, and the Manaphy comes down as well. You know, it's not ideal. You don't actually get a knockout, but this does set you up later for Sableye to just drop the final 2 damage counters, and you'll end up getting a multi-prize turn at some point, probably.
This needs to find some good cards, and one of them is that switch card. So can move this Greninja out of the active spot, heal it down to 80. The way the math still works out is something like a Lost Mine can knock out this Greninja and one of the 70 HP Pokemon. That is something to note later on. And wow, Jesper understands I'm not taking a tie anyways. And this is a smart choice from Jesper because these Lost Zone mirror matches, they are time consuming, and tying in this situation, I mean, we kept talking about it, but it's not what you want to do at all.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't going to get an attack off that turn. The game's basically over. No need to waste time. Maybe there's like a less than 1% chance you ever win that game. Much rather, like that's an excellent decision. You can recognize I'm probably not going to win this game. It's not worth spending the next 15 minutes to find out whether I'm going to really win or not. So yeah, love to see it.
Smart play indeed. It's Smart plays of a world champion, so doesn't surprise me at all. Jesper's played all kinds of different decks, but I know you were talking to him, and you have a story about some decks he selected. You wanna go ahead and share this one?
Yeah, last night I ran into him, and he was between two different decks. There's the one he ended up playing, which is this deck, which is good. He made the right call. The other one he showed me was a Lost Zone deck with Wo-Chien EX and 2 Luxray.
Right? Or
no,
Luxray.
just the one that you can play down when you're losing.
Oh!
And like reversal energy and just, I don't know what was going on there. But I looked at it and I said, you know, I've never played a game with this deck, so I don't know if it's any good, but just play Giratina.
It seems to be paying off so far. It's down 1-0 in this set. Not very many highlights at this point. You can kind of see a little bit of frustration, but I mean, I said this before, but I feel like every time you play a deck with the Comfey, with the Lost Zone engine, you should sign a waiver that says, I understand that I can brick it. And look at these prize
Double
cards.
Battle VIP Pass and double Force Sealstone for Brennan. We'll see if he draws into a Battle VIP Pass. And this is something I was curious about. Do you decide to go first or second in this matchup? And Jesper actually decides to go second. So really hoping that he gets a turn 1 attack with the Cramorant when you go second. That can be kind of the tempo swing you need.
It's an advantage on both sides. Usually the player going first gets the opportunity to Lost Mine before the opponent, but if you're taking those knockouts with Spit innocently, lots of times it becomes a resource war between having Cramorant up and then transitioning that slowly into Sableye. Brennan is going to Nest Ball. We'll be able to search the deck for any basic Pokemon, and as a seasoned player himself, making sure all the resources are in the deck and available. When you're playing a deck that's got specific energy counts, you want to always make sure you're not making that mistake of playing something like Mirage Gate and there's no energy available in your deck, or extra searching cards when a Pokemon is prized. It will just be that Comfey being benched. Does have a pretty solid hand in return, but
we're spinning
deciding to, oh no, that's not what you want to see. Chorus hitting the discard pile, as well as one of those water energy, not as detrimental, but was it really worth discarding Chorus to get one of your energy recycler?
And now Brennan looking at playing a Lost Vacuum just to make sure that Jesper doesn't get access to the Pokestop. Does get you 2 cards into the Lost Zone as well. But,
smart choice to hold off on that, though. Wants to just see more cards, have more options. Will be the flower selecting, and I mean, Kyogre's not a card that's great in this matchup, but
Farewell,
it's one of the
Kyogre.
things that, like, if you have access to it, it does give you a line of play. I know Caleb and Azul were talking at this at some point when they were playing that mirror match out, but Brennan understands I'm going to want to have cards like Colress, like Roxanna. There are 2 Colress in that hand, so it looks like it was just between Colress and the Kyogre, so it makes sense that was the choice. It's Jesper kicking things off. Does have a Colress's experiment of his own, and that will be the first card to play. We haven't really talked about it a lot, but there sort of is like this universal accepted sequencing method at this point that usually, if you have the resources, goes you concealed cards first, then you Colress, and then you flower selecting. But with no Greninja, it will be a Colress to kick off the turn. What are the choices between this? Lots of important resources. Wow, that is a big-time deal. Jesper did not check the prize cards to know that the other 2 Giratina are in the prize cards and now is left with none in the deck.
Ooh, tough choice there. 2 Battle VIP passes off of the flower selecting, not bad. Yeah, I mean, in some matchups, this would be devastating to throw away a Giratina and have the other 2 prized. If you noticed in the first game, Jesper had Giratina V in hand and just never put it down. So I think the way he's approaching this matchup is to treat all of the cards that say Giratina in his deck like they don't exist, and he's hoping to just send them to the Lost Zone. So it may not be a big deal. Maybe you're just trying to attack with Cramorant, Sableye, Radiant Greninja, and hope that that's good enough. But we'll see. One of the things I've been noticing with these Giratina decks is, you know, they tend not to run Lost Vacuum, and that really is a key to get to Sableye 1 turn faster. And so it does feel like these kind of turbo Lost Zone decks that are playing multiple copies of Lost Vacuum do have an advantage in these matchups because they're able to consistently get out Sableye and use Lost Mine faster than the Giratina deck would.
We'll see how it pays off. Does decide to just grab the Comfey and Cramorant. Not sure if there's a way to get Greninja into this hand. Does have the Jet Energy, so will want to utilize it. It's Comfey's best friend. Allows it to pivot into the active spot and have the energy on to retreat. Another flower selecting, Jesper not choosing to keep the Roxanne right away. That seems like, at least in my mind, a choice of a card that you want. It's a great advantage in this mirror match to make sure that you pretty much try to shut down Sableye as much as possible. And I think making the smart choice, getting rid of that pass.
I think he's wondering if he should put out Pass to the Peak to shut off Brennan's Radiant Greninja. Yeah, decides to stick with the Roxanne instead. But yeah, seeing that your opponent has already played a Stadium and played a Lost Vacuum, you could look at this and say, I'm going to just shut off concealed cards, and maybe that disrupts Brennan enough to give me an advantage, but Jesper valuing the Roxanne instead. But it is a tough choice.
It is a little bit tough for sure. Manaphy will be the choice of selection off the Nest Ball. And now what else can Jesper do? He's already had 4 cards in the Lost Zone, and honestly, what more do you need to do? You've got Cramorant online. The pivot can be used of this Jet Energy to retreat. First prize this time going to Jesper, taking the knockout with Spit innocently. And Brennan now is the one left with no Comfey in play this game number 2.
Yeah, going second pays off in this one. Jesper is able to get the turn 1 attack with the Cramorant, so hey, everything going according to plan in this one. But yeah, the awkward thing in this matchup is the Giratina deck is kind of playing like the Lost Zone deck, but with 6 cards you never want to put into play. Now, that being said, it still is a close matchup. It still can just come down to who gets to Sableye faster, who's doing the most efficient attacks quickly. But yeah, it always feels bad. You're like, oh yeah, I'm playing Lost Zone Giratina, except in this matchup, I'm just playing Lost Zone.
Colress being played will get rid of a Switch Cart and Nest Ball, so those resources no longer on the table. And that's just going to be it. Nothing else being played. Spit innocently taking the knockout. And what potential openings are available for Jesper at this point?
Yeah, Jesper's hand isn't great either. There's a lot of cards in there, but he needs to find something off this, I think.
2 Giratina V-Star.
I don't think that's what he's looking for.
Listen, it was something. I don't know if it was what he was looking for at this point.
Positive, put a Giratina V-Star in the Lost Zone. Negative, put a Giratina V-Star into his hand.
Kind of just canceled itself out. It's just like, yeah, I upticked my count by 1. That's kind of what happened.
Yeah. I can't tell. He might have a Colress's Experiment in hand, which would be very good this turn.
I think it's the Roxanne, that hyper rare. And
well, there's a Colress.
It's another 2 choice. He's had 3 of those these games. Battle Pass, Giratina V-Star, and now the one that you want the least, the Colress's Experiment.
Yeah, 3 pairs. That's amazing.
Another tough choice here. I think the easy choice is, do you really want this Comfey at this point? I feel like you can afford to get rid of that extra one. You are playing cards like Super Rod to shuffle these back in. Is he considering getting rid of another Colress? Don't tell me.
Yeah, I don't think so. This is a tough 5 cards to look at, though. You got to be thinking, what is your attack this turn? There's 1 Mirage Gate. You've already used your Cramorant. Currently, there's no way to power up Radiant Greninja. I think that would be a fine attack this turn. Just use Moonlight Shuriken, hit 2 things for 90 damage. That sets you up later for Sableye's Lost Mine. But without a second Mirage Gate or another energy card, you're really not attacking this turn. So we're going to see another Comfey come down, and I think a switch or an escape rope. And I think this flower selecting needs to find an energy or a Mirage Gate.
Big 2 cards for Jesper. It is the energy card.
There you go.
We'll have to put that cross switcher away to the Lost Zone. The question is, what is your attacker of choice? You've got 9 cards in the Lost Zone. Does that put you to 10? I think you're still 1 short, though, from being able to Lost Mine.
Yep.
What is your choice of attacker? I mean, Radiant Greninja does exist, so if there is something like a Mirage Gate in hand, which there is, then is there ever a world where you just go for that play, put some damage on the board, and hope it doesn't get healed off a Switch Cart to finish off later with Lost Mine?
Yeah, I think so. It sets up some pretty good Lost Mine attacks on the future turns, so may as well go for it. Yeah, it's a little bit of an awkward attack to do at this stage of the game. You know, usually when you're doing this, you're trying to knock out a Comfey or I don't know, do something bigger than this. But because you have Sableye to just drop damage counters wherever you want later, I mean, this is doing 180 total damage, so it is still a pretty big attack to pull off this turn.
Putting damage on the board can finish things off later. Looking at Brennan's list, there's no way to disrupt the hand. Oh, actually, one copy of Roxanne, so if you leave damage on the board, sometimes it becomes a game back and forth with Sableye to try and play around the other players' Roxannes. And there it is, Moonlight Shuriken, 90 damage to 2 of Brennan's Pokemon. What is the top deck for turn? What is the options available? There is a Nest Ball in hand, as well as this Artisan. Do you just pretty much give yourself that option? And speaking of which, does also have Colress.
Yep.
I think just debating, do you want to play this Colress right now, or do you wait to maybe use something like Concealed Cards or search these basic Pokemon out first? And it will be the choice of Colress. Easy choice in this Battle Pass, and the question is, do you want to keep some of these resources like Echoing Horn or the Comfey, or do you prioritize the energy cards that are going to be there as pivoting options and cards to discard with Concealed Cards?
Yep. Echoing Horn can be a powerful way to kind of steal a game later on. Just pull out another low HP Pokemon from the discard pile. But is this a situation where Brennan wants to hold on to it? Sometimes you just got to let go and accept that it's more of a dream in this kind of a situation. But Brennan saying, okay, I think I can weave this in later on and figure out a way to use Echoing Horn. So hold on to it.
So interesting that with no Comfey down in board, it was the choice to value that Echoing Horn over putting this Comfey into play. Is there ever a world where Brennan just doesn't go for the strategy of putting low HP Pokemon? It feels inevitable that you're going to have to put those into play, right?
Yeah. Seems pretty tough. I think there is an escape rope in hand. But, oh, there is the Echoing Horn.
Oh, so this is actually interesting. With this Echoing Horn, the bench is now locked for Jesper, which means there's no way to put down something like Sableye, and this can happen in this matchup where if you can just Lost Mine over and over and over again, there are 5 pretty easy prizes on Jesper's board, a total of 390 HP. You can achieve that over a few turns of Lost Mine.
Yeah, the big thing is it really negates a lot of the advantage that came from using Moonlight Shuriken. Jesper's going to have to just attack into something and knock it out, and it's kind of going to waste a lot of that damage that was done last turn. So yeah, that was a huge play from Brennan. You know, we're obviously in a world where there's no scoop up net. There's no way to kind of just easily pick up your bench Pokemon. We don't usually see Penny being played in these decks. So yeah, once your bench is full, you're stuck.
You are locked in for the ride, and there's nothing you can do to change it. First, Mirage Gate being played. This will allow this Greninja to retreat, and I mean, another great thing as well is Brennan can just not even be forced to Lost Mine this turn. Can you spit innocently into this Greninja, hit it for 110 damage, and pretty much set the math up to be on par with what Sableye would do this turn as well. I mean, you're going to get to a point where everything's going to sort of have 6 damage counters on it, setting up perfect math, and Greninja will be one of those exceptions. And question in my mind now is, can Jesper take 5 prize cards before Brennan spreads 390 damage on the board? I don't know if it's possible, especially with no way to disrupt Brennan's hand if he's not going to take these prize cards until the same exact turn.
It's very true. I guess we'll just have to see how Jesper decides to play this one. It's kind of awkward. You're probably just going to be attacking with Cramorant a lot and just spit innocently. Take your 1 prize card every turn and hope it's enough. This could be one of those situations where, you know, the switch cards can come in handy. If you can play enough of them, heal off enough damage, potentially that disrupts the Sableye plan. I think one of the awkward parts is that, you know, at some point, you can see a world where you know, Brennan gets to a spot where it spreads enough damage and then knocks out like Manaphy plus 3 other Pokemon, and then finishes it off with like Radiant Greninja later. So you can, you know, not quite go for the full sweep, but I don't know, this one's going to be interesting. Jesper does seem to be in a very, very difficult situation. It's one of those spots where you wish that you could just like knock out one of your own Pokemon and you're like, look, I'll give you a prize for it. Just let me get this off the board.
I'll do what you want, but give me my reward.
Look, I'll even give you 2 prizes. Just let me get this thing off my board.
Okay, 2 might be a little extreme. Two, we might be playing with fire a little bit. Jesper's list is only playing 2 copies of Switch Card. So with that in mind, you've got to wonder. So Sableye over the next 4 turns can deal out 480 damage. 60 healed is not enough. You're still hitting that 390 number. I mean, I guess the best play that Jesper can do is target down Manaphy consistently. Play things like Boss's Orders to take knockouts and force Brennan every turn to bring something back with Super Rod. If you do that, then you can open up plays to take 2 prize card turns with your Radiant Greninja because Brennan can't knock it out because then it gives you the bench slot to put Sableye into play.
Yeah, the other thing is you can just keep knocking out Sableye every turn and force Brennan to keep getting it back.
Same situation, right? Different names,
and then
same
we do
situation.
see Super Rod. That was an awkward flower selecting. It was Super Rod and Sableye, so that's one more, or at least one Super Rod heading to the discard pile. That's a crucial resource. There are 3 in the deck, so still plenty of opportunities. Yeah, I think Brennan's going to have to attack with Sableye 4 times to win the game. So it's just going to be a matter of, can you, like, Super Rod, I don't think there's any Clara in this one, but can you get it back enough times to just lost mine repeatedly?
Escape rope being played, I think it's always correct to send Comfey up. I think you're pretty much aware of what your opponent's going for. They sacrifice last turn to just deal some damage onto your board, going to try and Sableye over and over and over again. If this works out how Brennan wants, this is a masterclass for why Sableye is so powerful against low HP Pokemon.
Another Super Rod.
Wow, another choice that's very tough. And the big problem here, oh look, there's actually 1 more Comfey. So establishing this board to just set up 3 Comfey, use this last flower selecting. No matter what this card is, there's 1 more escape rope in the, or rather, there's an energy card in the hand, so this can retreat out and finally getting an easy choice in that battle VIP pass to throw away. And Brennan's hit step 1 of the strategy. Also, next turn, with the way this hand works out, can play the Roxanne as a draw supporter to get some more cards, because Jesper's in a position where he can't not take prize cards, because then Sableye gets more value, spreads more damage counters, and at that point puts him even closer to losing this game and forcing a game 3.
Yeah, if you're Jesper, I mean, you don't feel good about this situation at all. You know that your opponent has complete control of the game, but you know, this is it. You're down a game. It's not like you can concede this one, so you just got to play it out and hope that, you know, your opponent misses or messes something up. What else can you do?
I think 6 and 6 here on Comfey is, or 6 on Manaphy, 6 on Comfey is probably the best. You could put some counters on Kramer. There is always an awkward situation where something goes astray in your plan and you have to sort of abandon ship on your Sableye play. So if you're going to want to Lost Mine knock out these Pokemon at some point later on in the game, you might as well put guaranteed damage counters on there. And it is the choice to put 2, 2, and 2. I know sort of when the format rotated, we had this discussion of, okay, when you Lost Mine a Pokemon and take a knockout and you have 5 damage counters to put, where do you put them? I feel like it's always been, at least at this point, correct to just put 5 on a Pokemon, since you can't switch cart and heal it off. It's a little bit harder to do that, but that is the choice for Brennan. Very clearly, though, setting up this play to map out these 5 prize cards. It's going to be on 3 of these Comfey, the Manaphy, and the Greninja, and I didn't even think about this at this point. There is that first switch card, and the question is, does Jesper have access to the other one? This is also only healing 20 damage off this active Pokemon, so it is just another 10 damage, and every damage counter matters in this Lost Zone Mirror match. Spit innocently, taking a knockout onto Sableye. Like we said, a few of these resources are now gone. There is one of those Super Rods in the Lost Zone. None of the prize cards, so that won't be an issue. And it's a bad sign for Jesper when you see your opponent pulling these resources out. It actually might be the energy recycler we saw found before. I think the question now is, if you're Brennan, do you want to play this first and then play the Roxanne? I believe Jesper is now at 3 prize cards, so.
Yeah, I think it depends on if you have a Mirage Gate in hand. One of the awkward things still is that, you know, it's not free for you to be able to attack with Sableye every turn. You don't have like a free retreating pivot. And the way Brennan's board had to work out, had to put down an extra Comfey and does not have an extra Sableye, you know, ready on the bench to promote turn after turn. So it will be an extra step now. Every turn going to need to find, you know, a switching card or a Mirage Gate or something like that in order to get Sableye into the active spot, powered up with an energy card. I think the first one's going to be pretty easy to pull off. Is just as we go along, what's going to happen from there.
So as this game progresses, Jesper will inch closer and closer. I believe is now at 3 prize cards left, so 1 step closer, 3 turns away from winning, but it's a race against the clock. Brennan having an excellent start, does find that Psychic Energy off of this, and here is going to be a solid combo. Switch card, and I think is debating not even playing this Roxanne since he has maybe the guaranteed Sableye this turn, can then save that in hand, maybe bluff a little bit to Jesper that, hey, I've got nothing going on in my hand, I'm okay. Maybe you can go for a riskier target play as we will start to see these Comfey, like I said, hit this 6 damage counter mark, put them oh so close to being knocked out. Now there's nothing like Hawlucha in Brennan's deck, that's not an option, but it will just be Lost Mine. And here we go, 3 Pokemon, 4 Pokemon at that matter, hitting the max. And I think next turn the game can just end, right? You can put 3 damage counters onto these Comfey, or rather put the damage counters on the Comfey and the Greninja, as well as the Manaphy, and that will be the 5 prize cards that Brennan needs to win this game.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Jesper. Yeah, I mean, the beauty of Sableye's Lost Mine is you get to put 12 damage counters wherever you want. It doesn't go on one Pokemon. You don't have to put, 12 split up between 2. You can put them wherever. So you can set up for big turns like this where you're knocking out 5 Pokemon at once. I mean, this game was played beautifully by Brennan. Just that echoing horn was the difference maker.
The MVP.
Yeah.
And that's sort of a conversation I've had with some players that they tell me in early rounds of these regional championships when they're playing these mirrors, this is how they're winning games.
Right.
And it's not a fault of Jesper, but sometimes you can't play around it. And here we go. Final turn. Are the pieces there? Super Rod is the big one. Finds the Super Rod, can put back both of these Sableye and the Energy. And there's going to be a Flower Selecting and a Roxanne to try and get there.
Yeah, the Artizone did get countered, so we don't have that, instant way to put Sableye onto the bench. So Jesper recognizing that countering the stadium was a big deal here. But yeah, there's not that many cards left in Brennan's deck. With the Roxanne, you're going to draw 6, and you Flower Selecting, you're going to look at 2 more. You got to imagine. And the worst part is, you don't even need to win this turn. You have 2 turns to pull this off.
Now, the question that I have is, with Roxanne and Escape Rope, is it ever just correct to play the Roxanne first and give yourself that out? I will just sort of get 2 useless cards. I mean, you can kind of throw this Raikou away into the Lost Zone. And I mean, I guess this is a fine play. You play this Escape Rope, you go into the Comfey, and I think you just play the Roxanne first and Flower Selecting. I think it's just better to play that and just give yourself the out after. I mean, Colress is pretty much doing not the same thing. It's a little bit better, but maybe just not good enough.
Here is the Roxanne. So, this was a huge comeback card when it first came out. You can only play it when your opponent has 3 or fewer prize cards remaining. Makes both players shuffle in their hands. You draw 6, your opponent only draws 2 cards. Can be a very devastating card. And Brennan has kind of manipulated this situation very well. Jesper also does play Roxanne, but because Brennan has delayed...
I think that's it, though. He's got the Energy card and the Sableye. The Mirage Gate can find out the Water Energy. Brennan tying things up with an excellent Sableye maneuver. We're going to Game 3 here in round 7.
Oh, no, that's it. Brennan wins.
Oh, Brennan wins. My bad. He won.
Yeah,
I forgot he won Game 1.
Brennan Cameraman is going to join, I think, his brother Owen in Day 2
look at that.
of the World Championship. So huge accomplishment for Brennan. Congratulations. Getting to that 6th win. A masterclass in Echoing Horn and Sableye tricks. Yeah. But yeah, that was it. Brennan wins.
I wanted to see more Pokemon. I let myself down there. Oh, well. Well, nevertheless, congratulations to Brennan. Moving on. Jesper, not out of it yet. Still has 1 more round for a chance to advance to the 2nd day of competition.
Definitely.
He's been in this position before. He was there last year as well. Played a little bit of a more rogue deck. I don't think it's Wo-Chien level of rogue, but he was playing that Vikavolt V deck with the Ludicolo combination that him, Tord Reklev, and a lot of the sort of European crew was playing. That was definitely... I
blocked that one from my memory.
I'm sorry, I had to release it back out of the depths. That's my bad. But I guess that just took me by surprise. And yeah, shout out to Brennan on that play. The Echoing Horn coming in clutch. Looked really bad in that early scenario. There were no Comfey on the board. Cramorant was putting in work on turn 1 for Jesper. But it all went to fruition when the bench space got locked up. I'm trying to think about the 5 Pokemon on the bench. It was Manaphy, Radiant Greninja. Those 2 you're going to want to have down regardless of what happens. 2 Comfey. And there was the Cramorant in the active spot. It really felt like there was nothing that Jesper could do on his side to play around that, especially without the knowledge in Game 1 because he conceded so quickly of the Echoing Horn.
The 3rd Comfey was kind of
yeah.
the deal breaker there, right?
Well, that was because
that's
of the echoing horn, though. The echoing horn put the third Comfey into
no,
play.
the Cramorant
got put into play. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you're in that situation. You think you have one open bench spot and you're safe. You can still put down Sableye. You don't expect the echoing horn. Sometimes it just gets you.
It's that surprise factor sometimes, and I really do miss Scoop Up Net with this deck. It felt like, I mean, it's a good and a bad. With Scoop Up Net, you had that pop-off potential. Now, if you wanted to go for a crazy 4 or 5 flower selections in a turn and you had it, you can go for it. And also, in that situation, too, you were a lot safer to just play with 2 Comfey into play because even 3 Comfey was fine. If it didn't get knocked out, you use the flower selecting the active, pick it up, and then just don't re-bench it. Went back to bite Owen there. Excellent play, moving to 6-1, locking himself a spot into day 2, joining his brother. And I mean, we talked about this a little bit, but brothers playing in day 2. I know we had the Shemansky clan. They won't necessarily be playing in day 2. I know Diane was out in the field battling it out. It was her first World Championships that she qualified for. And seeing families succeed and families be successful together in Pokemon, it's a great feeling to see.
Yeah, I think Robin and Philip Schultz also both played in Day 1 here at the World Championships. I think, unfortunately, did not do well with the Miraidon today, so they're both eliminated from competition. But yeah, love to see a little, family success here at the World Championships.
Lots of love indeed, and look at that. Lost Box is making it out. We're seeing this tournament progress through. I want to see if we have any more updates on some of our other matches that are going out between. We had some eyes on a few players before. Lots of, again, natural ties, so things could get dicey when it comes to sort of how rounds and stuff are playing out for this. Let's take a look.
I do believe, unfortunately, Shintaro Ito was eliminated in the last round. Got featured early on with the Chien Pao deck. Did not end up having a good rest of the day. We can take a quick look at the replay of this match. If you want to watch Brennan win again, here you go.
Win. We're not going to game 3. It's a win. Listen, that's my one mistake for the day.
Yeah, I mean, things went much better for Jesper in game number 2, but yeah, that echoing horn right there, that was the play of the game for sure. Just filling up the bench, preventing Jesper from putting his own Sableye into play, just really locked down his options, and from there, it's just a matter of time. Lost mine, eventually going to take 5 prize cards, and you could see Jesper knew exactly what was going to happen, but couldn't do anything to prevent it.
Excellent indeed. I mean, looking at the rest of how this game's played out, all of the players at 5-0-1 deciding to intentionally draw.
Yep.
That means they're taking the risk to put themselves in this position last round to ID and secure themselves a spot. I mean, the way it looks out and the way I'm seeing it here in the pairings where there were 4 tables that tied,
yeah,
so
there's an even number of players.
Assuming that happens, I mean, I have to also look at the players who are at the, I mean, I guess that's it, right? Nobody else is going to be at that record come next round. I mean, what other record could you be at without a tie? I mean...
Wait, well, yeah, actually, there is a player who is, 4-0-2 heading into the round who just did win and get to 17 match points, so that could throw things off.
Could throw things off.
Yeah, there's actually
indeed.
a lot of players
there
at
are.
14 match points, so yeah, I mean, it's not guaranteed for there to be an even number of players at 17 match points after this round, so it is a bit of a risk.
A risk indeed. Lots of great matches going out in the field and lots of great players. Of course, how we featured early on the stream, Alex Kreckler advancing to day 2, playing that Inteleon VMAX deck. Listen, how many times is it going to take for players to continue to win with this, for people to respect it, or is it just going to continue to fly under the radar or just fly unrespected? I mean, I feel like if this deck wins Worlds, people clearly have to respect it going forward. Surely, right? It won the biggest event of the year, and Worlds maybe? Who's to tell?
If you want to talk about a Pokemon family, the Kreckler family has been around forever. Feels like every tournament, somebody with the last name Kreckler is doing well at the event. Whether it's Alex, Zach, Andrew, the whole family. We've seen the whole family do very well. They've been in the Pokemon TCG community for over 20 years at this point. So, yeah, we always see there's a lot of just families that stick together in Pokemon TCG. So, always great to see that as well. But yeah, congratulations to Alex advancing with the Rapid Strike deck. I wonder if we'll see any more of those advance to day 2.
Speaking of advancing to day 2, Brendan Kamerman making his spot in history, advancing to the second day of competition. Let's throw it down to the stage and hear from him.
Welcome back here to the World Championship in Yokohama. I'm here with Brendan Kamerman, who just is one of the first players to advance into day 2. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling amazing. I'm like really happy to make day 2 after I whiffed like the automatic day 2 qualification. It has been an amazing day so far, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, so now you just mentioned you didn't get into the day 2 automatically. Your brother is already there.
Yes.
So how does it feel to just prove to everyone you're as good as him, maybe even better? We will see tomorrow.
We'll see. It feels really good. We'll see. At least I have the chance now to prove myself in the same field as him. So we'll see how I end up tomorrow. Feels good to also prove myself this season after I just didn't really get a lot of good results after my top 8. Just one top 8, and yeah.
Yeah, speaking of your previous results, you have been playing the Lost Box deck basically the whole season, right? Is the reason you're playing it now is because you just think it's a very good meta call in general, or it's just the deck that you feel most confident with?
It's a combination of both, really. I think I'm really comfortable with it, so I was basically guaranteed gonna play it. But at the same time, you have like Kyogre Lost Box, right, and like the more turbo version. Now my deck is kind of a fusion of that, but I think I like my Kyogre version in this metagame. There's a lot of Lugia, which Kyogre is good for. And there's also a lot of Arceus, I think, so that's also good. So that's why I went with my Lost Box.
Yeah, that would have been my next question. Like the Kyogre build, yours is a little bit special. What was the reason you went for specifically this deck list?
So I was basically yesterday. I only decided like half an hour before. I was waiting in line for the Pokemon Center, and I was like, I didn't really have a good super turbo list. So, and I did have a good Kyogre list, which I was confident in. I won a cup with that a few weeks ago. I only chased like 1 or 2 cards, and it ended up serving me really well. So yeah, I'm really happy I went with the Kyogre build.
Yes.
I haven't actually used it a lot, so we'll see.
Oh, what was the metagame you expected for today?
Quite a bit of Arceus, quite a bit of Lugia, which is why Kyogre's in the deck. But also Gardevoir. I didn't face any actually, and also Lost Box, of course. Yeah, I'm surprised by the amount of Giratina actually, but I think that's
really?
also a good matchup for me. So I think.
So perfect. You predicted basically the metagame perfectly because yeah, Lugia is the most played deck. Giratina also super popular. Yeah, maybe tomorrow you will face some Gardevoirs. We will see. The game we just had against another Lost Box player. Game 1 was quickly over because yeah, your opponent probably just tried to scoop really quick to get 3 games off. Game 2 was super interesting. When did you realize that you can just go in for the Sableye play?
So I got the I played the Chorus and I got the Echoing Horn from it, and I checked his discard just to be sure. Like I KO'd the Cramorant the turn before, and so I saw the Cramorant and I was like, I didn't even calculate the entire HP on his board, but I knew I could like cram this turn into his Greninja, and like it all seemed so perfectly. So it seemed to work perfectly in my head. So I didn't even count it, but. Like even depends on how many switch cards he has, but it worked out anyway. The Cram hit. I was a bit awkward getting enough cards in the Lost Zone. I was lucky I got Comfy really early for my other Comfy, and then I got Artisan for the last Comfy, and then I got exactly a 10 when I needed it. So yeah, it's a play you have to watch out for, and it's.
Is this something you do often against opposing Lost Box decks, or is it just like, yeah, the situation opened itself, so you just went for it, or is this something you do often?
Yeah, I also, when the opportunity arises, you almost like always do it, I think. But you have to count beforehand, like how many switch cards are left, how many HP is on the board. But it happens pretty often, and I also play around it myself quite a bit if I'm playing in the mirror. I don't want to bench log myself or give an opportunity for my opponent to bench log me. Yeah.
Yeah, so Lost Zone, Lost Box players, keep that in mind, especially for tomorrow. You now made day 2 just out of the strength of pulling through day 1. What are some tips you can give to new players how to get through day 1?
I guess stuck with the deck you've played the entire season. It works for me. I mean, I usually do that, like perfect one deck and try to like make changes every time, every new tournament, every meta game. Like if you are good with one deck and you think you're okay at predicting the meta game, I think you should always stick to the deck, and maybe change a few cards against the meta game, right? Lost Box evolved a lot during this season. We first had Lost Sard, then we had the amazing rares. We had tons of stuff. Yeah, I think that's the best thing you can do. Stick with one deck, play that deck really well, and luck always has to be on your side.
Yeah, I mean, practice does make you perfect, and if you practice enough, you can be just perfect with one deck. You also had the perfect meta call, played really well. Yeah, we're looking forward to watching your games tomorrow. With that was Brand Kammerman, and we're going back to the cast.
Excellent to hear from such a seasoned player in the game, advancing to day 2 to join their brother. And I guess the question on my mind is, listen, you're with somebody who's a family member, you probably practice together. Do you ever just send the same 60 cards, join up and play the same deck? What do you think?
Yeah, why not? I don't know.
You got like a 50% more chance, right? Like one of you guys can make it in if you think you're good enough.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's different. You know, there's certain teams that always submit the same 60-card deck list because they always agree that, you know, we should all agree that this is the best deck and we should all play it. There's other people who are like, no, I want to be different than you. Like, we'll see who is right about which list was better. Yeah, I'm sure they'll work together, and wouldn't be surprised if they submit the same deck tomorrow, but they don't have to.
I mean, I've had that feeling before. Keep in mind, this was in senior, so it's not the same pressure, but that feeling of converting from day 1 to day 2, it feels like you got to celebrate, right? You made it to day 2, but then immediately it crosses your mind. What can I take away from today? What did I like about my deck? What do I expect tomorrow to get played? Do I start testing new decks that I have ideas for? It's this feeling of curiosity and excitement for second day, but it's also the exhaustion of playing against the best players in the world for 8 rounds straight.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, there's no way around it. You're going to be exhausted after this first day. There is something to be said for just not putting any more thought to it and just saying, I don't care. I made it through. I'm going to play the exact same deck tomorrow. If it works, it works. Whatever. Some people take a completely different approach, and they, you know, analyze all the decks that made it from day 1 to day 2. They look at it and say, okay, this was a good call for today, but maybe I'm expecting the metagame to shift for tomorrow and I need to completely switch, or maybe not play the Kyogre build anymore, make a few adjustments here and there. So, I mean, there's a ton of thought that goes into everything before you even play your first game in these tournaments. And yeah, every player's story is going to be a little bit different.
It's crazy how so much prep for this game comes outside of sitting down at the table, and that's what makes Pokemon so unique and special. So we're rounding out round number 7. We're seeing what players, and more importantly on my radar too, and for the radar of players who have already qualified for day 2 and are making it through the day 1 to day 2, what decks are performing well. I think the standout thing that wasn't on the top of the meta chart that we saw right away was Fusion Mew. Having successful matchups against a lot of these decks, I mean, in my mind, loss is a little bit close, but I mean, looking at the rest of the field, Arceus decks, even Chien-Pao, we saw that matchup sort of navigate out. How do you feel about Fusion Mew making it through day 1 and as a play for tomorrow in a whole?
I mean, it's always a good deck. You know what you're going to get when you play that deck. It's very, very consistent. It's a big selling point of the deck. And at this point, I mean, I know a lot of people still play like Drapion V, Spiritomb, but it's probably got to be the lowest it's ever been for people including Mew counters in their deck. And even the Drapion, we've seen it plenty of times. It doesn't mean you lose. So, you know, if you're expecting people to not putting Mew counters in their deck, yeah, it's still an extremely strong deck. We've seen it basically throughout the year. Almost every single deck has continued to play Drapion V or some kind of Mew counter, and it doesn't matter. The deck still makes top 8. The deck still wins big events. There's a reason that people still try to counter this deck. It is that strong, so I can see the appeal of that deck. Just saying, I'm going to play the strong deck. I can still beat my counters. If people don't play them, well, then that's even better for me. So why not?
Go for it, indeed. I mean, you know a deck is powerful when there have been pretty clearly 3 cards printed at this point to clearly counter it. First was Mightyena, and people were like, okay, but I can just bench Oricorio, and now that doesn't take a knockout on me. And then it was Drapion, and people play Path to the Peak and ways to Lost City and get it rid of. And now it seems like Spiritomb might be the last straw to strictly counter things like Genesect. And speaking of a card that Spiritomb is also good against, Lugia, maybe that's felt like the flop deck so far, coming in at, I mean, not by a landslide, but 15% meta share. And I mean, as we're looking through decks that have made it in, I'm seeing Gardevoir, Mew VMAX, Arceus, but not a lot of Lugia V-Stars popping out at me as we're seeing what decks are advancing to Day 2 of the World Championships this year.
Yeah, there's still plenty in the running, I think, and that was probably going to be inevitable with how many people use the deck. But yeah, we don't see like a huge mass of them. We actually do see, I'm going to be curious to look back at kind of like the conversion rate of decks. I wonder if the Rapid Strike Urshifu and Teleon VMAX deck still ends up being like one of the most efficient decks. I'm still seeing a lot of those in the running. We already know at least one made it through to Day 2, so I'm curious of between that and Mew VMAX, those have to be the 2 decks that are like highest conversion rate.
And especially with how well Lost Box and Giratina as decks look like their position so far in Day 1, having so much success, that is a deck that Inteleon, for the most part, is more than happy to play against, especially the non-Giratina version. You're at an incredible matchup. Yogaloop is easy, take easy knockouts throughout. I mean, the deck is basically built to prey on these low HP Pokemon and Pokemon that are weak to fighting with that Rapid Strike Urshifu. One of those 2 criteria right there.
Yeah, we even saw early on the stream, Alex Kreckler took down Mike Fouché in 2 pretty convincing games. Was the Giratina V-Star version, so even that one's not a bad matchup. Yeah, it's interesting because the Rapid Strike deck, in theory, it looks like a deck that's like really fun to play. It does have a lot of math involved, lots of little technical things, placing damage counters in the right spot. But it has to be one of the most like fun decks in the standard format to play. You get to drop damage counters all over the place, set up really cool plays, Yoga Loop to take extra turns. I am a little surprised it's not more popular just because, you know, it is just fun to do all that stuff. But it is also a little bit tricky to use. One of those decks where if you like mess up one use of your ability, put 1 damage counter on the wrong spot, you can end up losing the game. So it is tough to play, but hey, maybe we'll see more of it tomorrow.
Could see more of it indeed. Some names that we're seeing as we sort of go through it. Taichi Shimada advancing to 5-0-2. So if the pairings are right, can intentionally draw, get to 18 match points, and advance the second day, potentially joining another one of his countrymen in Masataka Hirano, looking at 5-1, playing right now. Also, I think I talked to one of their teammates. They are both playing this Fusion Mew VMAX deck. It's not the same exact deck list, but the concept is there and it's paying off for a lot of these players. We've talked a lot about Mew VMAX. We haven't talked much about the Arceus decks. Is it just that they're not showing up in high volumes, or is it that they're maybe not performing as well as we expect?
Yep. And here you can see a quick look at the venue here, how awesome it is to be here in Yokohama, Japan. You know, Worlds gets bigger and better every single year, and this was no exception. The stage, the opening ceremony was fantastic, and you can kind of see a little peek into what the tournament hall looks like. There's decorations all over the place, really making this one feel special.
And the decorations are my favorite part every year from Worlds because they always change up what Pokemon are going up onto this. Everything from Minchino to Tapu Koko, right? There's a mix of everything in and out. Side events, of course, going on. You can always win some exclusive prizes. The side event mat, I know lots of players looked forward to every year at the World Championships. And this is not all the action that's happening. There are tons of fans, competitors, and players even checking things out on the outside of the venue. The stations have been decorated, everything else in between, and it wouldn't be a regular Pokemon event. It wouldn't be the World Championships if our good friend Pikachu wasn't soaring above the event hall, cheering on all of our competitors.
Yep, it's been a part of these big tournaments for decades now. A giant Pikachu floating above the venue. Love to see it. Yeah, and let's not forget, we're a little biased, focused on Pokemon TCG. We also do have the video game, Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite going on. It's all happening here in the tournament hall here in Yokohama. So, if you love Pokemon, this is absolutely the place to be. And even if you're not in the tournament hall itself, there's so many events and things like that surrounding the city. It really has been a huge celebration of Pokemon.
I think it's pretty confident to say Pokemon has taken over Yokohama, and even maybe taken over Japan this weekend. So much Pokemon action has already gone down in place, and of course, the most important round of the day, round number 8, coming up soon. So much excitement brewing, but for the moment, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Pokemon trading card game action.
Konbanwa and welcome back to the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships. My name is Ross Gilbert and I am once again joined by the lovely, wonderful David Hockman. How you doing, David?
Thank you very much. That was a very exciting game last round. Of course, unfortunately, ended on game number 2. I would have loved to see 3 games from 2 amazing players with very similar deck lists, but slight differences. Brennan was able to follow this game perfectly. It was amazing Pokemon cards we saw, and I hope we see an even better game now in this last round of today.
Yeah, Echoing Horn is a card I've loved for a long time. Echoing Horn, Boss's Orders is a combo I've been playing around with for months and months at this stage. Being able to pick a Pokemon from the discard pile, put it on the bench, and then immediately grab it active, take a cheeky prize. Of course, that's not what Brennan did in the last game. We saw kind of, now you don't have any bench space, I can do my Sableye thing. And we talked earlier about these kind of fancy 5 prize turns where you come from behind and just win the game all in one go. Very different to what we saw with the Rapid Strike deck earlier, but still a really nice way we saw to end the game.
Yeah, there's no Yoga Loop, but I mean, I love Sableye, I love all the Sableyes. That might be a controversial opinion. that I'm a big Sableye fan in general, but Lost Mine is also just an amazing card. It's cool because you can like outplay your opponent, you can you can plan turns ahead, and then especially with the Echoing Horn, if you play it in the right moment, you can punish and outplay your opponent.
Yeah, it's one of those really good cards. I really like cards that allow you, like Chick, to outplay your opponent. It's not you drew better or you got lucky, it's you had a plan and you caught your opponent by surprise. You did something they weren't ready for, and certainly Echoing Horn allows you to do that. But I think we've got a fun thing to have a look at now, some commonly mispronounced Pokemon names.
Oh no.
Let's face it, David, we're all guilty of this one. So, do you know?
Quilladin.
I've always called it Quilladin, but this is not a Pokemon which has been competitively viable in TCG, so I've never looked it up. I've looked all the ones that have played in TCG I've looked up. I've not looked up Quilladin here. I think if it was Quilladin, it would probably be not on this list.
Well, I think because it has quills, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I'd think so, right?
Quilladin. Oh.
Quilladin.
Amazing. We did it.
Yes. Good team.
Nice.
Okay, so there's one down. Oh, this one I know because, of course, in the Gen 4 era, everybody played this one. I called it Uxie for way too long.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, because I'm German, I always call it Uxie.
It is Yuxi. At least that's how I've always been told.
Well, this is also how it's called in Japanese. So I would also go with Yuxi actually now.
Yeah. Yes.
It's correct.
Yuxi.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about my German self 10 years ago.
But again, that saw so much play back in the day that that's a card which, Pokemon, which I did look up at one point. Because, you know, we are, I have made videos, and they are still out there to be shown, where I've called this, and I don't anymore, Chimecho.
Oh.
It's not right.
Well, I mean, it's probably supposed to sound like chime and echo.
Yes.
So I would go with Chimecho.
It's Chimecho.
A Chimecho.
If I remember correctly, this is, yeah. See, but I only know that because I said Chimecho and somebody was just like, Ross, you need to sort this out, mate. That is not even close.
I mean, if you pronounce that as Chimecho, I would say, well, please read the name again. But yeah, I did it wrong, so I'm also guilty of that.
I mean, I've got them all today, but yeah, in the past, I was not quite so good at this game.
Yeah, so this is also one of these names where I just look at it and I'm just like, German pronunciation, Emolga.
So I've always called it Emolga, and there have been cards in the past. There was the Emolga with Free Retreat that got out the basic Pokemon years ago in the Black and White era.
Yes.
The Black and White era? Yeah.
Yes.
It was really, really, I think it's Dragon's Exalted if I remember correctly.
I'm not 100% sure about that, but
that
around
seems to
that
ring
time,
a bell.
yes.
Yeah, and that saw a bunch of play, so I'm going Emolga here.
Let's see.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, nice, okay,
Emolga.
yeah. There are some Pokemon names that are usually the same in Japanese and English, and
So it tends to be, so you've got the legendary and mythical Pokemon, and then you've got the small electric thing. I don't know what the official term is, I'm really sorry, but your Pikachu, your Emolga, your Togedemaru, those kind of Pokemon, there's kind of one in every generation.
The cheeky Pokemon with the cheek.
There we go, cheeky Pokemon, that's a nice way to put it. And Emolga, is that for Gen 6?
For Gen 5, I think, yes.
Gen 5? Of course it is. I just said Dragon's Exalted, so yes. I think
such a
I
cool
know this.
Pokemon.
Very cool Pokemon.
I would say Necrozma.
I think it's Necrozma. I could be wrong about this one. This one I'm not so sure about. Or Necrozma. It is Necrozma.
Oh, well, I was close, I think.
Okay, you were pretty close. You were pretty close. There's another one that saw a lot of play for quite a while. Necrozma GX was very popular in those Malamar decks and other psychic decks. So
yeah, now we kind of got a Malamar is one of these cards that are like always around. You have a Fluffy now. You still have the Dynamotor, the Electric.
Yeah, and the Bronzong when we were casting German and Italian nationals in 2016.
Italian nationals, I remember.
One Italian nationals
It was
in
a lot of
2016.
fun. So let's see if we have another Pokemon here for the pronunciations. Oh, I always called it Sigilyph.
I believe Sigilyph is correct because, again, this is one that I used to call Sigilyph for way too long. And like I say, nowadays I'm pretty good with it. I believe it's Sigilyph.
It's one of these words that you see for the first time and you're not sure about it at all. So, Sigilyph, yeah, that was correct. Nice.
Okay. Oh, I kind of want to stop this game in a minute. Just because I've got them all right so far. Like, I don't want to...
We're good. We're doing good.
I think we're doing quite well so far. We're all right with these. But, okay.
Reuniclus.
I believe it is Reuniclus. Again, we had the late gen, we had the Reuniclus card that could move damage counters around. Actually, Ross Corform went second place at Worlds 2011.
Yes, exactly.
I believe with Reuniclus. So again, this
That was such a cool day.
Oh, it was such a cool day. Don Fan Prime, my very favorite card ever in.
Oh yeah, that makes it even better for you as well, right? I just love the way it plays, and I'm sorry, I'm item lock Viploom fan. Yeah, I have to out myself.
Best thing about Ross's deck, of course, that 2011 was when they introduced the Tropical Beach as the Worlds promo. Ross got the Tropical Beach promo, put it in his deck the same day, and then played it, and all his opponents were like, wait, that card's really good. We were allowed to play that? And it turns out not everyone realized you can't anymore, but back then you were able to play the promo card, even though it was a brand new card released that day, you were allowed to put it in your deck. So yeah, I think this is Reuniclus.
I'm also looking in Reuniclus.
Yes!
Oh, nice.
Reuniclus. Okay, we're doing all right at these.
Perfect, perfect. I feel like I'm in a spelling bee. Just the other way around.
One of my favorite casting memories is just having somebody shouting in my ear, it's Sizzle, not Sizzle. Because I was saying Sizzle over and over again on one of the streams I was on. And that's not how you say it. That one is Sizzle. But again, if it's had a playable card since about 2015, I've probably looked it up. If it hasn't had a playable card since 2015, I've probably never looked, and I'm saying it wrong.
Well, let's see if the next Pokemon had a... Oh, this did not have a playable card as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, there was the pair of them that was kind of good for donking.
Well, yeah, if you are that kind of person. I mean, you are, right?
I am that kind of person, Devin. I'm always testing that stuff.
So I will pronounce this Illumise.
I believe it's Illumise, or... This is one that even when I know how it's pronounced, I struggle to actually say it right. It's something along the lines of Illumise, or kind of like Illuminate.
I say Illumise.
Yeah.
Let's see how it's...
Illumise.
I was correct.
You got it.
I can't believe it.
That was kind of what I was trying to say. But this was one of the ones, even when I know, I struggle with this one. But Illumise, there we go. Yeah, that is one. I think a lot of people forget that this is a Pokemon, especially TCG fans.
It's such a cool Pokemon.
It's such a cool Pokemon. I agree with you, David. But it never sees much love. It tends to come...
In the trading card game, yes. It has like weird cards, similar to like Lunatone and Solrock, that always like kind of work together as a pair. But yeah, until now, didn't have too big of an impact in the like competitive meta game, I would say.
But Illumise and Volbeat never really see the love that Solrock and Lunatone see.
This is
Solrock
true.
and Lunatone, they're good cards a lot of the time. It won Worlds one year.
Exactly. In
Seniors,
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I don't think it was in Masters, but yes. There is a printed World Championship deck of Solrock and Lunatone from many, many years ago. In fact, last year in London, there were lots of players playing the Solrock and Lunatone from Pokemon Go.
Oh,
yes, a whole team turned up with Solrock. Oh, it didn't go terribly well for them.
Yeah, well, I remember a lot of people playing it online and complaining, like a lot of complaints where they played against that deck. They were like, oh, this is not a real deck. Like, why are you playing against it? Well, it is a real deck. At least it was. Yeah.
It's a great deck for laddering online because the games are very, very quick.
This is true.
You can get lots of games in nice and quickly. So, yeah, Illumise and Volbeat, unfortunately, don't get the love in TCG that Solrock and Lunatone get. But I agree, they're very cool Pokemon. And there was a pair of them back in the Heart Gold Soul Silver era that I very much enjoyed playing with.
Oh, yeah, and the artwork was also great.
Oh, but all the Heart Gold Soul Silver era artwork is absolutely great. Do we have any more to have a bit of a play with?
Oh, I just call it Muna.
It's Mana.
Mana?
Or Muna.
I would say Muna.
I think it's, yeah, but that's the German pronunciation, so I can let you off on that one.
It is Muna.
It's Muna!
Just pronouncing it the German way was correct all the time right now, so I'm very happy.
That's one of my favorite Gen 5 Pokemon, and I've just found out right now that I've been pronouncing it wrong.
I played this card often because there was a Mushana that was very good.
Yes, there was.
And then the Muna was able to put the opponents to sleep. So unless they played like version EX, you could like steal turns from your opponent for basically doing nothing.
Oh,
which was probably not the most fun to play against me during that era, but yeah, I really like Muna.
I'm going to blame my Cornish accent for that one. Muna is pretty close to Muna, so I'm blaming my Cornishness for that one. Also, come on. Ooh, now this is one I got wrong as a child.
Oh, why? How did you say it?
Nidoking.
Oh, I say Nidoking.
Nidoking.
Yeah, Nidoking.
Yeah, I said Nidoking as a kid, and it's not, it's Nidoking. because Needle, it's like the Needle Pokemon. The
Ah,
whole
yeah,
evolution
true.
line is like Needle Pokemon.
You're
Yeah.
correct. They're also poisonous. So Nidoking. I always just said Nidoking, so I just generally like, maybe I have a talent for this.
You do have I mean, I've done pretty well. The Mooner I'm a little bit embarrassed about.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm kind of proud of myself.
Maybe I should start studying linguistics.
Yeah, you do have you are a bit of a linguist.
Yes.
Right, so what have we got next then? After Nidoking, who have we got? Ooh.
Oh boy.
I've not looked this one up. I think it's Runerigus.
I would say Runerigus. Runerigus. I will lock in Runerigus.
Yeah, I'm going Runerigus, just kind of a 2-syllable rather than... I think it's Runerigus. I'm not 100% on this, because again, they haven't printed a playable card, and in the video, I play all the video games, but they don't say the names in the video games.
This is true, yeah.
I just kind of have to roll with it, and I never end up looking it up.
Maybe you should watch the anime more.
I should watch the anime more. Oh, you got it. It's Runerigus.
Runerigus, yeah, okay.
Yes, I
Not
missed
bad.
the art out.
I'm just lucky.
We should have stopped it when I said we should stop it, because up till then, I was 100%. Since then, it's been all downhill. But no, Runerigus was absolutely the play on that one. And I think we got one or two more? Maybe only one more. Oh, this one I know.
I don't know, and I'm actually not very sure about this. Aegislash.
It's Aegislash, and I'm
Aegislash,
very confident
okay.
about this. Because again, back in 2016, Metal was really good with the bronze one we mentioned.
True, yes.
And Aegislash saw a huge amount of play. It had one of those blocking cards that stopped you doing, I think it's blocked special energy.
Yes, exactly.
Or Pokemon that had special energy couldn't do damage to it.
Yes, this is true.
And so Aegislash saw a lot of play for that. And it was one of those Pokemon that a lot of people pronounce badly. So this is one of those ones where I got corrected like 6 times in quick succession.
Ah, true.
And then since then I've logged it in. I am very sure this one is Aegislash.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See
so
that?
no, you're one up again. Aegislash. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Now I just have to wait until they print another good card with it.
But then I think Aegislash, every time it comes into a new game, like, you know, Pokemon Go and Pokken Tournament, it was in, which I love Pokken Tournament. Aegislash came into that, and it was like a whole new round of people saying like Aegislash.
Ah, true, yeah. I mean, it is very strong in the video game, or at least it used to be when it was a brand new Pokemon. So
it gets a lot of love.
We will definitely get a new strong card with it in the future.
Oh yeah, Aegislash is one of those ones that keeps coming around in video game and Pokken Tournament and all of. I think we did pretty well there, David. I'm going to be honest with you.
I did way better than I thought I would. And I'm very happy about that.
It's one of those segments like one of the caster pairs is going to have to do that at some point, and then it falls to us, and I'm like, don't look stupid, don't look stupid, don't look stupid.
I mean, you have the advantage because you looked up a lot of them.
Yeah.
And I have the advantage because I am just good at guessing. And I'm very lucky.
But you speak 3 languages. You are very much a linguist at heart, so. No, I think you're pretty good with this kind of stuff, but it is kind of all, you know, there are over 1,000 Pokemon now, and it's a lot like Nidoking, for instance. As a kid, you look at it, Nidoking, makes perfect sense. As soon as you realize Needle Pokemon Poison, it becomes so obvious kind of how to pronounce the name. Munna is shaped like a moon, for goodness sake. That should have been obvious.
Yeah, actually, you're correct. But I also didn't really make the connection between the moon and Munna. But now I know. Yeah, it's a dream Pokemon, so it makes sense.
Oh, yeah. Munna, Tepig, and Drillbur back in Gen 5.
Oh, very cute.
I love Gen 5. Favorite generation. Right, speaking of favorite things, let's look at the favorite decks for the weekend. Let's have a look at the metagame breakdown. So, we have shown this before, but me and you haven't had a chance to talk about this, David. So, the #1 deck, Archeops Lugia, 15%. And we've split up the 2 Giratina because they are very much different decks,
yes.
the Lost Zone variant and
Exactly.
the Arceus variant. But that's still 23% Giratina decks in some form or other. I expected Giratina this weekend. I did not expect this much Giratina.
I expected a lot of Giratina. I genuinely didn't expect as much Lugia Vista, to be honest. There was a lot of like buzz online, especially about people saying that playing Gardevoir was a big risk, and also playing the Lost Zone box deck is a big risk because the games take so long, and in day 1 especially, a tie is kind of like losing. So a lot of people were like, well, yeah, look, you can play Gardevoir, and strong, good, well-seasoned Gardevoir players will be able to pull through without any ties. But if you're just trying to play like Gardevoir and it's not your comfort deck because you think it's a good meta call, maybe you should try something else, and it seems like a lot of people did and jumped the train for something like Lugia and Giratina V-Star.
No, absolutely. And Gardevoir there, I mean, Gardevoir was the thing that doesn't surprise me. I am still, and I know we've seen the success of it, it's still a Stage 2 deck in a world where we don't have many Stage 2 decks. So, you know, we've seen our stream game earlier, were it not for the one-off Curlier, the Mirage Step Curlier, that could have gone very differently. These setup decks can sometimes have problems, so I find it sometimes strange so many people are putting their faith in it, but it keeps performing, it keeps having those finishes, and Lost Zone Box, it's been good. Ever since Lost Origin came out and that archetype, you know, appeared, Lost Zone Box has been a very good deck. And it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere anytime soon. We had the rotation and then just sailed right through, and I think some version of that Lost Zone Box deck is going to be good. I mean, it's going to survive through the next rotation as well, we imagine, so it's going to be here for a long time yet.
Yeah, Lost Zone Box is also just a great deck if you are very confident with outplaying your opponent, because we just saw even in the last stream game, we had a player who basically played Lost Zone Box the whole season and was just so well at the deck that he knew exactly what he had to do to completely outplay or outsmart the opponent.
Yeah.
It's a great deck. The problem is that you use a lot of flower selecting, so you get a lot of choices every time, and then also chorus. These choices are difficult, so if you're not really used to making these choices correctly, you will often get into overtime. So all the Lost, I'm 100% sure, most of the Lost Box players are playing it because they know exactly how to play it, it's their comfort deck, they know it's strong, and then I think one of the main reasons to not play Lost Zone is if you don't feel as confident finishing games quickly.
Yeah, I mean, there are some decks that are a little more straightforward in their strategy, and it doesn't mean autopilot, it just means fewer choices to make. So things like Lugia, Mew, Miraidon, decks which are a bit faster, a bit more aggressive, and have kind of fewer attackers, whereas Lost Zone Box, it's not even the attacks, it's there are so many cards going into your Lost Zone, you have to get 10 cards in your Lost Zone. And if you know, on turn 1, you can flower select and put an energy in your Lost Zone, and then 6 turns later, you are 1 energy away from winning the game, and a good player will not make that mistake, whereas a newer player, someone who's not played the deck as much, might. Now, one thing I have got, we got the pairings in front of us, I can actually share, there are some players, there are a few tables of players sitting at 502.
Oh, yes.
Now, they can choose to play if they want, but 503 guarantees in, and you're not hurting anybody, so there is absolutely no reason whatsoever to not ID and get in. So it looks like, and I apologize for any pronunciations I get wrong here, but it looks like the following players are able to just ID straight into day 2. So Simone Candiani, Shuichi Saito, Shinosuke Sato, Daichi Shimada, who got second last year, Ryoto Kabayashi, Pankai Yani, Shuichi Saito, Shinosuke Sato, Daichi Shimada, who got second last year, Ryoto Kabayashi, Pankai Hing, Cameron Shinoy, Bolly Olafon, Shinji Mori, who we saw on stream, and Tim Franklin. All of those players are 502 playing another 502. There is no reason you wouldn't ID. So all of those players, if anyone's looking for an update on those players, good news, they should all be locked into Worlds Day 2. That's what we're looking for.
Exactly.
Yeah, they all should be locked into Day 2 now. Of course, we talk about getting 6 wins out of 8. The other route is exactly 5 wins, 3 ties.
Yes.
So if you're at 5 wins and 2 ties, just tie. Just ID and then go into tomorrow and be happy about it. So those players should be locked. And actually, Bolly Olafon, I was watching earlier, it's an Inteleon deck, plays Rapid Strike Phalanx. One of my favorite cards in the format that no one seems to play is in Day 2 of Worlds.
Congratulations to everyone who made it through yet. We had some players just going 6-0, let's go.
Absolutely.
Very easy. And then there were a lot of players that were, I think almost all of the players that had 5 wins and 1 tie. We used an intentional tie last round because they know exactly, well, I will go to 5-0-2, which means if my opponent's also 5-0-2 next round, I'm already through it. And only one, or if they're very unlucky, 2 of them will have the situation where their opponent will not have the same luxury of just using an intention. Well, it should be only 1, right? So only one of these players, if they're really unlucky, has to play a game, and then you can still just win or even just tie in a drawn-out game.
But that's your reward. Like, you don't get into that situation unless you're having like a phenomenal day and you start like 5-0-1.
Exactly. They have not lost a single game.
No. So that's your reward for it. There are a bunch of other notable players who are on winning in this round. Like you say, 6-0s are already in. There's a bunch of 6-1s in. And there are a bunch of the players I just read are 5-0-2. And as soon as a match slip appears, they will tie, sign it, and they will all be in as well. Yes. But we have got some notable matchups this round. Players who are on winning ins. And this is harsh because these are all good players. And if you win, you're in day 2, fighting for top cup tomorrow.
Yes.
And if you lose, your tournament's over. And I think we do have a graphic we're going to look at in just a second of some of these notable matchups that are going to be going on this round.
Yeah, but if you're at the World Championship, you kind of expect to just go for the... you kind of expect to only play against good players, right? And here we see our last few matches. The stream match will be Cyrus Davis against Angus Johnson, 2 names that you're probably very familiar with if you watch the NAIC stream. Of course, yeah, Cyrus won, so even if you didn't watch the stream, you will know exactly what deck that was, how the day went. Yeah, and then Angus Johnson was also a very good showing on NAIC.
No, absolutely. There are plenty of others. I believe Andrew Mahone is on a winning in with Maridon as well, which is very important. But yeah, just a whole bunch of good players. And we've got our North American international champion, Cyrus Davis, you know, seeing if she can repeat that feat that she managed at NAIC of winning just that giant Pokemon tournament. And I'm just putting it out there, right? If she manages to pull this off, back-to-back NAIC and World Championship wins, that is going to go down as one of the best like back-to-back performances we've seen ever. That's going to be amazing.
Yeah, also we have Kim Probega from Italy against Saint-Corbert from Belgium, 2 players that, yeah, because they both play in Europe, they know each other very well. Yeah, 2 of the players that were very strong at the national championships in their country before we had the 2016 season, which introduced a new system with the European International Championship. Yeah, so 2 veterans of the game that are facing each other. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. A couple other notable names that are on winning ins this round. We've got Adam Hawkins, who came very, very close to getting through day 1 of Worlds with Agron v Max last year, which was very impressive. And former world champion runner-up Michael Pramwat, who I know a lot of people will be familiar with, also on a winning in going into this final round. So we've kind of got an embarrassment of riches. It's because of the way this tournament is structured, where get 6 wins or equivalent and you're in, and because it's so stacked because it's the World Championships, we get to this last winning in round, and there's so many notable players that everybody knows who they are on winning ins in this final round. There's going to be some heartbreak and there's going to be some joy.
Yeah, but imagine how it looks like tomorrow. Tomorrow you only have very well-known players, and all the players that weren't well-known before tomorrow will get well-known tomorrow when they show their first day 2. Yeah, we already have our matchup.
We have our matchup. Let's go down to the stage. Let's meet the players and let's get going with our final round of the day. Where there's only one more opportunity for these players to get themselves into day 2 of Worlds. It is this simple. If you win, you're in. If you lose, you're out. I feel very confident we're not getting a tie in this game, because if there's a tie, both these players are out. A tie is essentially a double loss at this stage.
Yes.
The only prize available here is day 2 of Worlds.
Yeah, and here we see the big surprise. Cyrus Davis actually changed her deck from NAIC. I think a lot of people were kind of just expecting, like, yeah, if you're really well with the deck, we heard Brennan come on in the last win interview said, well, just like you can stick to one deck, just be the best player with that deck, and then even if you face a bad matchup, you will be the best person to actually play this matchup, and your opponent will not play optimally, so you can still pull through. Here we see, Cyrus Davis playing Origin form Pika Fiesta.
Oh, love it. And then on the other side, we've got Angus Johnson playing Gardevoir. And it's a lot of what we expect to see from Gardevoir, honestly. It looks like the kind of Gardevoir list we've seen. Interesting to note, in contrast to our previous game casting Gardevoir today, David, we do have just a straight 4 Curlier, refinement, drawing cards. No option there to, get all your Curlier out with 1 attack. So just chosen to go for just the 4 refinement and off. So, and this has to be a little bit intimidating. Like, if you're Angus Johnson here, You know how good a player Cyrus is. We all know how she won North American Internationals.
Yes.
We all know how good she is now. Anyone who didn't found out when she won North American Internationals. So, yeah, I wonder if that's going to play kind of a little bit of an impact. Oh, too curly a prize, just not good.
Yeah, this really hurts. Yeah, we have two players that seem to have like a very different approach to tournaments. Angus Johnson is, as far as I can tell, playing almost the same deck list as at NAIC. So Angus seems like one of these people that just go in, well, I'm the best person with this deck, I know exactly what I have to do, I'm super well. I heard Sarah said in an interview that she doesn't really test so much and can just basically play every deck that she just chooses. So yeah, that's very cool to see that also another, yeah, we see another cool deck choice here from Cyrus. And let's start game one with Angus going first, but already starting at a disadvantage. And we will see the surprise now with the Battle VIP path.
That's good. Battle VIP pass turn one. Everything you're hoping for here. Go and get yourself any two basic Pokemon. A lot of the time here, we see a second Routes and we see a Radiant Greninja. But especially when you're going first, that Zacian is a great option because it gets you an extra energy. And sure, it ends your turn, but you're ending your turn without attacking anyway. So that's why a lot of the time we will see that on turn one, because it's basically a free energy as long as you don't mind having Zacian on the field.
Yeah, Angus also opened the Forest Seal Stone in hand, so
nice.
It's one of the extra reasons why you can just put Zacian down, maybe change the Forest Seal Stone, maybe you can use it this turn or next turn. In this turn, of course, you could get another Battle VIP pass, for example, which would give you more bench space, or you save it for next time and maybe get a rare candy, for example.
Yeah, or even guarantee a curlier if you've got no other routes to it. I love Forest Seal Stone in a deck like this. Of course, you need to have a Pokemon V to which it is attached. That is why we often see it attached to the Zacian, but no, it is going to be straight away turn one using it. And it's weird because V-Stars, they are what generally have your V-Star power, but now Forest Seal Stone can go on a V and actually be used on your first turn of the game, which other than the tools, V-Star powers actually can't. But obviously it's for a Battle VIP pass, for a Mana Fee, and a Routes there. Of course, seeing Radiant Greninja straight away on the other side of the board, taking no chances.
Yeah, Angus might be maybe like a little bit afraid, but now that you see the Gradient Greninja, you're like, oh yeah, so Cyrus has another deck. I'm fine, I can bench the 60 HP rolls without being afraid of something like a Yoga Loop. Yeah, and double Battle VIP pass powered by the Forest Seal Stone, and you're also able to get more energy cards into play with your Zacian, as we see Cyrus playing a Heavy Ball, grabbing a Origin Form Palkia V from the press cards.
Yeah, that's always a fun one. Of course, this is largely, it is largely an Origin Form Palkia deck. There are two Chen Pao, and then we've got Origin Form Palkia. So you can attack with Palkia, or you can attack with Chen Pao. There's no Baxcalibur in the deck. Your energy acceleration is basically, you've got a couple Melanie, and then you've got your V-Star power on your Palkia. So it's not like the Baxcalibur list where you can attach a huge amount of energy and go super aggressive discarding them all, because you don't have quite that level of energy acceleration that you would have in a Baxcalibur deck, which is why you end up attacking with Palkia, but you've got Chen Powder if you need to get that kind of one big hit, or if you want to use the ability to get the energy out of your deck. But because you don't have Baxcalibur attaching essentially infinite energy, you do have to play very differently in the deck.
Yeah, also the Palkia deck is something that, we didn't really see at all. There were, I think, 2 players who used it at the NAIC. But yeah, if you get into like the big metagame discussion, it's something that's probably never brought up, or it's like the afterthought some people have. So this is definitely the deck that you can catch people out off guard with. As we see, the switch coming down, putting the Chen Pao active with Shivery Chill. And then to get 2 energy cards from your deck, this is just a great ability to thin out your deck. And of course, Origin Form Palkia V-Star needs the energy cards in the discard pile. And this is just a great way, together with Radiant Greninja, get your energy cards from your deck, put them on the disc. You can immediately discard them, draw cards, and then you have your explosive turns with Palkia.
Yeah, I love this. Cyrus setting up beautifully here. Of course, you've got that combination of get the energy, immediately discard it, use it later with Palkia. We do see a Bidoof on the field here. That is going to be able to evolve up into a Bibarel, hopefully warding off Iono if that comes down in the late game. So Cyrus is set up here pretty good, honestly. Like, you're not going to get a big attack turn one. That's not how this deck works. you need a turn to evolve up into your Palkia V-Star and to get set up. So, bearing in mind that was never going to happen, finishing with a couple of Palkia and your Bidoof and an energy on the field, that's not bad.
Yeah, and also, one just very small thing I noticed, Cyrus is playing very quick. She knows exactly what she's doing, knows, yeah, I can just bench my Palkia, no need to think about it unnecessarily. Yeah, as we see a worker, not probably the card that you really want to see. And now, yeah, Ang's probably realizing the prize card situation. Let's see how he reacts to that.
Yeah, and that's we've all been there. I guarantee if you played enough games of the Pokemon trading card game, you will have had that time where you look for your prizes and you're like, no, no. But yes, unfortunately, Angus, yes, 2 of the 4 Curlier are in the prize cards. Doesn't mean you don't have any Curlier, but it means, you know, how many times have we seen Gardevoir have quadruple refinement turn 2? Especially because, of course, 1 refinement helps you to find the next Curlier, which then, and you know, it kind of goes down that chain.
Yeah, but also, oh, sorry.
No, carry on.
But also you have rare candy, and there are also games where you just like don't draw really well to get all your Curliers out, that you can still win. You have Shining Arcana, which can also draw you cards. So Angus is probably just trying to, yeah, go for a rare candy play here. He has all the pieces in hand, so now that you know, yeah, let's forget about the Curlier. I mean, yeah, he should not forget about it, but yeah, let's just put that information aside. Let's go straight into Gardevoir.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the thing that worries me, and it's less of an issue against Cyrus's deck right now, what if one of those Curlier gets knocked out before you're really set up? And like you say, Angus has got the Gardevoir, you know, got everything you need to actually have that Gardevoir out. That is going to help massively here. Doesn't look like we're going for the EX Gardevoir here, though. That is the special illustration rare of Gardevoir EX that's just been grabbed out with the Ultra Ball. So, looks like we might be going a slightly more aggressive route here. And yeah, we do see the Gardevoir EX in the active. We've got 2 energy in the discard. We need 3 to use Miracle Force. Oh, no, actually just using them to retreat.
Oh, and we see an attack with Rolls.
Yes, we do. We see that, the memory skip, that's the one. It only does 10 damage, but it basically lets you turn off one of your opponent's Pokemon's attacks. So in this case, Chen Pao cannot use the only attack. Not terribly likely it was going to, unfortunately. That Hail Blade, maybe you put 2 energy on and discard 1 to KO the routes, but...
Yeah, this is especially risky because the deck Cyrus plays has no Excalibur, which we see, yeah, in like regular Chen Pao decks. You should not forget this is not a Chen Pao deck, this is a Palkia deck, which uses Chen Pao to get energy cards, and then maybe the occasional Hail Blade off if it's appropriate for the situation. Yeah, but it's mainly a Palkia deck, which... Yeah, you have this one like burst of energy cards that you get early in the game, and then later you can use Melanie to get more energy cards, but it's not like you can actually attack with Hailblade multiple times in a turn. But Angus had the possibility to, well, the alternative would have been just retreat and maybe use another Roar of the Sword. But yeah, he decided to, it's maybe better to just get the 10 damage off, and also the 10 damage are actually relevant because it puts Chen Pao down to 210 HP, which is, yeah, 7
energy.
times 3, so it's divisible.
Oh, sorry, yes.
It's one of the damages. You need 1 energy less with your Gardevoir to take the knockout. As we see Cyrus here with a very strong play, cross switcher. This is, I mean, boss's order, canceling Cologne, lost. Oh god, this is a great turn. This is the thing that Gardevoir players are afraid of. Being able to pull this off, just like the second turn, is amazing. Yeah, and there's even a lost city, so if Cyrus. Yeah,
this is
just
perfect.
Oh,
this is what I meant about the Curlier being prized. Now, this was a perfect turn by Cyrus. She absolutely nailed this turn. Cancelling Cologne turns off Manaphy's abilities, so the bench is no longer protected. You get the double KO on Curlier. They both go to the Lost Zone because Lost City is in play, and the other 2 Curlier are prized.
Amazing draws, just like I was thinking about, maybe explain this to the viewers later, that like the Canceling Cologne play with Raiding Greninja is something that you're always like a little bit afraid of Gardevoir, but you're not like, oh, like turn 2, my opponent will just like pull it off. But of course, yeah, for Cyrus, if the opportunity presents itself, yeah, there is literally no reason to not take it, just to give it to the stream guy, right? So.
And Cyrus doesn't know
Amazing play.
that the other 2 Curlier are prized. We do. So Angus has Gardevoir EX, but any other evolution has to come off the back of a rare candy into a Gardevoir here. Until Angus starts taking prizes, there will be no Curlier. You can't recover from the lost zone. Well, I often describe it as a second discard pile from which you can't get cards back. The whole point of the lost zone, it takes cards out of the game. So cards like Super Rod or Ordinary Rod that you would sometimes be playing to get those cards back are no longer an option. Now, we have seen Ultra Ball for a Gardevoir. Do you know if Angus has a rare candy ready to go?
I would hope so. If that is the one card you choose, there are no Curlier in play anymore, so there is no way to actually draw onto the rare candy later. Yeah, and here we see the rare candy is in play. There's also the Fog Crystals, so yeah, you can still, what he was probably debating, maybe it makes sense to now go into like a Curlier play, maybe take a knockout on the Bidoof. Curlier puts damage counters, right?
Cresselia.
Cresselia, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Cresselia
I believe,
puts damage counters. Yeah, so usually you cannot damage the Bidoof, but if you put damage counters like Sableye does, for example, you can still do that. Yeah, as we say, Angus Johnson, you should never forget, you cannot attach energy to Manaphy with Gardevoir EX, so you have to attach it from hand, and also you cannot put damage on it.
No.
So Cresselia is a little bit difficult to use. Yeah, and Angus now, we forgot to put the Bidoof in the lost zone.
Not sure if it's
that is not coming bad, and hopefully for Angus can maybe pull through later in the game by playing Iono.
That's a sneaky big play, actually, because obviously this is Cyrus's lost zone that put the Bidoof, because, you know, stadium cards affect both players on each side equally. Yeah. And it's kind of interesting, of course, because, you know, Cyrus only plays a 1-1 Bibarel line. So that means that Bidoof is gone for the game, and a late game Iono from Angus here could well end up sticking. So, you know, and we see that Luminion, the single Luminion, has already been played by Cyrus. Cyrus does not have many options against a late game Iono here at all.
Yeah, so it's very nice that the same, for Cyrus, a great opportunity presented itself, the same on Angus' side. Yeah, well, I have this opportunity, why not just take it? A normal game plan is not possible anymore because of the prize cards, because of like 2 Curliers in your lost zone. So you have to be a little bit sneaky, you have to think outside of the box, which Angus is doing, and I really like that. And maybe in the later games there will be some problems where Cyrus doesn't draw the cards she needs, but she's also completely aware of, like, if your opponent makes that kind of play, it's kind of obvious that they are trying to do something with their Iono. So Cyrus knows exactly, well, I just have to prepare and I should be good.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it looks like, has Manaphy just gone down there?
Yeah, and it goes into the lost zone.
Yeah, it
so
does.
Now Greninja becomes even more of a terrifying thing that your opponent has on the bench. But I think at this point, Angus is probably not playing down a lot of Pokemon anymore.
No, unfortunately, Greninja is amazing when it's early game and you're taking out those evolving and support Pokemon. It's absolutely stunning. Time you get later in the game with higher HPs, it's less of an issue. But it's still nice, you know, keep it in mind. You never know what Pokemon are going to end up with what damage on at this stage. But Cyrus seems to be going through this game pretty nicely. She took the double KO with Greninja. She just took a KO with Palkia here, and she seems kind of in control. And I do think Angus wants to be going for Iono here. Maybe not this turn, but certainly in the near future.
Yeah,
because
here it is, Iono.
Oh, okay. I mean, preferably now and in the near future, honestly.
Yes.
Just keep her at a very small hand size.
Exactly, and the Zacian V, in theory, you're able to take a knockout here. I think you need 8 energy cards to do that, if my math is not wrong, which it might be.
8 would be 300. So yes, it would, because 7 would be 270, which would be 10 away. So yes, you are correct. It's 8 energy on the Zacian.
Yeah, and Angus knows, well, I cannot take the knockout here. The Origin Form Palkia actually has a very strong attack.
It really does.
It is similar to the Raikou.
Yeah.
It just deals 40 damage more.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a Super Raikou Plus.
It is Super Raikou Plus, and well, with that, Cyrus does go up 1 game to 0. She is putting herself in a great position here to potentially go on into that day 2. And Angus, it really comes down to this. Unfortunately, you know, they're both phenomenal players. They're both having a good run. One of them is going to end up in day 2, well, assuming there's not a tie, of course. The other one is not going to end up, so great play from Cyrus there, game 1, and really just setting herself up. And it's very opportunistic, I think I would describe that first game as. That Greninja, because it's such a hard play to pull off, item cards are hard to find. You're playing 1 Counterlink alone. So that's not your primary strategy, and it doesn't work if your opponent, you know, doesn't have the right bench Pokemon at the right time. but there was a perfect opportunity, and she took that opportunity, and it really was kind of everything you needed at that point. And Angus, unfortunately, just not able to get the return KO with Zacian, and that is all.
Yeah, we saw a similar strategy earlier. Actually,
Oh, here we go. We're seeing it again. This is beautiful. Sorry, carry on. Then we saw a similar strategy.
Yeah,
earlier.
we saw a similar strategy earlier with Shintaro Ito, who also played Fault Cross Switcher and Canceling Cologne in his Champ Power deck, but yeah, he actually used Excalibur. Yeah, and Cyrus Davis, like we said, if you have all the pieces, just put them down, right? There's no reason to be like, well, it's so unlikely, so I'll not do it. No, it is unlikely, and this is specifically the reason why I should do it.
Yes.
And also, yeah, the whole Lost City, such an amazing card. And Angus also completely realizing, this game is over. Let's just play for another round. Both of these players are playing great until now. They both really deserve to be in day 2. I'm very looking forward to, further match.
And time is important here. That was less than a third of the time. That is good. A tie will eliminate both players in day 2. I feel very confident neither of these great players want to tie here. So Angus conceding there. Let's go and get some more games going on. And the thing to remember is Angus, the one Canceling Cologne is prized. We need to watch out for that. Nice. Angus had 2 Curlier prized. And the very unlikely Canceling Cologne on Manaphy, double KO into the Lost Zone on the other 2 Curlier. That's some bad beats early on in the game. I think Angus will probably have a better better chance this time.
I was just to say, look at this hand. Angus has like the best hand, and he has a he has an interesting choice where he can use Fog Crystal and Mew. And looking at this hand, it might be a good choice, but yeah, Angus agrees with me that you can just go into the Mysterious Tail Mew. As long as this now finds Battle VIP pass, then that's a very nice game for Angus. Or another Fog Crystal would also be fine. I think they're only, they're not 4 on the list, so there's only 1 left. But before we think further, let's just see what the Mysterious Tail gives us. And
he's got
Battle
it.
VIP. Yeah, he doesn't even look at the other cards.
I don't need to see the other 3 cards. I'm getting Battle VIP pass. There's nothing else I want.
Also interesting to note, there was a level ball in Angus's hand, and you could have played it to get better chances of drawing your VIP pass, but if you're doing sequencing, it is very important that it's not only about the probability, it's also about the information you gain. And if you use Mew, it's completely random what you get. And the Battle VIP pass changes the choice you make with your level ball. So if you play level ball first, you don't know if you will get the Battle VIP pass afterwards or not. So actually what you want with your level ball depends on whether you get the Battle VIP pass or not. So in this situation specifically, it was better to go for Mysterious Tail first and then play the level ball, or not if you actually hit it.
Well, there was a more conservative play that Angus could have gone for there. We see the Zacian with the Forest Seal Stone. This Forest Seal Stone was in hand. Angus could have used Fog Crystal to go for the Zacian and then guaranteed the Battle VIP pass. If you do that, it means you don't have access to it later. But if Angus hadn't got that Battle VIP pass off the Mew, the Forest Seal Stone wouldn't have been on the table. And this is game 2 when you're already down a game in the final round to get into Worlds. That's a brave choice to make. Having the confidence in yourself and your deck to go, no, I'm good, I'm going to get it. Because there was a guaranteed Battle VIP pass that is worse overall, but guarantees that you get it. Anyway, over to Cyrus. She's having a decent start here. We got Chempao on the active, getting a couple of energy, and Palkia and Radiant Greninja already on the bench.
Yeah, getting the Gradient Greninja early is super important, and it's just very nice that you see the Battle VIP pass on your opening hand. It's one of these like comfort cards. You're like, oh nice, I got the Battle VIP pass. I should be good for this game. You can just play it down. Look at your deck, look at your prize cards. You get 2 basic Pokemon. It's such a strong card. It is a little bit stronger, I would say, probably in Gardevoir, because you have a very easy ways to discard the ones that you draw later, which for Cyrus you only have Ultra Ball, I think, and nothing really else to just get rid of them. Yeah, as we see a very explosive turn 1 from Cyrus here now, being able to play supporter cards, so you can use Irida into Battle VIP pass, also get the Palkia V-Star for next turn already. There's Chain Power active, so you can get energies. You have all the pieces, so you actually just search for the cards you need. And this is one of the reasons, we saw last year, the Palkia deck was also very popular because you search exactly which cards you want. And Cyrus is going for this kind of decks where you can outplay your opponent, knowing that you're probably making the better choices than your opponent.
Yeah, I like this very much. Now, the Palkia in hand is a little bit nerve-wracking because, of course, Angus does play 4 Iono, but you had to get something with Irida, and there wasn't really any other Pokemon you wanted. You were already going for your Battle VIP pass, so slight risk here, but very much calculated risk. Probably going to, well, hoping it's going to work out. But look, we've, again, 2 Palkia, there's an Energy, there's a Bidoof, Chien-Pao, Radiant Greninja. Second game in a row, Cyrus's setup is just exactly what she wants to see.
Yeah, and even if your opponent plays Iono, you can use Chien-Pao to shuffle your deck, so then you have another fresh chance of getting the Palkia, and then you can still use Radiant Greninja. And there are 6 prize cards left, so you could draw 6 cards, another Irida, so yeah, you should be kind of like Iono proof. As we see Angus just going for the Iono level ball, the level ball I mentioned earlier for Manafi now. Being really afraid of a similar situation. If you, like last game, it only played out because you had the Luminion for the Gust and canceling Cologne. If you don't play down Manafi, your opponent doesn't even need canceling Cologne, your opponent just needs Pika Fiesta ability. As we see a great turn 2 from Angus, who is now using the Mysterious Tales for another item card, finding another Ultra Ball, opting for the Ultra Ball. As we see, yeah, there is actually a Curlier in hand, so you might even not need to play the Ultra Ball, right? Just keep it for next turn.
I was going to say, next turn's probably better, because the only thing you're allowed to evolve on that side of the board right now is a Routes into a Curlier, and we've got a Curlier, and they're all the same Curlier, so yeah, I think that's kind of a save it for next turn, guarantee that Gardevoir, whichever one you want. I think that is absolutely the play here. So we're in game 2, and we've got both players setting up quite nicely here.
Yeah, and we see Battle VIP pass hitting the discard pile, exactly like we were talking about. Yeah, this is one of the strong things about the Gardevoir decks. Yeah, Angus Johnson also preparing the Zacian V, just like last game. You know, you need a lot of energy cards on your Origin for to knock out an Origin form Pika Fiesta from your opponent. You don't want to get too much damage on your own Zacian as well. That may make it too easy for Cyrus to take the knockout. As we see the turn take over. Yeah, exactly what I just said. The Palkia was on the bottom of the deck. Now you can just use Chien-Pao. There's also an Ultra Ball, so you can just go for Ultra Ball. You're definitely able to get enough energy cards in the discard pile, and Cyrus can already start swinging. The question is, will we see a Gust? Will we see maybe a double cross switcher or not? Because taking a knockout on a Mew, well, not exactly the value you're looking for your attacks.
No, I was going to say exactly the same thing. Mew is a great Pokemon to leave in the active and just let your opponent KO. Because it's kind of done its job. What have you seen, David?
Yeah, we see Irida, and it seems like there is a cross switcher in hand, so that might be a great opportunity. Yeah, to just go for cross switcher.
Love this.
We saw this is looking similar like the Miraidon deck we did, right?
It really,
You're just
really
going
is.
cross switcher. Yeah, not more cross switchers than I would have anticipated. This is one of the great things about Irida, similar to Avery in our Miraidon deck game. Yeah, with Irida you can search your deck for any item card. So if you have one of the cross switchers in hand already, you can use Luminion even to get the Irida to get the cross switcher. Or yeah, if you already have it, exactly like last game, you're doing exactly what your hand cards allow you to do.
Absolutely.
As we see a Lost City as well. This is a great turn from Cyrus. It's exactly what you want to see if you're playing Palkia.
We've got the Palkia, we've got the backup Palkia, we've got the Lost City here, we've got, looks like an Ultra Ball coming down here, so that's going to go and get the Bidoof. Or the Bibarel, sorry, to go on the Bidoof. That's going to let you draw until you've got 5 cards in your hand, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. So I am loving Cyrus's setup here. Angus still, no Gardevoir down. The Zacian can be a little bit fragile sometimes. I love this. We're drawing extra cards with Bibarel, and we've even got a Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Yeah, Cyrus's turn is exactly like a symphony. All the pieces are coming together perfectly. You have your the hand that you exactly need. You can just search your deck for all the other pieces. You can use Chivalry Chill, draw cards with Radiant Greninja, get exactly the last missing piece you need with Irida, and then if the Lost City is in your hand already, why not just take the knockout on Manafi?
No, sounds pretty good. I think pops a Battle VIP pass in the prizes there. Oh no, that was already there. Popped a Hisuian Heavy Ball, sorry. Yes. So that's a card which you don't want to see. There's a KO on the Manafi, and of course that was a good option off the cross switcher. Because if we don't see evolutions of multiple Curlier here, Cyrus is going to have a very fun time with Greninja next turn.
What's also very important to notice, Cyrus did not use the V-Star power yet. Usually this is something like Palkia just does it turn 2. But now Cyrus knows, well, I have Palkia active, I also have a backup Palkia on the bench, and I need more information to actually make the right choice. And there is no need to do it this turn. You can still do it next turn, but next turn, yeah, your opponent's turn already happened, so you know exactly what you need to react to. Yeah, so also something for our viewers at home to notice, that often you can do a lot of things, but you should not do it unless you actually, unless it actually gives you closer to victory.
No, I agree with that one entirely. Now, we do see one Gardevoir evolved up. Now, this is where it gets interesting, because obviously Angus wants to have a couple of Curlier down for that refinement turn after turn. The issue is, you've got to be prepared. With the V-Star power not being used and Radiant Greninja on the bench, Cyrus can essentially double KO the Curly.
Exactly.
You can leave one out, you cannot leave two Curlier out. So we see the Ultra Ball coming down here. You have to evolve two of those Curlier, so you're not giving up multiple easy prizes. It's not ideal, sometimes it's not what you want to do, but it's one of those things that you have to do. And I will say, when you don't want to use Rare Candy, and it's not turn 1, getting rid of a Candy and a Battle VIP pass from an Ultra Ball, pretty gosh darn good. But actually goes for Radiant Greninja here off the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, Angus also, Angus needs a lot this turn. Ideally, you take the knockout here. Palkia, you have to keep in mind V-Star and not V-Max, so you want to draw true prize cards. But you need 8 energy cards to take the one-hit knockout here. And if you don't take the knockout here, your opponent can just, go Greninja, or even just a boss's order. This will completely destroy this great setup Angus has. So he knows, well, he needs to get energy cards in the discard pile and also Gardevoir EX to deal enough damage. As we see, the Gardevoir EX entering the field, so you will not have to worry about getting 2 of your Curliers knocked out. But also, it's very important to get rid of the energy cards in the discard pile. Yeah, there are already 3 attached, so this needs 5 more. If you happen to draw into it later, you can still, I think you can still attach 1. And we see Mysterious Tail, 4 Battle VIP Pass just to get it out of the deck if there's no better choice for it.
As we see, goes active, and here we go. Collapse Stadium doesn't actually do very much.
It actually does, because the Palkia's damage depends on how many bench Pokemon you have.
Oh, of course it does.
Yes.
I meant for this particular
turn.
Yeah,
of
you're
course.
right.
Yes,
Going forward to next turn, Palkia's damage, you're absolutely correct. That's basically minus 40 to Palkia, which is a very, very big deal. But now, do we have enough energy in the discard pile to... I don't...
Let's see.
No, we've got
I'm not 100% sure.
I don't know how many energy are in the discard pile. That Forest Seal Stone is not going to help on the Gardevoir. That's just getting it out of the hand, just doing a bit of a fin there. So
are there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Oh, this is enough.
Oh, there we go. So 5 on there. That's going to be 100 damage on 2, but now we see the 8 damage. 8 times 3 is 240. Add the 60 base is 300. Exactly the amount of energy you need to go and get that KO. And now Angus in a good position and Cyrus in an awkward position. Because one option, the Mew's not there anymore because of the collapsed stadium.
Exactly.
So no, the double KO with Greninja is not on the board anymore. So I think here it's very simply KO the Zacian because, of course, it's doing way too much damage to leave it there.
Yeah, you have to put damage on yourself, so it's not that important like how much damage the Palkia actually does this turn. But it might become important later in the game. We see another Lost City hitting the field. Cyrus just refilling the bench. We see Ultra Ball to just get rid of some cards. So you have Bibarel as an option. Like you said, you really want to take the knockout on the Zacian V because otherwise your opponent can just attack again. And then there are some people that play 2 Zacian V, but this is very uncommon.
Yes.
Most people play a single one. So if you take the knockout on Zacian V with Lost City in play, usually it's like gunfort good. This is one of the reasons why Lost City is such a good option for decks like Palkia.
Usually, but not here, because Angus is one of the players who does play a second Zacian V.
As we see Cyrus Davis deciding, well, this game is over for me. The opportunity to basically destroy Angus's board did not present itself this time. The setup is too good. And Cyrus basically just deciding, if I do not want to tie, I really need to get this game finished. There are 20 minutes left, so we will definitely see a conclusion to this game. I think I really like that concession here.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to do it, and we've basically seen both sides of it. You know, Angus has gone and tied it up 1-1, but we saw game one where Cyrus went, ha, your ball's completely wrecked.
Yes.
Greninja comes out with the cancelling cologne, takes out your only two Curlier, and then that's it, that's the game. But game two, we saw that although Cyrus had a decent setup, Angus was able to get rolling, and this Gardevoir deck is a bit slow. It's one of the things that puts me off playing the deck personally, but it's very, very powerful when it gets going, and that is exactly what we just saw last game. We've basically seen the two sides to this matchup here, so now the question comes, how is game three going to go? Is Cyrus going to be able to repeat what she did in game one and get off to a slightly faster start, or is Angus going to be able to repeat what he did game two and just go through with these powerful Zacian, getting a Gardevoir out and putting your opponent in a situation where they're just not able to do what they want to do, and we see the big Zacian KO here.
And now both players, they already know a little bit about the opponent's deck list, and they also know the general strategy that your opponent is using, which is important information to use for a third game, of course.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, Cyrus might have not tested too much with the deck. I don't know exactly. This is something I'm very curious to hear in the case that she wins the game and we can interview her about that. But these players know exactly what they're doing. But sometimes, well, you just need like little extra practice games, like game one, game two. Basically practice at this point. We see it going down to the wire. Let's see how this game plays out.
Yeah, and we see both the Zacian V prize along with a Curlier and a Ralph, but most importantly, both the Zacian V prize. We have seen in both games, Angus has gone for the Zacian and used it pretty effectively. Cyrus, I believe, did have her Radiant Greninja prize, which is far from ideal, but both the Zacian V, that is bad prizes here.
Zacian V was so important, even if you just factor in that Angus used Forest Sealstone to set up game one and game two. And it's so important to play around this. Like for Cyrus, it's so important to play around the Zacian V. Of course, you don't know your opponent's prize cards, so yeah, Cyrus will still try to play around these imaginary Zacians that are somewhere lurking.
Well, you don't know your opponent's prizes, but good players can tell clues.
Yes.
If you've seen Angus go for the Zacian pretty early, game one and game two, if Angus does a search, say gets a Battle VIP pass and doesn't go for the Zacian, that is going to make Cyrus go, well, hang on a second. He always goes Zacian, and Zacian was what won him game two. Why has he not gone for the Zacian? And most of the time, it's because we've got the prizes. Now, Cyrus actually working on a pretty good setup herself here. Chen Pao is in the active, getting some energy. We've got a Bidoof on the bench. We still need to go and get a Palkia, and obviously she'd like Radiant Greninja, but that is just not on the cards this time.
Yeah, and also, like you just said, probably Angus, like, if there is more bench Pokemon on Cyrus' side, can probably also be like, well, why is there no Greninja there? What's going on? Yeah, but Cyrus actually not revealing that information at all. There was an Ultra Ball in hand, but of course, now there is no reason to play it. Next turn, you can use Chen Pao, get your energy cards, and then just start hitting with that Palkia V-Star. As we see Angus opening Battle VIP pass now. Yeah, painful, painful surprise from the deck. These are the kind of surprises you actually don't like.
No, some surprises can be good, some surprises are bad. Double Zacian, and this is why you play two Zacian V. Very, very few times will you ever actually use a second Zacian V. It's extremely rare. Most players, if they play a second thing like Zacian V, it's because you are worried about the prizes and you want to make sure it doesn't happen. But statistics tells us that very occasionally, you will have it prized. You'd rather it wasn't game 3 on stream in the final round of day 1 of the World Championships when you've got to win an in, but unfortunately for Angus, that is where it's fallen. We still do get a couple of routes out here, so maybe the cat's not out of the bag yet, and now we see a worker just for a draw 3. It's not great.
Yeah, not exactly what you want, but yeah, there's still the mysterious tale. This time, unfortunately, no Battle VIP path. Of course, the Battle VIP path would have been amazing here because yeah, it not just gives you a second route, but also Greninja, Radiant Greninja. We saw Angus just drawing into a bunch of energy cards, and you just want to get rid of the energy cards. You need the energy cards in the discard pile. That was one of the issues Angus had in the earlier games, in game 1 especially, where there was a possibility to take a one-hit knockout, but there were not enough energy cards, so Yeah, that was the game there.
That is a problem. These God of War decks do need enough energy in the discard pile to actually make sure that they are bringing off these big attacks. That's the whole point of God of War. It accelerates from the discard pile. It doesn't accelerate from the deck. This is a very, very important part of the deck. So it looks like, yeah, we end up with 3 routes on the bench. That is not too bad.
Yes.
And then over to Cyrus here. What have we got? It looks like she's eyeing up an Ultra Ball, getting rid of an Iono. So here you got a couple of good choices. You could go for the Bibarel for the extra draw. You could go for the Palkia V-Star, which is your main attacker. Most of the time you go for draw because Bibarel can lead to a Palkia. Palkia will not be leading to a Bibarel.
Yeah, and I'm also very interested. When I saw the hand correctly, it didn't look too well for Cyrus. So you can... Oh, the Iono hit the discard pile. So maybe
Yes.
Cyrus is just preparing to use Industrious Incisors. One of the important cards, last year it was as well, to just draw more cards.
I mean,
and
Andre
maybe
said
hope for like a big turnout.
It's got to be the hope for. Andre said at the end of Worlds last year in his winner's interview, he said if you want to win Worlds, play Bibarel. Cyrus was clearly listening.
There is unfortunately.
No, we got an Irida though.
No, the Irida was already in hand. I'm pretty sure Cyrus was hoping to get one of the cross switchers, because if you get one of the cross switchers now, you can again, just...
Irida for the other one.
Yeah, Irida for the other one. You can also get the Palkia V-Star with Irida, which is something, you can go Ultra Ball for, Bibarel. But there is an Escape Rope, and Escape Rope is kind of like a junior cross switcher maybe in this situation. You will definitely get value out of this. Either a Ralts, which gets put in the loss zone, or maybe the mana fee. Something that Angus probably does not want to get rid of, not knowing exactly about Cyrus' price situations. Both of these players have very weird price cards, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's not just the drawing cards or concealed cards that we use Greninja for. It's also that attack to take out bench Pokemon. So here it is a Routes that comes into the active, and Cyrus is going to get an extremely easy KO with Palkia. And then Routes is, of course, going to go to the loss zone. And this is important because sometimes those routes do come back later in the game. If your setup isn't going, if you have too many Pokemon KO'd of importance, so that should be in the loss zone, not in the discard pile. Hopefully someone's going to catch that in just a second. There is a Lost City in play.
There it is.
There we go. And yeah, that's a decent KO from Cyrus.
Yeah, and also again, V-Star power not used. There's still the option. I mean, you can just draw maybe the Greninja out of your prize cards. You have like an amazing turn another round. And you still have the option, well, maybe I do actually want to attack with the Qian Pao to seal up the game if that situation presents itself. As we see, Angus's turn. Going for, is this an Ultra Ball?
Yeah, it is an Ultra Ball. Our lovely crew backstage have gone to put Ultra Ball on the screen ready for us, and that means that we can get a Gardevoir EX very, very early on in the game. And Gardevoir EX, it's an odd one because what are you attacking with here? Like, Gardevoir EX is really good at accelerating energy onto Zacian, but we know Zacian's in the prizes, it's not coming out. It's also good at accelerating energy onto the other Gardevoir, the single prize Gardevoir, but that's not coming out at this point, and it's definitely not coming out. There's no routes to evolve into.
Yeah, right now there is no way to use this. Attacking with Gardevoir X is not the worst thing you can do because, well, it has a lot of HP. Palkia can only deal 260 damage, but you have some influence in that because, if Angus just does not put Pokemon down, there is no way to deal for Cyrus to make the Palkia deal even more damage than that. So you can get one safe attack out. You need at least 20 damage. You can use the ability to attach active and then attach one on the bench and then get one from your hand as well. So it's possible to just get 20 damage, which puts Gardevoir EX at 290 HP. More than enough to get the next turn unless Cyrus is trying to go full destruction mode with Qian-Pao.
We could see a cheeky Bibarel KO here. So Angus has gone and put the... Oh, no, we couldn't because the mana fee's
exactly,
out.
Yeah.
I was thinking we were maybe going to get the Bibarel KO, but in order to KO with Bibarel... Oh!
You can, Cresselia has 2 great attacks. Lunar Blast is also just nice to get some damage off. This is 110 damage, which means that Origin Form Palkia has now only 170 HP left, which is exactly enough for Gardevoir to take out to pick up the knockout later.
Yeah, absolutely works. I mean, the first attack with Cresselia is one we always focus on. Were there 6 Psychic Pokemon out, Angus could have used Gardevoir EX, put 1 energy on each, 2 damage counters on each, and then move all of them over to Bibarel and get that cheeky KO.
Exactly.
But I kind of like this. We're working on a KO on the Palkia. As it stands at the moment, Cyrus doesn't have a second V-Star. I mean, she probably will at some point in the near future, like now, for instance. But it's still nice to just be taking out your opponent's attackers, and maybe if you take out a couple of Palkia, Cyrus starts running low on decent attackers. That could be a way to end the game a little bit earlier. What we seen, David?
And look at that hand, Cross Switcher, Irida, and Boss's Order. So you even have the, kind of the pain of the choice.
That will be gusting.
Yeah, you can just take the knockout on Curlia. Lost Zone is still in play. That would put 2 Ralts in the Lost Zone for Angus. Yeah. Very difficult situation to be in. I really like the Cresselia play here. Sets up everything perfectly. It makes total sense if you're playing with the information that Angus has that, there is no Zacian V unless he takes the first knockout, right? And Bibarel also, Cresselia is something, you read the card and you're like, oh, I can deal 120 damage. But because you have usually your Greninja and Manafi, it's actually kind of difficult to pull the 120 damage off.
Usually 80 is normally about the most you can go for, but that's all right. 80 is not too bad. Now we did see Cyrus there going for Luminion, not coming down this turn, one would imagine, because, well, we've already seen the Irida.
Exactly.
But it's a nice option to have there for a supporter card next turn, assuming Angus doesn't play an Iono. But it was a cross switcher that was really what we were going for there off the Irida.
Yeah, there was the argument that you can maybe just play Boss's Order, because if you play cross switcher, you still have to pivot out of the active spot, which might force Cyrus to use the... Oh, there's a switch in hand, so you can play cross switcher switch, which is very nice. Yeah, I'm very interested to see what the decision comes down here, because you don't really want to use your V-Star power now. You really try to use it as late as you can. As we see, PM power, you can just put it active for free, and now, probably